The sound was getting louder and louder, as if the thunder on the horizon was approaching fast. Boom! When the sound came out of the stone hall, it was like a blast of thunder exploded above everyone's heads. Zhou Wen only felt his ears buzzing, his head seemed to be about to crack, and his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth were leaking. Bleeding came, and for a while I couldn't hear anything. The situation of the others is not much better than Zhou Wen. Some of them have already vomited blood directly, and even the companion pets have been affected. The faces of each one have changed horribly, and some companion pets are obviously injured. But the wine master and the others covered their ears one by one, but they didn't move, they still stood there motionless. Seeing this situation, Zhou Wen didn't dare to move any more. The sound was too evil. It was just a tremor above his head, which almost knocked him out. The ghost knows what the consequences of continuing to speak will be. Zhou Wen has already given birth to the idea of retreating to the other side of Shiliang. The other side of Shiliang does not seem to be affected. As long as he retreats to the other side of Shiliang and shouts again, he can use the terrifying sound to easily kill the wine master and the others. To solve it, the wine master kept staring at Zhou Wen and the three of them. Seeing the change in Zhou Wen's eyes, he seemed to have guessed something. He opened his mouth and said something to Zhou Wen, but he didn't make a sound. Zhou Wen identified it carefully for a while, and found that the wine master said, "Don't move, the airflow can also cause echoes. By then, we will all die. If we can run, we will run away." Zhou Wen didn't know if what he said was true or not, but they didn't seem to have any intention of moving. If they could run, they would have run away long ago. "It's impossible to stay here forever?" Zhou Wen said to the wine master with his mouth. "Wait, another hour or so, the echo will disappear," the wine master said. Zhou Wen's heart suddenly moved when he heard it. Now the wine master and the others are afraid to move, so they can maintain peaceful coexistence, but once the restriction on them by the echo disappears, Zhou Wen and the three may not necessarily be the wine master and their opponents. Although Zhou Wen has a banana fan in his body, the wine master and the others are obviously not weak. Even people like Xing have been knocked down by them. The wine master must not be underestimated. Especially the wine master, he has experienced dimensional storms, and even joined people like Jing Daoxian and Zhang Daotian. It is definitely not as simple as a bad old man. If you don't clean up them now, I'm afraid that the three of us will suffer later. Zhou Wen calculated in his mind. But the three of them are not immune to Echo's damage, and now they are cleaning up the wine master. It seems that they are cleaning themselves. Unfortunately, truth listening is still evolving, otherwise, truth listening should have some effect on these echoes. Zhou Wen thought of truth listening and glanced at the chaotic space, seeing that it was still in the state of a stone egg, and he didn't know when it would be able to evolve. Is there no other way besides listening? Zhou Wen thought hard about how to deal with the echo. Banana Fairy is definitely not good. She is an attacking companion pet. She doesn't have very good defensive ability. Now she can't see the enemy, and she can't fight back. The Dark Physician is even more useless in this situation. Without an opponent, his abilities cannot be exerted. The Ghost Bride seems to be useful. She should not be afraid of sonic attacks when she is in a ghost state. Zhou Wen thought about it again. Although the Ghost Bride is not afraid of echoes, it is of little help to Zhou Wen's current situation, and it is impossible for the Ghost Bride help them resist the echo. Unless the echoes are directional. Zhou carefully recalled the details of the echoes. Blasted just now, and felt that although they were far away from the stone hall, they were not dominant. The echoes seem to be amplified the farther they are, and they seem to be no different from the wine master and others standing in front of the stone hall. While Zhou was thinking, he saw Lu Yunxian winking at him, opening his mouth to say something. But Zhou started looking at the wine master and the others, so he didn't notice. Now that I noticed Lu Yunxian, I quickly saw from his mouth that he said, "I have a way to resist the echo." Can you resist the echo? Zhou also used his mouth to communicate with Lu Yunxian, but unfortunately Lu Yunxian did not have the ability to read lip language, and just kept repeating his words. Zhou thought about it for a while. Lu Yunxian is still very reliable, and judging from his appearance, he should not lie. Zhou hesitated for a while, and tried to walk towards Lu Yunxian. He was not far from Lu Yunxian, only 2 or 3 steps away. When he took this step, he immediately heard the thunder in the stone hall, and it broke out almost in an instant. "Come out." Boom! A thunder blasted, causing the wine master and others to bleed from the 7 holes. Even those companion pets were no exception. On the other hand, the 3 of Zhou's side have nothing to do. In front of them, there is a very strange biological pet. The companion pet looks like a pig without a head, and its body is a round oval with no head and no tail. With 4 hooves, it looks very weird. But it was such a stupid-looking companion pet that used a strange power fluctuation to resist the terrifying sound wave, so that Zhou and the 3 were not affected by the sound wave. Zhou's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he looked at the wine master and the others. The wine master was not in a good condition. When he saw this scene, his face became even paler. "Master. How about we make a deal?" The wine master said with his lips. "How to trade?" Zhou said. This directly, which immediately caused thunder to roll in the stone hall, and it turned into an echo wave and exploded over the stone hall again. Bang bang! A companion pet was directly knocked to the ground, and the more than a dozen of the wine master were also bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their abilities were slightly weaker. And they had already fallen to the ground. These voices triggered more echoes, and the thunder rolled outside the entire stone hall, as if the god of thunder was angry, and the echoes kept bombarding. On the wine master's side, there were already several people who were bled by the shocked Qiqiao, and the situation on Zhou's side was not good. Zhou's eyes squinted and saw that the old guy, the wine master, did not retreat but advanced and rushed into the stone hall with a thunder-like sound. "Let's enter the stone hall." Zhou moved in his heart and let Lu Yunxian control the companion pet and head towards the stone hall. Zhou originally thought that the sound would be more terrifying near the stone hall, but when he got outside the stone hall, he found out that the farther away he was from the stone hall, the louder the sound. It was so scary. Zhou looked at the stone hall, and saw that there were many stone tools in it, most of which were rough, and the wine master was running towards the back door of the stone hall. The terrifying echo only shocked him and vomited blood, and could not kill him. "Where did Insheng fall from?" Zhou asked Lu Ning. "The fault in the apps," Lu Ning said. Zhou quickly let Lu Yunxian control his companion pet, and the 3 rushed into the apps together. If the front hall is still a building, then the rear hall is simply a huge cave, basically 80% of which is still in its original appearance, and only a few places have traces of artificial excavation. On the left side of the cave, there is a stone drum, which is making a thumping sound. The terrifying sound waves are transmitted from this stone drum. It's just that now Zhou Wen and the others are close to the stone drum, but they can't feel the power of the echo, and the power of the sonic wave is only equivalent to a legendary sonic attack. On the other side of the cave, there is a large crack several hundred meters long, and at the back of the cave, a strange fruit tree grows. The fruit tree was 20 to 30 meters high, with a crown like a big umbrella, dense leaves, and the whole body was as black as ink, except for some tiny white meridians on the leaves. Between the black leaves, there are many fruits, but if you look at those fruits carefully, you can't help but be horrified. Because those fruits turned out to look like little babies sitting cross-legged, with their eyes closed, indescribably weird and terrifying. And Zhou Wen looked at the appearance of this strange tree. No matter how he looked at it, it looked a bit like the dead tree in the mysterious mobile phone, but there were some subtle differences. The wine master had already run under the tree, only to see him flying up and reaching out to pick the baby-like fruit. I don't know if it was an illusion, Zhou Wen saw that the fruit seemed to move by himself, took the initiative to meet the hand of the wine master, and was held in his hand. I originally planned to let them try it first, but now I can't help it. The wine master's eyes were red, staring at the strange fruit like a jade doll, and swallowed it directly. What is that fruit? Zhou Wen asked Lu Ning. Lu Ning also looked puzzled. When we first came in, there was only the front part of the apse, and there were no stone drums and fruit trees in the back. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen pulled out the bamboo knife directly, and slashed at the wine master, who swallowed the fruit with a single stroke of the magic star wheel. Since he has become the enemy of life and death, he must kill the enemy with all his strength, and must not give the enemy any chance. Zhou Wen didn't know what would happen after the wine master swallowed the fruit. Although he wanted to know, he was never willing to wait to see the result. Lu Ning and Lu Yunxian also had the same thoughts. Two forces, one ice and one fire, also blasted towards the wine master together with Zhou Wen's magic star wheel. After the wine master swallowed the fruit, he seemed to be stupid, standing there motionless, bowing his head and bowing his body, looking very strange. Seeing that the three forces were about to bombard him, the wine master suddenly raised his head, spread his arms, leaned back, and let out a painful roar. A terrifying force erupted from his body, and a powerful shock wave shattered the strength of Zhou Wen and the three directly, but this terrifying force was not aimed at the three of them. The expressions of Zhou Wen and the three suddenly became ugly. Zhou Wen directly summoned the banana fairy, and the banana fairy opened her mouth and blew a gust of lunar wind at the roaring wine master. The gloomy wind suddenly blew Lord Zhou's body out, hitting the rock wall at the back of the cave, knocking the rock wall into a big hole. The wine master twisted his body against the gravel pit on the mountain wall. His body was covered with frost, and his eyes were closed and motionless. However, the ominous feeling in Zhou Wen's heart was even stronger. Holding the bamboo knife, the ghost step came to the wine master in an instant, and stabbed the wine master directly in the chest with a note of flying immortals. When the room was not allowed to be released, one of the wine master's hands suddenly moved, and the blue veins on the hand burst out, like a normal purple snake wrapped around his arm, and the arm also exudes a strange blood-colored luster. So close, the wine master actually held the blade of the bamboo knife that stabbed like lightning in one hand, and the extremely sharp bamboo knife was not able to cut off his palm. The wine master held the bamboo knife, his palm was cut by the blade, and blood flowed out, but he seemed to have no feeling at all, just held the blade, opened his eyes, and slowly stood up from the gravel pit. As his body stood up, his body also underwent great changes. The originally broken bones healed automatically, the gray hair gradually turned black, and the hunched and thin body gradually became tall and straight. The spirit seemed to be undergoing miraculous changes. The wine master, who originally looked like an old man, after he slowly stood up, has become like a middle-aged man, and there is no sign of aging at all. It is unimaginable that the wine master just now is the same as now. Personal. The dark doctor quietly came to the back of the wine master, and the scalpel stabbed the wine master in the waist quickly and ruthlessly. Bang! The wine master didn't turn his head back, he waved a palm with his backhand, and immediately blasted the dark doctor along with his life and soul. The dark doctor hit the mountain wall, and the bones of his whole body seemed to be broken, twisting, and sitting down. There, I don't know if I can survive. Jing Daoxian didn't lie to me, the fruit of the longevity tree can really make me rejuvenate. It feels so good to be young. The wine master's face was full of excitement. When it came to the excitement, he used his palm to push Zhou Wenlian directly. The knife flew out together. When Zhou Wen was in the air, he switched to the great demon god's fate. Using the powerful air control ability of the great demon's fate, he unloaded the terrifying power of the wine master in the air and fell back to the ground safely. Not like darkness. The doctor is so miserable. What exactly is that fruit? How could the wine master become so terrifying? Lu Yunxian said in horror as he looked at the younger and more majestic wine master. I don't know. Zhou Wen's face is not very good looking, the momentum on the wine master is too terrifying. Zhou Wen can even faintly feel that an invisible air is rising in his body, like an invisible devil swaying over him. What worries Zhou Wen the most is that the current wine master is so powerful that even Banana Fairy can't kill him. The three of them are afraid that they will no longer have the strength to compete with the wine master. The wine master has become like a 20-year-old young man. His black hair has grown longer and drooped because of the reverse growth. The muscles on his body seem to be full of elasticity and strength. The pale old man. Come on. Zhou Wen called Lu Yunxian, and Lu Ning turned and ran to the front hall. Since it is not an opponent, there is only one dead end left. The wine master glanced at them coldly, stretched out his palm and grabbed them. Zhou Wen and the three suddenly felt an irresistible suction pulling their bodies and flying towards the wine master. Zhou Wen held the banana fan and fanned out with a note of the Tian wind. Bang! The wine master's body was blown out again and hit the mountain wall, but this time the wine master stood up faster than the last time, and the injuries on his body were also healed faster. His eyes stared like a blade. The banana fan in Zhou Wen's hand. It is impossible for an epic companion pet to have such a powerful wind type ability. It is a mythical companion pet. Which family are you the spokesperson of the world? So you are also a spokesperson? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. Bah, I'm not a running dog, the wine master is the wine master, wherever he goes, he is the master, not someone's dog. The wine master stared at Zhou Wen coldly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what kind of spokesperson you are, you will all die today. Saying that, the wine master stepped out with a majestic figure, and he was already in front of Zhou Wen, and he grabbed Zhou Wen's head with one palm. Zhou Wen's figure moved, his wings spread out behind him, and he disappeared like a shadow, dodging the wine master's grasp. Boom! The power in the wine master's hand grabbed 5 finger marks more than 1 meter long from the mountain wall more than 100 meters away, making Zhou Wen secretly startled. Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning attacked at the same time, and 2 completely different forces, one ice and one fire, slammed into the wine master's back. With just a big wave of his hand, the wine master shattered Lu Yunxian's flaming tiger and Lu Ning's ice snake's power. Zhou Wen sighed inwardly, sure enough, I still have to play games honestly at home, why bother to run out and work hard? But there are some things that I can't help but do. Watching the wine master come to him again, Zhou Wen clenched the banana fan in his hand. Now, the only one who can restrain the wine master is this banana fan, but the use of Tian wind is too exhausting, and there is no way to use it all the time. This is a huge weakness. If Zhou Wen goes a step further and can be promoted to the epic level, he may be able to use his life and soul to solve the problem of energy consumption, but now there is no good way. Master, it seems that I will die today. Before I die, can you tell me what those fruits are, and they have the magical ability to rejuvenate themselves? Zhou Wen wanted to delay for some time. The wine master was obviously very excited, and what he had been pursuing for so many years finally got his wish. At this time, he really had a lot of pride and emotions in his heart that he wanted to vent. This is the fruit of longevity. Its effect is not just as simple as rejuvenation. In an ancient saying, swallowing this fruit can soar during the day and turn into an immortal body directly. The wine master's face was full of excitement. I heard from you just now that Jing Daoxian told you about the longevity tree? Zhou Wen asked again. Yes, Jing Daoxian and Zhang Dao Tian are playmates who grew up together, but I am not as lucky as Zhang Dao Tian, and I am not as shocking as Jing Daoxian, and my luck is not as good as them, but fortunately, the life is better, and the time to live is long enough. The wine master said. I have seen Jing Daoxian, just a few months ago. At that time, Jing Daoxian was white-haired, an old man who was even older than you used to. If the fruit of longevity is really so good, there is no side effect, why doesn't he himself come to pick the fruit and become a young man again? Zhou Wen said. I naturally thought about this question. Originally, I asked those guys to do a test first, but unfortunately you ruined my plan. But now it seems that Jing Daoxian didn't lie to me, he should be disdainful of using the fruit of longevity, said the wine master. Master Jiu, you are too naive to say that. You have lived for such a long time. Just imagine, who doesn't want to stay young forever? Zhou Wen retorted. The wine master sneered and said, it is naturally impossible to change others. But Jing Daoxian is different, he is a born big devil, such things as common sense do not exist in him, and what others pursue with their whole lives, treat him say, disdain at all, as long as he wants. He can get anything. Seeing that the wine master seemed to highly respect Jing Daoxian, Zhou Wen deliberately said. The other way, no matter how powerful Jing Daoxian is, wouldn't he still lose to the heroic King Zhang Dao Tian? It's a bit exaggerated to say that he can get anything. The wine master immediately showed disdain, although Zhang Dao Tian is also a world-shattering talent, he is still much worse than Jing Daoxian. Others think that Zhang Dao Tian defeated Jing Daoxian, but the only time Zhang Dao Tian won Jing Daoxian was to marry Wan Yiqi. How do you say this? Zhou Wen was also a little curious, so he didn't just want to delay time. At the beginning, both Jing Daoxian and Zhang Daotian fell in love with Wan Yiqi, but because Jing Daoxian's character was extremely domineering and sinister, he was a master who did whatever he wanted, and gradually became known as the Big Devil, but Zhang Daotian became the king of heroes. So Wan Yiqi finally chose Zhang Daotian, who represents justice and kindness, but unfortunately, she never thought of it. Speaking of this, the wine master sneered. I didn't expect anything? Zhou Wen asked. I didn't think about her own stumbling block of justice. The wine master said mockingly, on the day after Wan Yiqi and Zhang Daotian got engaged, Wan Yiqi was promoted to the epic level and obtained the Soul of Life, you know her. Soul of Life. What's it called? What's it called? Zhou Wen knew that the wine master just needed someone to respond to his words. Haha, her life and soul turned out to be the Queen of Killing. If Wan Yiqi wants to live, she must kill one person every day to support the Queen of Killing, otherwise the Queen of Killing will attack her master, and as time goes by, the Queen of Killing will the stronger she becomes, the more lives she needs, so Wan Yiqi passively becomes the most evil devil in the world. No matter how unwilling she is in her heart, she has become a stumbling block for justice, became the kind of person she didn't like. Can't kill dimensional creatures? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. No, you can only kill, the Killing Queen only needs human life. The wine master said with a sneer. Wan Yiqi told Zhang Daotian about her life and soul, thinking that Zhang Daotian could help her, but unfortunately, no one can change the power of life and soul. Wan Yiqi still killed people under the influence of the soul, while Zhang Daotian chose to let Wan Yiqi accept the sanctions of federal law. There is such a thing? Why haven't you heard of it? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled. Of course you can't see it in the history books, because when Wan Yiqi was put on trial, to be sentenced to death, Jing Daoxian rushed into the federal building, killing blood in a river, and almost no one survived. When Zhang Daotian came back, I only saw dead bodies all over the ground, only Wan Yiqi was standing there unscathed, and a few bloody characters were written in blood on the snow-white wall behind it. She lives, the Federation lives, she dies, the Federation perishes. For the sake of face, the Federation can only say that Zhang Daotian beat Jing Daoxian away, but it's almost the same. Jing Daoxian was indeed seriously injured in that battle. If it really fought against Zhang Daotian at that time, it's really hard to say who wins and who loses. Since then, the Federation has tried its best to want Jing Daoxian's life, and all kinds of conspiracy methods are used to the extreme, but even so, it still failed to take Jing Daoxian's life. The wine master said. Why didn't Jing Daoxian take Wan Yiqi away? Did she leave her there? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. I don't know if others will take Wan Yiqi away, but Jing Daoxian is such an arrogant guy. Since Wan Yiqi didn't choose him before, no matter what happens now, he will never take Wan Yiqi away. The wine master said lightly. What a weird person. Did Zhang Daotian kill Wan Yiqi in the end? Zhou Wen had forgotten that he was procrastinating, and was completely attracted by the story of the wine master, so he couldn't help asking again. Jing Daoxian is not dead, who would dare to kill Wan Yiqi? At that time, Jing Daoxian really had the ability to slaughter the upper council of the Federation. The wine master glanced at Zhou Wen and said, Don't ask me how Wan Yiqi survived, this I don't know the problem. There are so many people in the Federation, there will always be a way to solve the problem of Wan Yiqi's life and soul, but since then, Wan Yiqi has never appeared in public again. Okay, the story is over, it's almost time for you to hit the road. Your life is about to end, and you can still be so involved in listening to other people's stories. You are also an interesting person. If you are not a spokesperson, you can forgive you. It's a pity not to die, the wine master said and walked over to Zhou Wen. Do you believe me when I say I'm not a spokesperson? Zhou Wen said. Isn't there a mythical companion pet for the spokesperson? The wine master said with disdain. Zhou Wen naturally knows his situation, but he can't think of a good way. In the face of two disparate strengths, it is difficult to think of a plan to change his life. Against the sky, at least Zhou Wen can't think of it now. The only more reliable way, I am afraid, is to pick a longevity fruit from the tree and eat it like the wine master. Maybe you can become as powerful as the wine master. But Zhou Wen always felt that the fruit of longevity was a bit evil. And Jing Daoxian didn't eat it himself, so there might be some side effects. Besides, even if Zhou Wen wanted to eat, Jing Daoxian was not blind. How could he have given him such a chance? You can only try it. Zhou Wen clenched the bamboo knife, moved the magic star wheel, and slashed towards the wine master again. The wine master pressed his finger on the magic star wheel, and the violently rotating knife light was abruptly stopped by his finger, and with a bang, it turned into fragments of light and shadow and dissipated. Banana, immortal, blew a gust of Tian wind at the wine master. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen used a ghost step, rushing towards the longevity tree like a teleport. Bang! The wine master suddenly disappeared, and while avoiding the Tian wind, Zhou Wen was knocked down with a palm from the air, and he could keep up with the speed of ghost. Zhou Wen unloaded his force in the air with the Dragon Gate flying technique and the great demon god's fate, but the force was so strong that he still slammed into the mountain wall, cracked it, and spit out a mouthful of blood. It's such a waste, it's enough for me to play the game many times. Zhou Wen knew that he could only do his best, clenched the bamboo knife tightly, and activated Wang Zisig at the same time. The knife light swept through the void like lightning, and one after another knife light crisscrossed the wine master. With the powerful blessing of Wang Zisig, the flying immortal from the sky was pushed to the extreme by Zhou Wen. But listening to the sound of the symphony of gold and iron, the wine master used his fingers as a sword to block all the slashes of the flying immortals outside the sky. Zhou Wen used up the Feixian from the sky, but he could not hurt the wine master. He gritted his teeth and used the Feixian from the sky for a second time, but he only used half of it. A sword light was hit in Zhou Wen's chest, and the whole person flew upside down. Go out. Falling to the ground, Zhou Wen struggled to sit up. The wound on his chest was still bleeding. If it wasn't for the 2 centimeters between the line of life and death, that sword energy should have penetrated his heart. You're really good. When Jing Daoxian was your age, he didn't have the same strength as you. But the more you do, the less you can live. The wine master raised his palm again, wanting to put it down. Zhou Wen died. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand and took something out from the chaos space. It was a small metal box with a note written to him by Wang Mingyuan. Although he didn't know if the note would be useful to such a terrifying existence as the wine master, but so far, why not try it? Teacher bless. Seeing that the wine master was about to walk in front of him, Zhou Wen took out the note, opened it, and pointed the words kneeling and begging for mercy at the wine master. I saw the wine master swayed and his knees slightly bent, but before Zhou Wen was happy, the wine master's legs were straight again, and he was not able to kneel down. It's over. Even the teacher is not good this time. Zhou Wen felt a chill in his heart, knowing that this time he was afraid of doom. The mere 4 words have the power to suppress the epic peak. Who wrote these words? Zhang Tian? No, his words are not like this. Besides him, who else in the Federation has such power? Jiu Yi looked at the words kneeling and begging for mercy in Zhou Wen's hands, and couldn't help sneering. No matter who you are not qualified to use these words for me. The wine master will always be the master. Saying that, the wine master slapped the palm with a palm, and sent Zhou Wen and the piece of paper flying out. Bang! Zhou Wen slammed into the stone wall again, knocking the stone wall into a big pit. I don't know how many bones were broken in his body, and his internal organs were aching. Now his situation is reversed from that of the previous wine master. The piece of white paper was not shattered, and it fluttered beside Zhou Wen. It seems that there is no help this time. Zhou Wen glanced at the 4 words on the white paper, but after looking at it, he found that there were 3 more words on the paper. These 3 characters are in front of the 4 characters, which are much smaller than the 4 characters kneeling and begging for mercy, but no matter how small, it is impossible to see them now. These 3 characters seem to appear out of thin air, and apart from the small, other than that, the handwriting is still Wang Mingyuan's handwriting. And the character of that kind of character cannot be imitated by others. Good disciple. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhou Wen read the 3 words together with the next 4 words, and his face became strange. Teacher, are you kidding me? What's the use of me kneeling and begging for mercy now? People like Jiu Yi won't let me go because I kneel and beg for mercy? Zhou Wen thought so in his heart, but again I feel that Wang Mingyuan's move must have a deep meaning, and it is impossible for him to do it for no reason. Seeing that the wine master came again, Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and was about to try to see what Wang Mingyuan could do to help him survive. Forgive me. Zhou Wen reluctantly stood up and said, ready to kneel with one leg. Zhou Wen's legs had just been bent, and suddenly he felt a violent and angry emotion in his body erupting like a volcano, followed by a terrifying force that instantly made Zhou Wen's legs straight. When the wine master heard Zhou Wen's words, he was trying to say something mockingly, but his face suddenly changed, the strength of his whole body exploded instantly, and his palms slammed forward together. Boom! I saw Zhou Wen's whole body hanging in the air. His limbs wide open, his hair standing on end, and a kind of bewitching and domineering light appeared all over his body. The light burst out, and the wine master's hands resisted it with all his strength. The powerful force was destroyed in an instant, and the whole person flew out like a kite. Seeing that the wine master fell to the ground and struggled a few times, but was unable to stand up, Zhou Wen's face was full of incredulity, and he could hardly believe his eyes. I'll go. It turns out that the power of Wang Ji's Sai can be activated without passing through my body? Zhou Wen finally realized that the power of Wang Ji's Sai exploded just now, not passing through his body at all, but directly bursting out. In the past, Zhou Wen used Wang Ji's Sai as if he was holding a heavy sword, and he needed to use his own strength to slash. But this time Wang Ji's Sai broke out, but it was like using a pistol. After pulling the trigger, the force was directly launched, and Zhou Wen did not need to exert himself, nor did he need his body to withstand the force. Impossible. Such power no longer belongs to the epic level. The wine master struggled to stand up. His eyes fixed on Zhou Wen, as if he was looking at a monster. It's just that his current situation is not much better than Zhou Wen's. He walks staggeringly, and he has no ability to fight anymore. Zhou Wen was also not much better. He was seriously injured. In addition to the damage to his body caused by the previous use of Wang Ji's Sai, it is now difficult for him to even stand up. Fortunately, I have Banana Immortal. Zhou Wen ordered Banana Immortal to attack the wine master, and Banana Immortal flew towards the wine master immediately. The wine master's face changed slightly, and he forcibly gathered his strength and rushed towards the longevity tree, wanting to go up the longevity tree and pick another longevity fruit. But he had just touched the longevity tree when he saw roots like poisonous dragons rising from the tree, wrapped around the wine master's body, and the tip of the root pierced into the wine master's body, like a blood-sucking poisonous snake. He sucked the wine master in a blink of an eye. Save! The wine master widened his eyes in horror, stretched out a hand with difficulty, and wanted to ask for help, but just after saying a word, the man was pulled into the ground by those tree roots and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Wen's back was chilled when he saw it, and he was more certain that the longevity tree was definitely not a good kind. After a while, Zhou Wen saw a white flower blooming on the longevity tree. The flower bloomed quickly and thanked it quickly. After a while, it withered and drifted away, bearing a fruit that was like a baby plate. Sitting, the whole body is white jade, exuding a seductive fragrance. Zhou Wen stared blankly at the fruit on the tree. For some reason, he felt a little nauseated. The little Prajna Sutra has been repairing Zhou Wen's injured body. Zhou Wen summoned an ordinary Vajra warrior and asked the Vajra warrior to carry him to Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning. Not light, but not dead either. Just passed out in a coma. However, they do not have the ability to heal themselves. They have suffered such serious injuries. If they are not treated quickly, I am afraid that it will be difficult to survive and they may die at any time. Dr. Dark was also seriously injured, and even if he wasn't injured, that guy would only fight poison with poison, and would not heal and save people. Zhou Wen couldn't think of any way to save them. Just as he was sighing, he heard the sound of rustling. The sound came from the direction of the longevity tree. Zhou Wen secretly said that it was not good. He turned his head to look and found that the roots of the longevity tree had come out again, like strips. Like a strange snake, it rolled towards Zhou Wen and the others. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned the demonized general and the sword and shield knight, and let them run to the front hall with Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning. Zhou Wen himself sat on the back of Poison White Shadow, and let Poison White Shadow carry him and fly out. But before they could run out, the tree roots that had been drilled from the ground had already climbed to the exit of the apse, crisscrossing like a spider web, blocking the exit. It's over. I don't know if it's still useful to kneel now. Zhou Wen secretly screamed in his heart, seeing the large tracks off tree roots rolled over. He could only grit his teeth and rush towards the underground fault next to him. Below the fault was a dark red, and there was a sea of bloodworms everywhere, but now Zhou Wen had no choice, and jumped down directly, along with Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning. The roots of the tree seemed to be worried about something, and when they got to the fault, they didn't chase after them. After the three of Zhou Wen fell, they could only rely on the companion pet to kill the hordes of bloodworms, but the number of bloodworms was too large, and they couldn't kill them no matter how hard they were. The three of them had no fighting power, and there were two more in a coma. Bloodworms have already crawled on Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning. When? Zhou Just when Zhou Wen felt powerless, he heard a familiar voice. The strange car. It came here. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and quickly controlled his companion pet to fight those bloodworms. As long as the strange car came over, the three of them would be saved. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the strange car to drive out of a cave. Zhou Wen looked at the strange car, but was surprised to find that there was another person on the strange car. Master Wen, why are you here? Didn't I let Lu Yunxian take care of you and forbid you to enter the ancient battlefield? The person in the strange car was in Sheng. Don't talk about this for now, get Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning into the car, they are about to die. Zhou Wen didn't have the mood to answer Enshing's question, and shouted at Enshing. Enshing jumped out of the blame car and saw that his clothes were neat and his hairstyle was not messed up, obviously not as miserable as Lu Ning thought. Ensheng got Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning onto the strange car, and Zhou Wen also jumped on it and sat in the strange car, panting. Didn't I let you in? Why did you come here again? Ensheng looked at Zhou Wen and said reproachfully. You think I want to come? If it wasn't to give you that damn stone tool, I wouldn't want to come to such a ghost place. Zhou Wen repeated the story. After listening to it, Enshing said in surprise. The stone tool is actually on you. You did a good job. Hurry up and bring the stone tool to me. Without that thing, I can't open the gate of the ancient temple to rescue the lady. Which, there is nothing wrong with the stone tool here, but there is a small problem. Zhou Wen said with a light cough. You won't tell me, did you lose the stone tool again? Enshing looked at Zhou Wen and said. I didn't throw it away, but the stone tool was eaten by one of my companion pets. Now it has turned into a stone egg and is evolving. Zhou Wen took out the stone egg that Di Ting had transformed into. I don't know this thing. Can it be used in place of stone tools? This, I don't know, let's try it. Enshing couldn't be sure, he thought about it and said, give me the stone egg, and then go out. In Sinan's car, this car will keep driving out of the ruins, it should not be. What danger will there be? Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning's injuries also need to be treated, there are no therapeutic companion pets here. You sent Lu Ning out before? Zhou Wen handed the stone egg to Enshing and said. The bloodworms on her body are not easy to deal with, so I have to send her out first. Enshing said after taking the stone egg. What's the matter with you and the wine master? Zhou Wen didn't believe that Enshing would be so careless that he brought a group of people with ulterior motives around and didn't know anything. It's mutual use. The wine master has a plan. I also need someone to attract the attention of the longevity tree at the Hall of Longevity. Enshing carefully collected the stone eggs. Have both Sister Lan and the old principal found? Are they all okay? Zhou Wen asked the question he wanted to know the most. It should be in the temple, but I couldn't open the temple because of the lack of stone tools. Now I have this stone egg. If there is no accident, I should be able to open the temple to rescue them. You can go back. First, I have something to do. Let's talk when I get back. Enshing said, jumped off the strange car, walked towards the cave where the strange car came, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, leaning in the body of Sinan's car, only to feel the pain all over his body. If I had known that I could go directly to the temple to find Xing in Sinan's car, I wouldn't have to be so troublesome, and I almost died. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning, seeing that their situation was very bad, and he didn't know. Can you insist on going back to camp? When the Sinan car returned. The route it took was the same as when it came. After passing through the desert and the ocean, the Sinan car drove out of the underground passage of the ruins. Zhou Wen took Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning back to the camp. Zhao Xian treated their injuries and finally saved their lives. The bloodworms that crawled into them were not enough to be fatal, but because the Dark Doctor was seriously injured, there was no way to do it for now. To help them get rid of bloodworms, they can only be comatose first. Zhou Wen was also seriously injured, but the strength of rejuvenation ivy was limited. Zhou Wen asked Zhao Xian to take care of Lu Yunxian and Lu Ning first, and he used the repairability of Little Prajna Sutra to slowly recover. Lying on the bed and brushing the dungeon, the bat cave was brushed again by Zhou Wen. Although the explosion rate of bats is not high, there are a lot of them. Some things have exploded, but there are no good things. When can a little tiger be popped out, and take the little tiger to the bat cave? The harvest will definitely be much greater. Zhou Wen has never been able to spawn the little tiger, and he is very unhappy. Coming to the underground seaside again, Zhou Wen carefully looked at the sapphire sky, but did not find anything inside. Why isn't there a Sinan car in the game? There was no way to walk in the air. Zhou Wen could only walk on the sea, riding the poisonous white shadow to fly at a low altitude, not daring to fly too high. After flying for a long time, I saw the sea water spray, a black gem-like sea dragon rushed out of the sea, and opened its mouth to swallow Zhou Wen and the white shadow of poison. Its dragon mouth seems to be a black hole with a terrifying suction force, allowing the poisonous white shadow to be sucked in. It has no resistance at all, and it can't fly out even if it struggles. Zhou Wen quickly let poison white shadow use its dark shadow skill, and it was really useful. It turned into a shadow together with the blood-colored villain, and then escaped with the flashing shadow, escaping the swallowing of the dragon's mouth. But soon, in different directions, the heads of several more black dragons came out, opening their mouths to the white shadow of poison and sucking. Zhou Wenxin was like an ancient well without waves, and controlled the blood-colored villain to use the ghost step to jump off the back of the poisonous white shadow, directly into the sea. The poisonous white shadow was bitten by several dragon heads, and could no longer survive. After the blood-colored villain jumped into the sea, Zhou Wen controlled him to dive down quickly, and looked at the bodies of the sea dragons at the same time. Zhou Wen had seen them twice before, and found that the parts of their bodies under the sea meant to be connected together. Now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally take a closer look. As far as he could see, Zhou Wen was surprised to find that it was not a 9-headed dragon. The parts of the 9 black dragons' bodies below the sea were all locked by chains. A chain of black chains passed through their dragon spines, and their bodies were connected to a black chariot. The chariot seemed to be made of metal, with sealed walls and a top cover, and the inside could not be seen. What the heck? When the 9 black dragons move, they will pull the huge metal chariot and walk slowly, so the speed of these black dragons is limited a lot, otherwise they should run faster. A chariot pulled by 9 black dragons, who is qualified to sit on such a chariot? Zhou Wen didn't know if there were any creatures in the chariot. If there were, it would be terrifying. However, looking at the appearance of the chariot, it seems to have been abandoned for a long time. There are a lot of seaweed and other things entangled on it, and some shellfish and coral have taken root on it, which makes the chariot look very strange. Wait, what is that? Zhou Wen's eyes fell on the coral bush of the chariot, but it suddenly lit up. Between the corals, where the water plants are entangled, there is a black gem-like bead. Zhou is very suspicious that the bead is the legendary dragon ball. Or it may be a dragon's egg. If I can get that dragon ball, I don't know if I can use the power of the dragon ball to increase my last attribute to 21 points. Zhou thought about this. And the game screen was already black. A black dragon devoured the blood-colored villain, ending Zhou's game. However, Zhou was not depressed, but was very excited. He seemed to have seen the hope of advancing to the epic level. Those black dragons are likely to be mythical creatures. The dragon balls in the coral nest may be their descendants. If you eat a dragon egg, it should be able to replace the role of the blood of the gods. The most important thing is that the 9 black dragons were chained and attached to the black chariot. Because the chariot was too heavy, the mobility of the 9 black dragons was greatly affected, which gave Zhou a chance to take advantage of it. With the opportunity, there is the possibility of capturing the dragon ball, otherwise Zhou would not be able to survive in front of those mythical creatures. How can I get that dragon ball? Zhou kept thinking in his heart. Although he felt that it was very promising, Zhou tried several times. But each time he couldn't get close to the chariot, he was swallowed by those black dragons. It seems that I need to have a careful plan. I don't know if it's useful to kneel down. Zhou thought to himself. Whether kneeling is still useful in reality, Zhou doesn't know, but it is really useless in the game. Don't ask Zhou why he knows, he will cry if he talks too much. After brushing the dungeons in the camp for a few days, I didn't get the dragon ball, but I brushed a lot of poison bats. The poison attribute has reached 15 points, and a few accompanying eggs of poison bats have also exploded. However, the attributes of poison bats and poison, the white shadow, is far worse, and Zhou used it as food and fed it to his pet. On the 4th day, Xing came back with Ouyang Lan and several other people. Zhou had an ominous feeling in his heart when he saw that there was no old principal among them. Sister Lan. Zhou stepped forward to ask why he didn't see the old principal. Ouyang Lan looked a little tired. He forced himself to smile and said, Xiao Wen, and Xing said that you helped a lot this time, but don't take risks like this again in the future. It's beyond your ability, luck is impossible always by your side. I see, Sister Lan, where's the old principal? Zhou asked quickly. Ouyang Lan's expression darkened. I didn't find it. We found some things of my dad and several other experts in the temple, but we didn't find any trace of them in the temple. When Zhou heard that he couldn't find it, he was in a better mood. If he didn't find it, it meant there was still hope, so Zhou said again, could it be that they were not in the temple and were trapped elsewhere? It shouldn't be. It's easy to enter the temple, but it's difficult to get out. No one outside opens the door, and it's impossible for people inside to come out. My dad and the others have obviously gone deep into the temple, and it shouldn't be possible to come out if no one rescues them. Ouyang Lan shook his head. Zhou was stunned and wanted to ask something, but Xing said, Mrs. has not rested for a long time, let her rest for a while. Zhou had to swallow the words that came to his mouth, and planned to wait a while to find Xing to ask. Everyone went back to the camp together, and before Zhou went to find Xing came to Zhou's tent by himself, and talked about what happened inside. Ouyang Lan and Xing both found the temple along the mark left by the old principal. They did not find the mark left by the old principal in other places. It is certain that the old principal should be in the temple, but they searched the temple and could not find any. The whereabouts of the old principal. The last mark left by the old principal was on the god's case in the temple, indicating that something happened after they got there. But there is already the innermost layer of the temple, there is no other way out, and there is no mechanism that can make people disappear. The old principal seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Wen frowned and said nothing after listening. There must be a problem in the temple, but even well-informed people like Xing and Ouyang Lan couldn't find any clues, so it would be useless for him to go. Don't worry, now a small part of the situation in the ruins battlefield has been detected. With Sinan Che, it is safe to go to the temple. We will find professionals to enter the temple to investigate and find all possibilities. And Xing paused again. Said, but according to the current situation, it's not a matter of a day or two to find Laosheng Ouyang. Madam asked you to go back to school first, so don't waste your time here. Okay, I'll go back, but before I leave, can you take me to the temple once? I want to see it too. Although he knew it was useless to go, Zhou Wen didn't give up even if he didn't take a look. And Xing seemed to have guessed that Zhou Wen would have such a request, and nodded in agreement. The road to the temple is indeed very safe. The Sinan car is a direct train to the temple. It will stop automatically when it arrives at the temple. It needs someone to start it before it will go to the entrance of the ruins. And Xing took Zhou Wen into the temple, because the various dangers in the temple had been discovered, so when Xing took Zhou Wen in, Zhou Wen didn't feel how dangerous it was, and he reached the innermost part of the temple. And Xing showed Zhou Wen the mark left by the old principal, and Zhou Wen looked at the temple for a long time, but found no clues. Although he is very unwilling, Zhou Wen can only choose to go back. It is useless for him to stay here. After returning, he can use his mobile phone to enter the temple to continue exploring, and maybe find clues. However, there is no Sinan car in the game. If Zhou Wen wants to reach the temple, he must first pass through the underground sea, which is also a problem. Zhou Wen probably also knew that the Sinan car in the game was probably parked in front of the temple, because no one started it, so it did not appear. Obviously, the role of Sinanch is to send people out, not bring them in. And Xing sent someone to send Zhou Wen back to Luoyang. After Zhou Wen returned to school, he felt some familiar strangeness. He didn't leave for many days, but he just felt a little uncomfortable. The contrast between surviving on the edge of life and death every day is too great, so that he can't adapt to this contrast immediately. The most urgent task at the moment is to promote Epic as soon as possible, otherwise something will really happen, and it is really difficult to deal with the lack of strength. Zhou Wen wondered how to get the Dragon Ball. Because Dragon Ball is underwater, Dragon Gate flying technique, and air combat technique, has a very poor effect in water. And Ghost Step is also much less effective because of the resistance of the water, which makes Zhou Wen very distressed. I couldn't think of a good way for a while. Zhou Wen went to Wang Mingyuan first, knowing that Wang Mingyuan likes tea, and specially asked Xing to help him buy some good tea to bring with him. Of course, Zhou Wen gave the money himself. Teacher, your note is too life-saving, but I tried it again later. Why is it useless? Zhou Wen took out the note and returned it to Wang Mingyuan respectfully. Later, he tested it several times and found that since the note was used on the wine master, it had no suppressive effect on other dimensional creatures, as if it was just an ordinary note. Have you ever seen a bowl of rice that you can't finish eating? Wang Mingyuan took back the note and said with a smile. Zhou Wen immediately understood. That the power on the note was exhausted. Teacher, then how do you know that if I kneel down and beg for mercy, my fate will respond? Zhou Wen asked his doubts again, but he never told Wang Mingyuan what fate he was. Wang Mingyuan said with a smile, my research includes the technique of viewing people, which can be considered a little success, so I can see 3 or 4 points of your destiny, and I have a sense of your destiny. Arrogance is something I have only seen in my life, and I know that your destiny is extraordinary, that destiny should not be able to endure such humiliation. It may be useful, so let you try this method to see if it works. It seems to be really useful. Try it. Zhou Wen was suddenly speechless. Then, can I still use this trick in the future? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked again, since this trick is so easy to use, there is no need to kneel down, no need to use it in vain. Have you ever heard an idiom called better death than shame? Once you can make your life explode with anger, and if you say it again and again, I'm afraid this anger will be directly vented on you. I don't know if you can bear it. If you can try it out. Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. The man has gold under his knees. I never thought about kneeling, I just asked casually. Zhou Wen shuddered when he thought of the wine master's fate, and said quickly and seriously. The antelopes and birds entrusted to Wang Lu's care were also brought back by Zhou Wen. It is not good to trouble Wang Lu all the time, and this kind of favor will always be repaid, and it will be even more troublesome then. The bird has obviously gained a lot of weight, although it seems to have grown up. Zhou Wen always feels that it has gained weight, not because of growing up. The antelope still looks like it's going to die. It sleeps lazily on the sofa all day long. Except for the food that can arouse its interest, I haven't seen it move. After Zhou Wen consulted Wang Mingyuan, he knew that in the dimensional field of the academy, there is a place called Poison Jiaotan. There is an epic creature Poison Jiao in the lake, and the Poison Jiao has a chance to explode a kind of magic called Dragon Transformation. Primordial Qi Technique, which is a kind of movement technique in the water, which can greatly increase the speed of a person in the water. Zhou Wen's current goal is the Dragon Transformation art, but occasionally only one poisonous dragon will appear in the poisonous flood pool. Basically, when it is discovered, it will be dealt with by the military. And the dimensional field where Du Jiaotan is located is controlled by the military. If the students of the college want to enter, they must apply for a pass from the military. Even if Zhou Wen had a mobile phone to download, he also got the dimensional domain and found the little hand pattern. Looking for Anxing will definitely be able to enter, but looking for Anxing is equivalent to using the way of the Yin family. Zhou Wen doesn't want to do that. So Zhou Wen called Li Xian to see if he could get a pass. Li Xian didn't know much about it, so he just said that he asked the relationship first, and if he could get it, he would quote a price and let Zhou Wen see if it was suitable. In the end, Zhou Wen spent 30,000 yuan to get the pass, which was a one-time use and could not stay in it for more than 48 hours. Old Zhou, what are you doing in the underground Ziqing? Although there are many rare alien creatures there, they are all epic-level big guys. Now it is very difficult to kill them, and it is not safe. They are usually from the academy. Only when the tutor needs a special companion pet will he apply to go there. Li Xian said with the pass to Zhou Wen. I want to go to Poison Jiaotan to take a look. I heard that there is a poisonous dragon there, which can burst out the vitality of the water body. I am very interested in that, Zhou Wen said. As soon as Li Xian heard this, he waved his hands again and again. You said you want to pass there, and I also studied the situation there. The poisonous snake you mentioned, let alone the legendary level, can't kill it, even if you can kill it, you have no chance. Legendary snakes A. 1,000-year-old Jiao Jiao, 1,000-year-old Jiao Jiao, and 1,000-year-old dragon. Although the poisonous Jiaoyu did not transform into a dragon, it was a top-level existence in the epic level, and it was poisonous. Even the water in the poisonous Jiaotan was extremely poisonous, a general epic level. There is no way to enter the poison Jiao pond, let alone killing poison Jiao, let alone us. I'm just going to have a look. I can do it if I can, but forget it if I can't. It's a long-term experience. Zhou Wen sent Li Xian away, and took the pass, to underground Ziqing. The soldiers guarding the underground Ziqing saw that one of Zhou Wen's students was going to enter Ziqing. So they kindly reminded, classmate, although there are not many dimensional creatures in Ziqing, they are all epic, and each has its own uniqueness. If it's all right, it's best not to go in. Thank you for the reminder. I just go in and have a look, not far. Zhou Wen thanked. After turning in the pass, Zhou Wen passed the checkpoint and arrived in front of underground Ziqing. The surrounding area of Ziqing was submerged by water, but the water was not deep. The deepest point was only about 1 meter. From the shallow place, you could see the ground. There were many plants growing in the water. In the distance, you can see an underground ancient city. The city wall has long been modeled, and it seems to have experienced the ruthless destruction of the years. Zhou Wen heard that there are many water monsters in Ziqing. In addition to the poisonous dragon, there are often various water-based dimensional creatures infested, but the outside of the city is actually fine. Most of the powerful dimensional creatures are in the city. Outside there is a cement bridge built later, which leads to the gate of Ziqing. As soon as Zhou Wen stepped on the bridge, he heard that someone came to Ziqing again, but he was slightly startled. When he looked around, the person who was walking from the checkpoint turned out to be his mentor, the princess. Although the princess introduced Zhou Wen to Wang Mingyuan to study, according to Theskel's system, Zhou Wen still belongs to the princess class. The princess was obviously a little surprised when she saw Zhou Wen. After completing the formalities, she walked over to the bridge and looked at Zhou Wen and asked, "Why did you come here? This place is too dangerous for students. Mr. Wang Mingyuan asked me to come here to have a look. It can be considered as observation and study. I will look outside and not go in," Zhou Wen said in the name of Wang Mingyuan, lest the princess say anything more. "Since it's observational study, then come with me. Anyway, I'm also your tutor. You can't just let Uncle Mingyuan teach you. I'll give you a lesson today," the princess said, and walked along the bridge to walk in the direction of the city gate. I really just came to the door to have a look. I don't want to go in." Zhou Wen was depressed, but he couldn't say it, so he had to walk behind the princess. While walking, Zhou Wen looked at the city gate of Ziqing under the city, trying to see if he could find the little hand pattern. This time, Zhou Wen's luck was really good. At a glance, he saw a small hand pattern printed next to the plaque on the city gate, and the small hand was engraved with an ancient hieroglyph water. Zhou Wen quickly took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the small hand pattern on the city gate. After seeing it, the princess said, "Why are you taking pictures of the city gate?" "I will take a good picture when I encounter a dimensional creature. It is best to take a picture and go back slowly." Research, water-based dimensional creatures are now the main topic of the major colleges in the Federation, and it will be very helpful to go to sea in the future. Zhou also knows that the Federation has always wanted to conquer overseas, but because the situation at sea is different from that on land, so far, there are not many people who can really go to sea. However, some experts predicted that the era of great sailing will soon come. Because of this prediction, the price of the companion eggs that are related to the water system has risen a lot, and some have increased by more than 10 times, but it has been 20 to 30 years, and the so-called era of great sailing still has no effect. It is still extremely dangerous for people to go out to sea, and even the epic level does not dare to go out to sea easily. After downloading the copy of Ziqing, Zhou felt a lot more relaxed. He was not so afraid of those epic creatures. After entering Ziqing, I found that the streets here were more seriously flooded, and most of the houses were submerged in half, which is a flooded city. Whoa! As soon as the two entered Ziqing, they saw a wave of water appearing not far ahead, and it seemed that something in the water was rapidly approaching them. There are two kinds of water system dimensional creatures that are more common in Ziqing. Pay attention to the fluctuation of the water waves. If the angle of the water waves is only about 30 degrees, then you have to be careful. Strong lightning power. Lightning is easy to conduct in the water. The best way to encounter a thunder eel is to get out of the water. It is best to have the ability to fly. If you don't have the ability to fly, choose a building to jump on. In short, you must not stay in the water unless you are sure to use your body to carry epic lightning. If the angle of the water waves is about 50 degrees, it is an epic saber-toothed fish. Its attack power is very strong, but its IQ is too low. For an epic powerhouse, it can basically be regarded as a benefit. The princess patiently explained to Zhou Wen. She already knew from Ouyang Lan about Zhou Wen's actions in the Zhuolu battlefield. Although Ouyang Lan was very worried about the old principal, she still mentioned Zhou Wen many times, and told the princess to help her take care of Zhou Wen. For a special genius like Zhou Wen, the princess believes that she is incapable of teaching, but there is no problem in teaching him some practical experience. After all, the princess has really been a soldier before and participated in many battles. It's very easy to deal with saber-toothed fish, because his attack power is very strong. But he has no brains. You just need to dodge its attack like this, and then give it a knife. As the princess spoke, saber-toothed fish seemed to be the torpedo generally arrived in front of her, and the speed in the water was astonishingly fast. The princess figure just flickered slightly, then she drew her sword in her hand and slashed upwards. After crossing the saber-toothed fish, a wave of blood appeared in the waters behind her, and soon she saw a bloody wave of more than 2 meters. The long, slender strange fish floated up with its white belly turned over, obviously dead. It was the first time Zhou Wen saw the princess make a move. The sword skills were fast, precise, and elegant, giving people a feeling of walking between life and death calmly. He was indeed an epic master. The princess put the sword back into the scabbard, turned her head, and said to Zhou Wen, "But if you want to do this, you must wait for the saber-toothed fish to get close enough, at least, until it rushes within 1 meter of you, and then quickly dodge. You can't give it time to react. If you don't have the confidence to avoid it at such a close distance, you should just jump to the wall. And don't fight it head-on, understand?" "Understood." Zhou Wen nodded and replied. These experiences of the princess are all obtained from actual combat. For ordinary people, these experiences may be exchanged for their lives. Zhou now has banana. Immortal in his body, and ordinary epic creatures can't help him. As long as he doesn't deliberately seek death, there is not too much danger in Zicheng. Teacher, where are you going? Zhou asked the princess who was walking in front. Although he had banana immortal, he didn't want to take too much risk. Don't worry, I'm just walking around. I heard that there is a thunder eel here recently. I just want a thunder eel companion pet, so I will try my luck, the princess said. Only then did Zhou feel relieved, as long as she didn't go to places like Poison Jiaotan, nothing would happen. The princess walked on the roofs of those buildings with Zhou but kept her eyes on the water below, looking for traces of thunder eels. The thunder eel was not found, but a saber-toothed fish was found. The princess looked at Zhou and asked, would you like to try it? I heard that you already have the ability to kill epic creatures. No need, I'm not good at fighting in the water. Zhou shook his head and said, although the princess has clearly demonstrated the skills of killing saber-toothed fish, Zhou still feels that since he can safely hunt in the game, it is unnecessary. Take your own life to learn from experience. Zhou didn't kill the saber-toothed fish, and the princess didn't say much. After all, she also heard about it from Ouyang Lan, and also knew that Ouyang Lan listened to Anxing, and Anxing listened to Lu Yunxian, so the princess felt how much of it. It's a bit of an exaggeration. After all, Ouyang Lan was very optimistic about Zhou. After going through the ruins battlefield, he will definitely value him more, and it is understandable that there are some beautification elements when he says it. You're right not to try it. Killing saber-toothed fish also requires experience. You watch it, and I'll demonstrate it again. The princess jumped into the water as she spoke, standing on the surface without sinking. Pretty awesome. Feeling the fluctuation of the water surface, the ripples in the water suddenly rushed towards the princess. It looked very fast, and it seemed that something was not right. The princess frowned slightly, as if she realized something. Whoa! The water splashed everywhere, and a 4-meter-long golden saber-toothed fish jumped up from the water, stabbing the princess like a sharp sword passing through the sky. On the body of the golden saber-toothed fish, a golden light and shadow can also be seen. Is it a mutant saber-toothed fish? The princess's eyes narrowed, and she pulled out the long sword in her hand, slashing out a sword rainbow, and facing the mutant saber-toothed fish. When the sword lights collided, and many sword lights appeared on the golden saber-toothed fish. The princess tapped the water with her toes, dodged and avoided the attack of the saber-toothed fish, and fought with the saber-toothed fish. Zhou watched the battle and found that the golden saber-toothed fish was much stronger than the average saber-toothed fish, especially its sword light, which could smash various vitality techniques. The princess' swordsmanship was very delicate. But the sword light touched the sword light on the toothfish was smashed, and the golden saber-toothed fish could not be hurt. However, the princess' movement was elegant and fast. Although the sword light of the saber-toothed fish was fast, it couldn't hurt her, but the scene stalemate. Zhou watched it for a while, and then he probably knew the weakness of the golden saber-toothed fish. Although the princess was no weaker than the saber-toothed fish, and the companion pets she owned were of high quality, she did not have the ability to restrain the golden saber-toothed fish. Stalemate. However, the level of the princess is obviously stronger than that of the golden saber-toothed fish, and she will definitely be able to kill the saber-toothed fish, but it will take more time. Seeing that the fight could not be finished in a while, Zhou simply sat on the roof, took out his mobile phone, and played games while waiting for the princess to kill the golden saber-toothed fish. Seeing that Zhou was sitting there and playing a game, the princess was so mad that she was not mad at him, so she could only vent her anger with the golden saber-toothed fish, but the golden saber-toothed fish was a bit tricky and could not be solved for a while. Just when the princess was depressed, she suddenly saw a water wave appearing on the long street in the distance. The opening angle of the water wave was extremely small, and it seemed to be a sharp arrow coming here. Thunder eel? The princess was shocked. She still had enough strength to deal with a golden saber-toothed fish, but with a thunder eel, it was a little more difficult. However, the princess thought about it. This is also a good opportunity to educate Zhou and let Zhou see how to win against 1-against-2 in a disadvantageous situation. Zhou also saw the new water wave. According to the knowledge taught by the princess, he recognized that it was a thunder eel, and quickly got up to help. But I heard the princess say loudly, in the actual combat in the dimensional field, you often encounter situations that are very unfavorable to you, especially being besieged by dimensional creatures. This is a situation you often encounter. Learn how to deal with unfavorable situations. The situation is very important for you to survive in the dimensional field. In the future, you are optimistic. I will now demonstrate how to use positioning and involvement to deal with more than two-dimensional creatures. Hearing what the princess said, Zhou sat down again, and was really not playing games, staring at the battle on the princess side. Child, watch your tutor's performance carefully. The princess took a deep breath in her heart, tapped the water with her toes, and avoided the sword light of the saber-toothed fish like a graceful fairy. Thunder eel coming. The thunder eel jumped violently to the surface of the water, and I saw that it was an eel that was more than 5 meters long. The whole body was flickering with silver light, as if silver lightning was beating on the scales of the fish. The princess looked at it, and her heart suddenly stunned, because ordinary thunder eels are all cyan. This thunder eel turned out to be silver, and the thunderbolt is also a strange silver, not normal cyan. Obviously this is another mutant. What's going on? The princess felt something was wrong. Usually it is not easy to find one mutant dimensional creature, but now there are two at once, which is too evil. The key is that the princess has never encountered mutant thunder eels before, and she does not know anything about mutant thunder eels. Can you deal with two epic mutant creatures at the same time? Boom! The silver thunderbolt on the mutant thunder eel exploded and hit the princess sword light. The sword light shattered immediately, and then the princess saw silver lightnings falling from the sky. Zhou stared intently at the battle between the princess and the two mutant fishes, watching the princess move like a fairy, constantly dodging and moving on the surface of the water, dodging the attacks again and again, and couldn't help but admire. The mentor is the instructor. It is really extraordinary, but this movement technique is above my Dragon Gate flying technique. It seems that I still need to work harder. Zhou had never seen a thunder eel before, and he didn't know that this one was a mutant thunder eel. He thought that the princess was deliberately showing her movement skills and delicate positioning to show him. The Wangfei can't tell how hard it is now. The mutant thunder eel is more difficult to deal with than she imagined. The silver lightning is extraordinary, and it can spread over a large area in the water, coupled with the extremely fast speed, so that the Wangfei is always chasing, not on the mutant thunder eel. One is that he can't be killed, and the other is that he can't catch up. Although the princess has all the skills, it is difficult to use it for a while. She can only face the bombardment of large pieces of lightning and sword light, and constantly move to dodge. There is no chance to fight back. Intention to retreat. Temporarily, but the words just now have been said in front of Zhou Wen, and it is too shameless to retreat now. At first, the princess wanted to rely on her own ability to find a way to kill the two mutant companion pets, but she soon discovered that it was almost impossible. The mutant saber-toothed fish can also tear its sword light through continuous attacks again and again, but the mutant thunder eel actually possesses the escape technique of both hydropower and electricity. The environment, the distance of kilometers nearby, is almost instantaneous, and the princess can't keep up with its speed. She wanted to lay down the sword light to stop the electric eel, but the mutant saber-toothed fish shredded the sword light she put down, and it couldn't form an effective combat force at all. On the contrary, it was the lightning attack of the mutant thunder eel, which caused a lot of trouble for the princess. The lightning flashed in the water and could not be touched at all. There were also lightning strikes in the air, making her dodging quite difficult. If it is on land, she can also summon companion pets to help, but now, except for flying companion pets, other companion pets will be stunned as soon as they enter the water, and it is useless to summon them. For a time, the princess was in a very embarrassing situation, not fighting, not retreating, and she was extremely conflicted in her heart. Although Zhou Wen didn't understand the princess' complicated mood very well, his talent in fighting was still very good, and he soon saw that the princess' situation was not good. It can no longer be described as a disadvantage. If the battle continues, I am afraid that the princess' life will be in danger. I didn't have time to think about it. I summoned the banana fan, saw the opportunity for the mutant saber-toothed fish to jump out of the water, and slapped it with a fan. Wang Fei saw the mutant saber-toothed fish rushing towards with a sword light like a halo, and was about to dodge, but a gust of wind suddenly swept across the sky. The water surface was swept up by waves several meters high. If the water had not bottomed out, the waves would have been much higher. The wind swept the water waves directly against the mutant saber-toothed fish, and immediately rolled the saber-toothed fish into the air, and sprayed the water below it for a long time, like a water column reaching the sky. What's even more amazing is that the water column turned into ice, and it was frozen in the air like that, and even the mutant saber-toothed fish was frozen in the water column, which looked very strange. The princess was slightly startled, turned her head to look in the direction where the cold wind was blowing, and saw Zhou Wen standing on the roof with a jasper-like palm fan in her hand. When she looked over, Zhou Wen had just put the fan on her chest. It seems to be quite elegant. Zhou Wen really has the ability to kill epic-level creatures. The power of this fan is too strong, right? Even in the epic level, there are not many people who can use this level of attack. Wang Fei's expression changed. Is extremely complex. However, after all, the princess had experienced strong winds and waves. She was just stunned for a moment, and then she immediately came back to her senses and avoided the attack of the mutant electric eel. Without the containment of the mutant saber-toothed fish, it was much easier for the princess to deal with the mutant thunder eel. Zhou Wen didn't help anymore, but now the princess has completely lost the mood she wanted to show before, and just wanted to get rid of this mutant electric eel quickly. It's not that Zhou Wen doesn't want to help, but that Tian wind has exhausted his vitality, and he needs to rest for a while before he can use it a second time. However, even if it is used a second time, it is probably useless. The electric water dual system escape technique of the mutant thunder eel is too fast, and the Tian wind may not be able to catch up with it. The princess vented all her depression on the mutant thunder eel. Sword lights shot out one after another, forming afterimages in the air. Soon Zhou discovered that those afterimages were not real afterimages, but one after another. The sword light entity remaining in the air. Just now, the mutated saber-toothed fish collided with the sword light. The sword-toothed fish could not be saved, and they were all smashed. Now there is no mutated saber-toothed fish. The sword-toothed fish formed a net of swords in the air, full of wounds. The mutant saber-toothed fish was solved neatly, but the princess couldn't be proud of it. Teacher, your movement and swordsmanship are really exquisite. Can I learn from you? Zhou looked at the princess sincerely and asked. The princess frowned and looked at Zhou, wondering if Zhou was mocking her. Although Zhou's EQ is not high, he can see that the princess's eyes are not right, and he quickly explained, my main training direction is movement, but compared to your teacher, it is still a lot worse. I don't know if you can tell me, what is the name of the movement technique you use, and what kind of other dimensional creatures are you looking for to be able to explode vitality skills? Seeing that Zhou was very sincere, the princess didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. I thought so many ways before, hoping that Zhou could follow her to study hard, but it turned out to be useless. But who would have thought that under such circumstances, Zhou would have the idea of learning from her? This kind of movement is unique to our family, and it is difficult for outsiders to learn. Zhou wanted to learn from her, but the princess was a little embarrassed. This kind of movement technique is the secret of the Wang family. It requires the combination of 3 different movement techniques and vitality skills to be able to practice it. Moreover, the crystals of the 3 vitality skills are also unique to the Wang family's dimensional field, and it is impossible for outsiders to use them. Arrive. So that's the case, then I'll look at other movement techniques. Zhou was slightly disappointed. The princess movement technique was indeed stronger than his Dragon Gate flying technique, and it was more practical. But since it was a secret biography of the Wang family, Zhou could only give up. Seeing Zhou's disappointed expression, the princess felt a little uncomfortable. She used to want Zhou to learn from her, but Zhou didn't. Now Zhou wants to learn, but she can't teach. You are my student and a disciple recognized by Uncle Mingyuan. You are not an outsider, so let's go back and discuss with the elders of the family. Maybe there is a chance. The princess thought for a while and said, I don't want to just miss an opportunity to teach. Zhou. Thank you, mentor, if it's too troublesome, forget it. Zhou didn't really want to trouble the princess. Let's talk about it when the time comes. This matter may not be able to be done. The princess didn't say much, because she really wasn't sure about this matter. If it weren't for the fact that the person who wanted to learn was Zhou, the princess wouldn't even try to fight for it. The mutant saber-toothed fish and the mutant thunder eel were dragged up, and it turned out that they all had a companion egg in their bodies, and 2 companion eggs burst out at once. This is yours. The princess gave Zhou the companion egg of the mutant saber-toothed fish, and put away the companion egg of the mutant thunder eel herself. Zhou thought that he had really contributed, so he was not polite. He put away the mutant saber-toothed fish companion eggs, and planned to find a way to hatch them after he went back. When the poisonous Jiaotan was planted to kill the poisonous Jiaolong, it might come in handy. In the cafeteria of Mingqing College, a boy with short black hair was eating quietly. A girl came over, sat opposite him, and said excitedly, Mingxiu, I got an exchange student. Quota to go to Sunset College. Once I can go to Sunset Academy with you. Is it worth the joy? To go to Sunset Academy? The boy raised his head and glanced at the girl, seemingly puzzled. Of course it's something to be happy about, that's Sunset Academy. The best academy in Luoyang's territory is not only in Luoyang, but there are many outstanding geniuses in the entire Federation who want to study at Sunset Academy. It is the dream of many students to be able to go there. Having said that, the girl rolled her eyes and said, with a blink of an eye, of course, I am so happy not because I can go to Sunset Academy to study, but because I can go to Sunset Academy with you and watch you defeat those in Sunset Academy. Let them know who is the strongest genius here. There are many geniuses, but I have never been a genius. Mingxiu said lightly. I know that you are relying on your own efforts, but it is undeniable that in the eyes of outsiders, you are an uncompromising genius, and the strongest genius in the history of our Mingqing Academy. If your father was not the principal of Mingqing, you would not go to school here. You should be in a prestigious school like Sunset and Covenant. Wherever you go, you won't be worse than any of them and you'll be better. The girl looked at Mingxiu and said excitedly. Excellent? Mingxiu shook her head slightly, reached out and rubbed the girl's head. I like to eat the lunch you made in the sun, rather than going to Sunset Academy. I know, how many times have you said it? It's not that I've been training hard recently, and I want to get a place to go to Sunset Academy with you. How can I have time to make lunch boxes? Now I've got the qualifications, I'll give it to you at noon tomorrow. What a glutton. The girl said helplessly. At the same time, Sunset College is also discussing the exchange students of Mingxiu College. Mingqing College and Sunset College have a deep relationship, so Mingqing College will have some places for students of Mingqing College to study at Sunset College for a semester. That is 3 months. Speaking of communication, in fact, it is to let them learn advanced knowledge and theories. Sunset College will send its students to guide them one-on-one in their study and life. This is the number of tutors for this year. Do you have any comments? Said the executive vice principal, pointing to the documents in front of the teachers. The princess picked up the list and looked at it, and asked in surprise, why? Is Zhou Wen's name? Wasn't the tutoring student used to be students in the 3rd grade or above? Zhou Wen is only in the 1st grade, so it shouldn't be his turn, right? The executive vice principal squinted his eyes and smiled. Zhou Wen is the top 10 in our school's unified examination, and he once defeated John and won honor for our college. If even he is not qualified, few students in our college are qualified already. The princess didn't want Zhou Wen to waste time and energy on being a tutor, and wanted to fight for it again, but before she could speak, the executive vice principal waved his hand. This matter has been decided, and there is no need to discuss it any further. Seeing that the principal was so determined, the princess had to swallow her words. After the meeting was over, the principal left the princess alone without waiting for the princess to go to the executive vice principal. This matter was requested by the lady herself by calling. The executive vice principal said to the princess, Sister Lan? The princess was slightly startled, but since it was Ouyang Lan's request, she had nothing to say. After all, she was only Zhou Wen's teacher, and Ouyang Lan was Zhou Wen's current mother in name. The princess picked up the list again, glanced at Zhou Wen's one-on-one tutor, and saw the words Mingxiu written on it. Mingxiu, could it be the one from the Ming family? What is Sister Lan trying to do? The princess looked at the word Mingxiu with a gloomy expression on her face. In the copy of Underground Zicheng, Zhou controlled the blood-colored villain and ran all the way to the direction of Poison Jiaotan. The number of dimensional creatures in Zicheng is relatively small, and 2 saber-toothed fish were encountered along the way, but they were all ordinary saber-toothed fish, and it was very easy to kill. Taking advantage of the invincible characteristics of the Overlord's spear attack, he was killed with 1 shot, but nothing burst out. The Poison Pond was originally a pond built in the city. After the city was flooded, the pond was not completely submerged due to its relatively high location, and the square and stone fence beside it remained above the water. The blood-colored villain stood in front of the stone fence and looked at the Poison Jiao pond below. He couldn't help frowning. The water in the Poison Pond was actually black. Even if he jumped into the water, he would not be able to see anything. First, he summoned an ordinary Vajra warrior, and let it enter the poison flood pool to test the water to see if he could lead the poison flood out. The King Kong leasher fell into the water and sank with a thud. After waiting for a while, there was no response in the pool, but the game indicated that the King Kong leasher was dead, and the poisonous dragon did not appear. Zhou summoned a few more companion pets into the water, and the results were the same. When they went down, the movement was quite loud, but after a while, the sound disappeared, but the poisonous dragon did not appear. There was no way. Zhou could only let the ghost bride go down to try it. She was a ghost and would not be affected by the poisonous water, so she floated directly into the lake. Although the ghost bride was unaffected, the pool was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. I didn't know how deep it was. The ghost bride dived a few hundred meters down, but it didn't reach the end, and no poisonous dragon was found. The ghost bride has been diving for nearly 1,000 meters, and finally reached the bottom, and there is not much space below. Strange, where did the poisonous dragon go? Haven't it been refreshed yet? Zhou wondered. This is a game, only. Zhou is the player himself, there should be no problem of not refreshing. Zhou let the ghost bride go around again, but still found nothing. Strange. Zhou had no choice but to go to the school's website to check the information about the poisonous Jiao. There is still a lot of information about the poisonous dragon. After all, it is similar to the existence of a dragon. Many tutors have tried to explode the poisonous dragon as a companion pet. However, there are very few people who can really kill the poisonous flood dragon. The poisonous flood dragon is also known as the latent flood dragon. And the poisonous water in the poison pond is extremely poisonous. Let alone humans, even some companion pets that are inherently poisonous are difficult to survive in the poison pond. One of the instructors wrote a guide on how to lure the poisonous dragon. The most important point mentioned is that although the poisonous dragon is a creature in the water, it likes to eat birds, especially bird eggs. As long as you get some bird's egg liquid and apply it on the stone fence, you can draw out the poisonous dragon. If you can't find the bird's egg, the egg is also fine, but the amount should be larger. At least 7 or 8 pounds. Luring out the poisonous dragon is just the first step, because most epic level powerhouses simply can't bear the poison of poisonous dragons. Is there a bird's egg in the game? I don't have a bird's egg on my body, but there is one stone egg. I don't know how long it will take to hear it. Zhou was slightly depressed. In reality, there are only companions. Only things like eggs can get into the game, ordinary items can't get into the game. In reality, if you go to Poison Jiaotan, you can directly take the bird there. It may be useful to tie it up as a lure, but in this game, where can you go to find the bird and the egg? Zhou was thinking about how to get it. When I was laying eggs, I heard the noise outside and didn't know what to do. Zhou didn't want to pay attention to what was going on outside, but when he heard Li Xian calling his name, he had to open the door, and suddenly saw Li Xian standing outside the yard, and there were many people around him, most of them from the Four Seasons garden admissions. Even Wang Lu was among them. What they were talking about around Li Xian, and Li Xian had a smug look on his face. Beside him was a companion pet, wearing a leaf coat, holding a wooden bow, wings on his back, and pointed ears. Zhou, let's take a look at my new elf companion pet. Although the elf shooter produced in the life forest of the authentic Western district is only legendary, the price is much more expensive than the general epic level, and because of the scarcity, there are some money may not be able to buy it. Li Xian showed off the special recruits next to them. All looked envious, and seemed to agree with Li Xian's words. What special abilities does she have? Zhou felt that ordinary legendary companion pets would be useless to him unless they had special abilities. Such a pet doesn't need any ability, just take it with you and watch it, Li Xian said. Many students next to him nodded in agreement, and then felt that Li Xian was right. It's nothing, I'll go back to play games. Zhou didn't see the use of carrying such a companion pet. Li Xian quickly followed Zhou into the small building. Old Zhou, this thing is just a decoration, it's really useless, but a batch of top-quality companion eggs has been brought to Luoyang recently in the Western District. This elf shooter is just one of them. It's a gift from others. We invite Li going to participate in the companion egg auction. Are you interested in going to see it together? Li Xian said. I don't have any money, what can I do? Let's play games at home. Zhou shook his head. Don't accompany me to go around, just take it as a long-term experience. After all, the companion pets in the West District are still hard to see here. I heard that there are dragons, angels, demons, and some elemental companions in it. Egg. Li Xian said again. No. Zhou refused directly. Don't be so heartless. It's a big deal, I'll pay you for your appearance. Li Xian knew that Zhou was short of money, so he tempted. But Zhou lack of money was a thing of the past. Now he has enough money invested, and his demand for money is not so high. Why do you have to take me there? Zhou asked. Li Xian smiled embarrassedly. The last time I bought Thor, it was you who was with me and helped me make up my mind, so I could have such good luck. This time I will definitely get a few more companion pets. I go with me, and I feel at ease. Did you take me as a mascot? I don't have that ability. If you really want to get lucky, you should invite Wang Lu to go with you. Zhou rolled his eyes at him. Hearing Wang Lu's name, Li Xian said depressedly, Wang Lu will also participate. But she is buying companion eggs for herself, so we can be regarded as competitors. Just come with me, I will not let you buy Pow. Look back on what companion pet you fancy, as long as it's not too expensive, I'll take it for you as hard work. Zhou didn't ask for the hard work, but he still agreed to go to the auction with Li Xian. And the place where the companion eggs were auctioned was actually the Shiyuan crystal store. Qin Shiyuan store? Zhou thought of that store, and immediately thought of the string of mysterious numbers and the locked companion pet. Originally thought that after rescuing the old principal, he could get the answer, but who knew that he did not find the old principal in the ruins battlefield? The Yin family has sent a lot of experts into the temple to search, and Xing will send messages to him about the progress there from time to time. According to Xing, there seems to be some problems in the temple. According to the inference of an ancient architect, according to the layout of the temple, the part they reached should only be the front hall, and there should be an inner hall behind it. I am afraid that the old principal and the others are trapped in the inner hall. It's just that they haven't found a way to enter the inner hall, and the research work there is still going on. Zhou Wen also wanted to enter the temple to see in the game, but unfortunately he couldn't get through the underground sea, and he couldn't get to the temple. Let's go to the epic level first. Zhou Wen couldn't find a bird's egg in the game, and he couldn't even get an egg, so he had to find a way by himself. In the reeds outside Ziqing, there were some low-level bird-dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen caught a few live ones, and then hung them on the stone fence of the poison Jiao pond to bleed. This trick really worked. After a while, I saw bubbles gushing out from the poisonous pond, and the few bird-dimensional creatures shivered one by one, seeming to be very frightened. Whoa! I saw the surface of the water suddenly burst open, and a dimensional creature that looked like a snake, but not a snake, like a dragon, but not a dragon stretched out. Half of its body from the poisonous pool, opened its mouth to suck at the birds that were bleeding, and sucked them all directly into the mouth. Say it is a snake, it has claws, say it is a dragon. But it has no horns on its head, it looks very strange. Zhou Wen was not in the mood to be pleased with its appearance, so Immortal Banana directly blew a sip of the Tian wind. The violent and icy Tian wind rolled up the poisonous dragon along with a large amount of poisonous water, and froze it in the air. Bang! The poisonous dragon, which was frozen into ice cubes, fell out of the poisonous dragon pool and landed on the square. It was replaced by a general epic creature, which had already been frozen to death. This poisonous dragon did not die, but it was frozen to death, fell to the ground and was difficult to move. Zhou Wen went up with the bawang gun to make up a few shots, and stabbed the poisonous dragon alive. Isn't it as powerful as the legend? Zhou Wen felt that those strategies were a bit exaggerated, and it was quite easy to kill the poisonous dragon. But he didn't think about it, how many people in the world could have a mythical banana fairy? How could it be so easy to kill the poisonous dragon without the banana fairy? Ding! The body of the poison Jiao exploded, and a crystal fell out. Zhou Wen saw it, and it was a crystal with the light and shadow of the poison Jiao, which was obviously a skill crystal. Luck is here. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and quickly let the blood-colored villain pick up the crystal. Poison Jiao crystal, absorption requires 21 points of strength and 14 points of poison. The system gave a hint that Zhou Wen's attributes were just up to standard, and his poison attribute was still rich, so he chose to absorb it directly. I saw that the poisonous flood dragon crystallized into black qi and melted into the blood-colored villain's body. At the same time, Zhou Wen felt a numb and painful breath circulating in his body, and he almost cried out in pain. After a while, the feeling gradually disappeared, and a new vitality cycle formed in his body. Absorb the poisonous dragon crystals and comprehend the epic vitality technique Poison Dragon Finger. Isn't it the dragon transformation art? Zhou Wen was depressed for a while. But it wasn't the dragon transformation art he needed, and the poisonous dragon finger had never been heard of any use. Looking closely, it turned out to be a piece of stuff. Zhou Wen tried the poison dragon finger. When He used it, his left middle finger turned black. Other than that, there didn't seem to be any other changes. No strong fingers, there is no explosive power, and it looks unremarkable, making people unbelievable that this is an epic vitality skill. This looks too weak, doesn't it? It's only useful if you have to directly touch your opponent with your fingers? It's already an epic vitality skill, yet it's still so low-end? Zhou Winnie pointed on the stone fence and found that this finger not only looks very ordinary, but also has no special effect. The strength bonus is very low. It is not much stronger than the mortal level Vajra finger. Poison Dragon finger has the word poison, so it should win with poison, right? Find a living creature and try it later. Zhou Wen could only comfort himself like this, first exited the dungeon of underground Ziqing and switched to Zhuolu battlefield. It didn't take long for Zhou Wen to encounter a scorpion. This time, Zhou Wen used the poisonous dragon finger to deal with the scorpion. As a result, after pointing the middle scorpion, the scorpion was unscathed, but there was a black spot the size of a fingertip on his body. Zhou Wen originally hoped that the black spot could have any special changes, such as directly festering and poisoning the scorpion, so he stared at the black spot on the scorpion. But who knew that after a while, the black spot disappeared, and it disappeared like that, but the scorpion was still alive and well, and there was nothing at all. I believe in your evil. Zhou Wen was completely speechless. Such a vitality skill even deserves to be called epic, which is simply an insult to the word epic. Zhou Wen had nothing to do. He first brushed the little tiger once, and then the underground sea again. After he died successfully, he entered the underground Ziqing to brush the poisonous Jiao, and he would not stop until the dragon transformation art was used. With experience, knowing how to lure the poisonous dragon out, it will be much easier to kill it. There is no absolutely invincible dimensional creature in this world, even a companion pet with a mythical foundation, such as Banana Fairy, as long as you know her characteristics. There is a way to break it. The principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint is very useful in the battle between companion pets and dimensional creatures. I don't know if Zhou Wen really transferred it recently. After killing the poisonous Jiao again, the crystal of vitality skills exploded again, making Zhou Wen himself a little unbelievable. God bless, this time should be the dragon transformation art, right? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked the blood-colored Dylan to pick up the poisonous Jiao crystal. The absorption conditions are the same as before. There are requirements for strength and toxin properties. After the blood-colored villain absorbs the poisonous dragon crystals, the system pops up a prompt again. Absorb the poisonous dragon crystals and understand the poisonous dragon finger too. I'll go to your sister. This has a sequel? Zhou Wen felt that he was about to explode. With such a weak vitality skill, he even exploded too. Consecutively. He didn't know whether to say good luck or bad luck. It is good. At this point, Zhou Wen had nothing to do. He went to the subterranean sea to grab the dragon balls again, and then went back to the poison Jiaotan to brush the poisonous dragon balls. Ding! A crisp sound came and a crystal of vitality skill exploded. Absorb the poisonous dragon crystals and understand the poisonous dragon finger 4. Looking at the prompt that popped up in the game, Zhou Wen felt that the whole person was a little bad. This poisonous dragon was so poisonous that it kept exploding this poisonous dragon finger. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen now has to face the vitality skill of the poison dragon finger. The vitality skill of the poison dragon finger was revealed 3. times in a row. Zhou didn't believe it was just a coincidence. After studying this skill carefully, he found that the 124 three skills of the poison dragon finger were not overlapping, but three skills. At the beginning, the Dulong finger, which had no label, Zhou felt should be 1. When using it, the left middle finger turned black, and when 2 and 4 were used, the index finger and ring finger turned black. Could it be that there are 5 kinds of poisonous dragon fingers, corresponding to 5 fingers? But the effect of poisonous dragon fingers is so weak, even if all 5 fingers are fired together, it is estimated that it will not have much effect. Zhou is now a little interested and wants to know. Collecting 5 kinds of poisonous dragon fingers, will the power of the poisonous dragon fingers be enhanced? After all, the current poison dragon finger is really sorry for its epic skill. Zhou now feels that the poison dragon finger should not be that simple. Zhou went to the school's information network to check the information of the poisonous dragon, mainly to see that it can explode anything. There is relatively little information in this regard. Only the instructor, who wrote the previous article, to lure the poisonous dragon, said that the poisonous dragon would explode. The poisonous dragon refers to skills, but the poison dragon finger is very weak, not as good as ordinary legendary skills, and it is not worth practicing. The news about the dragon transformation art was not found at all, and the information could not be found. Zhou could only continue to brush the dungeon, but the next 3 times he killed the poisonous dragon, but only a crystal of power exploded. And no skills were exploded. Come out, let alone a companion egg. Dragon transformation art is so difficult to come up with, and I don't know who broke it before. Zhou had to be patient and slowly brush the copy. The Batcave has the most explosions, but not many useful ones. The best is naturally the poisonous white shadow companion egg. Unfortunately, Zhou only exploded 1. Later, he killed a lot of poisonous white shadows, but no companion egg was born. The second is the crystal of vitality skills, and then there is the crystal of toxin attributes. In addition, the Batcave also has a special function, which is to help Zhou incubate epic companion eggs. Because Zhou's own vitality is insufficient, he can't hatch epic-level companion eggs, and there are too many bats in the Batcave. After a lot of beheading, a lot of vitality crystals will explode. These values are generally between 21 and 36. The vitality crystallizes, and one brushing the Batcave will probably burst at least 7 or 8. With the help of these high-level vitality crystals, coupled with the vitality recovery ability of the Dao body, Zhou can barely hatch the epic-level companion eggs. Zhou used this method to hatch the mutant stone scorpion, and now the mutant scorpion has turned into a gray-white stone armor and wore it on the blood-colored villain. This armor is so unique. It turned out to be a full-body armor. The gray-white stone wrapped the blood-colored villain from head to toe, and it was different from the roughness in Zhou's imagination. The stone armor transformed by the mutant stone was very delicate. Compared with the steel armor made by Seiko, it is not inferior, and even better in terms of art. After wearing the stone armor, the blood-colored villain looks like a stone statue, but his face is a monster's hideous mask, which looks extremely brutal and brutal. On the back of the armor, there is also a black dragon-shaped decoration. The dragon shape is relatively abstract, making it impossible for people to see the whole picture, but the domineering of the dragon almost jumps out, as if it can come alive at any time. I tried the defensive power of the stone armor, and there is only one word: strong. The toxin rays of ordinary epic poison. Bats cannot leave traces on the stone armor at all, even if it is the poison rays and poison claws of poison white shadow. It can only leave a few not-so-deep marks on the stone armor, and there is no way to shoot through the stone armor. And stone armor has a strong self-healing ability. Basically, if it is not completely destroyed on the spot, it can repair itself. It's really a good thing. Zhou Wen thought about such a good armor. Maybe it could help him resist the attack of the black dragon, but when he tried it in the underground sea, the stone armor was swallowed together with the blood-colored villain. For the black dragon, the difference is not big. At most it is a bit difficult to chew. It's useless to deal with those terrifying real dragons. But the stone armor is the best defense pet in the epic level, and Zhou Wendao likes it very much. The mutant stone scorpion is also quite powerful when fighting by itself, similar to the mutant scorpion killed by Zhou Wen, and it is the best pet for offense and defense. After hatching the mutant stone scorpion, Zhou Wen took out the mutant saber-toothed fish companion egg and hatched it in the same way. Mutant saber-toothed fish, epic destiny. The fish of enlightenment. Soul of life, sword light fish. Strength, 39. Speed, 37. Physical fitness, 38. Vitality, 35. Talent. Skill, gear sword light. Associated state, sword. Although it is only a single skill, the attributes of the mutant saber-toothed fish are really good, and they are excellent in all aspects. There is no attribute lower than 35, which can be regarded as an epic little gem. The only regret is that the mutant saber-toothed fish is a water creature. It can move freely only in water, and its mobility on land will be greatly weakened, and it is basically useless. But that doesn't matter. Usually, if there is no water, Zhou Wen can also use it as a sword. The sword transformed by the saber-toothed fish has its own sword light, which is much more convenient to use than the Overlord spear, and its power is stronger. Just not invincible skills. I took the mutant saber-toothed fish to the underground sea, trying to use the speed of the saber-toothed fish in the water to capture the dragon ball, but it was swallowed by the black dragon, and there was no room for resistance. It seems that only relying on pets is not enough. We still need to hurry up to improve our own strength. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and continued to brush the poisonous dragons, hoping to brush out the dragon transformation art earlier. At the time agreed with Li Xian, Zhou Wen asked for leave and went to the auction with Li Xian. Zhou Wen is already quite familiar with the Shiyuan crystal store, but when he came with Li Xian today, there were more people here than the previous few times. Most of the people who came were middle-aged and elderly people, and there were also young people, but not many. Except for Li Xian, Zhou Wen didn't see any acquaintances, and Wang Lu didn't seem to come either. Third, don't you introduce your friend to me? Zhou Wen and the two just came to the venue when they saw a young man walking over. Although Zhou Wen didn't know the young man who came over, he could guess that this man should be Li Xian's second brother, the man who wanted to kill him many times. Formal dresses like suits and white shirts will give people a formal feeling when worn on ordinary people, but when they are worn on the young man in front of them, they seem to be very natural and free, as if these clothes are taken for granted on him. Has an indescribable unique charm. Zhou Wen looked at him. A man in his 20s, handsome and enviable, and his every move was full of charm, enough to make any woman fall in love with him. Seeing that Li Xian was just looking at him coldly, and he didn't mean to introduce, the man smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to Zhou Wen and said, "Hello, my name is Li Shoubai, the word is Ma Bai, and everyone close to me calls me Ma Bai. Bai, you are the friend of the third child, you can also call me Mo Bai. Zhou Wen, Li Xian's friend. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand and shook it. After releasing it, he simply said one sentence. The following 5 words were a straightforward way to tell Li Xiaobai that he was on the same front as Li Xian, and he would not befriend him, Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai didn't care, he said with a smile, the third brother's friend is naturally my friend. If you have the opportunity to get closer and closer in the future, you will get to know me slowly, so you don't have to rush to a conclusion. I have friends over there. Let's talk first. Seeing Li Xiaobai leave, Li Xian curled his lips and said, he always looks like a gentleman when he is in front of people, but he can use any means behind him. Zhou Wen glanced at Li Xiaobai and felt that Li Xian's second brother was really scary. He planned to kill Li Xian, but in front of others, he was able to show the appearance of a good brother, and he was not emotional at all. If Zhou Wen didn't know the inside story, he would have believed that he and Li Xian were really good brothers who had a good relationship. Li Xiaobai is really scary, no wonder you can't fight him. Zhou Wen said to Li Xian beside him. What can't beat him? I just didn't want to fight with him before, but now it's different, he will take a little advantage of me in the future. Li Xian said with a pouted lip. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. Li Xian's words had already exposed his weakness. Even if Li Xiaobai treated him like this, he didn't want to kill Li Xiaobai, he just didn't want Li Xiaobai to take advantage of him again. Such a harmless character may be Li Xian's weakness, but it is precisely because of Li Xian's character that Zhou Wen is willing to get close to him and become friends with him. In the glass display cabinet in the exhibition hall, there are many companion eggs. These are all companion eggs auctioned today. Anyone can watch them carefully so that they can bid at the auction at night. However, it is difficult to see whether the companion eggs are good or bad, and the tempered glass cover blocks the breath of the companion eggs, making it even harder to see whether they are good or bad. Do you have a chosen target? Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian and asked. Yes, I want to bid for the number 47 Holy Sword Angel, what do you think? Li Xian brought Zhou Wen to the glass cover with the number 47 sign and said, pointing to a companion egg inside. Zhou Wen asked, what are the characteristics of Holy Sword Angels? Li Xian told Zhou Wen the details of the Holy Sword Angel, and then asked, how about 2 million? During the auction, I plan to spend 2 million to buy this one, what do you think? I don't think this one is very good, you should change it. Zhou Wen thought about it and said. He saw that the attributes of the Holy Sword Angel were only average. Although it was not bad, it was not good, and the skills were not complete. It was far from the best. Then which one do you think is better? I want the one that looks good. You can help me choose one from here. Li Xian pointed to several companion eggs in the album and showed it to Zhou Wen. The few companion eggs in the album are all companion pets such as angels, goblins, and banshees, and the prices are quite outrageous, but their abilities are only average, and I don't know what Li Xian bought them for. But since Li Xian wanted it, Zhou Wen helped him to see, among them, there are quite a few attributes that are quite good, especially an epic-level companion egg called the Suckling Banshee. All 4 basic attributes exceed the upper limit given in the data, and 4 full skills. Skill pet can be said to be the best. Zhou Wen quietly told Li Xian that he could bid with all his strength to buy the spirit-sucking banshee. Li Xian trusted Zhou Wen very much. Zhou said that he bought the spirit-sucking banshee, so he didn't look at other companion eggs. Zhou, it's okay, you can pick one for yourself, and consider it your hard work. Li Xian said to Zhou again. Don't tell me so much useless things, I'm done with the things that need to be done, I'll walk around, you can take a look for yourself. Zhou wanted to go to the fourth underground floor and take a look at the locked companion pet. He always felt that the companion pet should be related to the password sent to him by the old principal. You can just pick, why are there so many things? After picking, go shopping. Li Xian forced Zhou to continue shopping, and said as he walked, how is this female nightmare? The figure is really hot. Zhou didn't know what Li Xian was thinking about all day long. Zhou remembered that the innate undefeated magic he practiced could not be broken. Once he broke his body, he would break his power. Achievement. Since Li Xian insisted on giving it, Zhou wanted to choose a cheaper one to finish the job. After looking at the picture book, the cheapest one started at 100,000, and it was some humble, legendary companion egg. Like some Jebrans, swamp monsters, and the like, this kind of legendary companion egg, which can only be regarded as an ordinary type in the West area, can be sold for more than 100,000. It can only be said that the rare thing is the most expensive, who made the East area have no such companion eggs at all. Pet it. I strolled around casually and looked at it with my mobile phone from time to time, because other people were also taking pictures with mobile phones and other tools. Zhou actions were not abrupt. When Zhou Wenjing was looking at it, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but stop. He looked at the booth next to him. There was a companion egg in the glass cover. The information that arrived was not the Minotaur. Zhou took a closer look at the information on the card. It said that the legendary Minotaur was born in a dimension field called the Underground Labyrinth in the Western District. He was good at using giant axes, and his physique and strength were very good. However, the information Zhou saw on his mobile phone was completely different from that on the card. This companion egg, which was marked as a Minotaur, displayed on the mobile phone the Tyrant Beeman, and its level was only mortal, but in the mortal, behind the level, Zhou saw the familiar evolvable word. No way? Could it be that this is a mythical companion pet comparable to Banana Fairy? It shouldn't be. Those who can do companion egg business are all expert level, especially for such a large-scale auction. An expert cross-identified and confirmed, how could it be possible to mistake the companion egg of the Minotaur and the companion egg of the Tyrant Beeman? Zhou couldn't believe it, but the information on the mobile phone clearly showed that this was a Tyrant Beeman. Companion eggs. Even if you want to make a mistake, you have to have the opportunity to make a mistake. Mythical companion eggs are too rare. If someone really got such a companion egg, would it be wrong with other companion eggs? Anyway, it was Zhou, so he would definitely not be mistaken. No matter how you made a mistake, since there is such a good thing, don't do it for nothing. Zhou pointed to the companion egg marked with the Minotaur's name and said to Li Xian, I want this. Minotaur? I said, Lao Zhou, your taste is a bit heavy. You don't want so many companion eggs, but choose such an ugly thing. Even if you want to save me money, it's not the way to save money, right? That's it, I'm in charge, I'll take a picture of a female nightmare for you at night, I promise you won't regret it. Li Xian said after looking at the introduction on the business card. No, I want this. If you don't shoot it, I'll shoot it myself. At night. Zhou said. You guys are really weird. You don't want so many beautiful companion pets. You have to be such an ugly thing. Forget it, you can just like it. Li Xian said helplessly, Zhou has always been like this anyway. Weird, he didn't even notice it. Zhou, Li Xian, did you two come early enough? Wang Lu walked over and came to the two of them. Wang Lu, don't you think Zhou is a weird kid? Don't have so many beautiful companion pets, you have to choose an ugly minotaur. Li Xian said to Wang Lu with a smile. What minotaur? Wang Lu asked. Li Xian pointed to the display cabinet next to him. Wang Lu looked over and saw that the item number on it was 107, so he looked surprised and asked Zhou, do you want to buy this companion egg? Yes. Zhou groaned inwardly, feeling a little bad. That's a coincidence. Wang Lu reached out and took out a note from his pocket, opened it and handed it to Zhou. What is this? Li Xian stretched out his head and looked at the note, very curious, only to see the number 107 written on it. Wang Lu smiled and said, I didn't want to come, but the owner of this auction is an old friend of our parents, and I am the only one in Luoyang, so I had to attend. I didn't want to buy any companions. Pet, if you are lazy, read more, just write a random number, and when the auction starts in the evening, I will shoot the companion pet with this number, which is a 3-point favor to the owner of the auction. Li Xian only thought it was a coincidence when he heard it, but Zhou was shocked. Wang Lu's luck was so good that he could even get a mythical companion pet, which was simply a human-shaped lucky cat. You don't plan to bid on this minotaur, do you? Li Xian looked at the two and said. Since both of them chose the minotaur, if they fought, they would be a cheap seller. They were both classmates and had a good relationship, so it was really unnecessary. Wang Lu looked at Zhou and said, I have no intention of giving up, how about you? Me too. Zhou said. I really don't understand you guys, what's the point of a minotaur? There are so many of these things in the West District. If you really want them, I'll have someone get them for you. There's no need to hurt your classmates for such a thing. The friendship between them, Li Xian said in a roundabout way. The things I decide will never change, but Li Xian is right, there's no need to hurt the friendship between classmates for a companion egg. Well, this companion egg is still up to me to shoot, Zhou, you can do something else. Shooting a companion egg, we exchange it after the shooting, it is a gift to each other, so that I have not changed my decision, you also get the companion egg you want, is this fair? Wang Lu thought for a while and said, fair. Zhou nodded in agreement. He felt that if he really fought with Wang Lu, it would be impossible for him to compete with her. That would be the best. Regardless of financial resources or luck, Zhou is far from Wang Lu's opponent. I'm going to the main house to say hello and see you at the auction in the evening. A waiter came to invite Wang Lu, and Wang Lu had to leave. Zhou continued to watch the companion eggs in the exhibition hall. Although Wang Lu was willing to change them, Zhou still felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that the mythical companion pet should not be rejected, but anyway. Try to find a good companion pet. Give it to Wang Lu. In a private room on the top floor of the Shiyuan store, a middle-aged man carefully knocked on the door, waited for a crack in the door, and immediately entered the room. Have you finished what you've done? In the private room, an old man sat on the sofa and asked himself, smoking a cigarette. My lord, it's all done. I have already adjusted the companion egg. As long as you take that companion egg away at the auction, you can take it away without knowing it. The Zhang family's people will take it away in a short time. I can't find it out. The middle-aged man who just came in said nervously. Well done, what is the serial number of that companion egg? The old man put down the cigarette, his eyes flashing with fiery light. Sir, you promised me that as long as I get this thing done, you will let me recover my freedom and send me home to sea. The middle-aged man looked at the old man and said with a flustered tone. What I promised you will naturally be done. The old man said, with a frown. I've been in the Zhang family for so many years, and I managed to get to where I am today. Now that I have done this kind of thing, I was found out by the Zhang family. There must be no way to survive. This is all to carry out your orders, my lord. You must keep your promise and send me home. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands clenched nervously. I said, I will do what I promised, don't worry. What's the number of that companion egg? The old man stared at him coldly and asked again. Number 107. Number 107. The companion egg is very similar to the Minotaur's companion egg. I used some methods on the companion egg. Even those experts, if they don't know it in advance, it's not easy to see the flaws, and no one will pay special attention to a Minotaur companion egg. The middle-aged man just finished speaking, and a ghost-like light and shadow appeared behind the old man. The light and shadow sprayed a puff of smoke at the middle-aged man, covered the body. Soon, the smoke rolled back again, and when it fell between the old man's fingers, it had turned into a cigarette. The old man struck a match, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, then exhaled a puff of smoke, and said lightly, Don't worry, I'll throw your ashes into the sea, and it's time to go home. Zhou walked around the showroom for a while, but he couldn't find a satisfactory companion pet. It was either too expensive or too bad. He couldn't afford it if it was too expensive. Seeing that the companion egg was about to be finished, when only the last companion egg was left to read, Zhou took a picture of it with his mobile phone and couldn't help but startled slightly. 4-leaf clover, legend. Fate, clover. Strength, 0, speed, 0, physical fitness, 3, vitality, 20. Talent skill, exorcism. Associated state. Card issuance. This is the information Zhou has seen, and the name on the card is Clover, which is said to be a plant-based companion pet that has the effect of soothing the soul and invigorating the spirit. However, according to the information Zhou saw with his mobile phone, this is a 4-leaf clover. Although the attributes are very weak, it can be said to be a piece of garbage in the legendary level. Exorcism skills are also relatively common skills in the West, and they are passive skills, so they are not useful. Too big. On the whole, the 4-leaf clover was mediocre and had nothing to pay attention to, but Zhou was a little surprised by its lucky clover fate. Clover fate, luck +3. A simple and direct introduction. Zhou had seen this kind of introduction before. The princess's little tiger had not hatched, but the luck of the little tiger was +5, which was 2 points higher than the clover. This is understandable, after all, the little tiger is epic, and this 4-leaf clover is only legendary. Wang Lu's luck is really amazing, let's just leave it. Zhou decided to take Pictures of the four-leaf clover companion eggs. The lucky attribute is too rare. Too many people want it. Wang Lu's luck. If he takes the tyrant beeman, this four-leaf clover should be Wang Lu's, and it cannot be forced. Moreover, Zhou Wen felt that it was not suitable for him to issue cards. There are many people who know Li Xian. Li Xian went to socialize. Zhou Wen didn't like social occasions, so he just went to the fourth underground floor to see the locked companion pet. However, Zhou Wen soon discovered that there was no other way to the fourth underground floor except the independent elevator he had taken before, and the elevator he had taken before was actually closed and there was no way to open it. Zhou Wen was puzzled. Today, so many rich people from Luoyang and the surrounding area are here, and even rich people from other places come to participate in the auction. Such an opportunity is not open to the fourth underground floor so that the pets can be sold, but it is closed. Qin Shiyuan's behavior is really strange. I found a waiter and asked a few questions. The waiter only said that the fourth underground floor needs to be accompanied by the boss before they can go down, and they can't take Zhou Wen down. Zhou Wen had no choice but to give up the idea of going on, and went around the other floors of the store. Shiyuan store is worthy of being a time-honored brand in Luoyang. There are quite a variety of crystals and companion eggs, and there are many new products. Indeed, a lot. When the auction was about to start, Li Xian took Zhou Wen to a box on the second floor, where Wang Lu was already waiting. It's all thanks to Wang Lu this time, otherwise young people like us wouldn't be able to touch the box today. Li Xian sat on the sofa with a smile. Wang Lu smiled and said, "This box is not prepared for me, it is to see the face of our elders, I am just a representative." The three chatted for a while, and the auction had already started. The first thing to be auctioned was those legendary companion eggs, which were considered desserts before the main meal, and the epic level at the end was the main meal. Legendary companion pets all start at 100,000, and the quality is much worse than the batch that Zhou Wen got last time, but those who can come here to participate in the auction don't care about such a small amount of money. There is a phenomenon of passing auctions, but the price is generally not high, and the highest one is 230,000. Only then did Zhou Wen discover that the original serial number was auctioned upside down. The higher the serial number, the higher the auction order. The 13th auction item was the Minotaur number 107, which also started at 100,000. Wang Lu calmly pressed the button of the auction device and successfully increased the price to 110,000. Because the box is independent and closed, and a single-sided see-through glass is installed, unlike the hall below, you can see it by raising your hand, so you need to use a bidder, otherwise the auctioneer will not know that someone in the box has increased the price. There were really two people who were interested in the Minotaur, and it was added to 160,000 in a short time. After that, Wang Lu added another price, raising the price to 170,000. The two bidders on the first floor had already given up. When Wang Lu thought he could take it down, he didn't want someone to increase the price and directly added it to 200,000. A Minotaur fetched 200,000 yuan, which is already a sky-high price, and the other party's determination to take down the Minotaur seems very big. It seems that someone is going to compete with you. Your family has no enemies in Luoyang, right? Li Xian said with a smile. Wang Lu shook his head and added another price, raising the price to 210,000. It takes a lot of effort to add 11,000 yuan, so add 300,000 yuan directly, and see if he will add more. Li Xian said. Very tyrantly. Money, it's better to save a little bit. If you can save a little bit, it's a little bit. Wang Lu smiled. In another box at this time, an old man, smoking a cigarette, frowned. He originally thought that 200,000 yuan would be no problem to win the companion egg, but he didn't expect that there would be someone bidding. Could it be that the news leaked out? Or did that guy stay behind? The old man pondered for a while, thinking that both are possible, but they don't seem to be very similar. I couldn't think of the reason for a while. Seeing that no one has bid, the auctioneer has been shouting 210,000 once. The old man decided to bid first. Spending money is a trivial matter, as long as he can get the companion egg. I don't want to be too public. The old man plans to add 10,000, and first try to see the other party's reaction. But after he pressed his finger on the bidder didn't respond, as if it was broken. The old man couldn't help but stay for a while, and quickly stretched out his finger and pressed it. Quickly. After pressing it several times, there was no response at all. It seemed that it was really broken. The sweat on his forehead immediately seeped out, and kept pressing the key, but still no response. 21,000 three times. The deal. The Minotaur was able to fetch 210,000, and the auctioneer was already satisfied and shouted very quickly. The old man in the box was already furious. He calculated everything and arranged everything. He didn't expect that it would end up in a bidder, and he couldn't help but get furious. I called the staff and scolded it, but the staff went forward to check the bidder and found that all the buttons were normal and there was no problem. I tried to use it a few times, and they all worked. Sir, are you too excited just now? And there are some deviations in the operation? The staff said with an excellent attitude. The old man wished he could immediately turn all the staff in front of him into cigarettes, but this is Luoyang. If he did that, he would definitely be targeted, and it wouldn't solve any problems. Who took lot 107? The old man could only ask while holding back the anger in his heart. Sir, I'm sorry, unless the customer himself is willing to disclose it, we need to keep the customer's information confidential. The staff member said, slightly bent over. The old man endured the attack and just let the staff go out. His face became cloudy and uncertain. He didn't know if the failure of the bidder was accidental, or if he was already being targeted. If he was being targeted, he would be in danger now. Zhou Wen was relieved to see that Wang Lu finally took pictures of the tyrant beeman. This kind of companion pet that has the opportunity to be promoted to myth in the future is too precious. There is no place to brush it in the game. As long as you have time, you can get it. I am afraid that there will be no chance of a pie falling from the sky like this again. After a while, a staff member brought the lot over, and after Wang Lu confirmed that the lot was correct, Wang Lu directly swiped the card to pay the bill, and got the companion egg of the tyrant beeman. Wang Lu held the companion egg in both hands and turned to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand to pick it up, who knew that Wang Lu took his hand back, held the companion egg, looked at Zhou Wen with a smile, and said, since it's an exchange, where's your companion egg? The companion egg I chose has not been auctioned yet, Zhou Wen said. Then wait for you to get the companion egg before changing it. Wang Lu sat back on the sofa with the companion egg in his arms. Zhou Wen was not in a hurry, waiting for the auction to continue. After a few more auction items, he finally saw the four-leaf clover being auctioned. There are relatively few people bidding on the four-leaf clover, because according to the information on the card, the clover has no fighting ability. It is basically a sober supplement, and the effect should be similar to the wind oil, so not many are interested in it. Only one person bid once, and Zhou Wen took down the four-leaf clover at the price of 130,000. Pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Wang Lu held the companion egg in one hand and stretched out the other hand in front of Zhou Wen. Okay. Zhou Wen put the four-leaf clover companion egg in Wang Lu's hand, and then went to get the tyrant beeman's companion egg. Finally got it. Zhou Wen held the tyrant beeman's companion egg, and was extremely excited. This was the hope of advancing to mythology in the future. Beeman, a dimensional creature, is a very terrifying existence in Western mythology. It is said that it can eclipse thousands of mountains from the sun. Because of its huge appetite, God originally created a beeman, but he was afraid that they would multiply and give the whole world to them. Devoured it, so the female beeman was killed, leaving only a male beeman. Legends are just legends after all, but the attributes of the tyrant beeman clearly show that it is indeed extraordinary. Tyrant beeman, mortal level, evolvable, strength, 11. Speed, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Vitality, 11. Talent skill. Swallow Mountain. Associated state, gloves. The typical pure bachelor's surrounding attributes, like Banana Fairy, are also single-skilled, which makes Zhou Wen a little depressed. The auction continued, and Li Xian finally won the epic spirit-sucking banshee at a price of 3.2 million, which was a lot more expensive than the market price, which made him feel a little sick. However, Li Xian still took it down firmly. As soon as the auction ended, he couldn't wait to go back, planning to find a way to hatch the spirit-sucking banshee. I know that there is a dessert shop nearby that has good desserts. Would you like to eat some before school? After leaving the Shiyuan shop, Wang Lu asked Zhou Wen. Go ahead, I don't eat sweets very much. Zhou Wen really didn't eat sweets very much, and he was in a hurry to go back to hatch the tyrant beeman, so he was really in no mood to eat. Waved his hand as a farewell, Zhou Wen summoned his mutant lotus ant and rode it all the way back to the school. It's not a gentleman at all, a guy with a pit in his head, drive. Wang Lu said angrily, and ordered the driver to drive to the dessert shop. After the car left, in the side alley, an old man came out, looking at the direction the car was leaving. His eyes were very complicated. The Wang family took the companion egg? It seems that things have changed. I'm afraid that guy leaked the news. The old man felt that his current situation was very dangerous, and he had to leave immediately. Otherwise, the people of the Wang family might kill people. After all, it is the mythical companion egg of the Zhang family. The king of heroes. Family is not so easy to provoke. In order not to get into the big trouble of the Zhang family, the Wang family is likely to get rid of all the insiders. Damn the Wang family, this time it's my fault. The old man didn't dare to stay any longer, quietly sneaked into the dark, and walked away. The whole person was in a tense state, always paying attention to the situation around him to prevent the Wang family a chase that could come at any time. After Zhou Wen returned to the dormitory, he directly hatched the tyrant beeman. After all, it was only a mortal fetus. With Zhou Wen's current vitality, it was quite easy to hatch. Soon after, a tattoo that looked like a bull's head appeared on the back of Zhou Wen's hand. The whole body was black, like the silhouette of a bull's head. The tyrant Beeman was summoned, and he originally thought it was a behemoth. After all, Beeman was the largest creature in myths and legends, and the terrifying existence of 1,000 mountains of solar eclipses. But the tyrant in front of him was only half a person tall, with a bull head, with thick and curved horns, but his body was like an ape, his claws were very sharp, the tail behind. His back was upturned, and his black hair was black and shiny, like black silk. It looks a bit like a minotaur, or a reduced version. Turning the tyrant Beeman into a glove, a black glove suddenly appeared on Zhou Wen's right hand. Strangely, the front end of the glove turned out to be 2 horns. If Zhou Wen wanted to beat someone, it must be in front of the glove. The horns touch the person first. Now this guy is still at the mortal level. No matter how strong he is, he can't go anywhere. I don't know how long it will take to evolve to the level of Banana Fairy. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart. Zhou Wen soon found out that the tyrant Beeman really deserves to be the existence of the legendary eclipse of the 1,000 mountains, Banana Fairy and Di Ting, plus a few other companion pets that need to be fed. All of them can't be eaten by the tyrant Beeman. It didn't take long for him to feed the tyrant, and it didn't take long for the phone to remind the tyrant Beeman that he was hungry again, and he wasn't picky eaters. Whether it was a companion egg or a companion pet, he could swallow it in one bite. Fortunately, Zhou Wen can now hunt a large number of epics. Rank poison bat, got an epic poison bat companion egg and fed it to it, which made the system prompt quiet for a while. I can eat so much at such a young age, it has really evolved to an epic level. Can I afford it? Zhou Wen was already starting to worry. In addition to the time he went to Wang Mingyuan to study, Zhou Wen kept killing monsters every day. At present, what he wanted most was the dragon transformation art of the lucky little tiger and the poisonous dragon, and then the dragon ball. Zhou Wen, come to my office. The princess sent a message. Zhou Wen thought that the princess had finally persuaded the family to let him learn the Wang family's body technique, but who knew that after seeing the princess, the school had asked him to be a tutor and asked him to take care of a student in Mingqing College. Zhou Wen will be responsible for arranging the students living and studying in Sunset College for 3 months. Isn't this the teacher's responsibility? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. Don't forget, you are a student of Sunset College. For students of other colleges, you are qualified to be their tutors. The word tutoring in front of the tutors is not for nothing. Work hard and don't lose our sunset. The face of the academy, Princess Jingrong, said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen wanted to refuse, but the princess told him that this was the decision of the school leaders and should not be questioned unless he dropped out. Dropping out of school is naturally just a joke. No one will drop out of school because of this, not to mention that the school has corresponding rewards for auxiliary students, and can get some passes in special dimension fields. Said to be tutoring, in fact, it is the role of a guide, so that those students of Mingqing College can quickly integrate into the study and life of Sunset College. After all, their time here is only 3 months. Unlike Zhou Wen, they can live and study here for 4 years, and they can take their time with everything. Mingqing students who are tutored one-on-one will follow the tutors into the same tutor's class, and their academic tasks will naturally be the same. The only mandatory task is that when doing homework tasks, the tutors should form a team with their tutors and be responsible for leading them to complete the homework tasks. After Zhou Wen saw what the tutors needed to do, he felt that it was nothing. Anyway, it was not difficult to bring another person with him when doing homework assignments. He usually had to do homework assignments himself. When Zhou Wen met people, he realized that his one-on-one mentor was Ming Xiu, a handsome young man of his age. I don't know why, Ming Xiu was very sunny, but he was a bit lazy, as if he was right. Not interested in anything. The college has allocated dormitories to Ming Xiu and the others, but Zhou Wen needs to take them there and help them familiarize themselves with the situation in the college. These are not troublesome in Zhou Wen's view. Although the college is big, there are only a few places where these students usually go. At most, it takes half a day to make them fully familiar, and then there is nothing to do with Zhou Wen. Now, when the homework assignments are set, you can bring Mingxiu with you. Although Zhou Wen studied with Wang Mingyuan, his mentor was the princess, so Mingxiu's mentor was also the princess. Mingxiu classmate, this is the key to your dormitory, shall I take you to the dormitory first? After the college leader finished speaking, Zhou Wen even took Mingxiu to the dormitory first and arranged for him to stay there. Thank you, just give me the key. Everyone is an adult. I can do these little things, so I don't need to trouble you. Mingxiu said politely. Alright, this is my cell phone number, you can call me if you have anything. Zhou Wen gave him his dormitory key along with his cell phone number. Thank you. By the way, who is the first in the unified examination of Sunset College this year? Mingxiu asked, after taking the key and note. First, I remember it seems to be Senior Wei Gu. Zhou Wen's memory is very good, but that is for the things he wants to remember. For things he is not interested in, he has never paid much attention. Who is the first thing? Zhou Wen really didn't pay much attention to, anyway, he is in the top 10. Weiga, is that the current student council president? Mingxiu nodded, as if he had heard of this person. Yes. Zhou Wen replied. Do you know where to find him? Mingxiu asked again. I really don't know this. You can go to the activity room of the student union. Even if you can't find Senior Wei Gu, you can find the backbone of the student union. Zhou Wen told Mingxiu the location of the student union. Thank you. After Mingxiu thanked Zhou Wen again, she turned around and prepared to leave. Zhou Wen didn't mean to stop him. He felt very relieved to see Mingqing's students so independent, and what Mingxiu said was quite right. He was an adult, and he really didn't need others to care so much. To understand, there is no need for anyone else to point out anything. The same is true for the educational policy of Sunset College. Try not to limit students' own wishes and development, but only to guide a direction and provide conditions for learning knowledge and ability. Whether they can learn and how much they can learn depends on the students themselves. Independence is a sign of whether a student can truly grow. After Mingxiu left, Zhou Wen also turned around and went back to the dormitory. His dragon transformation art has not been brushed out yet, so he will continue to play the dungeon to brush monsters when he goes back, and he will go to Wang Mingyuan to learn it later. Mingxiu walked to a trash can in the school, and without looking at Zhou Wen's piece of paper, she put the folded piece of paper into the paper recyclable bin. Mingxiu didn't plan to come to Sunset College to learn anything at all, and he didn't need the company of any tutors. Wei Gu is in a good mood recently. Originally, he was a little worried that Zhou Wen would become the second Hui Haifeng, and might even compete with him for the position of the next student council president, but after this period of observation, he was very relieved to find that Zhou Wen was similar to several other freaks in the school and was not interested in these things at all. I usually don't see Zhou Wen's people at all, and I don't participate in group activities. What's more, Zhou Wen often asks for leave to go out. Wei Ge has automatically defined Zhou Wen as a wealthy and powerful second-generation rich. With Zhou Wen's character, he should not compete with him for the position of student council president. When Wei Ge was studying a strategy for the dimension field, he heard the door of the activity room being pushed open, looked up at the person who came in, and couldn't help frowning slightly. His memory is very good, especially the memory of human faces, can be said to be unforgettable, but he can't remember where he has seen this handsome boy in front of him. The exchange students from Mingqing College are here today, so this boy should be one of them, right? After thinking about it, Wei Ge guessed Mingxiu's origin, and thought to himself, the new exchange students don't go to the dormitory, they run. What will the students do? Hello, classmates, I'm Wei Ge, the president of the student union. Can I help you? Wei Ge said to Mingxiu amiably, a bit like a leader going to the countryside to condolence to poor households. In Wei Ji's mind, Mingqing College is a third-rate college, and Mingqing students are not much different from poor households. To let them study at Sunset College is to help the poor. Mingxiu looked at Wei Ge and said, "Are you the student council president, Wei Ge?" "It's me." Wei Ge nodded with a smile, looking extraordinary, and secretly proud of himself. Even Mingqing students know me, and I really have a reputation. Can you please discuss with me in actual combat? I want to know how strong the strongest student of Sunset Academy is. Mingxiu directly explained his purpose. Wei Ge smiled slightly, looked at Mingxiu, and said, "Are you an exchange student from Mingqing College?" Mingxiu nodded slightly, then continued, "You decide the time and place. The young man from the third-rate college is eager to prove himself, but unfortunately, he is too ambitious, and he wants to challenge me as the student council president. He is really young. Wei Ge is too experienced in dealing with this kind of thing." I saw him with the same smile. He took out a coin, put it on the table in front of him, and said to Mingxiu, "Classmate, don't be so troublesome. Have you seen this coin? I will do something for it, if you can do the same, even if you win." "Okay." Mingxiu agreed without hesitation. Wei Ge stretched out his palm, seemingly casually holding the coin on the table, then took his hand away, looked at Mingxiu and smiled. "Did you see clearly?" Mingxiu's eyes fell on the coin, and saw a small hole as thin as a pinhole in the center of the coin, so he reached out and picked up the coin. "Condensation into a needle?" Mingxiu said, putting the coin on the table. "If you have eyesight, you can try it too." Wei Ge was very proud of his heart. This hand condensing force into a needle is his most proud skill. He can practice his palm strength to be condensed like the tip of a needle, and he can control it freely. It is impossible to do it after several years of hard work. It has nothing to do with strength. This is the ultimate use of strength skills. Otherwise, no matter how strong the force is, even if it can smash a coin, it is impossible to leave a pinhole-sized hole on it. It was with this hand that Wei Ge persuaded many challengers without bloodshed, and he has long been accustomed to it. Mingxiu didn't say anything, just stretched out his palm, pressed it on the coin, then took it away, looked at Wei Ge and said, "Can you learn from me in actual combat now?" Wei Ge glanced at the coin, and was immediately surprised. He saw that there was an extra hole on the coin, which was thinner than the hole he left. Picking up the coin and looking at it, seeing that there is no damage on the table, Wei Ge secretly said in his heart, "There is such a power control master in a third-rate academy like Mingqing College. It's really surprising. It looks Like this guy is difficult to deal with, it is necessary for him to win, there is no benefit to him. If he loses, will it be disgraceful? As soon as his thoughts changed, Wei Ge suddenly had an idea. He looked at Ming Xiu with a smile and asked, "What's your classmate's name?" Ming Xiu. Ming Xiu replied. Ming Xiu, of course you can challenge me if you want, but I have to ask first, is it me, the student council president, or the #1 master of our Sunset College? Wei Ge asked. Is there a difference? Ming Xiu asked in confusion. Of course there is a difference. Although I am the president of the student council, there is another person who is recognized as the #1 expert in our academy. If you want to challenge the #1 expert, then you are probably looking for the wrong person. Wei Ge said. Who is the first master? Ming Xiu asked. The #1 master of our academy is Hui Haifeng, who is known as the Invincible Magic Fist. Wei Ge sold Hui Haifeng directly. Anyway, he and Hui Haifeng are deadly enemies, so it is right for Ming Xiu to find Hui Haifeng's trouble. Where can I find him? Ming Xiu heard that Shenquan Invincible was such a powerful name, and felt that Wei Ge should not lie. Moreover, the student council president of the dignified Sunset College should not be talking nonsense. Wei Ge really didn't talk nonsense. Hui Haifeng really had such a nickname, but it was only played by the people in their club. In the past, Wei Ge was very disdainful of this nickname of Hui Haifeng. Now he just took it out and used it. Wait. Wei Ge made a phone call, quickly found out Hui Haifeng's whereabouts, and then said to Ming Xiu with a smile, he should be in the old dragon cave. In the Longmen grottos now, it's not hard to find, you are in the school, just ask and find out. Or use a map to navigate. Thank you. Ming Xiu turned around and left. Watching Ming Xiu leave, Wei Ge looked at the coin again, and saw that the pinhole was not only thin, but also very round, much more delicate than Wei Ji's. This guy is really powerful. If I fight him, I really won't be able to win. How could such a freak emerge from a third-rate academy like Mingqing Academy? Wei Ge wondered to himself, a student like this should be able to be admitted to a prestigious school. But thinking about the trouble he caused Hui Haifeng, Wei Ge felt happy again. In case Ming Xiu really defeated Hui Haifeng, then there are jokes to watch. Zhou Wen went to Wang Mingyuan to study. As soon as he walked to the Longmen grottos, he saw Ming Xiu standing at the intersection, looking down at the phone, as if hesitating which way to go. Don't look, navigation is useless in Longmen grottos, where do you want to go? Zhou Wen walked up to him and asked. Seeing that it was Zhou Wen, Ming Xiu asked, I want to find Hui Haifeng. I heard that he is in Liaolongdong, right? What are you doing with Hui Haifeng? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. Wei Ge said that he is the #1 master of Sunset College, so I want to see how strong the #1 master of Sunset College is, Ming Xiu said. Zhou Wen was a little speechless after hearing this, so he sent Ming Xiu to Wei Ge, but Wei Ge actually sent him to Hui Haifeng. Do you know Hui Haifeng? Ming Xiu asked Zhou Wen, looking at him. We study with a tutor, so we can be considered brothers, Zhou Wen said while thinking about how could solve the trouble of Ming Xiu. Zhou Wen, what are you doing here? Zhou Wen hadn't thought of a way yet, but who knew that Hui Haifeng actually walked out of the Longmen grottos by himself. This is Ming Xiu from Mingqing High School. He wants to challenge you. Zhou Wen had to introduce Ming Xiu to Hui Haifeng and explain his identity. Ming Xiu classmate, why do you want to challenge me? Hui Haifeng was not at all flustered and asked with a smile. Some people say that you are the #1 master of Sunset College. I want to know how strong the #1 master of Sunset College is. Ming Xiu said. Yes, that person is very insightful, but classmate Ming Xiu, if anyone is like you can challenge me casually. As my #1 expert in Sunset Academy, I don't have to do anything all day long, and I'm tired just by accepting the challenge. He's dead. Hui Haifeng turned the conversation, pointed at Zhou Wen and said, well, this is my little brother, who ranks the lowest and weakest among the 4 students of our tutor. You beat him first, and I'll consider it later. Accept your challenge. Zhou Wen on the side almost didn't spit out the sip of water he just drank, and Hui Haifeng was too shameless. Ming Xiu looked at Zhou Wen and made a gesture of invitation, then I'll trouble you. Zhou Wen was a little depressed. He didn't have time to fight with Ming Xiu, and there were still several questions he wanted to ask Wang Mingyuan. Coach, I have already understood what you taught me last time. When is the next class? Zhou Wen was thinking about it when Feng Chuyan ran over. After seeing Zhou Wen, he immediately came up and said, Cough, Feng Chuyan. Let me introduce to you, this is Ming Xiu from Mingqing College, an exchange student who has just come to our college, and his strength is very strong. You can learn from him. It is a test of your recent strength progress. Right. Zhou Wen pointed at Ming Xiu and said, Okay. Feng Chuyan agreed, with high fighting intent in his eyes. Ming Xiu showed dissatisfaction. He heard Feng Chuyan calling Zhou Wen coach and thought that Feng Chuyan was trained by Zhou Wen. It seems that he looked down on him a little too much to let him compete with such a person. Feng Chuyan's strength is not weaker than mine. As long as you can beat him, you can directly challenge Senior Haifeng. Zhou Wen quickly pushed the ball back to Hui Haifeng. When Ming Xiu heard this, her expression softened a little and she looked at Feng Chuyan. This time, the two of them finally caught the ground fire with Tian Lei, and they looked at each other, and immediately went to the arena together. Ming Xiu originally thought that she could easily defeat this little-known Feng Chuyan, but in this battle, she was not able to take advantage. Feng Chuyan's swordsmanship has faintly gained popularity. The swordsmanship can be freely retracted, and his aura is getting stronger and stronger. The swordsmanship is like a rolling sky, and the oppressed people are almost out of breath. Ming Xiu couldn't help but get serious, and used his incredible strength to fight Feng Chuyan with all his strength, but it was only a draw, and it was difficult to win. The shock in Ming Xiu's heart is beyond words. His destiny is a peerless double pride. He can learn everything much faster than others. Others need a year to practice hard skills, but he can master them in just a few days. It is difficult for others to comprehend the artistic conception. He just saw it, and he can quickly understand its meaning. Among his peers, he has never felt how his opponent feels. Originally, I thought that Sunset Academy was only more famous, and the students were only like that, and it was impossible to be stronger than him. However, he never imagined that in a battle with all his strength, he still could not win Feng Chuyan, and Feng Chuyan was called Coach Zhou Wen, who was obviously trained by Zhou Wen, and Hui Haifeng also said that Zhou Wen was one of their 4 students. The weakest one. Sunset College is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Ming Xiu, who originally felt very boring when he came to Sunset College as an exchange student, suddenly changed his eyes. The two of them fought in the arena for more than an hour, still no winner, and they were exhausted and exhausted. Is that Zhou Wen really your coach? Ming Xiu didn't believe that a person who could tie him would be trained by someone about his age. Yes. Feng Qiuyan answered honestly. So is it like what he said, your strength is similar to his? Ming Xiu asked again. I don't know how strong the coach is, but it is because the coach gave me 3 times in the past 2 or 3 months that I have reached my current state. Before that, I was far from your opponent, and it should have been less than 10 times. If you move, you will lose. Feng Qiuyan said. Feng Qiuyan thought that what he was telling was the truth, but he didn't even know it himself. Zhou Wen didn't give him any serious advice at all, and he realized everything by himself. But hearing this in Ming Xiu's ears was different. It was incredible that a person who couldn't even handle his 10 moves before was able to tie with him after being instructed 3 times by Zhou Wen. But Feng Qiuyan in front of him looked like a stubborn and focused person, and it seemed impossible for such a person to lie. There is still such a genius in the world. I used to sit and watch the sky. It seems that I really came to Sunset Academy this time. Ming Xiu suddenly laughed. The days without opponents and goals are too boring for him, and now with people like Feng Qiuyan and Zhou Wen appearing, he feels as if his whole life is alive. Tian gathered in the cafeteria with the students who had invited Mingqing, and glanced at the entrance of the cafeteria from time to time, but never saw that familiar figure appear. Really, we've all inquired. This year's Sunset College's unified exam is the Student Council President Wei Gu, but it's not Wei Gu who is the most popular, but a freshman named Zhou Wen. At that time I already got the top 10 in the unified examination. He also defeated John of Covenant College not long ago, and helped the army to kill the spider. A student of Mingqing College was like a treasure, talking about Zhou Wen's deeds at Sunset College. Although that Zhou Wen is very strong, much stronger than us, he is definitely not Ming Xiu's opponent. Tian said with certainty. Of course, no matter how strong Zhou Wen is, he is just a stronger student. How can Ming Xiu be the same? He is our Mingqing god. Another Mingqing student said it for granted. The other students also agreed with his statement. Ming Xiu was too dominant in Mingqing Academy. He was the god of learning in the minds of all students. Even the school's tutors believed that Ming Xiu had the qualifications to compete for the top 10 federal college students. Since that Zhou Wen is so famous, let Ming Xiu challenge him first, so that Ming Xiu can become famous in one battle, and let those arrogant guys in Sunset College know what a real genius is. Tian is full of confidence, and seems to have seen after Ming Xiu defeated Zhou Wen, the entire Sunset Academy students were shocked with their mouths wide open and speechless. While several people were chatting, Ming Xiu came over. Ming Xiu, why did you come? Tian quickly gave Ming Xiu to the seat next to him and sat down. Something's delayed, Ming Xiu said. Ming Xiu, we have already inquired clearly, now Sunset College. Before Tian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ming Xiu. Really? Before I came, my mother should have secretly given you a lot of private money, right? Ming Xiu looked at Tian and asked. Auntie also asked me to keep a spare for you. In case you need money for any urgent matter, it's better to have a reserve. Tian said embarrassedly. Give me 20,000 yuan. Ming Xiu said. What do you want the money for? Tian asked suspiciously while transferring money to Ming Xiu. I want to ask Zhou Wen to be my personal trainer and give me some guidance and advice on cultivation. Ming Xiu said excitedly. He had chatted with Feng Qiuyan for a long time before, and the more he felt that Zhou Wen was unfathomable. And it was really worthwhile to invite such a person to teach him a lesson for 20,000 yuan. Ming Xiu is extremely talented. He can learn everything in one go, but at the same time he has lost his direction. He doesn't know what he should learn, as if he can learn everything, but he feels that he is not good at anything. Not feeling well. Before the battle today, Ming Xiu only felt that it was invincible and lonely, but after the battle with Feng Qiuyan, he found that he hadn't even walked out of his own path. After Feng Qiuyan's repeated strong recommendation, Ming Xiu decided to ask Zhou Wen to formulate a cultivation plan for him and give him guidance. Feng Qiuyan told him even the price of 20,000 yuan per class. Tian and other people in Mingqing Academy were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Ming Xiu, who was excited. He opened his mouth for a long time and didn't close it. He didn't even notice that the food between the chopsticks had fallen, and they all looked like hell. Wearing Ming Xiu. Just now, they were still discussing how Ming Xiu defeated Zhou Wen and how he became famous for Sunset Academy, but in a blink of an eye, the god of learning in their eyes actually asked Zhou Wen to be a coach and Zhou Wen to instruct him to practice. For a while, the whole dining table was silent, only Ming Xiu was talking excitedly. Ming Xiu, don't you have a fever? Tian touched Ming Xiu's forehead and asked suspiciously. Ming Xiu pushed Tian hand away. Of course not. Then why do you want to hire that Zhou Wen as a coach? Aren't you supposed to defeat him and become famous in Sunset Academy? Tian said. I have already played against a student he trained. Ming Xiu said. Shouldn't your opponent be him? How could you play against the students he trained? What was the result? Tian asked 3 questions in a row. A tie. I tried my best and couldn't win. That man's swordsmanship is too powerful. Ming Xiu said excitedly. Tian and the students of Mingqing College were shocked. Ming Xiu, who was so strong, was only tied with the students trained by Zhou Wen. It was really hard to believe. In their opinion, Ming Xiu should be invincible. Existence is right, how can it only be tied with the students trained by Zhou Wen? So how strong should Zhou Wen be? Ming Xiu continued, that student only took 3 private lessons from Zhou Wen. According to what he said, 2 or 3 months ago, he was not strong enough to pick up my 10 tricks. What? Tian felt that their brains were a little useless. After only 3 private lessons, they were able to tie Ming Xiu, which sounded like a fairy tale to them. Ming Xiu, is everything you said true? Tian couldn't believe it. You can't go wrong, someone like Feng Qiuyan can't be deceived at first sight. And Zhou Wen can only be ranked last and the weakest among the 4 students of his tutor. Ming Xiu said again. Is this the famous Sunset Academy? What kind of monsters are they? Tian and several others were already dumbfounded. In their view, the invincible learning god Ming Xiu, in Sunset Academy, seems to have become less outstanding. Ming Xiu was very excited. I thought it was a boring trip, but I didn't expect it to be the right one. Sunset College is indeed the Sunset College. There are too many strong students here. It's a great feeling. In Wang Mingyuan's laboratory, there were only Zhou Wen and Zhong Zia, who were playing cards face to face, and Zhou Wen had several notes pasted on his face. Zhou Wen came to ask Wang Mingyuan some questions about his practice, but Wang Mingyuan had not come back from Longjing, so Zhong Zia suggested that the two of them would be bored if they were idle, so they might as well play cards first. The original article this week was rejected. It is better to play games than to play cards. However, Zhong Zia said that if Zhou Wen could beat him at poker, he would give Zhou Wen an epic movement crystallization. Although Zhou Wen doesn't know how to play poker, but he wants to play poker, and he still plays poker with two people. That is, 3 points depend on skill, and 7 points depend on luck. Even if his skill is not good, as long as his luck is good enough, he will definitely win. But I didn't expect that Zhong Zia and him were playing heads and tails. If he made a mistake, he would lose. The 3 notes on Zhou Wen's face were all posted because he lost because he made a mistake. Zhou Wen had watched Zhong Zia play with the 3 of them before, and probably knew how to play it, but it was one thing to see, and another to play it by himself. This kind of card is too easy to be misled. Zhong Zia plays the real card, and Zhou Wen plays the reverse card. For example, if Zhou Wen plays a 7, then Zhong Zia needs to play more than 8 to be able to beat him, but Zhou Wen cannot play a 9, instead to play a hand smaller than 8, can be considered to be able to beat Zhong Zia's 8. This kind of play is very special. Zhou Wen is playing for the first time again, and he plays the reverse card when he gets started. Zhong Zia talks to him while playing cards so that Zhou Wen can easily play cards according to the normal thinking of playing cards. It's not because of bad cards that I lost 3 times because of this, Zhong Zia said with a smile while playing cards. Little brother, this reverse card is not so easy to play. When that guy Jiang Yan first taught me to play with Hui Haifeng, we both got stickers by him, even if you pay more tuition. I already know how to play. Come again, Zhou Wen said. You can play as many times as you want, Zhong Zia said with a smile. The inertia of human thinking is not so easy to change. After living for more than 10 years, he is always playing cards forward, but suddenly he is playing backwards, and it is easy to be led astray. It took Zhong Zia a lot of time to be able to fully adapt to this positive and negative way of thinking at the beginning, and it must not be easy for Zhou Wen to adapt immediately. What's more, Zhong Zia has been talking to Zhou Wen deliberately, distracting him to think about the topic, which makes it easier to make mistakes. When Zhong Zia first learned to play poker, she didn't dare to talk to Jiang Yan. Once she was distracted, she would make mistakes. It took a long time to be able to chat with Jiang Yan and the others while playing cards. Hui Haifeng and his situation are similar. The only person who can chat with them without making mistakes is the only one who can play heads and tails at the beginning. Wang Mingyuan. Zhong Zia didn't know whether Wang Mingyuan had played this kind of card before, or for some other reason. Anyway, he had never seen Wang Mingyuan make a mistake when he played cards. As for Jiang Yan, who first proposed to play cards like this, Zhong Zia didn't see him miss it, but after all, he proposed it himself, and he must have played for a long time before, which is not surprising. Zhong Zia originally thought that Zhou Wen would definitely take a while to get used to, or that he would not talk to him, concentrate on playing cards, and think slowly, so that mistakes could be avoided. But Zhou Wen didn't do that. He still played cards while chatting with him. The speed of playing cards was also normal, and he didn't deliberately slow down to think. But from The fourth round, Zhou Wen didn't make any more mistakes. Although Zhou Wen still lost in the end, it was because his cards were not good, and he didn't have much skill in playing cards. Did you get used to it so quickly? Zhong Zia didn't quite believe it, and continued to fight Zhou Wen for a few more fights. Soon he found out that Zhou Wen had really gotten used to it, no matter how he talked to Zhou Wen, saying something that there is no way for Zhou Wen to make mistakes on a topic that is distracting. This guy's talent in this area might be stronger than me and Hui Haifeng. Zhong Zia was slightly surprised. It's boring if I don't play anymore. Zhong Zia saw that Zhou Wen could no longer make mistakes, and his card skills seemed to be getting better and better. 2 more games, if you lose, I don't want your crystallization. Zhou Wen just started playing, and he just found it interesting, so he naturally refused to let Zhong Zia go. Zhong Zia was entangled by Zhou Wen and had no choice but to promise to play 2 more rounds. When Wang Mingyuan came out of Longjing, Zhong Zia and Zhou Wen had a lot of notes on their faces, which surprised Wang Mingyuan slightly. As far as he knows, Zhou Wen should be playing heads and tails for the first time, and he can actually play back and forth with Zhong Zia. It seems that he should have a very good talent in this regard. Break it, my little tiger. Zhou Wen had killed the tiger in Binyang Cave many times in the game, but he was disappointed again, and still failed to explode the companion egg. Is it really so difficult to add a lucky pet? Zhou Wen was a little speechless. He remembered that Wang Lu was the first time he broke a lucky little tiger. Why is it so difficult? I went to the poisonous Jiaotan again, but fortunately, the poisonous Jiaotan gave Zhou Wen a surprise, and a crystal of vitality skills exploded. As a result, after Zhou Wen absorbed it, the system prompted him to understand the Poison Dragon Finger 5. Now that Zhou Wen has 4 Poison Dragon Fingers, there should be only 1 Poison Dragon Finger 3 missing. In fact, several poisonous dragon finger crystals have been exploded before, but they are all repeated. There are several 1, 4, 2, etc. 3 and 5 seem to be particularly difficult to come out. Today, I finally exploded 5, but 3, still no shadow. The dragon transformation art has not been released yet, and the explosion rate is also very low. Zhou Wen has no other way, but can only brush it slowly. Anyway, he has a chance, so just brush it slowly. Ding dong. When Zhou Wen was about to go to the underground sea to die, the doorbell rang suddenly, and when he opened the door, it turned out to be Ming Xiu. Why are you here? Is there anything wrong? Zhou Wen looked at Ming Xiu with some doubts. This guy is quite independent. Even if there is something wrong, he should not come to him as a counselor. Zhou Wen, I want to ask you to be my personal trainer. A private lesson is 20,000 yuan. Right? Give me your account number and I'll transfer it to you now. Ming Xiu said bluntly. He lost Zhou Wen's cell phone number before, so he could only come to Zhou Wen himself, and after inquiring for a while, he found where Zhou Wen lived. Don't listen to Feng Chuyan's nonsense. Like you, I'm just a student. How can I be qualified to be your personal trainer? Zhou Wen immediately guessed it when he heard the keywords of personal training. And 20,000 yuan. What did Feng Chuyan say? Because I'm Mingqing's student? Ming Xiu was wrong, thinking that Zhou Wen refused to be his personal trainer because he was not a student of Sunset Academy. No, I'm really not qualified to teach you. Zhou Wen shook his head and explained. I remember you should be my tutor, right? It's your Responsibility to guide me in my studies, right? Ming Xiu lowered her head and pondered for a while, but when Zhou Wen thought he finally figured it out, Ming Xiu raised her head and looked at Zhou Wen and said, "This?" Zhou Wen was at a loss for words for a while. "What's your mobile phone number?" "Add a friend, so that you can easily contact me later." Ming Xiu took out her mobile phone and looked at Zhou Wen and asked, "I'll say it first, I really don't have anything to teach you, you don't need the money, let's study together." Zhou Wen reluctantly took out his mobile phone and added Ming Xiu as a friend. "You don't have to be so humble. I have heard Feng Chuyan talking about you. Your teaching method is really unique and impressive. I hope you can teach me in that way." After Ming Xiu added Zhou Wen's friend and directly transferred 20,000 yuan to him. What did Feng Chuyan say to him? Cold sweat broke out on Zhou Wen's forehead. The ghost knows what innovative teaching methods he has, but Zhou Wen himself doesn't know. "You can do what you like? I don't have time today. Tomorrow is the day when the princess's tutor assigns the assignments. When the assignments come out, let's finish the assignments together." Zhou Wen couldn't explain clearly, and he was too lazy to explain anything. Teaching in practice. "You are just like what Feng Chuyan said." Ming Xiu nodded with satisfaction, ignoring Zhou Wen's reaction after speaking, and turned around and left. Zhou Wen opened his mouth wide and looked at the back of Ming Xiu's departure. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "Are you sick?" Back in the house, I found an unread message on the phone. I clicked it and saw that it was sent by Sheng, saying that they had made a new discovery in the ruins and found the entrance to the inner hall, but the situation in the inner hall was very bad. Oops, there have been several groups of people who have died after going down, and no one has been able to come out alive from the inner hall until now. And Sheng and the others are trying their best to study the secrets of the inner hall, hoping to find Mr. Ouyang as soon as possible, and he will be notified when there is news. Zhou Wen sent a message to Sheng, but after waiting for a while, he didn't see Sheng's reply. I don't know if he entered an area with no signal, or if he was busy and didn't have time to reply. You must find a way to pass through the underground. See quickly, go to the temple to have a look, and use the blood-colored villain to explore the inner temple. It is better than letting those warriors sacrifice in vain. Zhou Wen was afraid that the old principal had already died in the inner palace. In the temple, then it would be meaningless for him to do this now. Early the next morning, Zhou Wen received a group message from the class group, which was the assignment assigned by the princess. Just beheading a King Kong warrior? Zhou Wen was relieved to see that the assignment was so simple. Recently, he needs a lot of time to farm monsters, and he has no mind or time to study other things. It would be great if he can easily complete his schoolwork. Coach, when are you going to do your homework? Just as Zhou Wen was about to wash up, he received a message from Ming Xiu. The homework assignments were required to be completed within 10 days. Originally, Zhou Wen planned to go back in a few days, but Ming Xiu was in trouble. If Ming Xiu sent messages and called him every day to ask him, it would be even more troublesome. So, Zhou Wen thought about it. Decided to finish the schoolwork first today, lest Ming Xiu come to him again. I made an appointment with Ming Xiu to go to Wantho Cave. When Zhou Wen arrived at Wantho Cave, he found that Ming Xiu was already waiting for him there. Coach, what are you going to teach me today? Ming Xiu asked. As I said, there's nothing I can teach you. Today is to do schoolwork and kill the King Kong warrior, Zhou Wen said, as he walked. Killing the King Kong troop? Ming Xiu showed a contemplative expression, as if thinking about something. The defense of King Kong Lux is too high, and the explosion rate is relatively low. There are very few people here, and the other students who received the task of killing King Kong Lux should be still studying the information of King Kong Lux at this time. God, come here. So when Zhou Wen and Ming Xiu entered, there was not a single living person in Wanfo Cave. Are you sure you can kill the King Kong warrior? Zhou Wen turned his head and asked Ming Xiu. Yes, I have read the information on King Kong Li Shi. It is not difficult for me, Ming Xiu replied. Then come first, I'll video you, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiu. It was normal for the video to be handed over to the princess as evidence of completing her homework assignments, but in Ming Xiu's ears, it was more meaningful. Do you want to understand my own abilities and characteristics first, and then formulate a targeted cultivation plan? Ming Xiu decided to show his abilities well and try his best to let Zhou Wen understand his current situation. I just want to play games quietly. Zhou Wen watched Ming Xiu fighting with the King Kong warrior, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Ming Xiu is indeed very powerful. In terms of combat skills, he is not even worse than Zhou Wen, and he is good at various techniques, and he can be said to be proficient in all 18 moves. But no matter how strong you are, what does it mean for you to ravage a Vajra warrior? From the beginning to the present, Ming Xiu has been fighting a King Kong warrior for more than an hour. Obviously, he could kill the King Kong Li Shi simply and happily, but every time he lifted it up and lowered it gently, the King Kong Li Shi didn't know how many strokes he took, and he was beaten miserably, but he was still not beaten to death. Even Zhou Wen can't stand it anymore. Although people are dimensional creatures, they don't bring such torture. If you like to kill, if you don't like to kill, then get out of the way. What does it mean to torture people for more than an hour? Sadistic? Zhou Wen didn't think as much as Ming Xiu thought, thinking that Ming Xiu was showing off his skills and abilities. Ming Xiu was very excited, and showed everything she knew. However, Ming Xiu was so talented, she knew too many things, and they showed the same thing, making Ming Xiu tired and sweating profusely. However, Ming Xiu felt that it was necessary to do so, otherwise Zhou Wen didn't know his situation, so how could he make a cultivation plan for him? If it was in the past, Zhou Wen had the ability to listen carefully, and he could know his location without looking at Ming Xiu. If he could take a picture of him, Zhou Wen would have been playing games long ago. Now the listening is still in incubation. If Zhou Wen looked at the mobile phone, there was no way to accurately photograph Ming Xiu, so he could only be patient to take pictures, but he was already impatient waiting, which was just delaying his life. What? Fortunately, it was easy to wait for Ming Xiu to think that the display was almost done, and finally beat the King Kong warrior to death, and even Zhou Wen felt aggrieved for the King Kong warrior. It's your turn to shoot for me, Zhou Wen said to Ming Xiu, who was wiping sweat. Okay. Ming Xiu nodded, took out his phone, pointed it at Zhou Wen, and followed behind him. Zhou Wen had been waiting for a long time and had no patience. When he saw a Vajra warrior, he rushed up and chopped the Vajra warrior with a single knife. He glanced at Ming Xiu dissatisfied, then turned his head and walked out. Finally, I can go back to play games, Zhou Wen thought in his heart. Ming Xiu looked thoughtful when she saw Zhou Wen slashed the King Kong warrior with one knife. It's a neat knife technique, but it doesn't seem to be anything special, it's just that the knife is too sharp. Wait, it must not be so simple. Feng Chuyan said that Zhou Wen likes to integrate what he wants to say into him. He looked at me with such strange eyes just now, he must be implying something. There must be some secret hidden in this knife, but I haven't been able to comprehend it yet. Mingxiu thought to herself. That's it for today, I'll let you know next time I have homework assignments, Zhou Wen said to Mingxiu after leaving Wanfo cave. Mingxiu heard what Zhou Wen said, and was even more sure what secret was in Zhou Wen's knife, otherwise he gave Zhou Wen 20,000 yuan, and Zhou Wen could not have let him go back like this without making a plan for him. Don't worry, coach, I will definitely understand something before the next assignment, Mingxiu said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was lazy with him and let Mingxiu go back by himself. He went to Wang Mingyuan's laboratory. It was very interesting to listen to Wang Mingyuan's lectures. Or it's like a joke, but after listening to it, when I encounter something, and I suddenly think about it, I will find that a certain story told by Wang Mingyuan seems to be very similar to this incident, which makes Zhou Wen face such a situation. When things happen, there is a feeling of being treated from a third-party perspective, no longer limited to the eyes of the authorities. So Zhou Wen is very willing to listen to Wang Mingyuan's talk about those that have some, but Wang Mingyuan doesn't have much time, and occasionally gives them 4 lectures, and most of the time he assigns homework assignments for them to do. Now Zhou Wen's main job is to pull the iron chain that sank into Longjing. Although Zhou Wen's strength has improved a lot, it is still very difficult to pull the iron chain. The cold air on the chain is too strong. It also illustrates the horror of the white dragon from the side. After Mingxiu went back, he had been pondering what Zhou Wen's knife was trying to tell him. But he couldn't think of it. What special meaning does such an ordinary knife have, which made Mingxiu very distressed. After thinking about it, Mingxiu had some doubts whether Zhou Wen was fooling him. At the appointed time with Feng Chuyan, Mingxiu went to practice against Feng Chuyan. After the practice, she told Feng Chuyan the doubts in her heart. Feng Chuyan frowned and thought about it, and then told Mingxiu, with certainty, the coach's knife is of course very meaningful, but because you are a fan of the authorities, you didn't understand it. Do you understand the meaning of that knife? Mingxiu's eyes lit up and looked at Feng Chuyan asked. Of course, the more I think about it, the more I feel that the coach's knife is really wonderful. It's really wonderful. Only someone as knowledgeable as the coach can come up with such a wonderful method to remind you, Feng Chuyan said seriously. Speaking to Ming Xiu, he was just about to slap his thigh to say that the coach is really tall. Are you talking about it? What exactly did he want to remind me with that knife? Ming Xiu obviously didn't have Feng Chuyan's strong brain-boosting ability, and he still couldn't figure out what the deep meaning of that knife was. Feng Chuyan looked at Ming Xiu Jingrong and asked, what do you think is your biggest problem now? Ming Xiu thought about it and said, I have learned too many things, I don't know what I am really good at, and I don't know the future. How do you go? That's right. Feng Chuyan nodded and said, now you are in a period of confusion about finding your way. You feel that you can do anything and everything, but you have learned nothing. You can be very proficient, so the coach will use the most common knife to tell you that the most common and the most direct hit is the most suitable for you. What is the most common and most direct hit? Ming Xiu still looked puzzled. There is a cloud, a flower, a heaven, a grass and a world. And everything has a way. After all, a person's life and energy are limited. If you can study one thing thoroughly in your life, you are already very lucky. The coach's knife is to tell you, don't be blinded by appearances, feel with your own heart, what do you need, don't care what other people think, no matter how ordinary the road is, it is your own choice. You can also walk out a road to the sky, as long as you keep moving forward it's fine to go on. Feng Qiuyan said more and more excited, ask your own heart, you must have one of your most common and direct thoughts, just like looking at women, no matter how many women stand together, no matter what you think in your heart, your eyes will automatically look at the one you think is the most beautiful. The same is true of martial arts. No matter how much you know, you will definitely have the first thought. The one that you are willing to learn, that is your original intention, that is your destiny. My original intention, my destiny, the kind that I am willing to learn at the first thought. Ming Xiu only felt that she with a bang, he thought of his childhood, a past that he will never forget. When Ming Xiu was a child, a forbidden creature attacked the place where they lived. It was his father alone who killed the forbidden creature and protected the young Ming Xiu. In the young Ming Xiu's mind, his father at that time was the greatest person in the world, and his swordsmanship was also the strongest in the world. When he grew up, he must learn his father's swordsmanship and become a man like his father. But when he really grows up, too many people tell him that his father's swordsmanship is too ordinary, has no value to learn, and has no possibility of letting him go to the top. It doesn't match a genius like him at all. He should learn stronger swordsmanship. Ming Xiu didn't believe it, so he still learned his father's swordsmanship, but in fact, as those people said, his father's swordsmanship was only what he thought was strong when he was a child, but in fact it was far inferior to those of the swordsman masters. Ming Xiu is easy to learn, and really is not strong. Although it is true that his father's swordsmanship is not strong, Ming Xiu still feels a little regretful in his heart, and has always had a certain unique feeling about his father's swordsmanship, even though that swordsmanship is far worse than the world's first class swordsmanship. However, Ming Xiu has never been able to forget, but subconsciously does not use it, and has some indescribable feelings in his heart. What Feng Qiuyan said today touched Ming Xiu's deepest feelings, making Ming Xiu's brain struck by lightning. Yes, why should I give up? No matter how ordinary my father's swordsmanship is? In my heart, it is the strongest swordsmanship in the world. If it is not strong enough to be recognized by the world, then I will try my best to practice it. Just train it into the strongest swordsmanship in the world, and let everyone agree that it is the strongest swordsmanship in the world. Ming Xiu's heart was raging. Feng Qiuyan, you are amazing, thank you, I understand. Ming Xiu hugged Feng Qiuyan in excitement, wishing she could pick up Feng Qiuyan and throw it into the sky. Feng Qiuyan said lightly, it's because the coach is too powerful. I just tell you in words what the coach wants you to understand. I don't know if it's right or not. In fact, you can understand better yourself. Yes, the coach is really strong. He saw through my problem at a glance, and reminded me in such a way that I didn't understand it. It's really stupid. I used to believe that I was a genius, but now I know, compared with the coach, I'm a pig. Ming Xiu untied the knot, felt relieved and excited, but felt that the world was too beautiful, and Zhou Wen was too awesome. If Zhou Wen heard the conversation between the two of them here, I'm afraid that his mouth would be as big as a duck's egg, and then he gave a thumbs up and said to Feng Qiuyan, you are so awesome. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know these things. He was brushing poison Jiaotan in the dormitory. I don't know how many times I came to the poison Jiaotan. After killing the poison Jiao again, Zhou Wen heard a ding sound, but he was already a little numb to the sound, and the poison Jiao often burst out some vitality skills crystals, but basically there are 124 kinds of poisonous dragon fingers. But this time, when Zhang Wen looked at the crystal, he found that it seemed to be different. The light and shadow of the poisonous dragon and the poisonous dragon crystals were all black, but this one is red, as if the poisonous dragon had been ripped off. Like the skin, it looks very weird. Zhou Wen quickly manipulated the blood-colored villain to pick up the poisonous Jiao crystal, and then absorbed it. A numb and itchy force flowed out of the phone and rushed into Zhou Wen's body, making Zhou Wen feel extremely itchy under his skin, as if he was about to shed his skin. Of course, this is just an illusion. Zhou Wen did not shed his skin, and after the feeling completely disappeared, the game also popped up. Absorb the poisonous dragon crystals and comprehend the epic level vitality technique Dragon Transformation Art, 7th stage. Although it is not the strongest 9th Dan, the 7th Dan is already quite high. In fact, as long as he can brush out the Dragon Transformation Art, Zhou Wen is quite satisfied. This thing is too difficult to explode. Finally, there is the Dragon Transformation Art. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, feeling the news of the Dragon Transformation Art pouring into his brain, digest its various information. Well, it happened that there was water everywhere in Ziqing. Zhou Wen tried it in the water and immediately felt the difference. In the past, he felt that water was water, and when moving in it, he had to overcome strong resistance, but now Zhou Wen went into the water again, but he felt a little different, as if the water was pushing his body, and he swam in the water with ease and speed. I don't know how many times. Dragon Transformation Art is really a good thing. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the Dragon Transformation Art is not so much a movement technique as it is a technique that allows people to feel the characteristics of the water itself, allowing Zhou Wen to make reasonable use of the water itself. Strength, rather than just fighting against it. With the Dragon Transformation Art, this is just the beginning. With the Dragon Transformation Art, Zhou Wen's speed in the water is much faster, but he still needs to practice the actual combat effects of various body techniques in the water. Zhou Wen's movement has undergone some modifications, and fighting in the water is not so restricted. After getting familiar with the benefits brought by the Dragon Transformation Art, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to go to the underground sea. He wanted to try it out and see if he could get through the protection of those black dragons and get the Dragon Ball. When he came to the underground sea again, Zhou Wen still followed the old method. First, lured the 9 dragons in the air, and then used the poisonous white shadow as a bait to attract their attention, and he himself rushed into the sea with a ghost step. As soon as his body entered the sea water, Zhou Wen felt a little different from before, as if the surrounding sea water was flowing happily around him. Zhou Wen just stroked lightly, and his figure had already rushed out more than 10 meters, faster than a fish, just like a human-shaped dragon. In fact, the Dragon Transformation Art is not a body technique, but a metamorphosis technique of the Jiaolong towards the dragon. In this process, the Jiaolong itself is a water spirit beast. After it transforms into a dragon, it is the king of the water, so the Dragon Transformation Art can make people feel going to the water element, and getting the help of the water element, can indeed greatly increase the speed in the water, and it is not wrong to say that it is a water-based movement technique. Zhou Wen was overjoyed and swam in the direction of the metal chariot, which was many times faster than before, and soon came to the front of the metal chariot. At this time a dragon finally rushed over, opened its mouth and swallowed Zhou when, and a large amount of seawater was sucked into its mouth, forming a huge underwater vortex. If it was before, Zhou was directly sucked in, and he had no resistance at all, but this time, Zhou turned around with the power of the vortex, rushed out of the vortex, and rushed under the chariot. The metal chariot is already in sight. This is the first time that Zhou has been so close to the metal chariot since he died so many times. However, he was under the metal chariot, and the dragon ball was on the top of the chariot. Zhou stuck to the bottom of the chariot to avoid the sight of the black dragons. Get on the roof. The 9 dragons have all returned to the sea water, swimming from different directions, trying to devour the blood-colored villain under the car. It's a pity that their bodies are locked by iron chains, and every move is restrained, otherwise the blood-colored villains would have been swallowed by them. Under the cover of the chariot, Zhou shuttled through the seaweed and coral bushes above, dodged several attacks, and finally came to the rear of the chariot, then turned over, rushed to the top of the chariot, and turned directly up. Zhou remembered that the dragon ball was in the front, so he continued to rush forward, seeing that the dragon ball was already in front of him, less than 5 meters away from him, but the blood-colored villain was swallowed by a black dragon rushing up from the side, and the game screen suddenly went black. Go down. Zhou was not surprised, but delighted. He has now been able to get so close to Dragon Ball, which proves that he has the possibility of obtaining Dragon Ball. As long as he does better, he will definitely be able to obtain Dragon Ball. However, Zhou soon found out that it seemed too early for him to be happy. Those black dragons were indeed real dragons. Although they were locked by chains and moved inconveniently, they were still much faster than Zhou. Zhou was able to flip onto the car several times. The top, but it has never been able to get close to the dragon ball. It is always a few meters away. Originally, Zhou wanted to use the magic star wheel to suck the dragon ball over, but after several attempts, the sea water, seaweed and coral sucked a lot, but the dragon ball did not move. Zhou thought about it, only by trying to avoid the attacks of those black dragons he could get the dragon ball. He was very close to the dragon ball, but he lacked the final sprint. So Zhou deliberately observed the movements of those black dragons in the water, as well as their behaviors and patterns, trying to find a way to break through them. It's just that after watching it for a long time, Zhou suddenly discovered that the movements of those black dragons in the water are indeed incomparably miraculous, implying some kind of truth, and Zhou felt that he could learn from it. It is naturally impossible for ordinary people to imitate the movement of the black dragon, but Zhou, who has learned the dragon transformation art, does not seem to feel that it is so difficult. After in-depth research, Zhou found that the 9 black dragons looked the same, but in fact they were slightly different, and their postures were also somewhat different. Each black dragon had its own unique underwater posture, while the posture made Zhou, who has the dragon transformation art, just imitated it a little, and became more flexible and quick in the water. It was like a duck in water. The more Zhou studied, the more he felt that the posture of the black dragon was amazing. He sorted out and studied the postures of the 9 black dragons one by one, and felt that they could completely form a set of movement techniques. The more in-depth research on the posture of the black dragon, the closer Zhou is to the dragon ball. There have been several times that Zhou can get the dragon ball within an arm's distance. Zhou had a hunch that he could get the dragon ball soon. The posture of the 9 dragons. Zhou is already familiar with it and can't be familiar with it anymore, and his movement method also. completely integrates the characteristics of the posture of the 9 dragons, which can be regarded as perfect. However, Zhou Wen still feels that there is something wrong, and it seems that he has not really obtained the essence. As long as he can figure out the last question, he can get that dragon ball with this movement technique that has learned from the posture of 9 dragons. What's wrong in the end? Zhou Wen planned to go to Wang Mingyuan and show him the movement technique he had realized, so that he could see what was lacking in this movement technique. Wang Mingyuan has been going down to Longjing more and more times recently, and the time in it is getting longer and longer. When Zhou Wen came to the laboratory again, he still didn't see him, and only Jiang Yan was in the laboratory. Zhou Wen, remember when you killed mutant Tian last time? You still owe me a favor? Jiang Yan said when he saw Zhou Wen coming over and put down the book in his hand. Remember? Do you need my help with anything? Zhou Wen asked. He rarely saw Jiang Yan recently, and he didn't know what he was doing. There is just one thing I need your help with. If you are free, accompany me to the Xixiang kiln. Jiang Yan said. Where are you going? Are you going to see the 20th grade dragon gate? Zhou Wen asked with some doubts. Longmen 20th grade, 19 grades are all in Guyang Cave, and only one grade is in Xixiang kiln. Zhou Wen also went to see it before, but if he was to read the inscription, it seemed that Zhou Wen did not need to accompany him. As far as Zhou Wen knew, there were only some legendary snake-like dimensional creatures in Xixiang kiln. Although there were a lot of them, it was not difficult to avoid them with Jiang Yan's strength. Jiang Yan said, I went to see the 20th grade of Longmen. I went there a few times before, and every time I saw it, I was disturbed by those snakes, and I had no mood or feeling at all. This time you accompany me, and help me guard by the side, don't let those snakes bother me to read the inscription. Zhou Wen looked at Jiang Yan with a strange expression. This guy even had to find someone to clear the scene to see the inscription. He even used one of his favors for this, and he didn't understand what he was thinking. But since Jiang Yan proposed it, Zhou Wen naturally would not refuse, and accompany him to Xixiang kiln. Xixiang kiln has gone through the mutation of the dimensional field, and the space is much larger. There are connected caves and stone caves everywhere, and many snake-like dimensional creatures come in and out. However, unlike the tyrant snakes in the snake cave, these snakes are poisonous snakes. If they are bitten by them, even an epic powerhouse will be in trouble, so not many people come here. Because there are too many poisonous snakes, and they are generally huddled in stone caves, it is impossible to kill them if they want to find them. Jiang Yan ignored the poisonous snakes at all, and directly avoided the attack of the poisonous snakes, all the way to the 20th grade of Longmen. Before the inscription. I'm reading the inscription here, you guard me, don't let them come to disturb me anyway. Jiang Yan said to Zhou Wen, then stood there, focused on the inscription, ignoring everything behind him. The poisonous snakes in Xixiang kiln are called dragon-patterned snakes, but they do not have dragon patterns on their bodies, but have some patterns similar to inscriptions. In addition to the inscriptions on the 20th grade Longmen inscriptions here, they have such a name. The dragon snakes are very poisonous, and there are a lot of them. After a while, there are several dragon snakes swimming towards them, and there are many dragon snakes poking their brains in the snake caves, and they may rush out at any time. Anyway, if you are idle, you are idle, so let's practice your body skills. Zhou Wen didn't use the companion pet, he pulled out the bamboo sword, used his body skills to deal with the dragon snakes, and killed them at the same time. He is not afraid of the poison of the dragon snake, even if he is bitten, it doesn't matter. He himself has a high toxin attribute, plus there is a dark doctor who fights poison with poison. These dragon snakes are no threat to him. The speed of the dragon snake is very fast, especially the blow that bounces up. It is like a dragon coming out of a hole, fast, ruthless, and accurate. However, compared to Zhou Wengxinwo's body technique, it is naturally much worse. It is not difficult for Zhou Wen to avoid their attacks, but after watching more, Zhou Wen suddenly has a strange feeling. The posture of these snakes seems to be similar to that of the snake. His newly enlightened body technique seems to be a little bit similar. Zhou Wen carefully observed that these dragon-patterned snakes just acted instinctively, which was far from the attitude he realized from the dragon, but for some reason, Zhou Wen just felt a bit similar. While beheading the dragon-patterned snake that was close to Jiang Yan, Zhou Wen thought about it for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he understood something. Snakes practiced for thousands of years to overcome tribulations and become Jiao dragons, and Jiao practiced for thousands of years to overcome tribulations and become dragons. The dragon transformation art is a process of transforming snakes into dragons. Transforming dragons into dragons is not a dragon. Naturally, it still retains the nature of snakes. I used the dragon transformation art to forcibly imitate the posture of a real dragon. Naturally, I felt that drawing a dragon was not an anti-snake. I always felt that the movement technique I understood was a little bit wrong, and it turned out to be the difference here. Zhou Wen suddenly understood his own body. The problem with the law. Now that you know the problem, you can start to solve it next. Unlike before, you don't know where to start. If you want to truly shed the natural influence of snakes and become a real dragon, you can only start from the root, so that the dragon transformation art can shed the mortal fetus and truly reach the realm where you can transform into a dragon. Zhou Wen fought the snake, while using the dragon transformation art. I constantly understand the true meaning of the dragon transformation art. There are two ways to prompt the rank of the vitality skill. One is to use the vitality technology crystal to improve. As long as the vitality technology crystal itself is high enough, refining and absorption can directly improve the rank, up to the 9th rank. Another method is to rely on one's own familiarity with and comprehension of vitality skills to improve the rank, up to 10 Dan. It is very slow and difficult to improve in this way. Except for a few guys like Launcher, whose talents are abnormal to the extreme, they can comprehend the true meaning of vitality skills at random and raise their vitality skills to 10th rank. Most people need a lot of time to study and comprehend them. It is much slower than using the vitality technique crystal. It is too difficult to reveal the dragon transformation art. If he wants to reveal the 9 Dan, Zhou Wen has no time to wait, and what he needs is not just the 9 Dan, but the extraordinary 10 Dan. Only in this way, it is possible to match the posture of the real dragon, so that he can really use the posture of the real dragon. While observing the movements, shapes and habits of those dragon-patterned snakes, Zhou Wen recalled the postures of the 9 black dragons, compared them, and gradually understood the differences between snakes and dragons. Zhou Wen gradually discovered that there are indeed many similarities in the behaviors of dragons and snakes. It is no wonder that snakes are also called little dragons in the East District, but even if they are so similar, when people see a dragon, they will never mistake it for it. Chung is a snake. In addition to the physical difference, the most important thing is that the charm between the two is completely different. Zhou Wen constantly felt. The difference in the charm between the snake and the dragon. It was a feeling that could not be expressed in words or described in words, but could only be felt with the heart. With Zhou Wen's perception, his movements have not changed much, but there are slight differences in subtleties, but there is a little more spirituality in every move. Jiang Yan was watching the inscription attentively, frowning slightly from time to time, as if there was something difficult to understand, and sometimes he showed a sudden realization, which seemed to be very happy. But after a while, Jiang Yan's brows became more and more wrinkled, and they did not stretch for a long time. While watching the inscription, Jiang Yan muttered to himself, the representative work of calligraphy of the Northern Wei dynasty in the 20th grade of Long Men, the typical Wei steel body, the pen shows its sharpness. If it wants to be horizontal, it will be vertical, and if it wants to be vertical, it will be horizontal. It is as sharp as a blade, but it is not as square as regular script. The body of the Wei tablet bears Hanli on the top and Tang script on the bottom. Its charm is the most difficult to grasp. If it is written thickly, it becomes regular script. It's a little too difficult to comprehend the Tao with the 20th grade of the Dragon Gate and turn it into a technique, and Xinyan is only half a point, so it doesn't have that kind of taste. Jiang Yan thought hard, but it was always difficult to accurately grasp its charm. Feeling a little impetuous in his heart, Jiang Yan knew that he couldn't continue any longer, otherwise he would not be able to achieve that pure state even if he read the text with an impetuous mentality. Looking back, Jiang Yan intends to rest for a while. Wait until your mind has completely calmed down, and then look at the inscription. If you can't calm down, it's okay to come back another day. He turned around, sat down on the stone beside him, and took out the small teapot and cup he had brought with him. There was even a small copper charcoal stove. I lit the charcoal stove, heated the water, brewed 2 cups of tea, and was about to ask Zhou Wen to come over and drink with him, but his eyes fell on Zhou Wen, but he couldn't move away, even his hand that was pouring the tea. I forgot to take it back. The water in the small teapot had submerged the teacup and flowed out of the teacup, but Jiang Yan was completely unaware and just stared at Zhou Wen, who was fighting the dragon snake. It is not so much that Zhou Wen is fighting the dragon-patterned snake. It is better to say that he is dancing alone. Jiang Yan looked at it, suddenly dropped the small teapot in his hand, ran to a stone wall, stretched out his finger, and scratched directly on the stone wall. His fingers were like the blade of a blade, and he broke the stone wall directly, and wrote one word after another on it. Those words looked like Wei Bei's body, but they were a little different. Every stroke is like a blade, but it will not appear too sharp, neutral and free and easy. The snake travels the road for thousands of years, and the flood hides it for eternity. When Jinwu emerges from the sky, I will wash the sky and turn into a blue dragon. When Jiang Yan's dragon character was finished, Zhou Wen also let out a long whistle, and his body rose out of the sky, as if the real dragon ascended to heaven, and the whole person seemed to have completed some kind of transformation. The surrounding dragon-patterned snakes stepped back one after another, as if shivering. For a while, no snake dared to attack Zhou Wen again. Although I haven't read the information in the game, Zhou Wen is now very sure that his dragon transformation art should have broken through to the 10th stage, and that feeling cannot be explained in words. Little brother, thanks to you, today's reading of the word is to see some meaning, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Zhou Wen turned his head to look and saw the words Jiang Yan had engraved on the wall. Although he didn't understand the words, he found that there was a familiar feeling in the words. After thinking about it carefully, he understood that there were words that he had just written in the words. Comprehension of the state of mind. This word. Zhou asked strangely when he looked at those words. This is written by me looking at your movement technique, combined with the font of the 20th grade. Long men, which is quite interesting. In the future, I will use this as a foundation and cooperate with the 20th grade long men to develop a technique, which is half of yours. Credit, let you take the name. Jiang Yan said. I won't pick a name, you should pick it up. Zhou shook his head. Dragon Gate 20 already has a dragon character, and your body technique has a dragon shape. Naturally, you have to choose a dragon character, plus the names of you and me, then this technique is called Dragon Wen Yan. Let's go. Jiang Yan said. He reached out and wiped one line of the words he carved on the stone wall. What are you doing? What are you doing to erase a good word? Zhou quickly grabbed Jiang Yan's hand, feeling a little pity. Although this is the best word I've written so far, but with it there, it will limit my past. I only want the future, not the past, so I don't keep this word. Jiang Yan said. Don't erase it. I still want to see it, so let's keep it for now. Zhou felt that the artistic conception of the word was too consistent with what he realized, and it was a little different, so Zhou really wanted to see it. What a difference. If you want to see it, then keep it for now. But after you read it, it's better to erase it. It's not a good thing to write on the same wall as the ancients. Jiang Yan paused and said, wait for the dragon. After the inkstone is completed, I will send you a copy, and you can take a look at it later. Okay. Zhou looked at the words. On the stone wall, the first two lines had been erased by Jiang Yan, and only the back was when Shenwu is out of the sky, a clear sky will turn into a blue dragon. After leaving Liaolongdong, Zhou couldn't wait to turn on his phone and enter the copy of Zhuolu after returning to the dormitory. This time, Zhou was not in the mood to pay attention to those dimensional creatures at all, and flew all the way to the location of the underground sea in the white shadow of poison. He wanted to see if he could win the Dragon Ball with his current movement skills. In the information column of the blood-colored villain, not only has the dragon transformation art been promoted to the 10th stage, but even the name has changed, from the dragon transformation art to the 9 dragon art. Obviously, after Zhou integrated the 9 dragons posture with the dragon transformation art, approved by the mobile phone system, the 9 dragons of the 10th rank should be able to get the Dragon Ball, right? Zhou finally killed the underground sea and went directly to the sea. After a while, I saw the surging waves, black dragons breaking out of the waves, extending their dragon heads to devour poison Buying. And Zhou jumped up, like a trapped dragon entering the sea, and swam several dozen feet away. In an instant. It didn't feel like swimming, but like the sea water was pushing him forward, and the speed was not known how much faster than before. He turned over and got into the car in one go. The black dragons didn't even come back to stop him. Zhou had already reached the roof of the strange car. He didn't have to hide under the car to avoid the attacks of the 9 dragons as before. The 9 black dragons finally came back at this time, and they roared and swallowed Zhou one by one, but Zhou felt very special today, as if he had the same mind as these 9 dragons. Their every move could be predicted in advance, and it was very easy to dodge. Zhou knew that this was not because he could really communicate with them, but because he realized the posture of the 9 dragons and knew them well. He was able to know what they wanted to do next. The movement changed. The sea water not only would not be Zhou Wen's resistance, but also its help. After dodging a round of offensive by the 9 black dragons, Zhou Wen finally rushed to the Dragon Ball for the first time and grabbed the Dragon Ball with one hand. Zhou Wen was excited. He finally got the Dragon Ball. He only felt that the Dragon Ball was very heavy to start with, and the second round of attacks from the 9 black dragons had made a comeback. Take away. The Dragon Ball was indeed pulled up by the blood-colored villain, but after a distance of more than 1 meter. It could no longer be pulled. Zhou Wen was surprised to find that there was a filament attached to the underside of the Dragon Ball, and the filament looked like it, just like the hair. It is transparent. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it in the water at all. Zhou Wen's face changed slightly, and suddenly found that something was wrong, and after pulling it a few times, the filament was extremely strong, and with the power of the blood-colored villain, there was no way to tear it off. Click. At this moment, I suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the chariot, as if the dusty gears were turning again, due to the lack of lubricating oil. The metal hit and rubbed. What's even weirder is that the 9 black dragons that were desperately attacking Zhou Wen didn't come over at this time, and fell to the bottom of the sea one by one, prostrate on the ground, as if shivering. Zhou Wenjian can't take Dragon Ball with him. He quickly let go of his hand, stepped back, and left the chariot, but he didn't just retreat. The blood-colored villain can be reborn. Zhou Wen is not afraid of death. He wants to see what will happen to the chariot. As the sound of the gears turning in the chariot gradually became faster, a metal wall on one side of the chariot gradually fell down, revealing a portal. Zhou Wen looked inside the chariot and saw a dark area inside, as if it was a world without light. Any light that got there seemed to be cut off, and it couldn't get in at all, not even the eyes. Bang bang. Bang bang. Zhou Wen was peeking at the situation in the trunk, but he heard the sound of continuous metal breaking, and saw that the black metal chains that locked the black dragons broke one by one, making the 9-headed black dragons regain their freedom one by one. The 9-headed black dragon was instantly ecstatic, soaring into the sky with excitement, breaking out of the sea in an instant, and going straight to the sky. The speed was unbelievably fast. Only at this time did Zhou Wen know that the reason why he was able to survive under the siege of the 9-headed black dragon was not because he was strong, but because the 9-headed black dragon was suppressed by the black chains, and most of its power was suppressed, and the power to fight against him was simply insignificant. At this time, the 9-headed black dragons escaped their predicament, and the power displayed by them was by no means comparable to the previous ones. In the next second, the 9-headed black dragon rushed back into the sea, and roared directly to Zhongko, and swallowed Zhou Wen, apparently to swallow Zhou Wen here. I really don't have a conscience. I was the one who rescued you from your predicament, but you are simply beasts. Zhou Wen cursed secretly. But he also knows that his current strength is impossible to compete with the 9 real dragons who got out of trouble. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he controlled the blood-colored villain to rush towards the door, which had already opened most of the trunk. Before the 9 real dragons devoured him, he rushed in. In that darkness. Although the car box is very big, it is only a car box no matter how big it is. The interior space is very limited, but when Zhou Wen rushed into the car box, he felt that the inside of the car box was like a dark nothingness, boundless as if there was no end. In that darkness, there is a white cocoon exuding a strange light. It's a cocoon again. Zhou was slightly startled, but the next second was ecstatic. There was actually a cocoon here, so maybe his last attribute might be a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, he directly summoned the Overlord Spear, and with the blessing of his invincible skills, he stabbed the white cocoon in the void with all his strength. But when the gun was stabbed, Zhou face turned ugly. It seemed that Bai Cocoon was not far away, but when he stabbed it out, it seemed that there were thousands of mountains and rivers, and the tip of the gun could not reach Bai Cocoon. As soon as the ghost step opened, he stepped over a distance of 100 meters in an instant, but the distance between the tip of the gun and the white cocoon did not decrease at all, and it was still that far. What's going on? Zhou was secretly shocked, but the black dragon outside had already rushed in. Without saying a word, he was sucking at the blood-colored villain, and the suction force like a black hole directly sucked the blood-colored villain in the abdomen. There is no resistance at all. The game went dark, and Zhou face was almost as dark. It was clear that the white cocoon was in front of him, but for some reason, he couldn't touch it. Reborn from a drop of blood, re-entered the game, and came to the underground sea again. The black dragon and the chariot returned to their original appearance. The black dragon was locked, and the chariot was not opened. But now Zhou knows that the dragon ball is not the egg of the black dragon, but the mechanism to open the chariot. After trying again, the blood-colored villain rushed into the trunk again, but he still couldn't touch the white cocoon. Zhou used all kinds of powers and companion pets, but he couldn't touch the white cocoon. For a while, I couldn't think of a way to pierce the white cocoon and get the blood of the creatures in the white cocoon, but now that Zhou was able to cross the underground sea, he planned to go to the temple to have a look. The white cocoon in the chariot can't be touched with brute force. So Zhou didn't waste any more blood trying. He had to figure out what kind of power the white cocoon had before he could crack it. When the 9 black dragons were locked, they couldn't catch up with Zhou. After Zhou rushed through the underground sea, he passed through the mountains and reached the place where the longevity tree was. He wanted to see what the longevity tree was in the game. But when he came to the stone palace where the longevity tree was located, he found that there was no longevity tree there, and only a stone drum was empty in the apse. No longevity tree? What's going on? Zhou was shocked. If the game is not the same as reality, then Zhou will have to be more careful when entering the dimensional realm in the future. Even if he has a game strategy, he cannot randomly crash into the dimensional realm, otherwise it will be easy to have an accident. However, this is the first time Zhou has encountered such a situation where the game is different from reality. However, Zhou also thought of a possibility. If the longevity tree is not something that originally existed in the dimensional field, then it does not exist in the game, which makes sense. What is the reason? Zhou couldn't judge for a while, just guessed like this. I originally wanted to get a longevity fruit in the game to see, but now I can only give up this idea. After bypassing the stone hall and passing through the cave under the fault, Zhou came to the temple on the other side according to the map given by Insheng. The temple was the same as what Zhou had seen before, and there was not much difference. There are 2 stone statues in front of the gate of the temple, just like the stone statues at the entrance of the ruins. Zhou turned the stone statues, and the gate of the temple opened. Because of the detailed method for Insheng and the others to enter the temple, the blood-colored villain quickly came to the innermost layer of the temple. There are no dimensional creatures in the temple, only some very special organs. As long as those organs are not touched, there will be no danger. What was really scary was the newly discovered inner hall by Xing and the others. Zhou came to the gods' case, which was where the old principal left a secret code. Naturally, there was no god's case in the game. But this god's case was the key to opening the entrance to the inner hall. Zhou searched around and found 7 stone furnaces placed in different positions in the temple. He placed the stone furnaces in a certain orientation in front of the god's case, and then heard a rumbling sound, and the innermost wall of the temple moved, rising slowly, revealing the space behind. Because the situation of the inner hall has not yet been verified, there is very little news from Xing. Zhou only knew that there was a stone statue in the inner hall, and then entered the inner hall. No one who crossed the stone statue came out alive. All disappeared. When the stone wall is completely raised, the stone passage behind is exposed. The passage is square, about 30 or 40 meters inwards. The passage reaches the end, and then divides into 2 roads, to the left and right, and at the entrance of this T-shaped passage, there is indeed a stone statue. The stone statue is very simple, and it is only 1 person tall. It looks like a person wearing a cloak standing there. However, the face of the stone statue is a little strange. There is only 1 mouth, no eyes, nose, and eyebrows, just a mouth slightly open. As if he wanted to speak, but he didn't say it. Looking at this statue makes people feel very depressed, and there is an urge to make the statue close or open its mouth to finish speaking. Zhou walked to the stone statue and looked at the stone statue carefully. The square passage is dark inside, and I don't know where it leads. The people of Anjia have tried many times, no matter whether they choose the left or the right, it is the same, and no one who enters can survive. Zhou let the dark doctor possess his body and used the light of perspective to look at the channel on the left. After the transparent light entered the channel on the left, it seemed to disappear, and he couldn't see what was inside at all. It's really weird. Could it be that there is an influence of space power in the passage? So can't even the light of perspective shine in? Zhou thought for a while, summoned a few companion pets, and entered the passage on the left. As soon as the companion pet stepped into the passage on the left, it immediately lost contact with Zhou, and he didn't know whether it was dead or what. This was the same news from Xing. No one can enter the Yin family, and naturally, there is no news. Until now, no one knows what is going on in the passage. Zhou summoned the ghost bride again, but the ghost bride was the same. After entering, he lost contact with him immediately, and he didn't know whether to live or die. Can't even ghosts? Zhou frowned slightly, and now there is only 1 way left, that is, let the blood-colored villain go in and take a look. Even if he dies, he can find out some news. Taking a deep breath, Zhou controlled the blood-colored villain to walk towards the passage on the left. If it were in reality, he would definitely not step in. So Zhou admired those soldiers very much. Even if he knew that he might die forever, as long as he had an order, he could still go forward. If you can understand some of the secrets in the passage, and let those soldiers sacrifice less, it can be regarded as a good deed with boundless merit. The moment the blood-colored villain stepped into the left aisle, Zhou body shuddered involuntarily, and a very ominous feeling appeared in his heart. The originally dark passage became much brighter after the blood-colored villain stepped in. The channel that originally looked square suddenly changed a bit. At this time, the channel became an ellipse, and the channel became curved. There were many sharp-angled crystals emitting faint light on the stone wall. Rows of what looks like sharp teeth. Looking back, I found that the T-junction and the stone statue were gone. There was also a circular passage, and there were also many sharp crystals, and the end could not be seen at a glance. The ghost bride floated over from nowhere, and was actually by Zhou Wen's side, but the other companion pets were gone. When Zhou Wenjing was in doubt, he suddenly felt that the channel was shaking violently. No, it shouldn't be called shaking. The entire channel was shrinking, and the inner wall of the channel was rotating. Those sharp crystals became due to the rotation. A terrifying weapon like a cutting machine. With the contraction of the channel, the space for the blood-colored Dylan to stand is getting smaller and smaller. Zhou Wen quickly summoned the Overlord Spear, trying to poke a big hole in the contracted channel. However, the Overlord Spear stabbed out without the gun handle, but he still couldn't pierce the stone wall, and he didn't know how thick the stone wall was. The rotating stone wall made Zhou Wen unable to hold the Overlord Spear and was rolled up all of a sudden. Zhou Wenshan was in the air. And he summoned the banana fan again. The lunar wind blew directly into the passage, but it didn't have much effect. The strong wind blew along the passage, and it kept blowing out for an unknown distance, but it didn't touch anything. And the passage was getting tighter and tighter, and finally closed completely. The blood-colored villain was also strangled in it, and the game screen went black. Zhou Wen's face turned ugly. If the old principal and the others encountered the same situation after entering the passage, their chances of surviving would be almost zero. Only the ghost bride with the ghost body was not strangled by the weird passage, but after the ghost bride entered the passage, she lost contact with me, and it was useless to survive in it. Zhou Wen thought about it and opened it again. Shualu copy, he wants to try to see what happens to the channel on the right. If the right channel is the same as the left channel, then you can basically give up hope of rescuing the old principal. When Zhou Wen came to the passage again, he decisively chose the passage on the right. When he stepped into the passage, he couldn't help shivering again, and a very ominous feeling rose again in his heart. The channel on the right is a bit different from the channel on the left. It is still a boxy stone channel. And there are no sharp crystals. However, on the stone wall of the passage, Zhou Wen found a lot of strange words. Some of those words were like hieroglyphs, but they seemed to be a little different. Anyway, Zhou Wen didn't recognize the words. Looking back, I found that the intersection where I came in was also gone. Zhou Wen felt a little more at ease, although it felt very ominous, but after all, there was no fatal danger. If the old principal and the others chose the channel on the right, they might survive. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored villain to walk forward. For some reason, Zhou Wen always felt that there were many eyes watching him in the dark, but he looked around and found no creatures. As he walked, Zhou Wen felt more and more wrong, and the feeling of being peeped became stronger and stronger. Is it those words? Zhou Wen frowned slightly, staring at the strange words on the stone wall. If there was anything in the passage, it was only these strange words. Zhou Wen summoned the Overlord Spear and directly stabbed one of the words on the stone wall. The Overlord Spear's invincible ability played a role, and pierced directly into the stone wall, piercing a word with one shot. Puchi. Zhou Wen only felt a tear-like pain coming from his left ear, and at the same time blood spurted out of the blood-colored villain's ear. The next second, Zhou Wen saw those strange words, which turned into each with a tail, an oval body, and words were engraved on it, but the little monsters with eyes and the words, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, flapping his bat-like wings, he bit towards the blood-colored villain. Zhou wielded the Overlord spear to attack those little monsters, but every time his spear stabbed a little monster, an organ ruptured on his body. After killing a few little monsters, the blood-colored villain's body was almost unable to support it. Summoning the banana fan, the lunar wind blew toward the group of little monsters, and immediately blew them away, freezing their bodies into pieces. Almost at the same time, the blood-colored villain's body also turned into ice cubes, then shattered to the ground, and the game screen went black. What are those weird things? Attacking them will actually eat back at him. Zhou naturally saw the peculiarities of those little monsters, but after seeing them, he could not think of a solution for a while. No matter which path you choose, it seems to be a dead end. The old principal and the others are afraid that it is very dangerous. Zhou sighed secretly in his heart. Judging from this situation, the old principal is afraid of the worst. Zhou tried a few more times, and even if he didn't provoke the little monsters transformed by the words, they would come and bite themselves. Even if Zhou wore the stone armor transformed by the stone scorpion, he couldn't stop the fangs of those little monsters. They seemed to be able to bite through anything. Both on the left and right are channels for cannibalism. It's impossible to pass. Zhou thought in his heart, but a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait, cannibalism. He thought of the stone statue at the T-junction. The stone statue only had a mouth and no other facial features, which looked extremely uncomfortable. And the passages on the left and right sides seemed to be eaten in the end, which seemed to be related in some way. When Zhou came to the stone statue again, he did not enter the passage on both sides, but looked at the stone statue carefully, hoping to see clues. However, he couldn't see what was so strange about the statue, and he was so ruthless that he took out the Overlord spear and shot it at the statue's head. But the next second, Zhou saw a very terrifying picture. The stone statue opened its mouth and swallowed the blood-colored villain with a gun in one mouth. The game screen was instantly dark. The problem really lies with the stone statue. Zhou didn't enter the game again, but made a call to Ensheng. The phone rang a few times, but it got through. Ensheng's voice came, Master Wen, what's the matter? Asheng. Have you checked the stone statue in the inner hall? Zhou asked. After a detailed inspection, no organs were found. Ensheng said. Who was the stone statue carved, and have you researched it? Zhou asked again. We have invited some experts to study and demonstrate, and they think that the biggest possibility is Aoin, a monster in myth and legend, whose body is somewhat human-like, but is infinitely powerful and likes to eat human brains. Xing analyzed the expert's analysis of the results are described in detail. Asheng, I've been thinking about it, the problem may be on the Aoin stone statue, you can have someone check the stone statue carefully, but be careful, I always feel that the stone statue appears in that kind of place. Is a bit strange, maybe it will kill people. Zhou couldn't explain what he found in the game, so he could only tell Ensheng euphemistically. Okay, I'll send someone to check the statue. Ensheng responded seriously. After hanging up the phone, Zhou entered the game again, and continued to try to attack the stone statue in the game. This time Zhou was obedient. He was far away from the stone statue, and a lunar wind blew directly over it. The Tian wind blew on the stone statue, and the stone statue actually opened its mouth and swallowed the Tian wind. The terrifying Tian wind seemed to be poured into a bottomless pit, and it was swallowed by it. Isn't even the Tian wind useless? Zhou frowned slightly, knowing that if he wanted to deal with this stone statue that might be Aoin, he was afraid that he would not be able to compete with him, so he had to think of some ways. I remember that among the ghost stories my grandfather told me when I was a child, there were many stories about sacrifices to ghosts and gods. In ancient times, human beings believed in the existence of ghosts and gods, so there were often ritual sacrifices to ghosts and gods. Some ignorant and evil people even used living human beings. Sacrifice to ghosts and gods, the statue of Aoin is placed there. Does it mean that you need to offer offerings to it? Although Zhou thought this idea was a bit ridiculous, but he had no other way, and he had to give it a try. Zhou did not have the condition to sacrifice a living person to the stone statue, and even if he had the conditions, he would not do it, so Zhou thought about it. He caught 2 poisonous bats, brought them to the stone statue of Aoin, and presented them as offerings to Aoin. However, Zhou sent 2 poisonous bats to the mouth of the stone statue, but the stone statue did not respond. Is it really possible to use live people? Zhou thought about it, smashed the head of the poisonous bat, and sent it to the stone statue. This time the stone statue reacted unexpectedly, opened its mouth and sucked, and 2 poisonous bats, whose heads had been opened, were swallowed by it. After swallowing the poisonous bat, Zhou felt that the passages on both sides seemed to be a little different, but he couldn't tell the difference, so Zhou hurriedly ran to the passage on the left. After stepping into the passage, I found that it was still a boxy stone passage. It did not turn into a circle, and there was no such sharp spar. The passage is not long, only more than 100 meters. Soon Zhou reached the end and found that there was a stone gate. Pushing the stone gate open, it turned out to be a palace inside. Before Zhou could look at the palace carefully, a terrifying dimensional creature rushed up. Zhou only came to see its shadow clearly, and the blood-colored villain was shot to death. Zhou only saw that it was a monster with a head like a tiger, like a wolf, 2 tails on its back, and black flames all over its body. With the speed of his ghost steps, he couldn't dodge the monster's attack, even if it wasn't mythical. Not much. Zhou didn't give up. He came to the stone statue again, sacrificed Aoin with 2 poisonous bats, and then turned around and went to the right passage. Sure enough, the right passage was also safe, and there were no strange text monsters. At the end of the passage on the right is also a palace. As soon as Zhou opened the door, he saw a huge dragon-like snake standing with its head held high, puffing out black smoke at the blood-colored villain. Zhou hurriedly summoned the remaining purple air bell, sucked at the black smoke, sucked the black smoke in, then shook the bell again, and sprayed the black smoke towards the strange snake. The black smoke like a tide instantly drowned the huge body of the monster. The monster opened its mouth to inhale, and the black smoke was sucked back by it, and it was not able to cause damage to it. Then Zhou saw the black energy rising from the strange snake, as if an ancient demon shrouded it. Zhou screamed badly, and when he turned around and wanted to escape, the big snake's eyes turned into mirrors, reflecting the figure of the blood-colored villain in the snake's eyes. The blood-colored villain didn't run out for a long time before he fell to the ground and died. And the game screen went black again. Zhou didn't even know how the blood-colored villain died. The creatures in the 2 palaces are all mythical, right? Zhou was secretly shocked, and was about to explore again, but heard the phone ring. When Zhou Wen saw that it was Xing calling, he answered the phone immediately. Master Wen. As you expected, there is something wrong with the stone statue. Xing said directly. What did you find? Zhou Wen asked. At the beginning of the inspection, the stone statue was all normal, and no problems were found. Later, an expert tried to put a mechanical arm into the stone statue's mouth to check, but it was swallowed by the stone statue. After that, the passages on both sides happened. After a brief change, our people were able to enter the passage without disappearing, but the time was very short. In less than an hour, the passage returned to normal. Xing said calmly. But Zhou Wen heard it. I'm afraid this time it's a big sacrifice. It seems that the stone statue needs a sacrifice. It is better to try using a dimensional creature as a sacrifice. If it is really Aoin, maybe it will be interested in the brain of the dimensional creature. Zhou Wen said. I'll let someone try it. Xing paused and said, the palace gates were found at the ends of the passages. On both sides, but I didn't let them open the palace. What do you think, Master Wen? Aoin, who guards the passage, is already so terrifying. There must be powerful dimensional creatures guarding the palace. Maybe it will be a mythical creature. I think it's better to be careful. Don't open the gate of the palace easily. Zhou Wen can only remind this way. He can't say that he has already entered the palace in the game, and there are terrifying existences suspected of mythical creatures, right? I also think so. If there are really mythical creatures in it's not something that we can handle. We can only ask Lord Overseer. Xing thought for a while and said, Master Wen, this time, thanks to you, you can. It's a pity that you've made progress so quickly. And in a few years, if you can advance to the epic level, you'll have the opportunity to fight side by side. I have no plans to join the army. After graduating, I plan to open a crystal shop too. Hang out. Zhou Wen said. You're not that kind of person. Xing didn't wait for Zhou Wen to say anything, and continued, I'll hang up first, and I'll report the progress here to the overseer. Asheng, if you are not sure, don't enter the palace behind the passage. I have a feeling that there will be very terrifying dimensional creatures there. Zhou Wen warned again. Don't worry. Asheng said something and hung up the phone, wondering if he had listened to Zhou Wen's words. Zhou Wen has been trying to figure out the details of the dimensional creatures in the left and right palaces. But they are too powerful. The blood-colored villain can persist for a short time, and there is not much information. However, Zhou Wendao was not discouraged and continued to fight against them, studying their abilities and habits. This was not all to save the old principal. Zhou Wen was also thinking that if he could hurt these mythical creatures, he wondered if he could take them directly. Blood enhances his own attributes, and the last attribute is promoted to 21 points. So Zhou Wen doesn't want to be able to kill them, as long as he can get a drop or two of blood. Of course, this is just Zhou Wen's idea. Whether it will work or not is still unknown. The white cocoon in the chariot still couldn't move it, and Zhou Wen didn't find a way to crack the power so far away. Old Zhou, I heard that Luoyang City has discovered a new dimension field. The college is planning to organize students to explore there. Li Xian ran over and said to Zhou Wen excitedly. Shouldn't the new dimension field be explored by the army first? How could students be allowed to explore? Zhou Wen asked. Inexplicably. Li Xian said with a smile, the newly discovered dimensional field is the temple of the city god. Many Ancient towns in the Eastern District have this kind of dimensional field. Basically, they are basically the same, and there is no danger. There may be some benefits. Zhou Wen heard Li Xian say that it was the temple of the city god, and immediately understood why the college let students go to explore. In ancient times, the temple of the city god was the place where the guardian deity of the city was enshrined, and it was a place to bless the safety of a city. After the dimensional storm, the dimensional field of the temple of the city god appeared in various ancient city areas. There are no wild other dimensional creatures in the general dimensional field of the city god temple, and they will not harm those who enter the city god temple. However, in the city god temple, there are generally some special dimensional creatures that are enshrined. These different dimensional creatures have immortality, and humans can challenge them where they are enshrined. If they defeat them, they may also get benefits in the temple of the city god. Has the city god temple in Luoyang only been discovered now? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. In an ancient city like Luoyang, there must be a city god temple. Logically speaking, it should have been discovered long ago. The big temple of the city god was developed long ago, and there are 4 guards enshrined in it. It is said that they are the incarnations of Han Xian, Peng Wan, Zhou Yu, and Luo Qing. Now it is controlled by the military, and ordinary people have no chance to enter. The city god temple, the former city god temple in the county seat, is not so famous. It is relatively small, and it has only recently been discovered that it has become a different dimensional domain, and it has not been long since it was discovered. Li Xian paused and said, while the temple of the city god has not yet been controlled by the military, how about we go and see first? Zhou Wen hasn't made much progress here. He thinks it's good to go and see. Maybe he can download a copy of the temple of the city god. Li Xian and Zhou Wen ran into Wang Lu. As soon as they went out, Wang Lu was very interested after hearing what the two said, so they went with Zhou Wen and the others. The college has posted an announcement that there will be a car to take students to the newly discovered city god temple, but it is all based on personal interest. If you are interested, you can go and see it. The 3 got into the car and saw that there were more than a dozen students on the truck. This was just one of the cars, and a few others had already set off. It seemed that there were still quite a few students going. The truck drove all the way to the west of Luoyang. When it was almost out of the city, I finally saw the legendary city god temple. It was much smaller than Zhou Wen imagined. From a distance, it was just a small ancient building with 2 side halls and a main hall. The 3 characters of Qinghuang Temple are written on the plaque of the main hall. Many students have come to the outside of the temple of the city god, and some free hunters and citizens are also here to join in the fun. Even ordinary passers-by dare to enter. It seems that the temple of the city god is indeed not dangerous. Strange, why is there no guard in this city god temple? After the 3 entered the city god temple, Li Xian looked around and said strangely. Wang Lu also nodded and said, this city god temple is indeed too small, and the general temple of the city god will enshrine famous generals in history as guardians, but there is none here. Only a lord of the city god is enshrined in the main hall. And I don't know who this city god is. What's your father's name? There's no guard, so what's the point of us coming here? Li Xian said gloomily. Originally, he wanted to try his skills to see if he could defeat the incarnation of famous generals in history, but who knew that there were no incarnations of famous generals enshrined here? A student who just came out of the side hall listened to Li Xian and said, although there are no Famous generals enshrined here, the side hall is enshrined in the landlord. If you go in and worship, maybe it will be beneficial. What's the benefit? Li Xian was interested and asked the student. Generally speaking, the temple of the earth is established separately. This city god temple even has the function of the temple of the earth, which is not very authentic at first glance. The specifications of the earth temples are generally relatively low, and they are dedicated to the earth gods, who are considered to be the gods in charge of the water and soil. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong would step on the ground at every turn, grabbing the beard and grabbing the land master. Some monsters can also bully the land master, and his status can be regarded as extremely low. The student said, if the land master looks good to you, he will give you a map, follow the map to dig, maybe you can dig out the treasure. There is still such a good thing? Li Xian was very excited and seemed to be ready to go in and have a big fight, get a few treasure maps and dig some treasures out. But the student said, however, Lord Land is a local god, you must be a local person to be protected by him, and you can get a map by worshipping him, and each person will only have a map when they worship him for the first time. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu, aren't you two locals? Li Xian was happy when he heard it, and said to Zhou Wen and Wang Lu with a smile, I see. The locals in Luoyang are still good, but I have a Luoyang household registration book, so I can't be sorry for the two of you. Who knew that? The student said to Li Xian again, Li Xian, don't be too happy, although the local people in Luoyang have maps when they worship, but the land master likes to treat people the most, and the maps may not be full of treasures, and there are classmates who worship them. After that, I took the map to the designated spot on the map and dug up a bunch of shit. Relax, Li Xian, have such a good life, how can I dig up shit, even if I don't dig up a big treasure, how can I dig some antiques or something? Li Xian was full of confidence in himself. The three entered the temple of the earth together, and sure enough, they saw a statue of a wealthy old man with white hair and white beard enshrined inside. There was an ordinary citizen kneeling and bowing to the lord of the land. He saw the middle-aged man kowtow on the ground, and then a miraculous scene happened. After the middle-aged man raised his head, there was a small wooden sign where he kowtowed. You can see some simple circuit diagrams on the small wooden sign. The middle-aged man took the small wooden sign and ran away happily. Someone else ran over to worship the land master again, and soon got the small wooden sign with a map engraved on it. This landlord is really amazing. Li Xian's eyes went straight. Wang Lu smiled and said, although Lord Tudi's status is not high among the gods, his ability is really not weak. In the ground under his jurisdiction, he knows everything that happens, and he also knows all the good things buried in the ground. He also knows where there are dangers and taboos, and it can be said that he is omniscient and omnipotent in an area. In ancient times, Lord Tudi also had a name called Kitchen God, who was the real god and had a very noble status. The three of them were not in a hurry. When those people had finished their worship, Li Xiankai walked to the statue of Lord Tutu, knelt down with a plop, and kowtowed when he went up. Sure enough, Li Xian also got a small wooden token. How are you two? Do you regret not being born in Luoyang now? Li Xian showed off, too. The two with a small wooden sign. Lord Tudi is the most merciful. If I beg him, maybe he will give me a map? Wang Lu walked to the statue of Lord Tutu, bowed slightly and bowed to the statue. Then said, Lord Land is merciful, please give me a map too. If asking is useful, why do you need A household registration book? And you are too dishonest, you don't even kowtow, just say goodbye, what's the use, ah. Li Xian pouted, but he just said, after he finished speaking, he saw a small wooden sign growing on the ground, his mouth opened wide, and he was speechless. Wang Lu happily took the small wooden sign, and then said to Zhou Wen, you also beg to see it, maybe Lord Land is merciful and will give you a picture. 2. Zhou Wen is right when he thinks about it. Anyway, the guide mansion where he was born is not far from Luoyang. Maybe this land master has a relatively large management scope, so he can also manage them? Even without a map, Bai Bai has nothing to lose. Zhou Wen imitated Wang Lu's appearance and came to the statue of Lord Tutu, folded his hands together, and bowed slightly to the statue of Lord Tutu. If Wang Lu is lucky. I don't believe that you can get a map like this, Li Xian said. Zhou Wen just bowed, but suddenly heard the sound of stones rubbing against each other, and saw that the statue of the landmaster moved 3 feet out of thin air. What's the situation? Li Xian's eyes were straight, and Wang Lu was also surprised. Zhou Wen didn't know what was going on, but when he saw a wooden sign growing on the ground, he reached out and picked it up. It seems that the old man thinks that I have a good character and gave me a map. Zhou Wen took the wooden sign, smiled, and said to Li Xian, it seems that your Luoyang household registration is useless. What a hell. Li Xian glanced at the statue of Lord Land that moved 3 feet horizontally, and was extremely surprised. No matter how you look at it, it seems that the statue of Lord Earth did not dare to be worshipped by Zhou Wen, so it was moved away. Wang Lu also looked at the statue of Lord Land and Zhou Wen with some doubts, and obviously also had some doubts. The 3 of them left the Temple of the Earth, and just wanted to go to the main hall to take a look, but they saw a group of soldiers enter the temple of the city god, telling them that the place had been blocked by the military and told them to leave in an orderly manner. The 3 had no choice but to leave the city god temple. Li Xian looked at the wooden sign in his hand and saw that the map above was engraved in a very general way, just about the shape of the rivers, mountains, and rivers, and then clicked a red dot to mark the location of the treasure. If you are not a native of Luoyang, if you are familiar with the Luoyang area, it is very difficult to find the location marked on the map. You must not be able to see the location marked on the map. Let me help you to see it. Li Xian said to Zhou Wen and Wang Lu. Zhou Wen and Wang Lu gave him the wooden sign. Li Xiandao was a real local operator. He quickly helped them find the location, and marked it on the mobile phone map, so that they could easily go treasure hunting. We are going to dig treasure together, or do they dig their own? Li Xian asked. Let's go together, these places must be out of the city, and go to a safe place together. Zhou Wen said. Okay, mine recently, go dig mine first. Li Xian said, and summoned his companion pet mount. Zhou Wen can only ride the white shadow of poison, but that thing looks a bit strange in the daytime, and Li Xian's bull-shaped mount is relatively large, so he happened to take Zhou Wen with him. Wang Lu summoned her tiger and sat behind the tiger. The 3 people walked through the city, attracting the envy of many ordinary citizens. Leaving the city, in a small forest in the suburbs, Li Xian dug for a while and dug a big hole that was 4 or 5 meters deep, and finally found something. It was a ceramic jar. It looked like it should have been buried for some years. Li Xian said excitedly while holding the jar, could it be gold hidden by the ancients? It's possible, maybe there are jewelry, open it up and take a look. Zhou Wen was also a little curious and urged Li Xian to open it. Li Xian didn't hesitate at the moment, and opened the jar directly. He saw that it was full of copper coins, and it was too rusted. He took out one and squeezed it with his hand, and the copper coins shattered because of decay. How could this happen? Li Xian was extremely depressed. Don't break it, those copper coins should be antiques, right? Zhou Wen said. Antiques are valuable in a peaceful era, but in this era, who has nothing to spend to buy antiques? If you have money, you will buy dimensional crystals and companion eggs. Besides, the quality of these copper coins is too bad. It's almost out of shape. Li Xian said. But it was a harvest anyway. Li Xian still put the jar in his bag. The jar was not big, and it just fit into his backpack. Next, we went to dig Wang Lu's treasure map. Her treasure map was not far from here, with Li Xian, a local expert, following him. The three quickly reached the ground. It was next to a small stream. Wang Lu turned around a few times. After turning over the cobblestone, he found a gem the size of a longan. The whole body was crystal clear, like a cat's eye. It's so beautiful. Wang Lu liked it very much. He washed it in the stream and played with it. Zhou Wen's map location was in the woods next to the mountain. The three of them walked for more than 10 miles to get there, and there was a dimension field nearby, so the three of them walked carefully and deliberately spared a circle to avoid one extra-dimensional realm. That's it. Li Xian checked the map and pointed to a bush. Zhou Wen saw that there were only some weeds and nothing else, so he prepared to dig for treasures and see what he could dig out. Who knew that Zhou Wen had just approached there, but a white smoke suddenly spewed out of the grass, which startled Zhou Wen and the three of them. They couldn't help but fly back and stared at the place where the white smoke was scattered. Where the white smoke spread out, a chubby cute baby jumped out. The baby's white and tender body was dressed in a red cloth pocket, and there was a small braid on the top of his head. Why did the child get lost here? Li Xian couldn't help muttering when he saw that the baby's raw flesh was a little cute. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that it was wrong. The baby was only the size of a baby, and it could walk on its own, and it was very flexible. No other baby was so powerful. The doll stared at them with wide eyes, seemed very angry, and seemed to warn them with his eyes not to come closer. Could this be? Wang Lu's expression changed slightly when he saw the doll. Wang Lu, do you know what this doll is? Li Xian asked, quickly. I once followed the elders of my family to the dimensional field of Changbai Mountain to hunt dimensional creatures. There I saw a plant-based ginseng doll. The ginseng doll was the size of a human baby. The ginseng leaves seem to be very similar to this little doll, but they are a little different, Wang Lu said as he looked at the little doll. Ginseng doll, is that the legendary ginseng essence? Will it make a big difference if you eat it? Li Xian suddenly stared at the little doll with bright eyes. The little doll seemed to sense the bad intentions in Li Xian's eyes, and saw that the doll glared at Li Xian, turned around, and disappeared in place. No, go back. Wang Lu's face changed slightly, and he immediately stepped back. Although Zhou Wen and Li Xian didn't know what was going on, they both retreated after seeing Wang Lu being so solemn. But Li Xian's figure just moved, but suddenly he felt as if he had tripped over something under his feet, and with a thud, a dog gnawed on the mud. The little doll showed her figure not far from the side, slapped her hands, and looked at Li Xian's giggling. She looked extremely happy. You little thing, I can't cure you. It doesn't matter what kind of ginseng doll you are, or whether you are a salvia doll, now this young master will make you look good. Li Xian got up, summoned the thunder god sword, and slashed at the doll. I saw Thor slammed in front of the doll in an instant, but the doll suddenly disappeared, and the thunder and lightning sword light blasted a big hole on the ground, but the doll was not found. Thump. Li Xian felt that his legs were caught by something again, and fell to the ground again with a thud. Turning his face, he saw that the doll poked out half of the body from the ground, jumped out at once, clapped his hands, and smiled at Li Xian, with a mocking look on his face. Where did Li Xian get this anger? And he rushed up to grab the doll, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't catch up with the doll. Instead, he was teased by the doll and even fell and climbed, looking very embarrassed. Wang Lu, is this really a ginseng doll? Zhou Wen looked at the doll in surprise and asked. I don't know if it is, but looking at his appearance and ability, he is indeed somewhat similar to a ginseng doll, both of which look like dolls, and are proficient in the art of earth escape. It is also difficult for epic powerhouses to catch them. Wang Lu paused, then continued, when my grandfather caught the ginseng doll in Changbai Mountain, he used a doll companion pet as a lure to lure the playful ginseng doll over, and then used his life to lock him up unexpectedly. Live, to be able to successfully capture. We don't have those things. Is there any way to catch him? Zhou Wen had seen the doll's earth escape technique and knew that even if he used ghost steps, it would be difficult to catch up with him. Maybe there is, but I don't know. Wang Lu shook his head helplessly. The ginseng doll has a nickname called Little Earth. Immortal. As long as he is on the ground, I'm afraid no one can catch him. I don't know if this doll is ginseng or not. Doll, but looking at his earth escape technique, it is not inferior to the ginseng doll I have ever seen. When the two were talking, Li Xian had already been teased furiously, but he couldn't touch the doll, like a clumsy bear, led by the doll's nose. In Li Xian's hand, the thunder god sword slashed wildly, and even summoned several companion pets, and even summoned the spirit-sucking banshee that had just arrived, but there was still nothing he could do with the little doll. I saw the little doll flashing from place to place, as if it was an elf capable of continuous teleportation, playing Li Xian and several companion pets in the palm of his hand. Old Zhou, Wang Lu, if you don't come to help, grab this little thing, I have to spank him. Li Xian was thrown several times again, his face turned green with anger. Zhou Wen thought the little doll's earth escape technique was very interesting, and he didn't seem to have any intention of hurting anyone. He was just playing tricks on Li Xian. As soon as his mind moved, the ghost step started directly. Zhou Wen's figure was like a teleportation, and the moment he reached the back of the little doll and reached out to grab the little doll's arm, the little doll disappeared. Wang Lu guessed where the little doll appeared, and went to try to catch him, but he was also caught empty. The three used various methods to grab the little doll, but they were teased around, and finally fell to the ground tired and no longer had the strength to catch him, but the little doll was slapped, not far away. Mock them. Li Xian was not stimulated, and chased after him again, but Zhou Wen and Wang Lu were really bored, and couldn't get up from sitting on the ground. What grade is the ginseng doll you've seen? Is his earth escape technique so powerful? Zhou Wen looked at Wang Lu and asked. I don't know what level it is. Wang Lu shook his head and said, "My grandfather just caught the ginseng doll, when a terrifying creature in Changbai Mountain suddenly appeared and almost killed us all there. The ginseng doll was also taken away by the terrifying creature. I didn't expect that the map given by Lord Land would turn out to be something like this. Even if we find it, we won't be able to take him away." Zhou Wen frowned at the doll. He really couldn't catch the doll unless he could get the doll's body off the ground and couldn't use the earth escape technique. Zhou Wen quietly buckled the banana fan in his hand, waiting for the opportunity. Li Xian rushed to and fro, but he didn't even touch the doll's pockets, and he cut out big pits one after another on the ground. After Li Xian fell again, the doll's happy little hands continued to shoot, and the fleshy calf also jumped up, looking very excited. It's now. At the moment when the doll's feet jumped up, the banana fan that Zhou Wen was clasping violently fanned out a wind, and immediately rolled the ginseng doll into the air. "Haha, I'll see where you're going." Li Xian was overjoyed and flew over, trying to catch the doll that was rolled up in the air. The doll was swept up by the lunar wind, and as expected, he could no longer use the earth escape technique, and white frost formed on his body. Li Xian rushed up and grabbed his arm. The doll's body was cold, with her eyes closed and motionless, and even her eyebrows were covered in hoarfrost, as if she had been frozen. "I don't have a heartbeat anymore, so I won't freeze to death, right?" Li Xian didn't feel the heartbeat of the doll, so he couldn't help staring at the doll and said, "Although this is a different dimensional creature, it looks too much like a human baby," and he just teased the three of them and didn't hurt them, and Li Xian didn't really plan to kill him. "Isn't it going to die so easily?" Zhou Wen touched the doll's neck, but there was no pulsation. "You two are stupid? If he is really a creature like a ginseng doll, and he is a plant, where does his heartbeat come from?" Wang Lu rolled his eyes and said, "Then look. Is the doll dead?" Li Xian handed the doll to Wang Lu. Wang Lu was reaching out to pick it up, but saw that the doll suddenly opened his eyes, and when they were slack in the handover, he suddenly broke free and fell to the ground without a shadow. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 meters away, standing on a stone and making faces at the three of them. "This baby is so treacherous." Li Xian was about to rush over again, but was held back by Zhou Wen. "Forget it, let him go." For such a creature, Zhou Wen really couldn't kill him ruthlessly, and it was useless to catch him. Li Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Anyway, Wang Lu and I got some benefits, but you didn't get anything on this map. It seems that our luck is better. By the way, Wang Lu, if the ginseng doll bursts out, what's the use of a companion pet? I heard that the ginseng doll companion pet has a strong ability to restore vitality, and also has healing vitality skills, which greatly improves personal combat effectiveness, but it is too rare. There are more ginseng dolls in Changbai Mountain, but they are very large. Some of them are legendary, and their abilities are relatively poor. Epic ginseng dolls are very rare. According to my grandfather, if you can have an epic ginseng doll companion pet, you can basically use vitality skills indefinitely." Wang Lu glanced at the doll in the distance and said, "However, the ginseng doll should have ginseng leaves on its head, but this doll doesn't. I think it should not be a ginseng doll, but a similar plant-based dimensional creature. The ginseng dolls are so useful, then we really need to go to Changbai Mountain in the future to get some ginseng dolls back." Li Xian said, "It's not that easy. There are dimensional creatures like ginseng dolls in the dimensional field in Changbai Mountain, but more dimensional creatures are very terrifying, let alone epic ginseng dolls. After entering, you want to get legendary ginseng dolls are not easy, and they may even lose their lives. Many people risk their lives to enter Changbai Mountain to hunt and kill ginseng dolls, and if they can get a legendary ginseng doll companion egg, they can sell for sky-high prices. Wang Lu obviously didn't think entering Changbai Mountain was a good idea. Apart from ginseng dolls, are there any other better companion pets with healing abilities? Zhou Wen always wanted a companion pet with healing abilities, but it was too rare. The healing ability itself is relatively rare. Ginseng dolls are already one of the better ones. Although there are others, they are not easy to get. For example, Lingji horses are rarer than ginseng dolls. If you want to hunt and kill them, it's even more difficult. There are also some who are born with healing abilities, such as a certain type of angel in the west area and our alchemy furnace in the east area, both of which are relatively few in number, and are also difficult to obtain. Wang Lu thought for a while and said, the three of them were talking and walking, intending to go back to the city, but when the doll saw that they had left, he ran around them with the earth escape technique, making faces and clapping at them as if provocative. But Zhou Wen and the others didn't want to kill him, so they ignored him and walked forward on their own. Seeing the three ignore him, the doll was very disappointed, like a child who lost his beloved toy, with a disappointed expression on his face, staring blankly at Zhou Wen and the three of them leaving. Boom! Zhou Wen and the others were walking when they suddenly heard an explosion. They turned around and looked back. They saw a hole in the ground where the doll was standing just now. It was only half the height of a man, and it looked like a mouse and a rabbit, with black hair all over its body. The satin-like monster bit the doll's arm and was dragging him into the hole. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, the ghost step opened, and at the same time cut out a magic star wheel, sealing the rabbit and mouse that was retreating into the hole. The rabbit and mouse reacted very quickly, and with violent force on his legs, he avoided the magic star wheel, and dragged the doll into the grass in the forest. Li Xian's thunder god sword also slashed over, and a thunderbolt fell, forcing the Pika to change the trajectory of its escape. Wang Lu's tiger also rushed over, chasing and intercepting the Pika. The speed of the Pika was unusually fast. Zhou Wen used the ghost step to chase and was dodged by it several times. It seemed that it also had some kind of vitality technique to increase the speed. However, after using it a few times, the Pika's vitality seemed to be unable to keep up, and was almost hit by the thunderbolt of the Thor sword. Sonko dropped the baby and fled towards the forest. You watch him, I'll be back when I go. Zhou Wen chased after the Pika. The Pika should be epic, but its abilities seem to be somewhat special. It is not a more aggressive dimensional creature, and there may be special gains. And this is not a dimensional field, but it appears here. It is already a forbidden creature, and it is best to clear it. The Pika ran fast, but its vitality couldn't keep up with the supply. When it ran into a valley, it was beheaded by Zhou Wen. I saw a crystal in its body. Zhou Wen took it out and saw that it was a skill crystal. Zhou Wen picked up the crystal of vitality skills, and was about to leave, but saw a shadow on the ground flashing. The doll actually appeared. His arm bitten by the Pika had healed, and it seemed to be fine. The doll looked at the killed Pika, then looked at Zhou Wen, seemed to hesitate for a moment, then ran in front of Zhou Wen and pulled Zhou Wen's trousers with a small hand. Be careful in the future, no one will save you next time. Although Zhou Wen won't be deceived by his cute appearance, this guy looks too much like a human child and can't be a killer. But the doll didn't let go, pulled Zhou Wen's trousers, babbled what he was saying, and pointed to the valley with his little finger. You don't want to pit me, do you? Zhou Wen naturally understood the meaning of the doll and asked him to go into the valley. I.e. The doll didn't know if she understood, but still pulled Zhou Wen's trousers, pointing to the valley and talking all the time. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Wen saw that this valley is not a dimension domain, and the valley is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there is no passage in it. When the doll saw Zhou Wen walking into the valley, the little hand let go of the corners of his trousers and led the way in front of him, jumping around. The valley is not deep, and after walking for less than a mile, it has already reached the end. If you want me to get in, I definitely won't. Zhou Wen thought to himself, but saw the doll get in by himself and disappeared. Zhou Wen waited for a while, but the doll didn't come out, but Li Xian and Wang Lu chased after the traces. Zhou Wen, the doll ran away by himself. What are you doing here? Li Xian asked with some doubts when he saw Zhou Wen standing in front of the mountain wall and didn't fight any dimensional creatures. I saw the doll, he led me here, and then got into the hole by himself. Zhou Wen pointed to the cave in the grass and said. Li Xian just wanted to say something, but saw the doll sticking its head out of the hole. Its hand seemed to be dragging something. It looked very difficult, and her face flushed red. After a few hard pulls, the doll finally pulled something out of the hole. All 3 of them stared at the thing that the doll was holding with both hands, and saw that it was a vine or root of an unknown plant. The doll pulled the vine and pulled it hard, and the vine was stretched straight, as if it was being pulled from behind something very heavy. Seeing this, Zhou Wen stretched out his hand to hold the vine, and helped the doll to pull it out together. He was startled when he started. He thought it was the doll's strength, so it was very difficult to pull, but when he pulled it, it really felt very heavy and exhausted. With all his strength, he can only barely pull it. The vine was pulled out for more than a meter, but they still didn't see what was inside. Wang Lu and Li Xian also came to help. The 4 finally pulled the withered vine completely out. They saw that on the other end of the withered vine, tied to something. What is this? Li Xian looked at the thing they pulled out, but couldn't see what it was, so he turned to look at the doll. The baby babbled and gestured, but the 3 of them still didn't understand what he meant. Zhou Wen carefully looked at the thing bound by the withered vine. It looked like a large walnut, about the size of a football, and looked like a walnut, but looking at its texture, it was metallic black-gray. Is this thing an iron walnut? Li Xian knocked on it twice with the hilt of the Thunder God sword, heard the sound of metal hitting, then looked at Wang Lu and asked, Wang Lu, do you know what this is? Wang Lu also shook his head. I look like a walnut, but I've never heard of a metal like walnut. While the 3 of them were studying, the doll pointed to Zhou Wen and then to the walnut, and babbled something. Are you going to give me this? Zhou Wen looked at the doll and asked. That's what he guessed. Seeing that Zhou Wen finally understood, the doll nodded quickly. Okay. Although Zhou Wen didn't know what it was, it seemed to have some origins. Since it was a free gift, don't give it away. It's just that this thing is too heavy. Zhou Wen had to summon the mutant stone scorpion, and several people worked together to move the iron walnut to its back, and then let the mutant stone scorpion carry the iron walnut back. After the three of them walked out of the valley, the doll watched them from a distance and had no intention of following. This little guy is quite interesting, but unfortunately it's a different dimensional creature. Li Xian shook his head. Although there are people who raise different dimensional creatures are different from companion pets, and there is no way to completely control their behavior. Once they are allowed to enter human society, if there is a problem, it will cause serious consequences. Therefore, at present, the Federation still maintains an objection to raising other dimensional creatures, but there is no clear rule that it is not allowed to raise. Zhou Wen raised antelopes and birds, but also secretly, but fortunately other students and teachers. I always thought that the antelope was brought from Laojun Mountain and was not aggressive, so I didn't care about Zhou Wen. As for the little bird, most people thought it was Zhou Wen's companion pet. When the three of them returned to school, it was almost dark. The main reason was that the iron walnut was too heavy, and the stone scorpion couldn't run fast with it, so they could only walk slowly. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Wen carefully removed the iron walnut, put it in the living room first, then took out the mysterious mobile phone, and took a picture of the iron walnut, wanting to see if the mysterious mobile phone could tell what it was. However, Zhou Wen was soon disappointed, and the mysterious mobile phone did not respond, indicating that this was not something from a different dimension, but probably a product of the Earth. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen took a few photos and passed it on to Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan is very knowledgeable, maybe he will know what it is. Wang Mingyuan was surprisingly free, and after a while, he sent a message back to Zhou Wen. You can't confirm it just by looking at the photo. After the research I'm working on is complete, you can send it over. And I'll help you research it. Teacher, how is your research progressing now? Zhou Wen has always been unclear about what Wang Mingyuan's research is. He only knows that he is researching what is under the Long Jing, and it is likely that he is researching the White Dragon. Originally, Zhou Wen was a little worried that if Wang Mingyuan angered Bai Long, he would be killed by Bai Long. However, after seeing the power of his note, Zhou Wen felt that his worries were unnecessary. People like Wang Mingyuan would not put themselves in danger so easily. It's going well. But there are still some minor problems, and we are currently trying to solve them. Wang Mingyuan sighed and said, at present, there are signs in various parts of the Federation that the probability of breaking the ban of other dimensional creatures is rapidly increasing. If at the current rate, maybe in another 3 or 5 years, the dimensional field will no longer be binding on dimensional creatures, or it will be very weak, and the situation of human beings will be worse than when the dimensional storm just broke out. Difficult. This is not the first time Zhou Wen has heard such words. And Xing has said it to him before, but it is not as accurate as what Wang Mingyuan said. Teacher, after 3 or 5 years, will the restraining effect of the dimension field really fail? Zhou Wen asked. It will not exceed 10 years at most, and the constraints of the dimensional field will definitely fail completely. Wang Mingyuan answered with certainty. Is it only 10 years? Zhou Wen felt that Wang Mingyuan was not the kind of person who was aimless. He said that for 10 years, the possibility would be very high. In fact, 10 years means that the dimensional field has completely lost its binding force. During this period, the binding force of the dimensional field has been continuously reduced, and the time of human beings is not as long as 10 years. Wang Mingyuan paused, and suddenly asked Xiao Wen if you had to choose between pain and death, which one would you choose? It depends on what kind of pain it is. Zhou Wen thought about it and said. The pain is unbearable. Wang Mingyuan said only a few words. Zhou Wen didn't know how to answer for a while, because the word worry was too general. He didn't know what kind of concept it was, and he had never experienced that kind of pain. Zhou Wen felt that if it was physical pain, he could endure it sometimes, but there were some psychological blows that were likely to be more difficult than physical pain. He also seemed to think that what he said was too general. Wang Mingyuan thought for a while and then said, let's use a common metaphor. If there is a woman you love very much, she is insulted in front of you, but you don't have the ability to save her. Now there are two options in front of you. One is to fight to the death, knowing that you can't save her, you have to die to protect her. You can ask for a clear conscience. The second is to make peace with those people conspired together, and then tried to save her life, then rescued her from the sea of misery, and finally killed those people to avenge her. If it was you, which one would you choose? This question is really difficult to answer. Reason tells me that I should choose the second choice, but I am just a person after all. I am afraid that I do not have such a strong mental capacity to complete the second choice, so I think if I encounter this I should choose the first path. Zhou Wen said, after thinking about it. Is that so? Wang Mingyuan's tone was a little weird, as if he was asking a question, but he didn't know whether he was asking Zhou Wen or asking himself. Teacher, what is the answer to this question? Zhou Wen knew that some questions were not limited to the question itself. If he was smart enough, he could think of other answers. Wang Mingyuan smiled and said, there is no answer. I also asked Jiang Yan and the others this question. Haifeng's answer is the same as yours. Zia said he would kill the woman first. And Jiang Yan chose the second way. What about your answer, teacher? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. I don't have an answer yet. Wang Mingyuan changed the subject and said, how is the situation on the Zhuolu battlefield? Have you found your old principal yet? Not yet, and Xing called me a few times, although he didn't say anything, but I felt that it was very unsatisfactory, and maybe the sacrifice was a lot. Zhou Wen fell silent after speaking. Xing has rarely contacted him recently, but Zhou Wen knows that the Yin family will definitely not give up. They will definitely let people open the doors of the palaces on both sides, and there will inevitably be losses. After all, there should be no mythical powerhouses in the Yin family. What they can do, not much more than Zhou Wen. I recently learned some divination techniques. Although I'm not very proficient, it seems to be of some use, so I will help your old principal to calculate a hexagram. The hexagram shows that he is fierce and happy, and it should be fine for the time being. Wang Mingyuan said. Zhou Wen didn't know whether Wang Mingyuan was comforting himself or whether he really learned the skill of fortune-telling, but after listening to it, he felt much better. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen continued to swipe the dungeon, but after swiping, he still did not make much progress. Whether it was the white cocoon in the chariot or the two palaces in the temple, he was unable to conquer it now. Zhou Wen's strength seems to have reached a bottleneck. Even if he learns more vitality skills or practices other vitality tactics, the effect will not be too great. Zhou Wen felt that he couldn't brush blindly anymore. It was meaningless to brush without a brain, so he planned to sort out his thoughts. Zhou Wen, legendary. Fate, King Sai. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Physical fitness, 20. Vitality, 21. Vitality skills, Magic Star Wheel, 9 Dragon's Art. Dragon Gate Flying Immortal Technique, Ghost Step, Flying Immortal Outside the Sky, Ash Palm, etc. Companion Pets, Listening, Banana Fairy. Mutated Stone Charm, Mutated Saber-Toothed Fish, Mutated Lotus Ant, Silver-Winged Spider Child, Ghost Bride, Poisonous White Shadow, Mutated Snake. Dark Doctor, Mutated Demonized General, Sword and Shield Knight Weight. In terms of vitality skills, it is mainly based on speed and movement. There is not much problem in this regard. If the speed is fast enough, whether attacking or escaping is better than ordinary people. Among the companion pets, there are only a few that are often used now. And the mutant lotus ants are obviously unable to keep up with the current battle rhythm, and the other ones are only those that are commonly used. But what really has a decisive role is the mythical banana immortal. Listening to the truth has not yet hatched, and I don't know what changes will happen in the future. General companion. Pets have all kinds of problems. It's either bad attributes, bad fate, or bad vitality skills. In short, there are all kinds of flaws. Just like the Overlord Spear, it is indeed a good skill to be invincible, but the level of the mutant tyrant is too low, and its attributes can only be regarded as average, even if there is an invincible skill. It is sometimes difficult to play the biggest role. Zhou thought about it. Now he still has one life left to go, and that is to use the pet fusion function of the mobile phone to combine the fate, vitality, and attributes that he needs into one pet. The first is to conquer this skill. Find a way to increase the level of the tyrant snake, or combine this skill with other pets. Zhou matched the mutant tyrant snake with his other pets once, and looked at them. Degree of fit. The degree of fit between the mutant tyrant snake and other pets is relatively low, no more than 30% at most. Only the degree of matching with the mutant saber-toothed fish is relatively high, and the degree of fit is only half. There is no other better choice, and it doesn't seem to have much effect to stay. Zhou hesitated for a while, but he was still not willing to fight. The probability of less than 50% is too low. In case of failure, Zhou doesn't want to play mutated tyrant snake again. It's a waste of time and he wants to vomit. Dark Doctor and other companion pets have a lower chance of successful fusion, basically no more than 10%. Fit, and Ghost Bride is almost the same. The degree of fit between the mutated demonized general and the sword and shield knight is also close to 50. Zhou gritted his teeth and chose fusion. Both are not very useful now. Bang! With the sound of the explosion, there was nothing in the phone. The mutant demonization would disappear. With the sword and shield knight, and the words synthesis failure popped out. Zhou Yuan was suddenly depressed. He could still go to the mutant demonization, and it would not be so easy for the sword and shield knight to get his hands on it. Unwilling to fail, Zhou fused the mutant lotus ant with a mutant Buddha heart. Lotus, hoping to improve its attributes. The degree of fit is close to 70%. Zhou originally thought that it would be successful, but who knew that with a bang, it disappeared again. Can this also fail? Zhou felt depressed and a little unwilling, so he simply put the mutant tyrant snake and the mutant saber-toothed fish on it. And fought again. I can't do it again and again? God bless me with success. Zhou gritted his teeth and clicked the fusion, and saw the light on the two companion pets flickering and slowly merging together. In Zhou's uneasy mood, Only a ding sound was heard, the brilliance of the mobile phone was bright, and a new companion pet appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. Success! Zhou was overjoyed and hurried to see the new pet. I saw that the appearance of the new pet was a little different from the snake and saber-toothed fish. The snake was black and the saber-toothed fish was golden, but the new pet was a dark gold, not as gloomy as black, nor as bright as gold. It looks quite pleasing to the eye. Variant tyrannical sword snake, epic rank. Zhou saw its name and saw that it looked a bit like a sea snake, so he didn't take a closer look, just looked at its attributes. What Zhou is most concerned about now is that the invincible skills are still there. Mutant Overlord Serpent, Epic. Fate, Swordsman. Soul of Life, Sword Light Snake. Strength, 40. Speed, 39. Physical Fitness, 27, Vitality, 36. Talent Skills, Invincible Attack, Gear Sword Light. Associated State, Sword. Zhou was overjoyed when he saw it. Although Boss Snake's Death Coil and Snake Swallowing Elephant skills could not be inherited, the strongest attacking skills were inherited, and Gear Sword Light was also a very powerful skill. If both of them were present, even if it is superb. Other attributes are also very good. The life of the sword tyrant can improve the power of sword skills. It has a certain restraint effect on ordinary sword companion pets, and it is also a very good life. The life and soul of the sword light snake is basically the same as the sword light fish of the previous saber-toothed fish. When it uses the gear sword light, the life soul will enhance the power of the sword light and increase the number of the sword light. If there is something about the mutant tyrant sword snake that is not perfect, it is that the physique is a little too low, and it is only 27 points. Even the saber-toothed fish before synthesis has more than such a little physique. I don't know why it is so low. Physique. The poor physique means that the mutant tyrant sword snake is easily injured, and when it turns into a sword state, it is also easy to be damaged or cut off. The Beijian snake, who had summoned the sword state, looked at it. It was a dark golden great sword. If you look closely, you will find that there are fish-scale dark patterns on the sword, like a forged pattern that has been tempered. The whole sword is very domineering, and it is 5 feet long. If you use it to make moves, I am afraid that you will not have the strength to swing for a long time. In the game, I tried the power of the tyrannical sword. With a sword cut out, the sword light turned into a gear and strangled forward. The skill of attacking and surviving actually also blessed the sword light, and it directly split a sword into 2 halves. What a powerful sword light! Zhou couldn't help but be overjoyed. The power of Ba Jian was not inferior to Li Xian's Thunder God Sword, even stronger. The invincible skill is even more powerful than the sword light with thunder and lightning attributes. If the two swords are compared, the reputation of Thunder God Sword's #1 attacking pet is probably going to give way. The only disadvantage of Beijian is its poor physique. If it only cuts out the sword light, it is fine. If the sword body directly collides with the Thunder God Sword, it is afraid that it will be cut out of the gap. How can the physique of Ba Jian be improved? Otherwise, the name of Ba Jian is not perfect after all. Zhou thought this way, and soon came up with an idea. If the companion pet is fused with the companion egg, it will be mainly the companion pet, supplemented by the companion egg. The basic shape and ability of the tyrannical snake will not change much, but will only be strengthened. As Long as you find a companion egg with a strong physique and a high degree of compatibility with the Bayesian snake, it is possible to improve the Bayesian snake's physique attributes. Of course, after the last failure, there is no chance of more than 80%. Zhou will definitely not take risks with the Bayesian snake. It is best to have a degree of fit of more than 90% before he intends to do it. However, after a few matches, I found that the fit between other pets and the Bayesian snake is not very high. The highest is less than 50%, and even the degree of fit between the boss snake and the Bayesian snake is only 49. Zhou plans to go to a shop that sells companion eggs when he has time, and take a photo there. Maybe he can find a companion egg that is more compatible with the Bayesian snake. For the rest of the companion pets, Zhou looked at this and saw that, but he was unwilling to meet again, so he had to give up and took Bajianto the underground sea, trying to see if Bayesian sword light could get close to the white cocoon. Came to the chariot again, looking at the white cocoon in the dark. Zhou pulled out the Ba sword and slashed it at the white cocoon. Suddenly, the sword light of the Ba sword was rotated like a gear and cut towards the white cocoon. Violent ripples appeared in the air, as if the calm water surface was pierced, and the sword light approached the white cocoon at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou was overjoyed when he saw it, and saw that Jianguang tore the invisible force outside the white cocoon, slashed it on top of the white cocoon, and tore a hole in the white cocoon. But before he could make the next move, the black dragon that rushed and devoured the blood-colored villain, and the game went black. Jianguang with invincible skills is really useful. Even Zhou was a little surprised. After all, when he used Ba snake before, he couldn't touch by cocoon. This made Zhou see hope again. Now that he has been able to break the white cocoon, the only thing he needs to consider is how to cut the white cocoon and get a drop of blood from the creature inside before the black dragons rush in. Bayesian is fast enough to cooperate. With Fei Xian outside the sky, plus the speed of ghost steps, it can be said that it is difficult to find someone faster than Zhou when in the same rank, but he still was not able to rush in before the black dragon. Accomplish your goals. Zhou has calculated that he needs to cut at least 3 swords before he can cut the white cocoon into a gap that allows the blood-colored villain to rush in. He tried several times, but he was rushed when he could not finish the 3 swords. The black dragon that came in swallowed it. It seems that my flying fairy is not fast enough. In addition to the 3 swords, at least 1 sword is needed to cut the creature in the white cocoon before I can get blood, and my sword needs to be faster. Zhou intends to practice the vitality skill of Fei Xian outside Tian, and raise Fei Xian outside Tian to 10th rank. Thinking of increasing his sword speed, Zhou thought of Feng Qiuyan, so he called Feng Qiuyan and asked him if he was free, and wanted to invite him to be a sparring coach. In terms of quick shots, Feng Qiuyan is definitely one of the fastest people in the same rank. Coupled with his fate and talent, Zhou really can't think of who can be faster among his classmates in the school over him. If you are free, where can I see you? Feng Qiuyan readily agreed. Practice field. Zhou said. Mingxiu is also here, he wants to go with him, can you bring him? Feng Qiuyan asked. It's just practice, he can come if he wants. Zhou felt that it didn't matter. Anyway, the trick of flying immortals outside the sky was not a secret. 10 minutes. Feng Qiuyan said and hung up the phone. Mingxiu wanted to know how strong Zhou was. Feng Qiuyan, who was trained by him, was already so strong, so Zhou must be stronger. The two just went out, and happened to meet Tian, who came to give Mingxiu something. Tian heard that they were going to practice with Zhou Wen, and asked to go together. Since Zhou Wen didn't care about being watched, Feng Qiuyan did not refuse, and the three of them walked towards the practice ground together. As Tian walked, he secretly said in his heart, I don't believe that the first-year students will be stronger than Mingxiu. I must see with my own eyes whether that Zhou Wen is a liar. When the three of them came to the practice ground, Zhou Wen was already waiting inside. He was practicing the simplest sword drawing and sword drawing techniques, not letting go of any possibility that could improve the speed of the sword. Is that Zhou Wen? It looks very ordinary, although he looks good and has a good figure, but why does he look a little pale and seems to be very empty? Such a person is really as powerful as Mingxiu said. Is it? Seeing Zhou Wen himself, Tianjin's suspicion became even stronger. This can't blame her. Zhou Wen usually uses blood very badly. He has just been seriously injured once before. In addition, he has been brushing the underground sea and the temple recently. He has died too many times, and his body's hematopoietic ability is almost unable to keep up with his consumption. Zhou Wen has been looking up the information recently. He wants to find out if there is a companion pet that strengthens the liver. It is also useful to get one to strengthen his liver function, or a companion pet that can strengthen the bone marrow. Unfortunately, both are very rare, and Zhou Wen has not found anything yet. Coach. I'm here, what do you want me to practice with you? The three entered the practice field, Mingxiu and Tianjin sat on the lounge chairs on the sidelines, and Feng Qiuyan came over and asked, I want to improve the speed of my sword. You are an expert in this field. Please give me some advice. Zhou Wen said while looking at Feng Qiuyan. Although I practice the sword and the sword should be almost the same. The speed of the sword is different from the speed of the body. Generally speaking, the speed of the sword will be faster than the movement speed of the body. Light, and the shape of the knife is easier to tear. Resistance, the human body is much worse, heavier, and the resistance surface is relatively large, so the knife needs to be considered less. In addition to power explosion, skills are also very important. Correct, the knife-holding posture and the method of exerting force can increase a certain speed of swinging the knife. However, if you want to greatly increase the speed, you can only start from the knife-handling skills, just like using a gun. The speed of fire of the gun is the same, really. The key is the moment when the gun is drawn. Whoever draws the gun quickly and can pull the trigger faster will win, and the same is true of the sword. Feng Qiuyan explained some key points to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen tried some of the skills and points that Feng Qiuyan told him, and it was really useful. The sword was indeed much faster, but the speed of the sword was still not up to his requirements. The black dragon that got out of trouble is really too powerful. After I rushed into the chariot, the time was limited, so the speed of the sword was not enough. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Tianjin and Mingxiu sat on the sidelines and watched, and after watching for a while, they curled their lips and said, Mingxiu, you said that Zhou Wen is so powerful, and he is Feng Qiuyan's personal trainer. Why? Now he wants Feng Qiuyan to teach him? Who the hell is the coach? You won't do the opposite, will you? Maybe Zhou Wen has his deep meaning? Mingxiu said uncertainly. Although it seems that it is Zhou Wen who is indeed asking Feng Qiuyan for advice, Mingxiu has a deep impression of Zhou Wen's strength. So I Didn't think like Tianjin, I just thought Zhou Wen had some plans. It's already obvious that Zhou Wen is learning from Feng Qiuyan. What's the meaning of this? Tianjin felt more and more that Ming Xiu was deceived and brainwashed by Zhou Wen. Let's see, Zhou Wen doesn't like to play cards according to common sense, maybe this is also a teaching method. Ming Xiu thought for a while and said, Zhou Wen has mastered the method, Feng Qiuyan said, and the rest just takes tomato practice, but even if he is really proficient, the speed of improvement is still not enough. Attack me with your quick knife. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said to Feng Qiuyan, he wanted to observe Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship in actual combat to see if there was anything he could learn from to improve his sword speed. Feng Qiuyan didn't talk nonsense, took a wooden sword for practice from the shelf, but glanced at the practice sword in Zhou Wen's hand and said, Coach, if you want to use a fast sword, this kind of sword is not suitable, change it. A lighter sword would be better. Zhou Wen doesn't want to change, but only Beijian can break the white cocoon, and Beijian is a big sword, and its weight is heavier than the practice sword in his hand. It's useless to practice. If it weren't for the fact that the Beijian was too heavy, Zhou Wen didn't need to practice at all, just relying on the skills and speed of the flying immortals from the sky would be fast enough. I know, I just want to practice fast sword with a big sword, Zhou Wen said. When Tianjin heard this, he felt that Zhou Wen was really not a serious coach. No one used a big sword to practice fast swords. Everyone who practiced swords knew that that thing was not suitable for ordinary swordsmanship at all, let alone fast sword. Even people who don't practice swords should know. That was such a heavy weapon, they definitely can't go the way of a fast sword. Feng Qiuyan just nodded, drew his sword and slashed towards Zhou Wen. I don't know how Feng Qiuyan has been practicing recently. Zhou Wen found that his swordsmanship has become faster and stronger, and he is not as impetuous as before, and he already has the atmosphere of everyone in the swordsmanship. Zhou Wen held up the big sword to block Feng Qiuyan's quick blade, and felt that Feng Qiuyan's blade was faster than the last, but it was unusually stable, and it seemed to be like a flowing tianhe. After Zhou Wen blocked the first knife, he found that he could not find a chance to fight back. What a powerful swordsmanship, this guy's progress is too fast. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be a little surprised by Feng Qiuyan's progress, and every time he saw him, he seemed to have a completely different feeling. Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship is really too strong. Although I have learned and mastered the same swordsmanship, but when I use it, I don't have the same feeling as him, and I always feel that there is something wrong. Ming Xiu thought. Feng Qiuyan is really strong, but that Zhou Wen has been beaten by Feng Qiuyan and can't fight back. How can he be as strong as you said? Tianjin is almost certain that Ming Xiu was deceived. Zhou Wen not as strong as legend has it. Feng Qiuyan's knife slashed faster and faster. With that stern gesture, it seemed that as long as Zhou Wen blinked his eyes, his head would be chopped off. Zhou Wen has already switched the Yuanqi art to the small Prajna Sutra. The small Prajna Sutra has the ability to strengthen the physique, but the main strengthening of the small Prajna Sutra is not as simple as the physique. There are 6 kinds of Prajna. The first is the Prajna of reality, the second is the Prajna of the realm, the third is the Prajna of words, the fourth is the Prajna of convenience, the fifth is the Prajna of the family, and the sixth is the Vajra that is familiar to ordinary people. Prajna is wisdom, and the 6 kinds of Prajna are actually the wisdom to recognize the universe. The small prajna is to enhance the ability of the body, make oneself sharper, and perceive and understand the rules of the universe. When using the little Prajna Sutra, Zhou Wen's body and 6 senses will be strengthened, and his ability to perceive the outside world will also become very keen. Zhou Wen can perceive the subtle changes in Feng Qiuyan swordsmanship. The seemingly simple and unpretentious swordsmanship contains skills that outsiders cannot understand. Even the flaws in Feng Qiuyan swordsmanship, Zhou Wen can also sense 1 or 2. The big sword is too heavy, and the resistance is too great. There is no way to be faster than Feng Qiuyan. Zhou Wen can only use the flaws in Feng Qiuyan swordsmanship to barely resist his offensive. But I have to say that Feng Qiuyan is indeed a martial arts prodigy. Whenever Zhou Wen used a flaw once, Feng Qiuyan could immediately correct it, so that Zhou Wen had no chance to use it a second time. Quick! 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 Feng Qiuyan's sword was so fast that people could not see clearly without blinking. Tian was watching from the side without blinking, but he could only see the shadows of the sword flickering, and he couldn't see clearly at all the trajectory of the knife. Mingxiu was just barely able to keep up with Feng Qiuyan's knife speed, so he could see his knife skills clearly. Zhou Wen, the person who directly faced Feng Qiuyan, felt even more real, and secretly said in his heart, Feng Qiuyan is too strong. If you fight him, you must use all your strength, and put it down in the first few moves. He defeated, the longer the delay, the less likely he will be defeated. After 100 swords, I am afraid that it is really invincible at the same level. No one can stop such a quick sword. No wonder his fate is called the King of Quick Swords, really has the potential of the King of Knives. By directly facing Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship, Zhou Wen's harvest was also very huge. Feng Qiuyan's swords and withdrawals were a standard as textbooks, letting Zhou Wen know how to be the fastest. If it weren't for the heavy sword in his hand, he might have been able to keep up with Feng Qiuyan's speed. Of course, Zhou Wen does not have the talent for the King of Swords, so if he continues, Feng Qiuyan will definitely be faster than him. It is not a lie to be invincible after 100 swords. Even Zhou Wen is not willing to fight Feng Qiuyan after 100 swords. But now Zhou Wen is learning, so naturally he will not stop Feng Qiuyan from continuing to cut. In such a fast knife, Zhou Wen can more accurately perceive how Feng Qiuyan handles the knife. And the knife. Zhou Wen soon discovered that Feng Qiuyan was indeed a little different from ordinary people. Most people were quick to strike, and much slower to close them. However, Feng Qiuyan took the knife faster than the knife, which led to the time he had to take out 3 knives, and others might not even be able to cut 2 knives. This technique was naturally adopted by Zhou Wenxue, and he also found that Feng Qiuyan would have the habit of flicking his wrists every time he made a knife. Although this action has the advantage of increasing the speed of the knife, it also allows his knife to travel a certain distance. For Zhou Wen, this distance is already a flaw. Taking advantage of this flaw, Zhou Wen used the hilt to slump and hit Feng Qiuyan's wrist. Feng Qiuyan was really hard to resist, and the attack suddenly slowed down, dodging Zhou Wen's attack. However, Feng Qiuyan's offensive did not mean to stop at all. The blade did not stop, and he slashed over again. But his wrist flick had disappeared. At this time, Feng Qiuyan's knife skills were already unbelievably fast. Even though it was just a rubber knife for practice, it still slashed coldly, as if he had the aura of breaking Zhou Wen into pieces. Even Mingxiu and Tian, who were sitting on the sidelines, only felt chills in their hearts, as if the sword chi would slash their necks at any time. This Feng Qiuyan is really powerful, and I'm afraid it won't be much inferior to Ming Xiu. Although Tianjinjin always felt that Ming Xiu was invincible. At the same level, but seeing Feng Qiuyan's powerful knife, he had to put him beside Ming Xiu. I dare not underestimate him any longer. It's just that when looking at Zhou Wen, who has been suppressed by Feng Qiuyan's sword technique, he is even more certain that Ming Xiu must have been deceived. This Zhou Wen, although his strength is not bad, can resist Feng Qiuyan's sharp knife for so long, but with such strength, he can't be Feng Qiuyan's personal trainer. He has to talk to Ming Xiu when he comes back. Tian, I really thought so. Ming Xiu has seen Feng Qiuyan's quick knife many times. He has been in school for so many days. He will practice with Feng Qiuyan every day. Those who are familiar with his quick knife cannot be more familiar with him, but today's Feng Qiuyan seems to be extraordinarily strong. Ming Xiu felt that if Feng Qiuyan's current opponent was him, he would have already won the battle with Feng Qiuyan, and it was impossible for him to continue to cut like this. Otherwise he would definitely lose Ming Xiu. But Zhou Wen obviously did not have the idea of winning or losing, and still let Feng Qiuyan's sharp knife become faster. What exactly does the coach want to do? Ming Xiu was puzzled, frowning in thought. In a blink of an eye, 100 knives have passed, and Zhou Wen simplified his knife-making and retracting movements to the extreme, but he still felt that he could no longer keep up with Feng Qiuyan's quick knives. The knife was so fast that it could no longer see the shadow, and even Feng Qiuyan himself had begun to be unable to control the speed. The veins on his fingers were protruding, and the hand holding the knife was shaking. It seemed that the knife might get out of control at any time. Feng Qiuyan, be careful, I'm going to use the sword. Zhou Wen was oppressed and could no longer resist, and suddenly shouted. The big sword in his hand was dragged backwards, and he slashed out from the bottom to the top. Come out. At this time, the flying fairy in the sky has been simplified by Zhou Wen. Although it can't reach the level of Feng Qiuyan's faster closing of the knife than the knife, it has also been consistent. Various micro-movements have also been extremely simplified by Zhou Wen. And there is no more extra action. It is also a flying immortal from the sky, but now Zhou Wen uses it, but it is more domineering and direct, less elegant, but more unparalleled domineering. Tianjinjin thought that Zhou Wen was going to be slashed by the unbelievably fast knife. But who knew that he saw Zhou Wen's momentum change, and in an instant it seemed that a demon had descended into the world, and the man and the sword were integrated into one, almost like thunder and lightning. Across the sky, sword shadows staggered across with Feng Qiuyan as the center, and the sound of swords colliding in a line made it impossible to hear how many times their swords collided. The sword that was as fast as Feng Qiuyan could no longer keep up with the domineering sword style. After the sword shadows that filled the sky dissipated, Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan stood face to face. The knife in Feng Qiuyan's hand was hanging on the ground, while Zhou Wen's big sword was on his neck. That person, it's terrible. Tianjin was truly horrified, only feeling that Zhou Wen's sword was the most domineering and gorgeous swordsmanship she had ever seen in her life. Zhou Wen felt the progress of Feishan Tianwei, and was quite happy in his heart. He wanted to thank Feng Qiuyan for being his sparring partner, otherwise he would not have made such great progress in such a short period of time. But before Zhou Wen spoke, Feng Qiuyan said, Coach, thank you for your pointer, I understand. What do you understand? Zhou Wen was a little confused, not knowing what Feng Qiuyan meant. Feng Qiuyan Jingrong said, the coach. Specially pointed out the flaws in my swordsmanship. It is really well intentioned. Qiuyan will definitely live up to his expectations. And will definitely achieve something. Please rest assured, the coach. What do the ghosts expect from you? Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan with a complicated expression, seeing his sincere and serious expression, but he couldn't say the words of thanks, so he could only say helplessly, you are well. Practice, I have left beforehand. Coach, please rest assured, I will definitely work hard. Feng Qiuyan shouted at Zhou Wen's back. Zhou Wen didn't look back, just waved his hand. He really didn't know what to say, he obviously didn't teach anything, but Feng Qiuyan was able to make rapid progress every time, which also puzzled Zhou Wen. The coach's swordsmanship is really strong. Ming Xiu walked over and said, with some fiery eyes. He is studying the swordsmanship handed down by his father, and wants to improve it so that he can truly enter the forest of superior swordsmanship. Ming Xiu faintly had some thoughts in her heart. Tian. Xinjun also said next to him, Zhou Wen's swordsmanship is really good, but it's just a move to defeat Feng Qiuyan. Tian Xinjun already believed that Zhou Wen was strong, and that sword was indeed domineering and unparalleled, which was impressive, but from the beginning to the end, Zhou Wen was pressed and beaten by Feng Qiuyan, and in the end, he just won a move. Look at her, come on, the two can be considered evenly matched, and Zhou Wen only narrowly won. Feng Qiuyan shook her head and said, that's just the appearance you see. In fact, the coach is not asking me to teach him fast swords at all, but pointing out the flaws in my swordsmanship. Is that so? Tian Xinjun doubted Feng Qiuyan's statement. Feng Qiuyan said, don't you realize that the coach rarely counterattacks from start to finish? Isn't it because of being suppressed by your sharp knife? Tian Xinjun said. Feng Qiuyan said solemnly, of course not. The reason why the coach didn't fight back is because he allowed me to show off my swordsmanship, and then I was able to find out the flaws in my swordsmanship. His counterattacks are not many. But every time the counterattacks all hit the flaws in my swordsmanship, let me know where my flaws lie, and be able to correct them in time. Is that so? Tian Xinjun's eyes widened, and she still couldn't believe it. But the words came from Feng Qiuyan herself, but she had to believe it. Ming Xiu on the side also said, it is true, every time the coach makes a shot, it is indeed the flaw in the swordsmanship. Being able to understand the flaws in the opponent's swordsmanship in such a fast battle, the coach's martial arts cultivation is high, indeed far better than me. Even Ming Xiu said that. Tian Xinjun couldn't help but believe it. But Ming Xiu didn't know that Zhou Wen's ability was not pure martial arts cultivation, but an ability attached to the Little Prajna Sutra. Feng Qiuyan nodded in agreement. That's true, the coach is really well-intentioned, knowing that there are flaws in my swordsmanship, so he specially pointed me, and only after I corrected those flaws in the swordsmanship, one sword will defeat me, and if he is serious about the sword from the beginning, I can't even stop that sword. How can it be possible to fight hundreds of swords with the coach? Feng Qiuyan didn't know that at the very beginning, Zhou Wen's Feifei Immortal was not that strong. It was only after seeing his 100 swords and learning the advantages that he would evolve so terrifyingly. It turned out to be like this? Tianjin was really shocked. She thought about it now, it seems that this is the case. If Zhou Wen comes up and directly uses that domineering sword, Feng Qiuyan will be defeated with one move. Thinking of this, Tianjin couldn't help but sigh. Sunset College is worthy of being the top college in our area. A student can be so strong. Before, my knowledge was too shallow. It's normal. You guys have come here for too short a time. After a long time, you will know the true strength of the coach. In the past, the coach played games on his mobile phone while playing against me, and he didn't even look at me. I'm not him. The opponent, and it is still a complete defeat. The duel Feng Chuyan said was actually the pitching machine, not a real battle. But when these words fell in the ears of Tianjinjin and Ming Xiu, they were shocked beyond measure. For a master like Feng Chuyan, a monster who can fight with Ming Xiu to a tie, Zhou Wen can beat him with one hand. And it's incredible when you're still playing games on your phone. Coach. Is it really that strong? Tianjinjin's name has changed, and he no longer calls Zhou Wen's name directly. It shouldn't be said that he is strong, he and we are basically two different realms. Well, it's time for me to practice. After the coach's instructions, it not only allowed me to correct the flaws in the swordsmanship, but also gave me some insight. The last sword is to tell me that no one will foolishly wait for me to cut hundreds of knives. If I can't solve this problem, the knives will only be regarded as inferior, and now I will practice knives to solve this problem. Feng Chuyan turned around and left. I'm going to practice swordsmanship too. The coach's sword has inspired me a lot. I think I know where to study my swordsmanship. Ming Xiu also hurriedly left. Tianjinjin followed Ming Xiu with a complicated look, and looked back at the direction Zhou Wen left. I thought Ming Xiu was already an invincible existence among her peers, but I didn't expect that there would be such a strong peer in the world. It's really scary. Already. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know what they were thinking. Now his Fei Xian has made a lot of progress. He just needs to practice for a while, to achieve the ultimate in the use of the knife, and the promotion to the 10th rank is just around the corner. Zhou Wen has not done anything these days. He's just playing monsters in the game to practice Fei Xian. He wants to make Fei Xian to the extreme, cut the white cocoon with the most perfect posture, and get a drop of blood from the terrifying creatures. Try to see if you cannot be promoted to epic level. Although he already has a lot of epic level powerhouse pets, such as mutated Shurji, Ziki Bell, and poisonous White Shadow are all very strong, but if his own strength is too poor, he will eventually be a weakness, as long as he is killed by others. No matter how strong the pet will be, it will vanish into thin air, and it will not play any role. Zhou Wen, something happened, come to Liaolongdong. Early in the morning, Zhou Wen was still sleeping when he was woken up by the ringing of his mobile phone. After connecting, Zhong Zia's eager voice came. Zhong Zia usually seems to be heartless and doesn't care about anything. Zhou Wen has never heard him speak in such a panicked tone, and a bad premonition suddenly arises in his heart. What happened? Zhou Wen asked quickly. The people from the Federal Inspectorate blocked the laboratory, saying that the teacher was an overseas spy, and arrested the teacher. Now the school is negotiating with the people from the Federal Inspectorate. Zhong Zia hurriedly repeated the matter. What? Zhou Wen was stunned when he heard it. He couldn't connect Wang Mingyuan with any overseas spies. Wait for me, I'll go right there. Zhou Wen didn't believe what kind of spy Wang Mingyuan was. In addition, with his knowledge of the Special Supervision Bureau, those guys acted perversely and would most likely impose unwarranted charges on others. He was a living person himself. Example. When Zhou Wen arrived at the scene, he found that the entire Longmen Grotto's area was blocked. There were probably no less than 1,000 inspectors wearing the uniforms of the Supervision Bureau. Many of them had flowers on their shoulders. And they were quite high level. Liz, whom Zhou had met before, was also there, but looking at her, she was only qualified to guard the intersection next to her. There are also some leaders and students of Luoyang's army and academy outside, and it seems that the scene is very chaotic. Zhong Zia, Hui Haifeng, and Jiang Yan were all outside, all looking solemn. What's the situation now? Teacher, is he okay? Zhou hurriedly stepped forward and asked. The Supervision Bureau must have made a mistake. How could the teacher be a spy? Zhong Zia said. Hui Haifeng comforted, it should be fine, this is Luoyang, and the tutor is a member of the Luoyang royal family. If there is no real evidence, even if the Bureau of the Federal Supervision Bureau comes in person, it is impossible to take the tutor away casually. The leaders of the school, as well as the Deputy Commander Qin, are inside. And it is not so easy for the people of the Supervision Bureau to frame the mentor. When Zhou heard Hui Haifeng say this, he felt a lot better in his heart, but after thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. The director of the Supervision Bureau is here? Zhou looked at Hui Haifeng and asked. Hui Haifeng nodded slightly, and he could see that he was also very worried about this. If it's just an ordinary inspector, even if it's the head of a branch, things can be solved easily. It's almost impossible to take people away from Sunset College. However, if the director of the Supervision Bureau comes in person, it is not an easy matter to solve. There is only one possibility for the director to come in person. The 6 heroic families have reached an agreement, which may be very unfavorable for Wang Mingyuan. The 4 of them didn't want to talk anymore. And they all looked at the Longmen grottos eagerly, hoping to see something, or to hear good news. After waiting for a long time, I saw a group of people on the stone steps coming here, including many school leaders, as well as the princess and the deputy governor Qin, but their faces all looked ugly. But when they saw Wang Mingyuan, they trembled. Wang Mingyuan was held by 2 inspectors with guns, and his hands were handcuffed. Zhou and the others knew very well what this meant. Even Deputy Governor Qin could not prevent Wang Mingyuan from being arrested. The situation was already bad enough. Teacher. Zhong Zia called out and wanted to rush up, but was stopped by the inspectors on both sides. Zhong Zia wanted to break through, but he was not afraid of heaven and earth. He dared to touch Wang Mingyuan, even if it was the king of heaven, he dared to stab him. Zia, stop. The princess came to stop Zhong Zia. Zhong Zia knew the relationship between the princess and Wang Mingyuan. So she stopped rushing, but still stared at the inspectors. Are they Wang Mingyuan students? Take them back for interrogation. Together. An extremely tall and majestic old man wearing an officer's uniform and a coat said, looking at Zhong Zia. And the 4 of them? Yes, the seat. The inspector next to him immediately responded to the order and wanted to take someone. Bureau seat, they are just ordinary students, and Wang Mingyuan is just an ordinary teacher-student relationship. Regarding their problems, we will conduct a rigorous investigation, so we won't bother you with the Supervision Bureau. With Zhou and the 4 of them, they confronted the inspectors. Qin Dutong, Wang Mingyuan is an overseas spy. The evidence is conclusive. Can you guarantee that his students have not been brainwashed by him and developed into offline? The old man stared coldly at Qin Wufu and said, No, so I will take them back to investigate. Our Sunset Army will not let a bad person go, but we will not wrong a good person. Qin Wufu said. Seeing that Qin Wufu didn't give in, the old man frowned slightly, and Xiao Siyuan came over, whispered something in the old man's ear, and then glanced at Zhou Wen again. The old man's eyes fell on Zhou Wen, and he said lightly, "It turns out that he is from the Yin family, no wonder Qin Dutong is so deliberate to maintain it, let alone give the Yin family a face, but if it is really investigated that he is involved in this case, at that time, I am afraid that Jia will not be able to get rid of it in time." After all, he ignored Qin Wufu's reaction and walked out with the inspector. Wang Mingyuan was escorted by them and walked out. He looked very calm, but nodded slightly to the four of them, Zhou Wen, with a smile on his face, but didn't say a word. "Teacher Wang, is it because they wronged the teacher? You can think of a way. You can't let them take the teacher away." In a place like the Supervision Bureau, a person enters. Even if he is innocent, he will be abolished for half his life. "I can't go," Zhongzia said, while pulling the princess. He knew that with his own strength, even if he tried his best, he would not be able to rescue Wang Mingyuan in front of the Supervision Bureau's seat. "Go back and talk about it." The princess held down Zhongzia and said solemnly. Everyone watched helplessly as Wang Mingyuan was taken away, but there was nothing they could do. Princess, what's the situation now?" Zhou Wen asked. The princess sighed lightly, "Although I don't believe that Uncle Mingyuan is that kind of person, the evidence is solid." The four of them were dumbfounded when they heard it. Zhongzia shouted, "Impossible, how could the teacher be that kind of person? It must be someone from the Supervision Bureau who wronged the teacher. They are just a bunch of mad dogs who bite anyone they see." The princess shook her head slightly and smiled bitterly. "Uncle Mingyuan's autograph is on those documents, and many things were collected and sorted by Uncle Mingyuan himself. Those things can't be faked." Zhou Wen and the four of them were stunned, not knowing what to say for a while. "I don't care if the teacher is an overseas spy or not. Anyway, they absolutely cannot let them take away the teacher like this. If you go to a place like the Supervision Bureau, you will end up dead." Instructor of the princess, before they leave Luoyang, think of a way to take people away. Grab it back, the evidence will be destroyed. If it still doesn't work, let the teacher escape to the dimensional realm," Zhongzia said. The princess shook her head and said, "Don't talk nonsense, you can't do that kind of thing, you can't be a savage in the dimensional realm all your life, right?" And the director of the Supervision Bureau brought a mythical companion pet to sit in the town. Who can tell him, "Take someone away from you"? When Zhongzia heard this, she was instantly discouraged and frowned and said, "Is there no other way?" The princess was silent. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no way, neither the Wang family nor the Luoyang military would let the Supervision Bureau take people away from the academy. Jiang Yan suddenly said, perhaps the instructor had already anticipated this matter. Since he didn't escape, it means he didn't want to escape. What do you mean? Zhongzia stared at Jiang Yan and asked. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, then continued, think about it, usually the four of us are always in the laboratory? But this time it was just a coincidence that the four of us had something to leave the laboratory, not one people at. Is this just a coincidence? If the teacher really expected it, why didn't he destroy the evidence in advance? As long as there is no evidence, the Supervision Bureau shouldn't be able to take him away, right? Zhongzia said. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly. Don't talk about Zhou Wen. Hui Haifeng often goes out. The two of them don't count. You and I are in the laboratory every day, and rarely go out at the same time. In the laboratory. I left, because the teacher asked me to go to Wanfo Cave to hunt the King Kong leasher. And why are you not in the laboratory? It was the teacher who asked me to go outside the academy, to help him buy things. Zhong Zia also felt that this was a bit strange, and it seemed that Wang Mingyuan had deliberately set them aside. Hui Haifeng also said, I originally went to the laboratory today, but yesterday my instructor told me a new boxing technique, which caused me to practice very late yesterday, so I didn't go to the laboratory today. The four of them felt more and more that Wang Mingyuan seemed to have really expected something to happen today, so he took them away. If you have anything to say, let's go back to the barracks first. Before the people from the Supervision Bureau leave, the four of you should not go back to the dormitory, and there are indeed some questions that you need to answer. Qin Wufu asked the soldiers to take all four of Zhou Wen with him. Go back. One is to protect them, and the other is to find out if Wang Mingyuan is really an overseas spy. The four of them must also be excluded from suspicion, otherwise, if there is another problem, it will also be a security risk for Luoyang. Zhou Wen didn't know what was going on with the overseas spies at all. When he was interrogated alone, he just told the truth about his experience with Wang Mingyuan. After that, the four of them were detained in the barracks, and they were not released, but the treatment was very good, and each of them had a single room. Princess Tutor. What's the matter with the overseas spies? Zhou Wen asked, very puzzled, when the princess came to see Zhou Wen. The princess sighed. Overseas forces are all human forces established by some big devils who fled overseas in the early days of the Federation. Before the 6 heroes were born, they did whatever they wanted and committed boundless murders. A vicious and vicious big devil. His hands are stained with the blood of innocent human beings. The most famous Jing Daoxian is one of them, but for some reason, Jing Daoxian stays in the Federation all year round and rarely returns overseas. You mean that the teacher is one of those big devils? Zhou Wen really couldn't believe that such a gentle Wang Mingyuan could not be a vicious big devil. Although I don't believe it, but the evidence is too sufficient, and it's still dirty, and even Uncle Mingyuan himself has no excuse. The princess didn't believe it either. But he couldn't help but believe the truth. Although he said so, Zhou Wen still had no way to believe that Wang Mingyuan would be a big devil. The military camp has its own rules. Zhou Wen's mobile phone and things on his body were temporarily withheld by the military. Without a mobile phone to play, Zhou Wen could only be trapped in a single room and wait. Not long after that, on the second day, Qin Wufu had the four of them released and told Zhou Wen that the Supervision Bureau had already escorted Wang Mingyuan back to the Holy City yesterday. Zhou Wen took back his mobile phone and items, all of which were untouched, so he was slightly relieved. The four returned to the laboratory of the old dragon cave and found that the place was in a mess. Not only were all kinds of furniture and equipment destroyed, but many holes had been cut in the stone walls. The four of you look at me, I look at you. No one spoke for a while, and none of them could accept the fact that Wang Mingyuan was an overseas spy. Jiang Yan, you have the best solution. Tell me, is there any way to save the teacher? Zhong Zia asked, staring at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly. Unless we can advance to the god level, no one can save the tutor under this situation. Then what will they do with the teacher? Zhongzia asked again. Jiang Yan thought for a while and said, if the teacher is really an overseas spy, and even the supervisor of the Supervision Bureau has been dispatched this time, then the teacher's identity must not be low, or there is some secret involved in him that makes the upper council's heart move, so they will be forcibly arrested. In this way, maybe they will not kill the mentor in a short period of time, or the mentor will provide what they want, and there may be a chance to survive. Other than that, we can't do anything. Although Zhou Wen knew it was useless, he still called Sheng and asked Sheng's opinion on Wang Mingyuan. He said he wanted to know his opinion. But in fact he wanted to ask Sheng if there was any way to save Wang Mingyuan. If it was for himself, Zhou Wen would never ask Sheng that, but Wang Mingyuan's position in his heart was different. It's a pity that Sheng told Zhou Wen with certainty that this incident was a result of all the stolen goods on the spot, and there was no room for it, unless Wang Mingyuan could come up with something that satisfied the Federation, and maybe there was a chance to save his life. Zhou Wen originally thought that this matter was over, but who knew that a few days later, Zhou Wen and Hui Haifeng received a notice from the Federation, saying that Wang Mingyuan wanted to see them, but Wang Mingyuan did not force it, saying that they wanted to go if you want, or not if you don't want to. Afterwards, the four of them also had a video call with Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan only said that he wanted to meet them. Zhou Wen could feel that Wang Mingyuan seemed to have something inconvenient to say now. Although they knew that going to the holy city like this might be dangerous, in the end, all four of Zhou Wen chose to go to the holy city. Why did Hui Haifeng and the three choose to go? Zhou Wen didn't know, but although Zhou Wen didn't follow Wang Mingyuan for a long time, Wang Mingyuan really helped him a lot, and even saved his life. Now this side is probably the last time I see Wang Mingyuan, so Zhou Wen wants to see it anyway. The princess and Qin Wufu had persuaded them, but no one was willing to give up the chance to see Wang Mingyuan for the last time, and resolutely boarded the plane sent by the Federation to pick them up. Qin Wufu sent his own guards to follow Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen refused. Because even if he brought two top epic powerhouses, it would be useless on the side of the Supervision Bureau. Those federal inspectors were very polite to them. They didn't have the usual arrogant appearance. They would try their best to satisfy them if they needed anything along the way. After arriving in the holy city, they were also very polite and invited them to stay in one of the inspection bureaus. A guest house. Originally thought that when the Supervision Bureau was in the field, the Supervision Bureau might turn its face, but such a thing did not happen. The Supervision Bureau still served them with delicious food, as if they were afraid of neglecting them. When can we see the teacher? Zhongzia asked an inspector impatiently. It depends on the arrangement above. I'm just an ordinary inspector. Just listening to the orders above. The inspector said with a smile. Originally thought that they would be able to see Wang Mingyuan soon, but it was not until the third day that the inspector asked them to prepare and go to see Wang Mingyuan. The four of Zhou Wen passed through layers of checkpoints and entered a secret base in the holy city. In a heavily guarded room, they met Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan's condition seemed to be pretty good. He didn't suffer inhuman abuse as they imagined, and he didn't seem to have any injuries on his body. And he still had that gentle smile on his face. But Zhou Wen always felt that Wang Mingyuan was still a little different, but he felt a little familiar, but he couldn't tell, that feeling was very subtle. You are all here. Wang Mingyuan looked at the four with a smile. Teacher, are you okay? Zhongzia asked worriedly. Wang Mingyuan shook his head slightly and asked with a smile, "Remember that I asked you a question before?" The four of them were slightly startled, and Zhou Wen immediately remembered the question about pain and death that Wang Mingyuan asked him, and asked with some doubts, "Is it about the choice of death and pain?" Wang Mingyuan nodded and said, "Yes, I asked you before, and you all gave your answers. Later, you all asked me how I would choose. At that time I hadn't decided how to choose, but now I have the answer." The four of them looked at Wang Mingyuan with some doubts, wondering why he still cares about that issue at this time. However, they all know Wang Mingyuan's character and know that he is not a person who is aimless. Now that the question is raised, there may be some deep meaning. Zhou Wen was also thinking to himself, wondering if Wang Mingyuan was suggesting something to them. But Zhou Wen thought about every word Wang Mingyuan said at the beginning, and compared with every word he said now, he really couldn't think of any other meaning. In another room, separated by a wall, the chief officers of the Supervision Bureau, including Shen Yuqi and Qiao Siyuan, were watching the conversation between Wang Mingyuan and Zhou Wen through the single-sided see-through glass. "Officer, Wang Mingyuan is a member of the Luoyang Wang family. There are so many relatives in the Wang family, including his blood brothers. He is missing, but he wants to see his 4 students. I think there is something wrong with this matter," Qiao Siyuan said. "This is the headquarters of our Supervision Bureau. Are you afraid that he can fly to the sky? No matter who he wants to see, as long as he finishes meeting, Wang Mingyuan can help us do things," a Supervision Bureau director said. Qiao Siyuan frowned slightly. What he hated most was spending time in the office all day. The guy who doesn't do anything, doesn't say anything, and makes trouble for them all day long. After listening to them, when sending them out later, ask the 4 of them separately, and ask what the question Wang Mingyuan asked them is. Shen Yuqi said. "Yes, the seat," Qiao Siyuan replied. In the next room, Wang Mingyuan swept his gaze across the faces of Zhou Wen and the others, and then said to them with a smile, "My answer is, like Jiang Yan, I will choose the second way." After finishing speaking, without waiting for any reaction from Zhou Wen and the 4 of them, Wang Mingyuan stood up and faced the mirror wall and said, "Okay, all I want to say has been said, and now you can do what you want to do. But I have one condition, I need the 4 of them to go with me." Zhou Wen's 4 people were all shocked. Obviously, Wang Mingyuan didn't say this to them. They didn't know what the situation was now, and they didn't know what Wang Mingyuan wanted to do. "Officer, Wang Mingyuan can't be trusted. If he wants to bring Zhou Wen and the 4 of them, he must have a plan, so he can't agree," Qiao Siyuan said. "It's just 4 students. Even if he was brought with him, what kind of troubles would he find?" The former director and Qiao Siyuan were enemies and always saying the opposite of him. Shen Yuqi frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said into the microphone, "Wang Mingyuan, you are asking too much. As the only person who can open the Holy Tower, my request shouldn't be too much, right?" Wang Mingyuan said with a smile, as if he was certain that Shen Yuqi would agree to his request. Shen Yuqi's eyes passed through the glass and looked at Wang Mingyuan. After a while, he said coldly, "This is your last request. If you let me hear any more requests from you, I'll kill you as a student if you make one. Request. Deal?" Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, not knowing what Wang Mingyuan meant, but Jiang Yan muttered to himself, "Hasn't the Holy Tower been closed long ago? Can the instructor open the closed Holy Tower?" When Zhou When heard Jiang Yan's words, he was about to ask something, but an inspector had already come over and took Wang Mingyuan and Zhou Wen out. Soon, they were escorted to a car, which seemed to have a special design. Inside, they couldn't hear or feel the movement outside at all, and they couldn't even feel whether the car was moving. "Teacher, what the hell is going on?" Although there were inspectors watching them, Zhong Zia couldn't help looking at Wang Mingyuan and asked, "I have already told you the answer, and now I just want you to accompany me on the last ride." Wang Mingyuan said calmly, but his eyes were a little complicated. "Jiang Yandao, as far as I know, the Holy Tower should be the defense hub of the entire Holy City, and it is also the hub of the Holy City and the Holy Land. Originally, the 6 hero families can use the connection between the Holy Tower and the 6 temples in the Holy Land to borrow the 6 temples. The strength of the defensive net forms a defensive net, and the strength of the defensive net can even block the attacks of mythical creatures." However, Jing Daoxian did not know what method he used, so he closed the Holy Tower and made the defensive net of the Holy City disappear. Rush into the Federal Building and kill the world. Although the Federation has been researching, no one has been able to reopen the tower until today. "Teacher, can you open the Santa?" Jiang Yan looked at Wang Mingyuan and asked. Wang Mingyuan nodded slightly, but didn't say anything, and the inside of the car became quiet again for a while. The Holy Pagoda is actually not a tower in the ordinary sense. It is a statue of a god more than 100 meters high. Legend has it that before Jing Daoxian rushed into the Federal Building to massacre, there was endless holy light scattered on the statue. The holy light could cover the entire holy city. No matter how many powerful forbidden dimensional creatures were, they could not rush into the holy light. But the current statue, although still white, does not have half the brilliance. It is just a majestic statue. Before this statue, there were many soldiers, officers, and inspectors inside and outside. Among them, the most striking were 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. If anyone knew them, they would be shocked by their simultaneous appearance. These 4 men and 2 women are currently at the helm of the 6 major families and members of the House of Lords. When the 6 of them stand together, they have more power than the federal president. After all, the federal president's motion must be passed by the upper house before it can be implemented. My lord, Wang Mingyuan has already brought it. As strong as Shinyuchi, in front of these 6 people, he should be respectful and not dare to lose the slightest. Are you all ready? Among the 6, a woman as noble as a goddess asked indifferently. Everything is ready, Wang Mingyuan has promised to open the holy tower. Shinyuchi said. Very well, we have been waiting for this day for too long. If Wang Mingyuan can really restart the holy tower, then he is the biggest hero of our federation, but unfortunately. Another elegant middle-aged man said lightly. But he didn't finish his words. According to the information seized from him, the feasibility is indeed very strong, but there are only 1 or 2 key points that our researchers have not been able to figure out, and Wang Mingyuan needs to operate it himself. A person who looked like a secretary said. Then let him go. The woman said lightly. Yes. Shinyuchi responded and asked Wang Mingyuan to be brought over. When Wang Mingyuan passed in front of the 6 people, the elegant man looked down at him and said, Wang Mingyuan, after the holy tower is restarted, we will forgive you all your sins and give you a chance to come again, so you must seize it well. Don't waste the kindness of the adults. I will seize the opportunity. Wang Mingyuan wears a shackle on his body, which is transformed by a special companion pet. Even if it is a mythical creature, it is difficult to get out of the shackles. Under the escort of the inspector, Zhou Wen and the four of them followed Wang Mingyuan to the statue. "Are those four teenagers Wang Mingyuan's students?" said the elegant middle-aged man looking at the four Zhou Wen who were following Wang Mingyuan. "Yes, one of them has something to do with the Yin family," Shinjuchi said. "In a special period, the people of the Yin family are no exception. Being able to sacrifice for the great cause of the Federation is considered a worthwhile death. I believe the Yin family can understand." The elegant middle-aged man seemed to have decided Zhou Wen and their fate. In front of the holy tower, Wang Mingyuan, who was in shackles, stopped. He was standing in front of a stone cauldron in front of the statue. Everyone's eyes were attracted by him, even the 6 people who stood at the top of the federal power pyramid couldn't help it, staring at Wang Mingyuan, expecting him to move. Wang Mingyuan turned to look at the federal officials aside and said, "The sacrificial ceremony can begin, so let's follow the procedure. If something goes wrong, it's my fault. If something went wrong, you were the first to die." The official snorted coldly, then looked at Shinjuchi's location. Seeing Shinjuchi nodding slightly, the official gave an order, and a row of soldiers came up, lined up one by one to the stone cauldron, then cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood into the stone cauldron. As more and more blood dripped into the stone cauldron, there was a flame burning in the stone cauldron, as if the blood was gasoline. The more blood dripped, the more vigorous the flame in the stone cauldron. There was a hint of joy on the faces of the 4 men and 2 women. If the holy tower can really be restarted, then the security of the holy city will be greatly improved. Even if the dimensional realm loses its finishing power in the future, the Holy Land will be a pure land for human beings. No dimensional creature can rush in. However, as more and more soldiers donated their blood, the flame in the stone cauldron became higher and higher, but there was no other change, and the statue did not emit holy light. Seeing that the last soldier had already donated blood and left the altar, the official frowned and asked, "Wang Mingyuan, what should I do next?" "Next? We need to pray sincerely," Wang Mingyuan said. The official was slightly startled, and asked suspiciously, "Does prayer work?" "If prayer was useful, there would not be so many poor people in the world." Wang Mingyuan laughed. "Are you kidding me?" The official was furious and pointed at Wang Mingyuan and said, "You better be able to open the holy tower, otherwise I will let you quit and be born in this world." Wang Mingyuan suddenly moved and slammed into the official. The official's own strength was very average, and he was a person who often sat in the office. His actual combat ability was almost 0. After that, he suddenly fell into the burning stone cauldron. The official was on fire all of a sudden, screaming like a burning man and trying to climb out, but it seemed as if there were 2 hands pulling him inside the stone cauldron, making him unable to climb out no matter how hard he climbed. "Wang Mingyuan, what are you doing?" Shinjuchi was furious. All the soldiers and inspectors aimed their guns at Wang Mingyuan. As long as he gave an order, he could immediately turn Wang Mingyuan into a hornet's nest. Wang Mingyuan ignored it and turned to look at the statue. Shinjuchi frowned and asked a few more questions, but Wang Mingyuan still ignored it and just stood there and looked up at the statue. "Wait a minute. Look at the statue." The noble woman stopped Shinjuchi, who was about to go down and clean up Wang Mingyuan herself, and pointed at the statue. I saw that on the hands of the statue, there was a radiance. Although it was not very bright, it made them ecstatic. This was a phenomenon that they had never seen since. They studied the holy tower for many years. The screams of the officials and the flames weakened, but the brilliance on the statue became stronger and stronger. Not only the hands, but the entire statue exuded a holy brilliance, like a real divine manifestation. Sacrificial offerings, of course there are offerings. Wang Mingyuan muttered to himself as he watched Xinghui rise. His expression became very strange. The four of Zhou were close at hand, looking at the expression on Wang Mingyuan's face, but felt that Wang Mingyuan at this moment was so unfamiliar, and he didn't seem to be the same person as the Wang Mingyuan they remembered. Xinyuqi and the 6 high-altitude beings were full of excitement. At this time, I saw the brilliance of the god statue's hand soaring straight into the sky, turning into a halo in the sky and spreading around, as if the whole sky was going to be covered into holy light. The people of the entire holy city saw this wonderful scene. Some older people couldn't help cheering. They still remembered the time when Xinghui enveloped the holy city. It was the most stable time for them. The statue is glorious, and the dazzling holy light is like a tower that reaches the sky, all the way to the sky. The divine brilliance spread in the sky, bathing the entire holy city in it, and those who knew the existence of the splendor of the holy tower were ecstatic. The 6 senators were also overjoyed. After decades, the brilliance of the holy city was finally shown to the world again. This is the real holy city, this is the holy brilliance that can shake the soul. The holy city is forever, and the Federation is immortal. A congressman said with frenzied eyes and some excitement. Xinyuqi was also excited, and being able to accomplish such a big thing is undoubtedly a great contribution to the Supervision Bureau. In front of the holy tower, the entire holy altar rose with a dazzling holy light, and the humans inside the holy altar were melted like snow in the holy light. Xinyuqi and the 6 senators were not surprised, because they had long known that such a thing would happen. When the 6 major families first opened the holy tower, similar things happened. How can God's holiness be human? What can be defiled? Once the holy tower is opened, everything on the holy altar will be purified in the future, which is unavoidable. No human being can survive on the altar, including the 6 heroes of the year. They know how terrifying the power of the holy tower is. In addition, it is impossible for humans to compete with it. Zhou only felt that his body was corroded by the strong holy light, and he quickly summoned the transformation stone to turn into stone armor to protect the body, but the stone armor was rapidly dissolving under the terrifying holy light, as if it was quickly eaten by termites. Jiang Yan and the others are in similar situations, and they look very bad. Teacher, let's escape quickly. Zhongzia said, a sword slashed above the brilliance in front of him, but his sword was melted by the brilliance. How could he cut half a point? Escape? Why should I escape? I'm here, waiting for this moment to come. Wang Mingyuan looked at the dazzling statue in front of him, his eyes very firm. Teacher, what do you want to do? Although Zhou always thought that Wang Mingyuan would not harm them, everything Wang Mingyuan did now was beyond his imagination. Wang Mingyuan turned around, looked at Zhou Wen and the 4 of them and said, there are some things to give to you, so let's think about it as Wang Mingyuan's last legacy in the world. Click. The shackles on Wang Mingyuan's body automatically cracked and fell to the ground like garbage. Before it fell to the ground, it was melted by Xinghui. Wang Mingyuan exuded a strange power. That power actually blocked Xinghui, so that Zhou Wen and the four were no longer hurt. By Xinghui. Zhou Wen looked at the power exuding from Wang Mingyuan, and only felt a little familiar, but he couldn't think of why he felt familiar for a while. It has been several days since Wang Mingyuan was arrested. He is afraid that there is only one prisoner's uniform left on his body, but he can only see his palm in the void. It seems that the void has been pierced by him, and he grabs something from the void. It was a thick diary. It looked very old, but it was well preserved. I had seen this diary before this week, and it was a diary that Wang Mingyuan carried with him. He usually had any ideas and inspirations, anytime, anywhere, will be recorded in the diary. Jiang Yan, your personality is most similar to mine, and you like to study the most. These are some of my years of experience and ideas, so I will give them to you. Wang Mingyuan said and handed the diary to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took the diary with both hands and said nothing. Wang Mingyuan didn't say much. The power on his body was getting stronger and stronger, so much so that his body was affected by that power, and seemed to be shaking gently. Zhou Wen could even see the power like water waves fluctuating in flow on him. Wang Mingyuan took out another long sword with a sheath, handed the sword to Zhong Zia, and said, "Your personality is too extreme, and your actions will inevitably deviate. This sword may be of some help to you." Zhong Zia didn't speak, just took the sword, staring straight at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan knew what Zhong Zia wanted to hear, but he didn't say anything to him. He took out another thing and handed it to Hui Haifeng and said, "You have great ambitions, and you will have great achievements in the future. This is what I have saved over the years. Some savings are useless now, you can take them." "Yes, tutor." Hui Haifeng did not refuse, and took the small box respectfully, not knowing what was inside. In the end, Wang Mingyuan's eyes fell on Zhou Wen, and he said with a smile, "You are the purest of the four. You do not have as much thought and sex as the three of them, but you are also the most difficult to understand. Although I know, what do you want, but I can't do it now. Besides that, what other wishes do you have? You might as well tell me." At this time, the power in Wang Mingyuan's body had almost condensed into substance, and it turned into strands of light that circulated continuously from him, and the aura that Zhou Wen felt familiar with became stronger and stronger. Now Zhou Wen finally remembered where he felt this breath. Under the dragon well, the white cocoon guarded by the white dragon has the same aura, but the aura above the white cocoon is so weak that it is almost hard to feel it, and Zhou Wen has only a vague impression. However, the aura on Wang Mingyuan's body was very strong, so strong that it almost suffocated Zhou Wen. "Teacher, is he?" Looking at Wang Mingyuan in front of him, Zhou Wen had a very bad idea in his heart. "I don't have much time, answer me, what do you want?" Wang Mingyuan looked a little weird. His whole body was trembling, and his voice seemed to be trying his best to suppress. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan with a bit of bitterness, and after a while he said, "Teacher, can you give me a drop of your blood?" Zhou Wen's words made Wang Mingyuan and Zhong Zia startled. Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Wen and smiled. "You are indeed the most difficult guy to understand." After speaking, Wang Mingyuan ignored Zhou Wen, but turned around slowly, with his back to Zhou Wen and the others, but his eyes were fixed on the dazzling statue like the Tower of Light. "I was really happy to get along with you. Unfortunately, there is a banquet in the world. Today we parted with master and apprentice. From now on, we will be ruthless. As the last parting, I will give you a small gift for the master." With Wang Mingyuan's trembling words, the power in his body erupted completely, spewing like a volcano, and his body changed accordingly. The black hair on the head turned white in an instant, and it grew so fast that it almost fell to the ground. A pair of crystal-like horns actually grew on the head, and the whole body was undergoing extraordinary changes. It's a pity that Zhou Wen and the others couldn't see Wang Mingyuan's front, otherwise they would definitely find that the face became beautiful and strange, and the eyes radiated an indescribable strange light. The terrifying power rose from his body, like countless divine lights surrounding his body, causing the clothes on his body to move without wind, and his body also levitated, slowly rising to the front of the icon. What is that? The 6 excited members suddenly saw a figure emerge from the dazzling holy light, and it was in front of the holy image. That's Wang Mingyuan. That's not right, that breath, how does it seem to be a dimensional creature? The noble woman stared at Wang Mingyuan in front of the icon and said in surprise, "What does he want to do?" The middle-aged man asked with a frown, as if he didn't feel well. Naturally, no one can answer his question. They don't know what Wang Mingyuan wants to do. They even think that Wang Mingyuan should have died. No human being can survive under the holy light. He should have been purified a long time ago. Shen Yuqi's face was also uncertain. He felt very bad, especially bad, as if something terrible was about to happen. Although they all wanted to stop Wang Mingyuan, no one moved, because they did not dare to enter the range of the icon. The holy light came from the power of the 6 temples. To compete with the temple, even if it is a mythical companion pet, it is impossible to fight against it, and it will be purified in the holy light. Wang Mingyuan hovered in front of the icon, staring at the icon and muttering to himself, "If there is really an unforgivable sin in this world, then blame it on me alone." With that said, Wang Mingyuan slowly raised his arm. His arm was held high above his head like a blade, his fingertips pointed straight to the sky, and the strange power on the entire arm was condensed into substance. What does he want to do? Shen Yuqi's voice was already trembling. He seemed to have guessed what Wang Mingyuan wanted to do, but he couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. Wang Mingyuan. The 6 senators roared in unison, but to no avail. Boom! Wang Mingyuan slashed his arm down, with a terrifying force like a blade of punishment, abruptly slashed the huge icon in 2 from the middle, and the icon split in half, slowly collapsed toward both sides. The entire holy city fell into a huge panic, and everyone stared blankly at the godlike figure suspended in the air, and the 2 halves of the icon that slowly collapsed, as if there was something breaking in their hearts. The icons collapsed together. Boom! The entire holy city seemed to be shaken by the collapse of the icon. The icon was torn apart, but the holy light transmitted from the sky did not end. Thousands of holy light bombarded down from the sky, like a divine punishment at the end of the world. Generally, without the holy image that prayed to God, Xinghui would bombard the earth directly, and no one could predict what the consequences would be. Perhaps the entire holy city would be reduced to rubble in an instant. Everyone was stunned for a while, even if they were as powerful as the senator and possessed a mythical companion pet. They only felt their scalp numb, and their body quickly retreated, trying to escape from this area. Boom! The holy light fell, but it did not bombard the ground. Wang Mingyuan, who was like a god in the air, endured the terrifying holy light. The boundless holy light hit him like a river of heaven, and the body was bathed in holy light, but it didn't seem to be hurt at all. Instead, the Terrifying power condensed on his body, causing his body to continue to happen. Weird change. Boom. In that holy light, Wang Mingyuan unfolded 6 pairs of butterfly-shaped light wings behind him, and a halo representing divinity also appeared behind him. As if a real god had descended. The 4 of Zhou Wen above the altar have long been stunned. Wang Mingyuan exudes an extremely terrifying aura. They have never seen such a terrifying existence. Even though Zhou Wen had seen the white dragon under the Long Jing, the dragon and the black dragon in the underground sea, and the 2 mythical dimensional creatures in the temple, they were not as terrifying as the current Wang Mingyuan. Compared with them, they were the stars. The gap with Haoyue. Wang Mingyuan exuded an indescribable divine brilliance, and the brilliance fell on Zhou Wen. And the 4, making the 4 feel as if their bodies had been washed by holy water, their flesh and bones, and every cell was transforming, as if they had been reborn. Now Zhou Wen finally knows what is the last little gift that Wang Mingyuan said. But looking at Wang Mingyuan, who was like a god in the sky, Zhou Wen did not have a trace of joy, but felt inexplicably uncomfortable. The breath on Wang Mingyuan's body has been completely dimensionalized, and Zhou Wen has been unable to feel the breath of humans in him, as if he is no longer a human being, but a dimensional creature that is an enemy of humans. Xiaowen, pain and death, how would you choose? Zhou Wen couldn't help thinking of the question Wang Mingyuan asked him at this time. Now Zhou Wen seems to understand a little bit. Wang Mingyuan has been doing research all these years, hoping to find a way out to deal with the situation after the binding force in the dimensional field disappears. But he didn't see hope, so he chose another way. Just like the question he asked, he chose to live in pain, the pain he suffered, maybe not from, but the kind of pain in the heart, perhaps more tormenting than the pain of. In the sky, the godlike Wang Mingyuan raised his head and looked up at the sky. His expression was indifferent, without a trace of expression. He just said lightly, since there is no power to destroy demons in this world, then I will degenerate into a demon and become a demon among demons. As soon as a sentence fell, the terrifying power on his body shot straight into the sky, and even that Xinghui was swept away by his power and went straight into the void, tearing the sky into a huge black hole. There are countless illusions in the black hole. There are flying fairies, terrifying dragons, roaring mountain and sea monsters, holy angels, and hideous devils. Everyone stared blankly at the black hole in the sky. Before they could come back to their senses, there were countless roaring sounds in the black hole. 100-meter-long black armored centipede slapped its 6 wings and emerged from the black hole. Rushed out. The next second, I saw all kinds of terrifying different dimensional creatures rushed out of the black hole, covering the sky for a while, as if the end of the world had come. Wang Mingyuan glanced down at Zhou Wen and the 4 of them, then turned decisively and stepped into the air, walking towards the black hole in the sky step by step. Countless powerful other dimensional creatures, but none of them dared to approach him. All automatically gave way, as if he was the king of this world, and any creature standing in front of him would not be able to bear the wrath of the king. Teacher. Zhou Wen felt inexplicably hurt in his heart, as if he had lost something in his heart, so he couldn't help crying out. But no one responded to him. Wang Mingyuan had walked into the black hole, and his figure gradually disappeared, but a drop of bright red blood came across the space, like a drop of blood crystal, suspended in front of Zhou Wen. That drop of blood was bright red, giving people a warm feeling, holy, and without the slightest evil. The entire holy city has been in chaos, and terrifying different dimensional creatures are rushing out of the black hole in an endless stream, like locusts covering the sky, rushing into the holy city to wreak havoc. The collision of power and the wailing of human beings can be seen everywhere, and it is unknown how many innocent human beings have been killed and how many people's homes have been destroyed. Zhou Wen didn't know whether Wang Mingyuan's choice was right or wrong, and that was not something he could figure out. Reaching out and holding the drop of crystal clear blood, the Sutra of Lost Immortals suddenly rotated crazily and absorbed the blood. Zhou Wen suddenly felt a strange force spreading in his body. What are you still doing? If you don't take advantage of the chaos to get out of the holy city, do you have to wait for those guys to catch us? Zhongxia pushed Zhou Wen. He is not sad anymore, no matter what Wang Mingyuan becomes, as long as he is still alive, Zhongxia thinks it is enough. Jiang Yan and Hui Haifeng ran out together. Now the holy city is in chaos. Humans are everywhere fighting against those other dimensional creatures, and no one has the heart to pay attention to the four of them. The four people retreated while fighting, and saw a powerful human riding a giant dragon across the sky, fighting against those dimensional creatures, and some flying with their swords. All kinds of terrifying powerhouses fought against the sky, but it was difficult to kill all the different dimensional creatures that invaded the holy city for a while, and the black hole was always open, and there were constantly different dimensional creatures breaking in, and the war was endless. Boom! The four of Zhou Wen were running for their lives, and a tyrannical 8-headed snake landed in front of him. The 8 snake heads spit out various forces such as wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, turning the surrounding area into a doomsday battlefield for a while. Ordinary people who fled for their lives died tragically under various terrifying forces. The way out for the four of Zhou Wen was blocked, so they could only retreat. Zhou Wen flickered and avoided a large piece of venom sprayed at him with ghost steps. But as soon as Luoluo came down, he saw a winged scorpion descending from the sky, with a cold light on its tail, and shot towards him. Zhou Wen slashed. As soon as he drew his sword, and the bamboo sword immediately cut the scorpion in half, while more flying scorpions rushed over, like locusts. Hui Haifeng, Jiang Yan, and Zhongxia were also caught in a hard fight. The entire holy city was full of dimensional creatures, and it was too difficult for them to rush out. Look for an opportunity to rush out, and leave when you have a chance. The academies will meet. Hui Haifeng shouted when he saw that everyone had been washed away. Zhou Wen knew that with the strength of the four of them, it was too small in such a battlefield. He could only find an opportunity to escape. It was impossible to rush out. Zhou Wen could only find an opportunity to rush outside, and there was no way to worry about others. He believed that with the abilities of Jiang Yan, Zhongxia, and Hui Haifeng, it would not be so easy to die. Boom! A mountain-like monster landed on Zhou Wen's path, still a few hundred meters away from Zhou Wen, but it bombarded the ground with a punch, instantly turning the surrounding streets and buildings into fragments and rising. The fragmented matter collided, strangling the humans within the range. Zhou Wen quickly swung the bamboo knife in his hand to cut through the fragments that flew towards him. He was still wearing stone armor for defense, but there were still many places on his body that were pierced through the stone armor by the fragments, leaving wounds on his body. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and fled in the other direction. The mysterious Immortal Sutra in his body was still running fast. It seemed that some kind of opportunity had come, and it should be about to break through. Boom! The mountain-like monster slammed the earth again, but this time, the earth did not shatter, but a huge suction force was generated, and everything around it was sucked towards the mountain-like monster. Zhou Wen's bamboo knife was stuck on the ground, but his entire body was dragged to fly in the direction of the mountain. The bamboo knife made a deep mark on the ground, but it couldn't stop his figure from flying towards the mountain-like monster. Zhou Wen glanced back, and saw that the mountain-like monster had an unknown number of mouths open, and the humans who were sucked in, it was swallowed directly, and I didn't know what would happen. With a thought, the magic star wheel was activated. Zhou Wen used the suction force of the magic star wheel to firmly suck the ground, forcibly resisting the suction force of the strange mountain, so that he would not fly to it. But the suction of the strange mountain is too strong. Zhou Wen has no way to get rid of the suction, but barely able to avoid being sucked. Zhou Wen was thinking about how to escape the suction range of the strange mountain, but he saw a figure coming out of the sky. It was a woman in black. She stepped on an ancient bronze sword and came out of the air and entered. The suction range of the strange mountain was increased, but it was not sucked by the strange mountain, just suspended in front of the strange mountain. I saw her pulling both hands, and suddenly a sword light condensed between her hands, and then when she pushed it, the sword light flew towards the strange mountain. With the flight of the sword light, the surrounding void vibrated, and it split into one. After another sword light, 1 for 2, 2 for 4, 4 for 8, 8 for 16, and when the sword light rushed to the strange mountain, it was already a piece of sword light. Sword cloud. I saw Wei Shan's mouth open, and the whole mountain was mouth after all, swallowing the cloud-like sword light. The black-cloaked woman frowned slightly. The ancient bronze sword roared under her feet, soared up, and charged directly towards the strange mountain. Wei Shan was also unambiguous. He opened his mouth and swallowed the ancient bronze sword, but after a while, he saw swords emanating from the body of the strange mountain, as if sharp swords pierced through the body of the strange mountain. The body, in a short while, turned the strange mountain into a hedgehog. Boom! The strange mountain collapsed, and the ancient sword also returned to the woman in black. I saw that she did not stop, and Yujian flew towards other terrifying dimensional creatures. Wherever he went, the sword light was like a river rewinding. Killed an unknown number of dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen was in no mood to look at it again. As soon as the strange mountain died, the suction force disappeared naturally. Zhou Wen chose a direction and rushed towards the outside of the holy city. It's just that there are too many different dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen rushed to kill all the way. I don't know how many different dimensional creatures he killed, but he only rushed outside the third ring of the holy city. Jiang Yan and the others have long since disappeared. In addition to the dimensional creatures, there are human beings who are fighting. Most of them are from the army, and many ordinary people have become corpses. A little girl was sitting on the ruins, crying, while a centipede several meters long was crawling towards her. Zhou Wen's rationality told him that now is not the time to meddle in his own business. It is important to rush out of the holy city to escape. But his hand involuntarily slashed out a knife light, cutting the centipede in half. Follow me first. Zhou Wen saw that there was no one around except the corpse. Even if the little girl's parents and relatives were not dead, they would not be here, so he had to pick her up and rush out of the holy city with her first. Make plans. The little girl was so well behaved, she reached out and hugged Zhou Wen's neck. Although there were still tears on her face, she stopped crying. Suddenly, Zhou Wen only felt a throbbing in his heart, slashed at the little girl. In his arms with his knife, and at the same time, pushed her out with the other hand. The little girl's figure instantly retreated more than 10 meters, only to see blood remaining on the corner of her mouth, sticking out her little tongue. Go lick, with a greedy look on his face. Zhou Wen touched his neck, and there was a lot of blood on his hands, and there were 2 rows of tooth marks on his neck. If he reacted a little slower, his neck would have been bitten off. Are you a human or a dimensional creature? Zhou Wen held the bamboo knife and looked at the little girl calmly. Until now, he still couldn't see the breath of a dimensional creature on the little girl. Year-old girl. But her actions and abilities just now have proved that she is by no means an ordinary human little girl. The little girl ignored him, her figure flashed, and she rushed towards Zhou Wen like a blurry shadow. Zhou Wen no longer hesitated, and the bamboo soared in. His hand made a move to fly from the sky, and the shadow of the sword flickered vertically and horizontally, slashing towards the little girl. But the little girl's movement was surprisingly fast. Zhou Wen's lightning-fast swordsmanship was even swayed by her figure, and they all escaped. It was even faster and weirder than the Ghost King's movement. The little girl rushed over from the gap in the knife technique and rushed to bite Zhou Wen's neck. The banana fan appeared in Zhou Wen's other hand, and it was a fan for the little girl who rushed up. The lunar wind directly rolled her body up. Zhou Wen followed with ghost steps, and cut out the demon star wheel towards the little girl in the air. The blood-red light burst out, slashing on the little girl's body like a blood wheel, and cut her clothes directly, but the demon star wheel it was cut into her flesh and blood. But she couldn't even cut the white and tender skin. It seems that the white and tender skin is not flesh and blood, but extremely tough steel. Zhou Wen could understand that the magic star wheel couldn't hurt the little girl, but when the sharp bamboo knife slashed on her, it couldn't cut her flesh open, which surprised Zhou Wen. The bamboo knife is sharp, even an epic creature with strong skin and flesh defense can't completely block it, but this knife slashed on her body, not even the skin, but just slashed her body upside down and flew out. Which is kind of scary. The little girl fell on the ground, as if she was completely uninjured, but she was a little angry and rushed up again. Zhou Wen retreated while fighting, exhausted all means, but still could not hurt the little girl. The little girl is also weird, she doesn't have the breath of dimensional creatures, but she behaves like dimensional creatures. What's even weirder is that she doesn't have any special abilities, but she is extremely strong, extremely fast, and her skin is tough and unimaginable. Zhou Wen used the ash palm to drive the power into her body, but she was not able to hurt her. Zhou Wen couldn't kill her, so he wanted to get rid of her, but she hated Zhou Wen very much and kept chasing after her. Zhou Wen used ghost step several times to get rid of her, but she was quickly caught up by her. The little girl is like a serious debt collector. She will never give up until Zhou Wen is put to death. Zhou Wen can't kill him, and he can't get rid of it. He can only retreat while fighting. The black hole in the sky is slowly shrinking, and the number of other dimensional creatures rushing in has also decreased a lot. The 6 hero families in the Holy City have already exhausted their people, and cooperated with the military to kill the invading other dimensional creatures. Although the situation has gradually been brought under control, the loss this time was unprecedented since the Holy City was established. In the past, Jing Daoxian just rushed into the federal building and killed some federal officials and government workers. Now this disaster has caused ordinary people in the entire Holy Land to suffer together, and I don't Know how many people died? Zhou can be sure that after today, I am afraid that the teacher will replace Jing Daoxian, becoming a big devil that everyone spurned, even worse than Jing Daoxian's infamy. Teacher, is it really worth it? Zhou didn't know whether Wang Mingyuan's choice was right. Just like Wang Mingyuan's metaphor, whether to fight to save the woman, or choose to join forces and then find a way to save her, this is an intractable question. There was no time to think about it. Zhou had already rushed out of the holy city. And there were many less dimensional creatures around, but the little girl was still haunting him. No matter how many times Zhou slashed her, he even used the tyrant sword with all out-of-the-box skills, but the little girl was not slashed by it, as if he was clinging to Zhou. What the hell is this? Zhou Wenjian worked extremely hard. If he hadn't had his own companion pet to help him, giving him a chance to breathe and recover, he would have been bitten to death by the little girl long ago. Zhou felt that the mysterious Immortal Sutra in his body was running faster and faster. The whole body seemed to be undergoing earth-shaking changes, and there was a kind of power nurturing in his body. The starting point of that power is in his destiny, but it is inextricably linked with his body, blood, and even his soul, and he cannot tell what it feels like. If he had to describe it, Zhou felt that his soul seemed to be splitting. Of course, this is just his own feeling. Are you going to condense the life soul? What will my life soul be? Zhou backed away, while secretly guessing in his heart, will it be a woman's life soul? Or will it be an instrument? The reason why Zhou thought of a woman for the first time was because of the existence of Wang Zisaga's fate, which made him feel vaguely that it seemed to be a woman. Generally speaking, the life and soul will be greatly affected by the fate. For example, if a person has the life of a Buddha child, then his life and soul is likely to be a Buddha image or a Buddha statue. A guy like Feng Qiuyan, who has the fate of the King of Swords, his fate will definitely be related to the sword in the future. So Zhou felt that his life soul was likely to be a female form, but this was just his guess. Oops. Zhou life and soul formation has reached the most critical time. The whole body is sublimating, and the soul seems to be out of the body, making Zhou unable to move for a while. The worst thing was that the little girl was still chasing and attacking him. Zhou stood there motionless, and the little girl immediately jumped up and bit his neck with her mouth open. Damn, why is it at this time? Zhou was so depressed that he almost vomited blood, but unfortunately, the Book of Immortals was not under his control at all. After absorbing that drop of Wang Mingyuan's blood, it automatically started evolution. Both Shiji and Beijian Snake are still in the state of armor and sword. Without Zhou order, it is impossible for them to become pets and fight against the enemy. Although the white shadow of poison rushed towards the little girl, it had little effect on her. The speed of the little girl was still higher than that of the white shadow of poison, and the poison of the white shadow of poison could not hurt her. Dr. Dark's scalpel can't hold the little girl at all, and the needle can't pierce her skin, so it's completely useless. Other companion pets like the tyrant Beeman, because the level is too low, are not of great use, and Zhou has not summoned them. Seeing that the little girl has rushed up, Zhou consciousness has been completely pulled by the power in his body, and he can't take care of the outside world. It seems that it is already at stake. Just hearing a bang, Banana Immortal automatically released the companion state without an order, restored her body, sat on the banana leaf, stood in front of Zhou and blew a sigh of relief at the little girl. The lunar wind suddenly blew the little girl's body out, and it blew out hundreds of meters at once, causing the little girl to crash into a forest, and the thick tree that hugged the two of them did not know how many roots were broken. There was a long ditch in it. But soon, the little girl rushed out of the woods again, and saw that frost still remained on her clothes, but her body was not frostbitten. Seeing the little girl rushing back again, Fairy Banana gritted her teeth and blew another gust of Tian wind, blowing the little girl out again. It's just that this time the overcast wind was obviously much weaker than the first time. And the little girl was not blown away that far, but fell into the woods and broke 2 trees. The Tian wind consumes too much vitality, and within such a short period of time, the vitality of the banana immortal is limited, and the Tian wind blowing out is naturally much weaker. The little girl was too stubborn and seemed to want to die, so she rushed over and rushed at Zhou again. Banana Fairy blew another sip of the lunar wind, and blew the little girl out again, repeatedly preventing the little girl from rushing to Zhou. In the epic of condensing the soul of life, however, the lunar wind blown by Banana Fairy became weaker and weaker each time, and it was able to blow the little girl out a few hundred meters, causing a ditch in the ground. But after 10 times, the Tian wind could only blow the little girl a few dozen meters away, and after the little girl landed, she rushed over quickly, not giving Banana Fairy a chance to breathe. Banana Fairy's face was pale, and the lunar wind that could be blown out was already very weak, but she still stood in front of Zhou and had no intention of retreating. A mouthful of the lunar wind blew out again, but the little girl was not blown away by the lunar wind, and still walked towards Zhou step by step in the strong wind. The moment the Tian wind stopped, the little girl flew up, grabbed Banana Fairy's neck with one hand, dragged her from the banana leaf, and pressed her directly to the ground. The little girl's eyes were cold, and her palm was about to break Banana Fairy's neck, but she suddenly felt a force burst out from Zhou side, and she couldn't help but look up. I saw the invisible power rising from Zhou Wen's body, causing his body to suspend uncontrollably, exuding a strange power all over his body, wrapping his entire body. The little girl stared at Zhou Wen in the air, her eyes flickering, as if she saw something that surprised her, and she was stunned for a while. At this time, Zhou Wen finally opened his eyes, and at the same time, wisps of invisible arrogance rose from his body, which was an indescribable power. It contains Zhou Wen's vitality and even Zhou Wen's spirit, but it is different from ordinary vitality, nor is it a pure energy body like a companion pet, a magical power that seems to be a kind of energy, but also a kind of energy species of life. That energy continued to rise in Zhou Wen's body and gradually condensed behind him. It seemed to have formed what was called the soul of life in legends. Zhou Wen could feel the existence of his soul, and he could also feel the soul contained in it. Terrifying power, but he couldn't see his own soul, as if the soul was transparent and invisible. Zhou Wen didn't have the mind to study why he couldn't see his life and soul, and when he saw Beigia Immortal being pinched to the ground by the little girl's neck, Zhou Wen was already furious in his heart. Pulling out the bamboo knife, Zhou Wen slashed at the little girl with one knife. It's just that this knife is cut out, but Zhou Wen feels a little different from usual. Usually, when he cuts a knife, this knife is his own strength. But now that the knife was cut out, Zhou Wen felt that a force from outside himself was injected into his knife. No, to be more precise, his entire body seemed to be wrapped by an inexplicable force. When he swung the knife, it was as if someone hugged his body, held his hand, and swung the knife with him. Generally, this knife was swung, and the speed and power of the knife completely exceeded Zhou Wen's own expectations. The blade almost seemed to teleport, and after a short period of disappearance, it appeared directly in front of the little girl. The little girl showed surprise and stretched out her arms to block the blade. Immediately, blood splattered, and the little girl's arm was chopped to pieces, and the flesh and bones inside could be seen through the wound. Her body was also chopped upside down and flew out, fell to the ground, and plowed the soil wrapped around the roots of the tree. A long ditch nearly 100 meters long emerged. Zhou looked at the knife in his hand and was slightly startled. The power of this knife completely exceeded his expectations. According to reason, although he has been promoted to epic, his physical attributes have not been improved, so it should not be possible to change at once. So strong. Even if he can become stronger, it will be after he absorbs the attribute crystals and raises his attributes to a higher level. But now, he hasn't done anything, and he has become so strong. Is this the power of Fate Soul? Zhou glanced at his body, but saw nothing. He clearly felt that Fate Soul existed outside his body, but he couldn't see. Fate Soul. Banana Fairy flew back and rubbed her neck, looking very uncomfortable. Zhou glanced at the little girl and saw that she actually got up from the ground again. He couldn't help frowning slightly, and clenched the knife in his hand, ready to finish her off completely. Such a vicious creature must not allow her to live in the world, otherwise there will be endless troubles. With her vengeful character, she will definitely not give up unless she kills Zhou. Zhou drew his sword and was about to face the little girl who just got up, but suddenly saw the sword light flashing in the sky, and a black figure came over with the sword, blocking him. After Zhou saw the person coming, he couldn't help frowning slightly. The person who came with the sword in front of him was the one who killed the strange mountain in the holy city before. Why kill a child? The woman in black was obviously the same as Zhou, thinking that it was a human child. She passed by here, and when she saw it in the air, she saw Zhou slash at the little girl, but didn't see it. The previous stories. After confirming that the little girl was not a different dimensional creature, but a human being, Yu Jian, the woman in black, stood in front of the little girl, but she did not intend to do anything, just wanted to find out the ins and outs of the matter. She's not human, Zhou said to the woman in black. How could she not be? Before the woman in black could finish her words, she felt a pain in her calf. The little girl rushed over and hugged her leg. She thought it was the little girl who was afraid, but who knew that the little girl was biting on her calf, and by Sinsen's teeth were biting into her flesh and blood, almost break her calf bone. The woman in black is at the peak epic level, and is very hopeful to enter the myth level existence, and her ancient sword is already a myth level companion pet. Her strength is naturally not something that a human child can hurt, and she immediately realized that what Zhou said was true, and it really wasn't a human child. Bang! The woman in black subconsciously raised her leg and kicked the little girl out. Then she was about to attack the next time, but her body swayed suddenly, almost not planting her head on the ground. Her eyes were blurred, and she suddenly felt bad. Strong self-support ordered the bronze ancient sword to launch an attack on the little girl, to kill the little girl first, but when the bronze ancient sword flew out, she was already planted on the ground, and she didn't know if she was dead. Zhou was secretly startled, and subconsciously touched the wound on his neck. This woman was so sturdy, but he was bitten by the little girl, and he didn't know if he was alive or dead in a moment. He was also bitten by the little girl, and it was okay. Great luck. Seeing that the ancient bronze sword was still flying towards the little girl, a sword pierced through her body, and then flew back, automatically floating above the woman in black. Zhou knew that the woman should not be dead, otherwise the companion pet should be after her death. Just dissipate. Since the ancient bronze sword is still there, it means that the woman in black should still be alive. Zhou ignored the woman in black and instead rushed towards the grass where the little girl fell. Although he saw her being pierced by the ancient bronze sword directly through her chest and heart, Zhou felt that she might not really be dead. Rushing to the grass where the little girl fell, I saw some bloodstains in the grass, but the little girl was nowhere to be seen. When Zhou heard a sound in the direction of the woman in black, and quickly turned around to look over, only to see the little girl holding the hilt of the ancient bronze sword, and the ancient bronze sword was covered with blood, and she trembled without killing the little girl. Die. Although Zhou didn't know that the ancient bronze sword was a mythical existence, he had seen the divine might of the bronze grotesque beheading the strange mountain. Such might was far inferior to that of the epic banana fairy. Even if he lost his master's control, he should have it won't let outsiders catch it either. But the little girl grabbed the bronze ancient sword, and the bronze ancient sword was only trembling, and it did not send out a sword-light attack, which made Zhou feel very puzzled. Soon, Zhou discovered that something was wrong. The bronze ancient sword was covered with blood, which should be the blood of the little girl. And the blood is slowly infiltrating into the ancient bronze sword. It is not simply blood, but the texture of the ancient bronze sword itself has undergone some changes. After the original bronze texture was penetrated by the blood, it became the copper-like color looks very strange. And with the infiltration of blood, the resistance of the ancient bronze sword seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Zhou was taken aback, where he dared to hesitate, he just drew his knife and chopped over, wanting to kill her here. When the little girl waved the ancient bronze sword in her hand and collided with the bamboo sword. Although she had not been able to stimulate the power of the ancient bronze sword, Zhou's bamboo sword could not cut the ancient bronze sword either, but only sent the little girl flying with the sword out. Before waiting for the little girl to fall, Zhou had already used the ghost step to get closer, and Feishan outside. The sky cut out again, and the sword lights crisscrossed, cutting the little girl under the sword. The little girl wielded the ancient bronze sword to resist the attack of the flying immortals in the sky, but she could not completely block the sword power of the flying immortals outside the sky. Now with the blessing of life and soul, Zhou's flying immortals outside the sky are faster and more ruthless than before, and they are cut hard. On her body, there was a deep scar that could be seen on her body. The little girl's body flew out, and the ancient bronze sword also fell aside. She didn't die after being pierced by the ancient bronze sword. Zhou didn't dare to hope that his sword would kill her, and immediately chased after her. Seeing that the little girl fell to the ground, she didn't die, and stared at Zhou fiercely, and the bamboo knife in Zhou's hand slashed directly. A sword chirping sounded. Zhou suddenly felt that something was wrong, and the ghost step was launched instantly. When Zhou appeared dozens of meters away, he saw a sword light sweeping over the place where he was standing just now, and there was a line of hundreds of meter-long deep scars. It has become the companion pet of the ancient copper sword. At this time it is suspended beside the little girl, and the purple sword light flickers and flickers, like a monster poisonous snake that swallows snake letters and will choose someone at any time. How could such a thing happen? Zhou looked weird. Once a companion pet signed a contract. It was almost impossible to betray. The master lived, and the companion pet lived, and when the master died, the companion pet died. Although there are some methods, but at a great price, breaking the contract with companion pets, but that is also under the premise of human initiative. I have never heard that companion pets can take the initiative to betray, and I have never heard of companion pets. It can be taken away by others and used by others. What is the origin of this little girl? Zhou Wen was shocked. Zhou Wen's first thought was to turn around and run away. He had seen the might of the ancient bronze sword, and even the existence of a mythical creature like the strange mountain could be killed. Although he was promoted to the epic level, he was still far from an opponent. Now that the ancient bronze sword is in the hands of the girl, I am afraid that a terrifying offensive will be launched against him next. As expected, the little girl grabbed the hilt of the ancient sword and swung it towards Zhou Wen with a single blow. The purple sword light burst out of the sword, and with an invincible attitude, everything in front of her was blocked. In an instant, everything was in two halves, directly in front of Zhou Wen. The sword light was too fast. After Zhou Wen used the ghost step, he was blessed by the life and soul, and he just avoided it dangerously. I saw that Jianguang rushed out of the mountain forest for thousands of meters, and everything in front of it was cut off, including those hard rocks, almost like cutting tofu. The little girl had an unparalleled ferocity on her body. She swung the ancient copper sword and killed her again. The wounds on her body seemed to have healed. The speed of recovery was not as fast as Li Xian's immortal god of war. Worse, maybe even stronger. Looking at the sky-shattering sword light carried by the ancient copper sword, Zhou Wen did not escape. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The ghost step used the extreme neck. If the ancient copper sword fought automatically, Zhou Wen would definitely flee as far as possible, but when he found the little girl fighting with the ancient copper sword, he felt that he had a chance. The little girl's strength and speed are also very fast. Coupled with the indestructible sword light of the ancient copper sword, it looks terrifying. But she obviously didn't understand any combat skills, let alone swordsmanship. She was just fighting instinctively. She fought with the ancient copper sword by herself, but it was not as powerful as the ancient copper sword by herself, at least let Zhou Wen see it. Chance. Like a ghost, Zhou Wen brought the Dragon Gate flying technique, 9 dragons art and ghost step to the extreme. With the life and soul in his body, he felt that his vitality seemed to be endless. He could continuously use ghost steps, flying immortals outside the sky, etc., which consumed a lot of vitality, but he could not feel any signs of depletion of vitality. Zhou Wen, who has his life and soul in his body, is like a plug-in with infinite skills. All kinds of vitality skills are readily available, and there is no need to consider the issue of vitality at all. Although he is facing a huge crisis, Zhou Wen feels extremely comfortable now. The feeling of being able to use any kind of vitality technique at will is really cool. In the past, he needed all kinds of calculations and all kinds of savings. Even with the blessing of the Tao body, he could only use the vitality skills intermittently, but now this kind of skill is connected to one skill, as if the pleasure can continue indefinitely. Never before. Now Zhou Wen feels as if he has become an enhanced version of Launcher. Launcher's infinite vitality skill combo is because the vitality skills he chooses are the ones that consume very little vitality, but Zhou Wen can now use all kinds of vitality skills that have huge lethality and consume a lot of vitality at the same time are used in succession. Moreover, Zhou Wen's every move seemed to have a booster installed, his strength and speed were greatly improved, and he stepped out lightly, as if he was being pushed forward by an aircraft jet. Now Zhou Wen really wants to quickly look at the information in the game. What exactly is his life soul? Although he enjoys the benefits brought by the life soul, but he can't see what his life soul is. Zhou Wen's figure kept flickering around the little girl. Although he couldn't confront the sword light of the ancient copper sword, the little girl wielded the ancient copper sword, but he couldn't cut him. There were bloodstains on the little girl's body. If it weren't for the strength of the ancient copper sword, the sword light could destroy almost everything, making Zhou Wen sometimes have to retreat, fearing that the little girl had already been slashed by him. The little girl also felt that she seemed very dangerous. No matter how much she swung the ancient copper sword in her hand, she couldn't touch Zhou Wen's body, which made her very angry. As soon as the little girl gritted her teeth, she turned and ran away, dragging the ancient copper sword. Wherever Zhou Wen was willing to let her escape, he chased after holding the bamboo knife. This little girl is so vicious and has astonishing terrifying abilities. If she can't be killed today, when she grows up and really learns some skills, I'm afraid it will be a big trouble. Maybe it will become another big trouble in the history of the Federation. A terrifying witch. Zhou Wen wished he could slash the little girl under the knife, but the light of the ancient copper sword was too strong, making it difficult for Zhou Wen to kill the little girl directly, that is, because the little girl held it, limiting its power, and Zhou Wen was able to chase after it. Running with little girl. If the little girl threw it directly and let the ancient copper sword attack by herself, she would be replaced by Zhou Wen if she wanted to run away. The little girl obviously didn't understand this truth, holding the ancient copper sword and slashing constantly. However, they failed to hurt Zhou Wen. Instead, Zhou Wen left wounds with deep visible bones on his body. The two chased and fled, fighting constantly, and soon rushed into the mountain area. The shocking light of the ancient copper sword cut off some hills directly. The light of the sword was too amazing. What is even more shocking is that the little girl gradually began to imitate Zhou Wen's movement and various skills during the battle. Although it is far from being inferior to Zhou Wen, it is difficult to cause trouble, but her progress is quite fast. What is the origin of this guy? If she is a human being, how can a human being have such a terrifying physical quality and ability? A woman in black is so powerful. She was bitten by her, and even the ancient bronze sword was forcibly used. Taking it away, this kind of ability is too terrifying, and it cannot be possessed by human children. But if she is said to be a different dimensional creature, she does not have any breath of other species on her body, and she looks like a human no matter what. Zhou Wen, thinking of the dimensional black hole opened by Wang Mingyuan, if this little girl really came out of the dimensional black hole, then her origin must be no trivial matter. It's a pity that all this is just speculation, and Zhou Wen didn't plan to find out her origin, but just wanted to kill her quickly. So she couldn't grow up anyway. The little girl has been injured in many places, many of which are deadly enough for ordinary people, but she survived abruptly, and was able to continue fighting, and the injuries on her body could heal quickly during the battle. Now Zhou Wen really doesn't know any other way to kill her besides directly beheading her. Between chasing and escaping, the two had already rushed into the deep mountains, and the little girl was hit by Zhou Wen again, and was slashed and flew out, and her body fell outside a cliff. Zhou Wen chased after him directly, and Ling Kong slashed at the little girl's neck again, not giving her a chance to land at all. The little girl was in the air and swung a sword light, stiffly, forcing Zhou Wen to dodge, hovering in the air like an eagle, dodging the sword light, and then pounced on the little girl who fell below the cliff again. The little girl obviously didn't have the ability to fly, she couldn't use strength in the air, and she couldn't dodge anymore. She finally showed panic on her face, and she could only swing the ancient copper sword desperately. Zhou Wen's body was like a flying fairy, flickering and flying in the air, dodging a series of shocking sword lights, and finally approached the little girl and slashed her neck with a knife. Blood splattered, and although the little girl had tried her best to twist her neck, the wound on her neck was still very scary, and her neck bones were cut into 2 points. Zhou Wen was about to continue to cut the wound again, but suddenly felt a terrifying force gushing out from under the cliff. I saw a lot of weird vines sticking out from under the cliff, some of them entangled the little girl, while the other vines rolled towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen slashed evenly with the bamboo knife in his hand, but only cut the vine, and was unable to cut it off. Seeing that the vine was still rolling towards him, he could only avoid the attack of the vine with the flying technique. The little girl had already been pulled by the vines to the bottom of the cliff. Zhou Wen summoned the poisonous white shadow, flapped his wings behind him, and chased the vines down the cliff. He is not sure what the vine is, but he knows that the little girl must never be allowed to live, otherwise it will be a big trouble in the future. 1. After another vines came towards Zhou Wen. Fortunately, his body technique cooperated with the poisonous white shadow wings to avoid the vine's attack, and chased the little girl to the bottom of the cliff. The scene under the cliff immediately surprised Zhou Wen. Under the cliff, there was a huge mushroom that was almost 2 or 3 stories high, or something like Ganoderma lucidum. Anyway, it was a fungus. The huge mushroom cap was black, and from under the mushroom cap, a lot of whiskers that looked like vines protruded. Those whiskers entangled the little girl and the ancient copper sword in her hand, and attacked Zhou Wen. The little girl was entangled by those mushroom whiskers, which looked very painful. Those whiskers were like blood-sucking leeches, wrapped around her, and the tips pierced her skin, drawing her blood. The ancient copper sword was entangled by the mushroom whiskers, but it was unable to break free. Plant-based dimensional creatures can actually entangle that ancient copper sword and make it unable to break free. What is this place? How could there be such a terrifying plant-based dimensional creature? Zhou Wen looked around, not at all knowing where this is. He chased the little girl so deeply that he no longer knew where he was in the mountains. Mushroom whiskers rolled over like a net of heaven and earth. Zhou Wen slashed with the bamboo knife in his hand, and his body was constantly moving, so he barely avoided the curling blow of those mushroom whiskers, but he couldn't do anything about the huge mushroom. Not even close at all. Seeing that the little girl was about to be sucked into an adult, she screamed in pain, her body shriveled down at a very fast speed, she looked extremely painful, and her face was distorted. Let's vote for a good family in the next life. Zhou Wen frowned slightly, summoned the Ba Jian, and while the figure flashed quickly, he found an opportunity, swung the Ba Jian sword light, and pierced her body directly. Although the little girl is dead anyway, Zhou Wen doesn't need to make up for this sword, but the death of the enemy, there is no need to see her die so painfully, it is better to let her rest in peace. Zhou Wen's sword pierced the little girl's body. At this time, the little girl may have been sucked by too much blood from the mushroom and was on the verge of death. She was hit by the sword light of Ba Jian and was directly beheaded. Zhou Wen was about to turn around and leave here, but suddenly felt the mysterious mobile phone vibrate on his body, and the mobile phone actually flew out of his pocket. The phone screen automatically lights up, something that has never happened before. The last time Zhou Wen's mobile phone was taken away by the military also checked his mobile phone, but when the mobile phone was checked by the military, it could not be turned on, as if it was out of power or broken. But now, the phone actually moved by itself, and the interface of the dead tree appeared on the screen of the phone. At the same time, the camera on the phone pointed at the beheaded little girl and automatically took a photo. Then Zhou Wen saw that the little girl's body and the ancient copper sword disappeared together, and there was a small flower bud on the tree of the dead. The huge mushroom lost its target and suddenly went mad. Countless mushroom whiskers protruded from under the mushroom cover, and I don't know how many, and they rolled towards Zhou Wen like a tide. Zhou Wen dared to hesitate, grabbed the mobile phone suspended in front of him, flew straight into the sky, and fled to the outside of the cliff. But the speed of those roots was even faster than Zhou Wen phase, and they had already caught up behind Zhou Wen in an instant. The lunar wind from the plantain fan only blew some of the mushroom whiskers crooked, while more mushroom whiskers rolled over. Zhou Wen could only use the golden cicada shelling method, and summoned several companion pets that were not usually used, and let them meet those mushroom whiskers. Taking advantage of the opportunity when those mushroom whiskers wrapped around the companion pet, Zhou Wen flickered, dodged the curling blows of other mushroom whiskers, and finally rushed out of the cliff. Looking back, I saw that those King Kong warriors and Chilants were sucked into slag after being entangled by mushroom whiskers, scattered like smoke and dust. What a terrifying plant-based, dimensional creature. Zhou Wen didn't dare to stay for half a minute, so he got up straight into the night, only to see those mushroom whiskers rushing out like a volcanic eruption, but he couldn't catch Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't dare to fly around in the air. After leaving the cliff, he went back to where he came from. Those mushroom whiskers were limited in length, and there was no way to chase them out, which made Zhou Wen feel at ease. After running for dozens of miles, and no dimensional creatures appeared anywhere, Zhou Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly looked at the information on his mobile phone. The information of the blood-colored villain has indeed changed a lot, and it is somewhat different from Zhou Wen's legendary level. Zhou Wen. Epic. Fate, King Sai. Soul of Life, Killer, Initial Body. Strength, 22, Sun. Speed, 22, Track. Physical, 22, Sin. Vitality, 22, Taboo. Toxins, 17. Wind attribute, 11. The vitality skills and companion pets are still the same. There is no change. The 4 basic attributes have become 22. Among them, the word sin behind the body, Zhou Wen does not know what it means, but I think it is the same as the suffixes of the other 3 attributes. It is a breakthrough. The suffix obtained after the limit, but I don't know why it would be a sin after breaking through with the blood of the teacher. The name of Fate's soul is Killer, and then I looked at the information of Fate's soul, but found that it was blank and there was no information. Zhou Wen didn't know why his Fate's soul had the name of Killer. He was obviously a pacifist. Lovers don't like killing at all. As for the suffix of the initial body, Zhou Wen has already understood that the life and soul of human beings and the life and soul of dimensional creatures are different. The life and soul of dimensional creatures are fixed. What they are at birth will not change in the future, but the life and soul of human beings can grow. In the beginning, it was the initial body, and after it evolved once, it was the evolution body, and Once it was transformed again, it was the perfect body. At present, the strongest epic life soul among humans is the perfect body. If the legendary perfect body goes further, it may become mythical. Of course, this is just a legend. Zhou has never heard of any human beings that have evolved into a mythical level. Zhou didn't want to stay in the wild for too long, but fortunately, his memory was excellent, and he still remembered the way he came and rode the mutant stone to a small nearby city. When he got to a place with a signal, Zhou called on Xing and asked him how the situation was over there. Master Wen, you shouldn't go to the holy city. This time the holy city was killed and injured countless times. Wang Mingyuan's crime was too great, and even the Wang family was implicated. If it wasn't for the Wang family's influence in the Federation, I'm afraid the entire Wang family would be doomed. Even so, the Wang family is still in a state of turmoil, and life is very difficult. As Wang Mingyuan's students, I am afraid that no one in the Federation will dare to use you in the future. And Xing had obviously received the news from the holy city, said to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen fell silent. He didn't care if anyone dared to use him, but Wang Mingyuan's infamy for the ages, I'm afraid it won't be washed away, no matter what. No matter what the reasons were for him to do such a thing, so many lives were really lost because of him, which cannot be washed away, no matter what. Master Wen, where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. As long as you return to Luoyang, no one in the Federation can move you. And Xing said again. No need, I remember how to go, I can go back by myself. Zhou Wen rejected and Xing. He thought that the road and Xing took him through was not too dangerous. With his current strength, he should be able to return safely. Luoyang. Okay, then you move faster. There is chaos in the holy city right now. The 6 major families and the Supervision Bureau still can't find time and how to deal with you, but it will be different after a while. You must return to Luoyang as soon as possible. And Xing said. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Wen rode the stone scorpion and headed in the direction of Luoyang. And Xing was right, he had to return to Luoyang quickly. In the past, the Supervision Bureau could want to arrest him because of a little suspicion, but now his teacher Wang Mingyuan committed such a big crime, and they were next to Wang Mingyuan at that time. If the 6 major families would ignore the 4 of them, I don't believe Zhou Wen was killed, so he had to return to Luoyang as soon as possible. There was no danger along the way. Zhou Wen rode the mutant stone scorpion on the road, which was faster than a car, but the bumps were too severe, and it was a little uncomfortable to sit on it and play games. Zhou Wen observed the dead tree in his mobile phone every day, and saw that the flower buds grew up day by day, which was very similar to the situation after Yanjin's death. It seems that after Yanjin died last time, he was sucked in by the tree of the dead, and no one saw his body. Zhou Wen probably already understood what was going on. But he still couldn't be sure that it was a good thing. Still bad. The tree of the dead is an unknown and terrifying existence. In the past, everything on the mobile phone was under Zhou Wen's control, but now the tree of the dead seems to be somewhat beyond his control. It's just that it's useless to worry about these now, and it's impossible for him to throw away the phone because of the existence of the tree man. Xia Xianyue, can you tell me what's going on? Xia Dongyue stared at Xia Xianyue with anger in her eyes. Xia Xianyue is one of the most promising geniuses in the Xia family, to be promoted to mythology. Her life and soul has reached the perfect level. The mythical companion egg that the Xia family obtained from the dimensional domain was also given to her because of her outstanding performance. As a result, Xia Xianyue lived up to expectations. With the large amount of resources provided by the Xia family, in less than 6 years, the ancient sword was promoted to myth. It can be said that Xia Xianyue is now the mainstay of the Xia family, but this time, Xia Xianyue was seriously injured in the wild. She was brought back after being discovered by the Xia family and saved her life, but she said that the ancient sword was gone. Xia Xianyue arrived very calm and recounted what happened that day. You mean, you were bitten by a 2 or 3-year-old child, and then fell into a coma. After waking up, the ancient divine sword companion pet was gone? Xia Dongyue couldn't believe this explanation. Xia Xianyue pondered and said, now that I think about it, that young man is right, that child is indeed not a human being. What is that young man's name and what does he look like? Find him, and as long as he doesn't die, we must find out the truth of the matter. Xia Dongyue said while holding back his anger. Those are mythical companion pets. There are not many mythical companion pets in the entire Xia family. One mythical companion pet just disappeared. How can he not be annoyed? Xia Xianyue knew what Xia Dongyue was suspicious of, but when she thought of the young man's appearance, Xia Xianyue said, I didn't pay attention to what the young man looked like at the time. After being bitten, I fell into a coma, and now I can't remember the details of the young man. It looks good, but I think it should be very ordinary, with no obvious features. Xia Dongyue was even more annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. After making a fuss, he let Xia Xianyue leave his office. That young man should be one of Wang Mingyuan's 4 students. I don't know what his name is. Xia Xianyue was also in front of the holy tower at the time. Of course, she recognized Zhou Wen, but she didn't know Zhou Wen's name. After returning, Xia Xianyue looked for the information of the Supervision Bureau, and soon she was sure that the young man she met was Wang Mingyuan's disciple, Zhou Wen. Forget it, if I hadn't stopped him from beheading that little girl, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. It has nothing to do with him. He's already troublesome enough, why should I do it again? Xia Xianyue turned off Zhou Wen's information, and there is no plan to pursue this matter. Zhou Wen returned to Luoyang smoothly. Both and Xing and Ouyang Lan drove back from Zhuolu. Before Zhou Wen entered the urban area of Luoyang, they took him to Ouyang Lan. You little guy, why are you so unlucky? It doesn't matter if Wang Mingyuan is gone, but he has hurt the Wang family and his students. Ouyang Lan pulled Zhou Wen and sighed. How are Hui Haifeng, Zhong Zia, and Jiang Yan? Zhou Wen asked quickly. He didn't meet the 3 of them all the way back. Hui Haifeng's family background is innocent and there should be no problem. He should be at home now. If there are no accidents, he should return to the academy for classes in a while. Ouyang Lan said. Where are Zhong Zia and Jiang Yan? Zhou Wen realized that something was wrong. Ouyang Lan shook his head and said, I don't know. So far, there is no news about them. I don't know if they died in the mouths of those dimensional creatures, or they escaped and hid. Zhou Wen listened, but heaved a sigh of relief. Those 2 people shouldn't die so easily. As long as they don't fall into the hands of the Supervision Bureau and the 6 major families, there should be a chance to meet in the future. Sister Lan, how's the situation on Zhuolu's side? Zhou Wen then remembered that Ouyang Lan and Sheng had both returned. Is there any new progress over there? There is no progress, the inner hall is guarded by mythical creatures, and our people can't get in, unless Tianzhua can bring his companion pet over, but now Luoyang is not stable, he can't leave for such a long time, or maybe Luoyang is the next holy city. Ouyang Lan sighed, obviously she was helpless in this matter. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Zhou Wen knew that the Yin family could not be counted on, so he could only find a way to break through the inner palace and find the old principal. Although he knew that the old principal might have been ill-fated, as long as he didn't see the body for a day, Zhou Wen would not give up. After returning to the dormitory of the college, Zhou Wen has been studying his own life and soul. After the average person is promoted to the epic level and condensed the life soul, they will have a certain sense of the life soul, and will know the approximate ability of the life soul and so on. However, Zhou Wen felt very strange about his life and soul. He could perceive the existence of the killer, and he could also feel the close connection between it and himself, but there was no way to communicate with it. It felt like Zhou Wen's life and soul was a lifeless robot that only knew how to do things according to the program. Anyway, this feeling is very weird. Zhou Wen looked through many records about the epic level in the academy and found nothing like this. Why are my fate and fate souls so weird? It's just that I can't read fate souls information. I can't even read it. What's the matter? Zhou Wen tried many times in the game. His life and soul seemed to really have no entity. When being attacked, Zhou Wen could feel the existence of his life and soul, but it would not block any attack. Any force would pass through it and act directly on Zhou Wen, as if it did not exist. Zhou Wen also has no way to direct the Slayer to attack actively, and there is no way for the Slayer to use any skills, as if the Slayer's role is to passively increase Zhou Wen's strength and speed, and provide him with infinite vitality. Why does my life and soul seem to be reversed from other people's? Others' life will provide passive abilities, and my life can take the initiative to attack. Why has my life turned into a passive ability? Zhou Wen felt very strange. Zhou Wen hopes that his life and soul, like the Soul Doctor, can assist the Dark Doctor and complete the attack independently. That is Zhou Wen's ideal life and soul. In fact, the same is true for most of the life souls. It is like the life soul of the mutant stone scorpion. It is also in a state of attack and defense. At least it is like Wang Mingyuan's life soul. It is a bottle with healing power. However, Zhou Wen's life soul has no ability to attack independently at all, and can only attach to him and provide him with assistance. Zhou Wen wanted to try to see how much the slaughterer had an auxiliary effect on him, so he was going to go to the test field to test it. After all, he had already been promoted to the epic level. The upper limit of the ordinary tester in the dormitory was not so large that it could not be accurately measured. As soon as I walked out of the Four Seasons garden, I saw the princess walking over. Zhou Wen, do you have time? Can you chat with me? The princess walked over and said, Teacher, what's the matter? Zhou Wen probably guessed that the princess might want to tell him about Wang Mingyuan. Sure enough, the princess sighed and said, I shouldn't have introduced you to Uncle Mingyuan. I originally wanted you to learn well, but I didn't want to harm you instead. Teacher, you are serious. I don't regret studying with the teacher. No matter what others think of him, in my mind, he is always my teacher. Zhou Wencangrong said. The princess stared at Zhou Wen for a while, and after confirming that Zhou Wen was not joking, she shook her head with a wry smile and said, The blood of a close relative is not even comparable to a student. This world is really different. Teacher, what happened? Zhou felt that today's princess was a little different from the princess mentor he knew before. The princess shook her head. It's nothing, starting from tomorrow, I will no longer be your tutor. Before leaving the academy, I came to meet you. I wanted to say sorry. Since you don't mind being a disciple of Uncle Mingyuan, then I don't need to say sorry for that. Teacher, are you leaving the academy? Zhou was surprised. Although he usually does not like to study very much, this does not prevent him from thinking that the princess is a good tutor. After the incident of Uncle Mingyuan, it is no longer possible for me to stay in the academy as a tutor. A relative of a monster who betrayed all mankind, no one can tolerate such a person to continue teaching. The Federation cannot tolerate it, the parents of the students it can't be tolerated either, so I, the sinner's relative, can only withdraw. The princess said mockingly. Zhou didn't know what to say. Wang Mingyuan's incident is really bad and the impact is too great, which is also expected. Anyone can arbitrarily say that one person does things and one person is responsible, but if something goes wrong, some effects are unavoidable. That's okay. I always feel that I'm not suitable to be a mentor. Maybe the battlefield is my destination. The princess looked at Zhou and said, Zhou, study hard, don't let others look down on me. After all, I and Uncle Mingyuan are both taught you. After saying that, the princess waved her hand, motioning Zhou not to say anything. And then she turned around and left. Looking at the back of the princess leaving, Zhou felt a little uncomfortable. He always believed that the princess was a good mentor. No one is more suitable to be a mentor than you, Zhou said to the princess back, but unfortunately the princess had gone far and could not hear his words. Before Zhou went to the test hall, he was called by Li Xian to the activity room of the Xianwen Society. Old Zhou, are you okay? Li Xian asked Zhou, looking up and down. What can I do? It's you, what do you want me to do? Zhou said casually. Our Xianwen Association has been established for so long, but there are very few activities. This time I finally waited for you to come back. So I plan to find all the members and do an activity together. Li Xian said with a smile. It's not good now? The matter of Wang Mingyuan has just happened, and now the people of the entire Federation know about Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen, as a disciple of Wang Mingyuan, although there is no report from the outside world. But the academy knows a lot, especially Xian. These members of the Wenhui probably know that Zhou Wen studied with Wang Mingyuan. It's good now. Only at this time can we see who is a truly trustworthy partner. Li Xian said with a slight smile, I have notified all the members and told them that you will come. As for what they can finally do, how many, I don't know. Isn't it necessary? It's just a school club, and it's not a real companion, so why is it so clear? Zhou said disapprovingly. Li Xian said with a ha ha ha. We have recently added a lot of people, and it feels quite troublesome. I just took this opportunity to kick some of them away and save so much trouble. Zhou didn't say anything. After waiting for a while, a few people came one after another, but most of them didn't come. Some asked for leave for excuses, and some didn't reply directly and didn't see their figures. What surprised Zhou was that the classics came and Feng Ruoxi and Tian Xiangdong came too. Then there are Feng Chuyan and Wang Lu. The Xianwen Society has grown to 20 or 30 people, but now there are only a few people here. The people who can come today are all true friends and brothers of our Xianwen society. Not much to say, some special events in the future will be indispensable. This is a little benefit in the meeting, and I know that everyone will not see it. Let's go. But it's just a little thought from me and Zhou Wen. Li Xian distributed some of the special passes prepared to them, all of which are dimensional fields that students can't usually enter. There are such good benefits, can you count me as one? Someone pushed open the door and walked in. When Zhou Wen saw that the person who came was actually Huang Ji, he smiled and said, "Isn't the senior making fun of us?" Zhou Wen knew that Huang Ji had a very eccentric personality. Although his cultivation was terrible, he never participated in the school's activities. He did not even go to the student council to invite him to be the vice president, nor did he join any clubs. Do you think I'm joking? If you don't think I'm in the way, please help me go through the membership procedures, Huang Ji said. What did Senior Huang say? You join our Xianwen society. We all welcome you with hands up. I'll go through the formalities for you. Li Xian was very happy. And also the famous Huang Ji, which is really an unexpected joy. The procedure is up to you, Zhou Wen. Our game sample has been made, let's play and see. Huang Ji unlocked his mobile phone and handed it over to Zhou Wen. Has it been made? Zhou Wen was overjoyed, he didn't expect it to be made in such a short time. It's just a sample, the background is Hulao Pass, you can play and see. Huang Ji urged Zhou Wen, obviously looking forward to his evaluation. Under Huang Ji's guidance, Zhou Wen opened a level icon and quickly entered the game screen. How is it? Huang Ji asked impatiently. Zhou Wen looked at the game screen and the game characters, and his expression became weird. How does this game screen look like the arcade game Three Kingdoms in the ancient times? It is a horizontal arcade game. Zhou Wen can only use one word to describe this game screen: rough, really rough. It's just a sample after all, it should get better in the future, right? Zhou Wen could only comfort himself like this. Li Xian and others all gathered around to see what game Zhou Wen and Huang Ji were playing. Zhou Wen had to control the characters to try the operation. The operation was very smooth. The characters designed 4 skills, all of which were relatively common in the academy. Skills are generally easy to acquire. The operation feels okay, and the monsters in the game are the magic soldiers of Hulao Pass. Although the shape is a bit rough, it can be seen that it is the appearance of the magic soldiers. However, the magic soldiers in the game are a bit stupid. Although the attack mode is the same as the real magic soldiers, they are not as intelligent as the real magic soldiers. It was very easy to kill a few demonized soldiers, and after walking a short distance, I found that there was no way ahead. Where is this going? Zhou Wen looked at Huang Ji. This is a sample, the map is so big, what do you think? Huang Ji looked at Zhou Wen expectantly and asked. I invested 1.5 million, and you let me see such a thing? Zhou Wen wanted to point at Huang Ji's nose and question him, why does this game look like it is worth 1.5 million? But seeing Li Xian and the others looking at him, Zhou Wen could only grit his back molars and said, yes, keep working hard, I'm looking forward to the day when the game actually comes out in the future. All the votes have been voted, and it is too late to say anything now. In order to highlight his character who likes to play games, he had to break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Huang Ji thought that Zhou Wen was really looking forward to his game, and said excitedly, "I knew you would like it, don't worry, I will speed up the progress. The first map I am going to do now is Hulao Pass, and it will be finished. After that, various vitality skills that are more common in our academy will be added, so that students can choose their own vitality skills to play the game. It will also add the Magic General as a boss, and the various skills and behavior patterns of the Magic General will be added. Add them all in. As long as other students play our game, they can have a more comprehensive understanding of demonized soldiers and demonized soldiers." Zhou Wen doesn't have much hope for Huang Ji anymore. It seems that his game production level is not as high as his cultivation level. But the money has been spent, and Zhou Wen doesn't really want to play games, so he can only agree with his teeth and express his great expectation. Huang Ji was very happy, and his motivation was getting higher and higher. After going through the membership procedures, I went back to study and make games. Old Zhou, I think that game seems a bit too simple. Although Li Xian usually just plays Lian to pass the time, but he can see that the game screen is really bad. Zhou Wen had to help Huang Ji to speak. The important thing is not the game screen, but the game content. In the future, the game will add all the dimensional fields in the academy as copies, and then play the game to understand the behavior patterns of those dimensional creatures. This skill is still very beneficial. Is that so? Li Xian and several others expressed doubts. Although the current level of technology has not improved much compared to 10 years ago, the level of 3D games is quite mature, and the level of games in the arcade era like Huang Ji is not very good no matter how you look at it. But they don't play games very much themselves, and they don't have much opinion on it. It was Wang Lu who seemed to be interested in this, so after Zhou Wen finished the game, he passed her a play. After the princess left, the academy assigned a new tutor to lead their class, but Zhou Wen had already been promoted to the epic level, the same level as the tutor, and the teaching content used to teach ordinary students was useless to him. The most useful things for Zhou Wen in the academy are the huge database and those different dimensional fields, so it is usually fine, and Zhou Wen is more and more frantically brushing copies to play games. Entering the copy of Hulao Pass, Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored villain to rush towards the city gate of Hulao Pass. The mutant stone scorpion that sat down was majestic, and all the demonized soldiers and demonized generals that approached were directly shot by the rays of light in its eyes. Kill, or summon a large spear, to pierce the hordes of demonized soldiers. The arrow came flying, and the mutated stone scorpion's eyes burst into light, collided with the arrow, and suddenly exploded. The eyes burst, and the arrow shattered. The blood-colored villain continued to rush forward, and a large rain of arrows flew over. I saw a gray-white stone dragon appeared on the top of Shiji's head. The stone dragon spewed a large group of gray-white smoke. The petrochemical shattered and fell to the ground. The blood-colored villain did not make a move at all, and the mutant stone scorpion had already jumped up and jumped onto the city gate. The black-armored general on the city gate pulled out the Feng Tianhua halberd beside him, and with a terrifying magic flame, smashed the blood-colored villain on the back of the mutant stone scorpion. Zhou Wen summoned the Ba Jian, the big sword, and Feng Tianhua halberd collided. And with just a sound, Feng Tianhua halberd was swayed away, and the Ba Jian also deviated from the trajectory. And no one was able to take advantage. But in the next second, Zhou Wen had already used the flying Immortals from the sky, and the human and sword were united, turning into sword shadows and slashing at the black armor general. The black armor general's body was filled with magical flames, and he waved the Feng Tianhua halberd to cover the right and left, as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and even blocked this move. What? A powerful demonized general. Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. After he was promoted to the epic level, although his attributes have not improved too much, but the Beijian plus the flying immortals from the sky, and the blessing of the killer's life and soul, the ordinary epic level can't stop the power of his sword at all. This black armor demonized general was able to block his flying sword from the sky, and the strange blade was not cut off, which made Zhou Wen somewhat surprised. But Zhou Wen's strongest right now is not the flying immortals outside the sky, but the infinite flying immortals outside the sky. The mutated stone scorpion rushed into and killed the demonized soldiers who rushed up, the blood-colored figure flickered, the ghost stepped into the distance, and the flying immortals made one move after another. I saw the sword shadow dancing in the sky, constantly slashing the black armor general. Although the general in black armor was extremely powerful, he was able to block the flying immortals from the sky, but his vitality skills could not be used continuously like Zhou Wen. Place. Boom. Zhou Wen thought that even if this sword could not kill the black armor general, it must be able to injure him, but who knew that the magic flame on the black armor general turned into a devil with 3 heads and 6 arms. Among the 6 arms of the devil, holding 3, the Feng Tianhua halberd formed by the condensed magic flames, one of which blocked the Ba Jian. Although the Feng Tianhua halberd formed by the condensed magic flames was chopped to pieces, the black armor general also escaped, and the shattered Feng Tianhua halberd quickly recondensed into shape. The blood-colored villain fighting with the black armor general is equivalent to facing the black armor general and the 3-headed 6-armed soul at the same time, and he can't take him down for a while. However, the infinite ghost steps and the flying immortals outside the sky are too perverted. With the help of the life and soul, the general in black armor only resisted more than 10 consecutive moves to the flying immortals outside the sky, and was killed by Zhou Wen with a sword. Kill the epic creature Hulao Demon General and discover the dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen saw a crystal burst out from the body of the dead black armor general. He picked it up and saw that it was a crystal with a strength of 31 points. He immediately let the blood-colored villain absorb it, raising the strength attribute to 31 points. The mutant stone scorpion was still wanton killing among the demonized soldiers. Zhou Wen ignored him and rushed directly into Hulao Pass. He wanted to see what was in this Hulao Pass. However, Zhou Wen killed the entire city prison, but found nothing else. Except for the Hulao Demon General, he never encountered a dimensional creature of that level. Strange, is Hulao Pass only like this? Zhou Wen felt a little surprised. Although the Hulao Demon General is really strong and should be a top-level epic creature, if it is just like this, then there is no reason for the Academy to be unable to break through the Hulao Pass. No matter how strong the Hulao Demon General is, it is impossible to resist the siege of hordes of epic powerhouses. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought that something was wrong. After he entered the city, he killed an unknown number of demon soldiers and demon generals, but none of the dimensional crystals exploded. This is quite abnormal. Zhou Wen glanced at the prompts in the game and didn't seem to find anything special. He kept prompting to kill the demonized soldiers and demonized generals, but nothing burst out. Zhou Wen rushed for a while, feeling that something was wrong. No matter how he killed, the number of demonized soldiers and demonized generals in the city did not seem to decrease. Zhou Wen deliberately Summoned the banana immortal and let her and the mutant stone scorpion slaughtered together, but there were still a large number of demonized soldiers and demonized generals. This means that Zhou Wen has unlimited vitality, and if it is replaced by a general epic powerhouse, I am afraid that he will be exhausted. Zhou Wen carefully observed and found that those demonized generals and demonized soldiers came from the gate of the city. With a move in his heart, Zhou Wen manipulated the blood-colored villain and killed him at the gate of the city gate. When he saw the gate of the city from a distance, he saw a person standing above it. Zhou Wen was sure that when he came in, he had never seen this person at the gate of the city. Zhou Wen believed that he would never read it wrong, because that person was completely different from ordinary demonized soldiers and demonized generals. He was not wearing armor or other equipment, but was wearing a commoner, and the commoner looked a little weird. A bit like a robe, but a little different. The man was standing at the gate of the city closed, wearing a ghost mask on his face, and he couldn't tell what his real face looked like. I saw him reach into his pocket, as if he had taken something out and sprinkled it into the city. Zhou Wen saw it clearly this time. What he threw out was a handful of black beans. After the beans fell on the ground, they turned into magic soldiers. Some of them were special beans, and they even turned into demons. General. Is this the legendary smashing beans into a soldier? Zhou Wen was stunned, and then he was overjoyed again. If he exploded that weird person, he might be able to explode the vitality technique of tearing beans into an army. Ordinary demonized soldiers and demonized generals are naturally not Zhou Wen's opponents. Zhou Wen cut a bloody road and rushed in the direction of the city gate. The demon-masked monster threw a few more beans. Seeing that the demonized soldiers and demonized generals could not stop the blood-colored villain, he did not sprinkle them anymore. I saw that he took out 2 more things, a pair of scissors and a stack of yellow paper. The weirdo held scissors in one hand and yellow paper in the other, and saw that he clicked a few times, cut the yellow paper into a human shape, and then threw it into the sky. I saw the yellow paper flying all over the sky, and when the yellow paper fell, they turned into devil generals one by one. More than a dozen Hulao demon generals immediately surrounded Zhou Wen's path and rushed towards Zhou Wen from all directions. Zhou Wen moved sideways, dodging a few Feng Tianhua halberds. At the same time, he cut out the tyrannical sword and collided with the Feng Tianhua halberd of a tiger prisoner. Then he was surprised to find that these pieces of yellow paper cut out the Hulao demon general, in terms of speed and strength, can actually be comparable to the real Hulao demon general. What's even more incredible is that the 3-headed and 6-armed demon souls actually appeared on the bodies of the dozen or so Hulao demon generals. I'll go, who the hell is that weirdo? This ability is too perverted, isn't it? Zhou Wen was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a vitality skill. It is unimaginable that if you just cut out a paper man, you can reach the level of a Hulao demon general. Could that be a mythical person? Zhou Wen secretly guessed in his heart. At the same time, he also knew why no one could rush into Hulao Pass and get out alive. With such a pervert guarding Hulao Pass, it's really not easy to get out alive. Shoot a man first, shoot a horse, capture a thief first, capture the king. It's useless for me to kill these paper figurines who turned into Hulao demon generals. Why don't I just rush over and kill the weird guy? After the siege of the Hulao demon general, he rose into the sky and wanted to fly from the sky to the gate of the city. However, I saw the weird man holding a small triangular flag in his hand and waved it to the sky. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and lightning bolts came down and landed on the blood-colored villain. Fell down. More than a dozen Hulao demon generals rushed up immediately, wanting to behead the blood-colored villain. The mutant Shermay roared, and the petrified dragon son's life soul spewed out a large amount of gray smoke, so that several Lao demon generals had to wave Fong Tian Hua Ji to meet the gray smoke. On the other side, Banana Immortal opened his mouth and spewed out a gust of Tian wind, which immediately blew half of the Hulao demon generals out, hitting the city wall, and the bricks and stones that hit the city wall were flying. The blood-colored Dylan was struck by a lightning strike, but fortunately he did not die, and immediately used the ghost step to dodge the attack of the tiger prisoner. The demon-masked eccentric man who had closed the city gate took out another stack of yellow paper, cut it into a human shape again, and sprinkled it again, only to see a dozen Hulao demon generals fall down immediately. Who can stand this? A Hulao demon general is a top-level epic creature. Now there are about 30 of them here. Zhou has one enemy and 30. If it is not for the power of life and soul, there are 2 powerful companion pets to help. I'm afraid he's already dead. Ba Banana Fairy, come. Zhou manipulated the blood-colored villain to stretch out his hand, and moved the banana fairy into his hand. Holding the handle of the fan, and violently inciting it several times in a row. In the past, due to the limitation of vitality, one would have to rest for a while, and wait for the vitality to return almost to come again for the second time. Although it was used by Zhou, the Tian wind was not as strong as Banana Fairy's own use, but it couldn't stand it many times. Hit each other, or hit the building. And the building collapsed a lot. The tyrannical sword in Zhou's other hand slashed out without hesitation, and chopped off the head of the Hulao demon general in the air. Bang! 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 The Hulao demons, whose heads had been beheaded, spewed white smoke from their bodies, turned into paper figurines, and fell to the ground, but nothing burst out. Obviously, the devil generals in the Hulao that these paper figurines transformed into are not real dimensional creatures, but just the vitality skills of that weird person. Seeing that the Hulao demon general was beheaded a lot, the eccentric started to cut paper again. Where did Zhou give him a chance? The wings of the poisonous white shadow behind him vibrated, and the flashing skills were activated at the same time. Fei Xian outside the sky just wanted to cut that weird person under the sword. But the strange man stretched out his hand and threw it, and a rope rose into the sky like a stick, and a dark cloud appeared above his head. The strange man pulled the rope and was led into the dark cloud by the rope. Zhou's tyrannical sword slashed above the dark cloud, and the terrifying sword light directly smashed the dark cloud, but the shadow of the strange man was nowhere to be seen. The next second, I saw the shadow of a strange man on the roof of a small building in the city. The yellow paper was scattered in the strange man's hand, and a dozen or so cut-out Hulao demon generals fell down, rushing desperately towards it. Zhou. Who is this guy? His abilities are terrifying and weird. Zhou charged with Immortal Bajiao and rushed over again. Bajiao slammed, and forced the Hulao demon general who rushed over to fly out. This time, Zhou lazily went to kill those Hulao demon generals, who were transformed by yellow paper. It was useless to kill them. With a piece of yellow paper, nothing would explode. So Zhou rushed directly to the weird man on the roof. Ba Jian cut out a magic star wheel. The weird man dodged the magic star wheel, but he didn't want the magic star wheel to fly back upside down, and immediately slashed on the weird man's back superior. Zhou was overjoyed when he saw that the strange man was cut in half, but saw a white smoke coming out of the body of the strange man that was cut open, and turned into two halves of human-shaped yellow paper and fluttered down on the ridge of the city gate building on the other side. The eccentric showed his body again, threw out yellow paper, and turned into a Hulao demon again. Zhou fought the monsters in Hulao Pass, but the battles went on, and he killed either bean soldiers or paper generals, and he didn't gain anything. I want to kill that weird person. But the weird person is wearing a strange vitality skill. It is like a conjuration. Even if Zhou Wen's sword cuts off his head, the weird person who is beheaded in the next second will turn into yellow paper. Really? The body appeared in another place. No, let me continue. Although my vitality will not be consumed, my body is about to die. Zhou Wen only felt exhausted and his muscles were sore. Although the vitality is enough, but the body has been maintained in such a high-intensity vitality technique, the muscles are about to be torn. Zhou Wen can only exit Hulao Pass first. If he wants to kill the final boss of Hulao Pass, it seems that he will not be able to kill him for a while. Unless he can find his weakness, he can be killed only using brute force. It is impossible to kill him. Although he was not able to kill the demon-masked geek, Zhou Wen was able to break out of Hulao Pass alive, which is a rare and powerful existence in the epic level. If you change it to the general epic level, you may not be able to come out alive if you enter a few. Exiting the game, Zhou Wen checked the information online. There was no record of weird people in the college's materials. Zhou Wen checked the historical materials of Hulao Pass and found that this period of history was relatively vague, and there were only relatively clear records in some folk romances. However, according to the records in the romance, the generals who appeared in Hulao Pass were basically generals, and there was no such person who was proficient in tunneling. But there are indeed some legendary characters in romance who seem to have such abilities, such as Yu Ji, Sui Ci, Nanhua Laoxian, etc., as well as Zhang Jiao taught by Nanhua Laoxian, and the more deified Nandu and Baidu. It seems possible. However, these materials were not very helpful for Zhou Wen to kill the demon mask monsters. After all, there was no way to decipher their Taoism in the book. Zhou Wen roughly compared it, and felt that the odds are that the weird person is Sui Ci or Nanhua Old Immortal. Sui Ci is good at Qimen Duanjia, and he is best at all kinds of weird spells. Nanhua Old Immortal lineage in romance seems to be the representative of magic weapons such as fubbing. Zhou Wen studied for a while and finally let him find several ways to deal with paper generals on the internet. The most direct one is to attack with water. Paper people are most afraid of water. It is said that as long as it rains, those paper generals are useless. But how could it rain in the game? The only way to tell the truth is to find a companion pet that can spray water, as long as it can break the paper avatar of the weird man, so that he can't use the paper avatar to kill him. He is more likely. In addition to the paper avatar, the geek also has a skill that climbs into the clouds along the rope, and then disappears. Zhou Wen checked the internet and found that this skill has also been recorded. In the legend, this skill is called Immortal. Su has long been lost, and there is no way to crack it. After much deliberation, Zhou Wen finally decided to put the boss in Hulao Pass for a while. This guy is too difficult to kill. After getting a companion pet that can spray water, he will try it out. Zhou will go to the ant nest to kill the golden one first. The flying ants are gone. For Zhou, the ant city is already a familiar road, and he doesn't need to do anything at all. Just the mutant stone scorpion under the seat can solve the large group of black-winged flying ants and those flightless ants. The low-level crystals that burst out were no longer of much use, and the companion eggs that burst out were fed to several of his pets by Zhou as snacks. The tyrant beeman is too good to eat. His food intake by himself is comparable to the plantain fairy plus the silver-winged spider, and it is still a mortal fetus. The hunger reminders that often pop up from the mobile phone give Zhou a headache. It's so edible at the mortal level. If it is promoted to myth, wouldn't it really devour Qianshan? Zhou was a little worried about whether he could afford this guy in the future. I saw my old friend Golden Flying Ant again. It hasn't changed at all, but Zhou is no longer the Zhou who was tortured and killed by it. With the ghost steps and the flying immortals from the sky, Ba Jian slashed the Golden Flying Ant's body into several pieces almost instantly. The Golden Flying Ant, which looked so powerful before, can't even stop Zhou's sword now. Speed has no effect at all in front of Imbue and Feixian. After killing the epic creature Golden Ant, I found a dimensional crystal. I saw a golden crystal imploding from the body of the dead Golden Ant Queen, and Zhou took it in his hand before the crystal fell into the honey pond. It turned out to be a crystal of vitality skills. Inside the golden dimensional crystal, there is a light and shadow of a Golden Flying Ant, but I don't know which vitality skills it is from the Golden Ant Queen. He reached out and dug a ball of ant honey in the honey pond, put it in his mouth and tasted it. The taste was very good. At the same time, a warm current entered the body, but these ant honey was useless for Zhou now, and there was no way to increase it. His vitality. Let the banana fairy eat some. And seeing that the banana fairy seems to like it, Zhou's heart moved, and he summoned the tyrant beeman to let him eat ant honey. The tyrant beeman was not polite at all. He lowered his head and buried his head in the honey pond to drink. Then he saw the ant honey and the bees dropping rapidly. After eating half of it, the tyrant beeman was full and did not continue to swallow it. This is a rare situation. A big eater like the tyrant beeman actually has time to eat. These honey ants are very good for feeding companion pets, and their food will be available in the future. Zhou was overjoyed. In the future, as long as he brushes the golden flying ants a few more times, he doesn't have to worry about no food to feed the tyrant beeman. A big question. He chose to absorb and refine the vitality technique crystals that the Golden Queen exploded, but it indicated that the light attribute was insufficient, and it needed 7 points of light attribute to be able to refine it. Where did Zhou get the light attribute? He suddenly felt a little depressed. Many of the epic-level vitality skills required attributes, even the vitality art, unlike the previous ones that could be refined and absorbed casually. Looking at the white cocoon suspended in the sky, Zhou gritted his teeth and pulled out his sword to cut it. After opening the white cocoon, he saw the creature inside the white cocoon again. She was curled up in the white cocoon as before, but Zhou was shocked when he saw her, because he felt that the creature in the white cocoon seemed to have grown a lot, and even the wings behind her seemed to change. It's a lot bigger and doesn't look as young as before. She's growing up? Zhou felt a little surprised. The dimensional creatures in the game are like NPCs. No matter how many times Zhou comes Their behavior patterns and levels are the same and will not change. But the creatures in the white cocoon are growing up, which is a bit scary. Zhou Wenjing wanted to use the tyrannical sword to slash the cocooned creature. But she had already opened her eyes. She was holding her knees with both hands and burying her face in her arms. She tilted her head sideways, revealing a side face and eyes, glanced at the blood-colored villain. Bang! The blood-colored villain's body exploded directly, and the game screen went black. How can this guy be so strong? With my current strength, I can't even stop her at a glance. Zhou was horrified. This may be the most terrifying dimensional creature he has ever seen. Whether it is the 9 black dragons, or the white dragon under the dragon well, or even the 2 mythical creatures in the temple, can't be compared with the creatures in the white cocoon. At least those other mythical creatures were not able to kill the blood-colored villain with a single glance. Fortunately, Zhou didn't expect himself to be able to kill the creatures in the white cocoon. The Golden Ant Queen and the Honey Pond were his main goals this time, and it was considered that he had completed the task. Because the blood-colored villain died, the vitality skill crystal of the Golden Ant Queen was also wiped out. Zhou didn't care either. He hesitated for a while, and after being reborn from a drop of blood, he started the copy of the Longmen Grottos and went to the old dragon cave. The creatures in the white cocoon are so terrifying, and when Wang Mingyuan turned into a dimensional creature, he obviously had the breath of the white cocoon guarded by the white dragon. Zhou didn't know what Wang Mingyuan did to the white cocoon, so he also wanted to go down and have a look. With his current strength, as long as the white dragon is not too close, there shouldn't be too much danger. After getting off the Long Jing, Zhou dived quietly and came all the way to the white dragon stone pillar, but what he saw made Zhou slightly surprised. The white dragon is still coiled around the stone pillar, but the white cocoon on the stone pillar is gone. Why is there no more? Could it be that the teacher really took the white cocoon, or killed the creatures in the white cocoon? But even if he took the white cocoon in the game should still be there, unless the white cocoon has a unique attribute, whether in the game or in reality. As long as the white cocoon is taken away, or the creature in the white cocoon is killed, it will never be there again. Zhou thought about it and felt that this is a reasonable guess, otherwise there is no way to explain why the white cocoon disappeared. Teacher, what did you do to the white cocoon? Zhou still had some doubts in his heart, wondering how Wang Mingyuan used the white cocoon to become a dimensional creature. Not daring to disturb the white dragon, Zhou controlled the blood-colored villain to quietly exit Longjing. The ant nest has been cleared, and there is only the last boss left in Hulao Pass. Next, let's go to Zhuolu's Bat Cave. First, brush more attribute crystals in the Bat Cave, and put my 4 basic attributes. Raise it up, and then try it in the temple. Although you may not be able to kill the 2 mythical creatures, you can try to find their weaknesses. As long as you can find the weakness, even if it is a mythical creature, it may not have the possibility of beheading. Zhou entered the Zhuolu dungeon and started a crazy career of spawning monsters. The attributes of epic creatures range from 21 to 41, but in fact, only mythical creatures can reach 41 points. For general epic creatures, the highest attribute is 40. This is still when a certain attribute mutation explodes. In fact, most epic creature attributes can reach 36 and 37 points, which is not bad. In addition to the speed crystal that can explode 36 points, ordinary bats have relatively low attribute crystals. Only the white shadow of poison can explode the speed crystal. of 40 points, which is also Zhou Wen's main goal. Brushing monsters is boring, at least 10 hours a day to brush the same kind of monsters, it will be. Even more boring, I am afraid that I would have vomited long ago, but Zhou Wen has been brushing all the time, basically apart from sleeping. It didn't stop, not even the time spent brushing teeth was wasted. For several days in a row, Zhou Wen almost stayed at home, like the young lady in ancient times. She didn't go outside the door. The attributes are slowly improving, but the soul of the killer has never meant to evolve. The evolution of the soul is ever-changing. Everyone needs to find their own way of evolution. Some souls can evolve only by absorbing attribute crystals. Some souls need to evolve in battle, and some souls need special materials. Aid can evolve. In short, there are no two identical souls in the world, nor are there exactly the same evolutionary methods. Zhou Wen tried using attribute crystals, or fighting with the killer, but nothing improved, and the killer was still the initial form. I'm too impatient. I can be promoted to epic rank at the age of 17. My speed is already amazing. Most people want to be promoted to epic rank. I am afraid that they will be after the age of 30, and those geniuses generally have to finish college. I can only be promoted to epic rank after the age of 20, and my promotion speed is already abnormal. Zhou Wen comforted himself in this way. But he also knew in his heart that although his promotion was fast, it was still not enough. He was still unable to enter the Zhuolu battlefield and find the whereabouts of the old principal. Moreover, the dimensional field may lose its binding force at any time. At that time, although the epic level combat power cannot be considered low, it is definitely not strong. When brushing the attribute crystallization, Zhou Wen tried to switch to several other fate types, and found that when switching to other fate types, the killer life soul could not be summoned, and there was no way to use it again. Obviously, the killer life soul, it can only be used with the King Sai fate. When using other kinds of Yuanqi art, there is only the life form and not the life soul. Zhou Wen still remembers the last time he went to see the inscription on the inscription, and he condensed his fate. This time, Zhou Wen went to the Vulcan Terrace to read the ancient emperor scriptures, but Zhou Wen was greatly disappointed and reread the inscriptions of the ancient emperor scriptures. The result was no response at all. Zhou Wen didn't give up and went to Laojun Mountain to read the wordless monument, went to the Little Buddha Temple to read the Little Prajna Buddha Sutra, and read the demon god Ji on the copper lamp. The results were the same, and there was no response at all. Isn't there a way to condense the soul of life in the vitality art simulated by the fascinating Immortal Sutra? Zhou Wen thinks it is very possible. After all, it is only simulated, not really practiced. It is like a castle in the air. It's normal to be out of life. Although I think this is normal, I can't help but feel a little disappointed. It is a pity to think that the four fates are so abandoned. After all, the four fates have their own characteristics. Life and soul. However, since he couldn't condense his life and soul, Zhou Wen didn't think much about it. He still brushed attribute crystals every day, and tried to improve his attributes first, and then found a way to evolve the killer. Zhou Wen was swiping the copy. That day, when the phone suddenly rang, he glanced at the caller ID and found that it was an unfamiliar number. After it was connected, a magnetic man's voice came from the phone. Is it Zhou Wen? I'm Zhou Wen. Who are you? Zhou Wen was a little impressed by this voice, but he didn't remember where he heard it. I'm Li Xian's second brother Li Mabai. We met at the auction before. Li Mabai said. What's the matter? Zhou Wen frowned slightly, not knowing what Li Mabai wanted to do with him. Are you free recently? I want to make an appointment to chat with you. Li Mabai said. Sorry, I'm very busy with my studies and I don't have time. Zhou Wen hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Li Mabai and Li Xian are in a hostile relationship. Since Zhou Wen regards Li Xian as a friend, he can no longer have anything to do with Li Mabai. Although Zhou Wen had never dealt with Li Mabai, but just looking at his methods, he knew that this person was terrible, otherwise it would be impossible for Li Xian's two friends who played with him since childhood to betray him. Zhou Wen is a very bad person by nature, so he doesn't want to bother to deal with such people. But the phone rang again soon. Zhou Wen glanced at it, and it was the same number. Just now. Zhou Wen didn't answer the first time, but Li Mabai called again for the second time. Zhou Wen thought about it and got on the phone, ready to tell Li Mabai not to call again. But before Zhou Wen could speak, Li Mabai said a word first. Do you want to know what Mr. Ouyang and their experts did in the Zhuolu battlefield? Zhou Wen's words came to his lips, and he couldn't say it, and frowned and asked. What do you mean? Li Mabai continued, the Federation has invited a lot of experts to Zhuolu for research. In addition to Mr. Ouyang, there are other leaders in various fields that are almost as good as him. After spending so much money, you wouldn't think the Federation, the higher-ups don't want anything, do they? No matter what their purpose is, there is no need to pursue them now. Zhou Wen said. Then you are wrong. In fact, Mr. Ouyang and the others have already gained something. They have dug up a lot of things from the Zhuolu battlefield, and they have some inferences. These things, the Federation's garrison in Zhuolu did not tell you. Li Mabai said. Are you finished? If you are finished, then so be it, don't call me again. Zhou Wen was about to hang up after finishing speaking. Even if what Li Mabai said was true, Zhou Wen could ask Anxing to investigate. There was no need to have anything to do with Li Mabai. Did you know that there is a locked companion pet on the 4th floor of the Shiyuan crystal store? Li Mabai said suddenly. What? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically, pretending not to know. Want to know the origin of that companion pet? Want to know its relationship with Mr. Ouyang? I'll be waiting for you at the west gate of your academy at 8 o'clock tonight. See you soon. Li Mabai hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Zhou Wen looked at the phone, and several thoughts flashed in his mind. What on earth does Li Mabai want to do? Throwing out so many lures, just want to meet me? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment, made a phone call to Li Xian, and then told Li Mabai exactly what he was looking for. Do you want to go? Li Xian was silent for a moment before saying a word. I do want to know the answers to those questions. Zhou Wen Dao. Then go, but you have to be careful, my second brother is really scary. Li Xian said. I know. Zhou Wen knew what Li Xian was worried about, but he couldn't hide from Li Mabai all his life, so he might as well meet up and see what Li Mabai wanted to do. Summer is almost over, and the days are not so long. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky has darkened, and the antique iron street lamps outside the college wall have also been lit. The west gate is a side gate of Sunset College. It is not as imposing as the main gate, but it is not small. Zhou Wen showed his pass to the soldiers guarding the gate. After walking out of the west gate, he saw a garden path about 3 meters wide outside, and Li Mabai was standing there. Under a street lamp, with a mobile phone in his hand, he didn't know what he was looking at. Li Mabai, what is your business with me? Zhou Wen walked up to Li Mabai and asked directly. Li Mabai put down his mobile phone, looked at Zhou Wen and said, Wang Mingyuan betrayed mankind and entered a different dimension. Although this is his personal choice, it has affected the Wang family and your students. It's good to have an family in Luoyang to protect you. But you can't stay in Luoyang all your life, and you can't rely on others all your life. Once you leave Luoyang, the road in the future will not be so easy. No matter what you do, you will be labeled as a traitor student, and everyone will use colored eyes. Look at you, no matter what you do, it's going to be tougher than anyone else. Can't I stay in Luoyang all the time? Zhou Wen said lightly. Although he did intend to leave Luoyang after graduation, it was naturally impossible to say this to Li Mabai. Li Mabai smiled slightly. If you were that kind of person, you wouldn't be my third brother's friend. My third brother has a terrible eye for people, and he does everything in a confused way. He thinks he is free and easy, but in fact he is just. There are only two kinds of people who are willing to be friends with him. One is coveting his identity as the third young master of the Li family and wants to take advantage of him. The other is really not caring and just wanting to be with him, this friend. If you want to take advantage, then you should take advantage of Anjia, but you didn't do that. Although I don't really want to believe that the third child can have such good luck, you really belong to the latter, a person who doesn't want to take advantage of it. How can people stay in Luoyang? Li Mabai said. You didn't say it. The average person's friends only have these two situations, either one or two. Zhou Wen said. Li Mabai shook his head and said, it seems that you are as simple as Li Xian, no wonder you can become friends. In fact, apart from the playmates who grew up together, the friends you can make after stepping into society are all based on interests. It is the hub. That is to say, you have to be valued by others, and others will choose to approach you, and then you can slowly establish the so-called friendship. The third child has always been confused and thinks he is smart, but in fact he is just hiding his ears. If it continues like this, the real powerhouses will not be willing to interact with him, and naturally it is impossible to become friends, and most of those who are willing to approach him are just greedy for his financial power. Can't we have friends with common love and interests? Zhou Wen said. Of course there is. If you are a golfer, then you must be able to play football first, and then others will find you. This is your value. If it is an antique collection circle, you must first understand collection or have collections before you can enter it. Circle, this is also your value. If you have no value, why do others want to play football with you? Why should they talk to you about collections? Li Mabai said. What are you trying to say? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Li Mabai's words were correct, but Zhou Wen always felt that something was wrong and could not fully agree with him. Just a casual chat. I invited you to come today, mainly because I want to make a deal with you. Li Mabai said. What deal? Zhou Wen asked. Our Li family has some relationship at the top of the Federation, and happen to know some news about the Zhuolu battlefield. If you are interested in these news, I would like to ask you to do me a favor. Li Mabai said with a smile. You tell me what you want me to do. First. Zhou Wen didn't ask Li Mabai what the news was. But Li Mabai said with a smile, I'd better tell you about it first. The dimensional field of Zhuolu battlefield has not been opened yet. Someone found a stone tool on the Zhuelu battlefield. The stone tool contained a pill. The top officials of the Federation tested the pill. Just a little pill powder made a mortal-level companion pet promoted to the legendary level. After a pause, Li Mabai went on to say, I think you have heard of the ways of those people in the Federation. Soon, some people recruited so-called volunteers and did human experiments. The end was very exaggerated. The old man, after using a little Danwan powder, seemed to be rejuvenated, his hair turned black, and his skin became taut. After testing, his bone age seemed to have returned to about 30 or 40 years old, and then all the data on his body were large. The rate of increase has reached the level of the peak of the mortal grade. And the pill powder he used is very small, almost negligible. Do you think anyone would not be tempted by such a thing? But at that time, the Zhuelu battlefield had not opened the dimension space. The top officials of the Federation sent people over to find the place where the stone tool was located and see if there were any more, but the Zhuelu was so big that it was impossible to dig randomly, so there was an expert group composed of Mr. Ouyang and others. Zhou Wen just listened quietly. It shouldn't be a secret that Li Mabai can tell him now. Sure enough, Li Mabai paused for a while and then continued, the delegation has actually been in Zhuelu for a long time, and they have achieved some results. Mr. Ouyang once returned to Luoyang once on the way. According to my investigation, after he returned to Luoyang, I didn't even go to An's house, I just went to one place. Shiyuan Crystal Store? Zhou Wen stared at Li Mabai and said. Li Mabai nodded, yes. So I also did some research on the Shiyuan Crystal Store, and found some interesting things about Mr. Ouyang and the companion pet on the 4th floor. If you are interested, only if you need to do me a favor. I can tell you all my findings, and I guarantee that you will be interested. You can also ask an Jia to help you check, but many clues have been deliberately found when I went to check. It was erased. And I did the same thing, even if it is on Jia, I am afraid that it will not be so easy to find out now. What do you want me to do? Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. It's very simple, cut off your relationship with Li Xian, and your relationship is limited to classmates. Li Mabai said. It seems that we don't need to continue talking, goodbye. Zhou Wen turned and walked towards the west gate of the academy. Although he was very interested in knowing the secret of the companion pet on the 4th floor, he didn't want to be at the mercy of Li Mabai. Even if it wasn't for Li Xian, Li Mabai's calculations had almost killed him together. If he hadn't been careful enough and had a certain amount of strength, I'm afraid he would have died with Li Xian for a long time. Mr. Ouyang has been to Zhuelu a long time ago. The companion pet on the 4th floor of Shiyuan store was probably brought back from Zhuelu by him. Li Mabai said. Suddenly. When was it very early? Zhou Wen turned to look at Li Mabai and asked, anyway, he didn't promise Li Mabai any conditions. Li Mabai was willing to say it, and he didn't mind listening to it. Anyway, it's much earlier than the federal government's investigation of Zhuelu. It should be when Mr. Ouyang was young. Li Mabai said with a smile, if you are still interested in listening, we can discuss the conditions. I don't think there is any need to talk anymore. Zhou Wen turned and left. This time, Li Mabai didn't say anything, just watched Zhou Wen enter the west gate of the academy, still with a smile on his face, and it seemed that nothing had changed. Zhou Wen had been thinking about what Li Mabai said on the way back. Ouyang Lan seemed to have said that when she was a child, the old principal Ouyang took her to see the companion pet, and Li Mabai's words were not impossible. Zhuolu battlefield has only recently appeared in the other dimensional field. When the old principal Ouyang was young, Zhuolu had no other dimensional field at all. Where did he get the companion pet? Zhou was a little puzzled. Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhou didn't think about it anymore. As long as he could find the old principal from the Zhuolu battlefield, all his doubts would be solved. So Zhou now just wants to improve his attributes quickly, and then find a way to upgrade his life and soul, and then go to the two temples to try to find the weaknesses of the mythical creatures guarding the temples. How, what did my second brother tell you? When Zhou returned to the dormitory, Li Xian was waiting for him at the door of the dormitory. Zhou told the story of the meeting between the two, and Li Xian was slightly relieved. I didn't expect him to investigate so many things, but why don't you ask Qin Shiyuan directly? Since it was the old principal who kept the pets, should he know something about it? Zhou shook his head. I've seen Qin Shiyuan, and I always have a bad feeling about this person. After thinking about it, maybe he was a little eager, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. Early the next morning, Zhou got up as usual, then took out his mobile phone and was about to play a game, but heard a hurried knock on the door, opened the door and saw Feng Chuyan standing outside the door with a look of joy on his face. Coach, I understand. Feng Chuyan grabbed Zhou shoulder and said excitedly. What did you realize? Zhou asked numbly. He was completely helpless towards Feng Chuyan, and felt that as long as he was happy, nothing else was important. I seem to understand the one sword art that I practiced. I think I may be promoted to epic. But I am not sure. Feng Chuyan said. You're going to be promoted to epic? Zhou was slightly startled. Feng Chuyan nodded and shook his head, and said incoherently, I'm not sure, I think I'm about to break through. But the old gentleman who taught me a sword trick said that I need at least 5 or 6 to advance from legendary to epic. It takes years to comprehend the true meaning of a sword, so as to condense the soul of life and advance to the epic level. But I have only been promoted to the legendary for a little more than a year, and it seems that I should not be promoted to the epic so quickly. But I feel that it is true, it's about to break through. Why do you feel like you are about to break through? Zhou moved in his heart, looking at Feng Chuyan and asked. I don't know, I just keep practicing. By the way, didn't you coach me specifically before? I've been practicing swordsmanship recently, just trying to solve the problems in the swordsmanship, and finally came up with a solution. Once the problem is solved, at that moment, I will have the feeling of breaking through. That feeling clearly tells me that if I continue to practice, I will break through some important key. I think that it should be to break through the legend, but it seems a bit too fast. I'm only 17 years old, can I really be promoted to the epic? Feng Chuyan seemed a little unconfident. Then give it a try. Since it's a breakthrough, it shouldn't hurt if you don't advance to the epic level, right? Zhou said. That's right, I'll try it now. Feng Chuyan was too excited just now. Zhou suddenly woke up when he said this, and he immediately cut his sword. This is my living room. What's the matter if you start training directly here? At least you have to go to the practice ground? Zhou was immediately depressed. Feng Chuyan is a martial arts idiot, he is even worse than Zhou in common sense of life, or in other words, his mind is all on practicing swords, and he has no mind to think about other things. Only such a person can achieve such achievements. There is really no shortcut to success. As much as you pay, you can get as much. Zhou Wen sighed in his heart. But Feng Qiuyan didn't care whether Sanchi was 28 or not. He flew the sword dance in Zhou Wen's living room, and saw him slashing out one by one. Zhou Wen felt that the momentum on the knife was getting stronger and stronger. It was just an ordinary slashing stance. Feng Qiuyan swung 10 knives in a row, and the stance of the blade was already unbelievably powerful, as if Feng Qiuyan slashed down with one slash. Even if there was a big mountain in front of him, he would be cut in half by him. Zhou Wen felt that his whole person's spirit and energy seemed to have changed a bit differently, as if something was about to burst out of him, and now Feng Qiuyan was like a volcano about to erupt. Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan, and a thought suddenly popped up in his heart. The Sutra of Losing Immortals is not the same as the ordinary vitality art. It can run on its own, and it doesn't even need to be comprehended to break through the realm. As long as the attributes are reached, it can be directly promoted. But ordinary people need to comprehend the true meaning of the original qi tactic, so that they can push their body and spirit to the limit, and then break through the limit to condense the soul of life. If you follow the method of ordinary people who are promoted to epic and condense the soul of life, can I also condense the other types of life into the soul of life? Zhou Wen wasn't sure if this would work, because after all his several vitality tactics were simulated by the Immortal Sutra, not his own. Can he condense the soul of life like ordinary vitality tactics? Zhou Wen said. I'm not even half sure. I can only try it in the future. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, Feng Qiuyan seemed to have opened a certain shackle, and an unparalleled sword intent burst out from within his body. Getting stronger and stronger, the substance condensed on top of Feng Qiuyan's head and turned into a knife. That knife is very pure. It is the simplest Tang knife in style. It is not so fancy, but it is sharp, as if as long as it moves, no one in the world can stop its edge. Zhou Wen was not surprised to see that Feng Qiuyan's life and soul was a knife. He was afraid that there was only a knife in his heart. It was normal for his life and soul to be a knife. Have I really been promoted to epic? Feng Qiuyan's mind moved, and the knife flew to him automatically. He reached out and grabbed the handle and held the knife in his hand. Only then did he make sure that he was really promoted. Epic. Zhou Wen was immediately envious. If only his life and soul could be so obedient. Congratulations. You have really been promoted to the epic level. Zhou Wen sincerely felt happy for Feng Qiuyan, thinking that Feng Qiuyan had already been promoted to the epic level, so he shouldn't come to disturb him playing games in the future, right? Feng Qiuyan held the life-soul knife. Her eyes gradually firmed. She raised her head and looked at Zhou Wen and said, "Thanks to your guidance, coach, I was able to be promoted to the epic level at the age of 17, which was 3 years faster than my own plan, and I will continue to do so in the future. Please continue to teach the coach. I didn't tell you anything. It's all about your own talent. It has nothing to do with me, and I have nothing to teach you in the future." Zhou Wen quickly shook his head and said. Feng Qiuyan didn't argue with Zhou Wen, but just held his own life and soul knife and said, "Coach, I have just been promoted to the epic level, and I am not familiar with the power of life and soul. Can you practice with me?" Zhou Wen originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he agreed again and went to the practice ground with Feng Qiuyan. Although he has no interest in fighting against Feng Qiuyan, Zhou Wen thought about his other 4 vitality arts. If he could advance to epic in the way of ordinary people, he would need to understand the true meaning of vitality arts, so Feng Qiuyan could just practice it, which is mutually beneficial. When he came to the practice ground, Zhou Wen thought about it, and switched his vitality art to demon god Ji. Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship was too fast, and he was promoted to epic level. Although his attributes have not been improved, he has the soul of life. With blessing, his blade speed will definitely become faster. Zhou Wen's other 3 kinds of vitality tactics do not improve the speed very much, but now Zhou Wen's highest attribute is speed, plus the great demon god's fate, which improves speed and ability to hang in the air, should be able to fight Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan's life and soul belongs to the actual combat type and can be used directly as a weapon. I saw Feng Qiuyan holding his life and soul knife and slashed it directly. This knife is completely different from the last time Feng Qiuyan played against Zhou Wen. At that time, Feng Qiuyan needed to slowly increase the speed of the knife one knife after another, but this knife was cut down so fast that almost no eyes could chase it. Seems to have disappeared from sight. If there is no promotion of epic, Zhou Wen before the speed attribute is not improved, I am afraid that he can only use the ghost step to have a chance to avoid this knife. But things are a little different now. Zhou Wen's speed attribute has been raised to 36 points, and Feng Qiuyan has just been promoted to epic. It is estimated that the speed attribute is 21 points. The gap is still very large. Without using the ghost step, Zhou Wen stepped out one step at a time, and the speed soared to the extreme, and the Dragon Gate flying technique was also used according to the situation. Coach, you have to be careful, my soul is called Slaying the King. And the ability I perceive at present is invincible. Feng Qiuyan did not guard Zhou Wen at all, and said the name and ability of his soul. You must know that fate and soul are a person's greatest reliance, and most people will not easily let outsiders know the ability of their fate and soul. Killing the king? Why do you feel a little unlucky? There is a king character in my destiny, isn't the king the king? Zhou Wendao would associate it. Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship seems to have been completed, and the level of the first sword has already exceeded the speed limit that he can control, which is the level he used to cut 100 swords. Continuing to slash, the sword technique became faster, and it should have exceeded the limit that Feng Qiuyan could control. At such a speed of the sword, Feng Qiuyan should have been unable to control it. However, because he was using the Life Soul Sword and him were almost 2 in 1, which greatly improved his control. Each sword exceeded the limit, became faster and stronger, but did not lose control. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's speed attribute is much higher than that of Feng Qiuyan. Based on Demon God Ji, he used the Dragon Gate flying technique to the extreme, and it was not difficult to avoid Feng Qiuyan's sharp knife. But even Zhou Wen had to admire that if Feng Qiuyan did not fall, he would definitely be a generation of swordsmen in the future. The fate of the king of Kuai Dao gave him an unlimited talent for a quick knife, and now the king-killing soul has given him the most suitable knife for him. In addition, he was born with focus and understanding of the sword technique. As long as he doesn't die, no one can stop him. He continues to improve, and maybe one day, he can really be promoted to myth. Feng Qiuyan's swords are getting faster and faster, more majestic and thrilling. His swordsmanship is no longer as deliberately pursuing perfection as before. It can be seen that there are many flaws in his swordsmanship. But these flaws are all in his quick knife was covered up, even if you could see his flaws, but he was so fast that you could see them but couldn't catch them, which meant that those flaws didn't exist. In the past, Feng Chuyen's swordsmanship still had some craftsmanship, and he deliberately pursued the ultimate. Although it is not so perfect now, it is a little more natural, with antelope hanging horns, less craftsmanship, and more artistic conception. At first, Zhou Wen didn't feel the pressure. After all, his speed attribute was much higher, but slowly, Feng Chuyen's swordsmanship made him gradually feel the pressure. That is a sword technique that breaks through the extreme, and there are infinite possibilities, but Zhou Wen has to give him the opportunity to show, otherwise he will be defeated in the first move, and Feng Chuyen will have no infinite possibilities. Under that quick knife that could kill in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen was as graceful as a fairy, dodging knife after knife without touching the ground. While fighting Feng Chuyen, he was also feeling the magic of the devil's epic and the great devil fate characteristics. The demon god's era of qi art is unpredictable. The great demon god's fate gave Zhou Wen the ability to control the sky. Zhou Wen, who has the great demon's fate, can treat the sky as a flat ground. For him, there is no difference between up and down, left and right. The world is the earth. With such an ability, Zhou Wen has a lot more options than the average person when using his movements, and many actions that others can't do are easy for Zhou Wen. In the past, Zhou Wen only used the air control ability provided by the great demon god's fate, and didn't think too much, but now he carefully feels the great demon's fate, but found that under the great demon's fate, he can do more than he imagined. In more, just like the Dragon Gate flying technique, under the fate of the great demon god, there are many actions that originally needed to be borrowed. He can completely remove them, because he does not need to borrow at all, he can walk directly in the air, which can save a lot of time and vitality. There are some places that need ventilation, and he doesn't need ventilation either. Just like humans swimming underwater, they need to surface for air after a while, but if humans can breathe underwater, why waste time surfacing for air? The fate of the great demon god made Zhou Wen the master of the sky, and he was more free than a bird. After Zhou Wen had a deep understanding, he found that in such a state, he was able to do many things that others could not imagine at all. Feng Chuyen was still a little restrained at first, afraid that his knife would hurt Zhou Wen, but the more he fought, the more he discovered that Zhou Wen's movement was too strange and unbelievable. He has never seen a person who can stand on his head and his feet, hang in the air to fight him, or lie down in the air to fight him, as if the laws of science do not exist in Zhou Wen at all, completely breaking Feng Chuyen's previous experience fighting humans. Many of the movement techniques Zhou Wen showed were things he had never thought about before. Zhou Wen's movement techniques simply broke through the imagination of human beings. The coach is worthy of being a coach. This made Feng Chuyen very excited, and he swung the knife to fight with Zhou Wen, wanting to see more of Zhou Wen's peculiar movements. Zhou Wen's movement became more and more strange, while Feng Chuyen's swordsmanship became more and more peaceful, responding to all changes without change. Feng Chuyen seemed to be truly comprehending the profound meaning of static breaking. With the ability of the great demon god's fate, Zhou Wen began to gain some advantages, but gradually, he found that every time Feng Chuyen swung a knife, it would make him very uncomfortable, as if it blocked his various movement changes. There is a feeling of going back to basics. Zhou Wen is now immersed in the duel, completely focusing on the battle, thinking while fighting, how to get out of the current predicament. But no matter how Zhou Wen's body Technique changed. No matter how strange it was, it would be difficult to shake Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship. With one knife, all the flowers fell, and the lead was washed away, and Feng Qiuyan's knife skills finally came to fruition. Zhou Wen's movement is constantly changing, and he can barely avoid Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship, but the space for movement is getting smaller and smaller, and he is constantly oppressed by Feng Qiuyan's swordsmanship. This powerful pressure not only did not make Zhou Wen feel flustered, but had a faint feeling of excitement, but his brain was calmer and more awake than usual. Zhou Wen is constantly looking for the possibility of cracking Feng Qiuyan's sword technique, squeezing every possibility of his own, and making the impossible possible. The great demon god's fate and demon god's Arachi art are also constantly being squeezed, making Zhou Wen feel their existence and roll more deeply. Only in this way can Zhou Wen be able to make better use of them. Gradually, Zhou Wen discovered that demon god Ji and great demon god's destiny were somewhat different from his previous understanding. They do have a powerful blessing on speed and flight ability, but their true power is not just that. This kind of vitality art from a foreign land seems to have a more profound meaning. Wei Ge, as usual, came to the practice ground early in the morning. He came to the practice ground so early not to practice, but to wait for someone. The vice principal in charge of managing the practice ground. Although only a vice principal who does not have much power in the academy, usually doesn't care about anything. However, Wei Ge knew that the vice principal seemed to be just a vice principal without real power in the academy, but in fact, the vice principal had a very deep background. According to information obtained by Wei Ge, there was a student council president in the past few years. Being able to stay and teach at the school was done by this vice principal. You must know that even the executive vice principal could not do such a thing as staying in the school to teach, but he did. So Wei Ge heard that the vice principal would sometimes come to the practice ground in the morning to take a look. Basically, he would come to the practice ground every morning to pretend to practice, in order to impress the vice principal, and even make a good impression with the vice principal. The vice principal got in touch so that in the future the vice principal could give him some help in the matter of his remaining teaching at the school. Wei Ge knew how important it was for him to stay at the school to teach. And Jing could disdain the position of the student council president, and Li Xian could also disdain the qualifications to stay in the school, but he couldn't. He is not such a proud person as Jing, without Li Xian's family background. If you want to find a future for yourself and your family, staying in school to teach is undoubtedly the best way. In this era of crisis, the academy is undoubtedly one of the safest places. Staying in the Sunset Academy and bringing his parents here has always been Wei Ji's goal, and he has been working hard for it, even as unscrupulous. But it was too difficult to stay and teach at Sunset College, so hard that Wei Ge didn't want to give up any hope. When Wei Ge came to the practice ground, it was still very early. There were only a few students practicing with various equipment in the hall, and the vice principal was not seen. Wei Ge was very satisfied with this. He went into the dressing room and changed into a body technique for practice. He was going to find a more conspicuous position to practice, waiting for the arrival of the vice principal. But when Wei Ge passed by a practice room, he heard a faint sound coming from it. The sound was a bit like the sound of a knife tearing the air. Someone used the practice room so early? Wei Ge was a little curious, walked to the door of the practice room, pushed the door, and found that the door of the practice room was not locked, so he pushed open the door and looked inside. Seeing this, he immediately widened his eyes and saw two figures fighting in the practice room. One of them was using a knife. That knife technique made people feel chills. Just standing outside the door and looking at it made Wei Ge feel like he was about to die. The fear of being killed by a sword. The other person is useless with any weapon. Just relying on his movement to dodge the terrifying swordsmanship. Under such terrifying swordsmanship, his figure is still as elegant as a fairy. Wei Ge has also seen many mentors using swordsmanship and body techniques. As the president of the student union, he has more opportunities to contact mentors than ordinary students, and there are also opportunities for some mentors to have exclusive venues. He has seen many the mentor was fighting, but the swordsmanship and movement of the two people in front of him gave him a feeling he had never had before, and it seemed to be stronger than those mentors he had seen before. Zhou Wen, Feng Qiuyan. Wei Ge recognized the two of them, and the whole person was stunned there. He seemed to have no way to believe that the two people fighting here were not mentors, but students like him, but also a junior apprentice. Wei Ge stood outside the door and stared blankly at the two people fighting. He pushed the door like that, neither entering nor exiting. He seemed a little stunned. Boom. At this moment, Zhou Wen's aura erupted violently, and an indescribable force spurted out of his body, like a transparent flame burning. He is condensing his life soul. Wei Ji's pupils shrank sharply, staring at Zhou Wen in the air, as if he was petrified. It's not speed, it's not air control, it's the trajectory of space. Zhou Wen seemed to have a clear understanding. And a force suddenly erupted in his body. The spirit of the spirit, the strange power distorted the space, burning like a transparent flame. And those transparent flames finally condensed towards Zhou Wen's left middle finger, and condensed into a strange ring on his finger. The ring looked very odd, it seemed to be made of black iron. It was not shiny at all, it didn't look gorgeous, it wasn't even beautiful. A simple metal ring, the ring face is a grimace, but the grimace is very strange. Half of the face looks extremely ugly, like a devil, while the other half looks beautiful. Zhou Wen looked at the strange ring on his left middle finger, and it seemed that some information came into his mind, instantly letting him know the name and function of the ring. Lost Kingdom? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled why the life soul condensed by demon god Ji is a ring, and it is also called Lost Kingdom, which seems to be completely incompatible with demon god Erachi Ju and great demon god Fate. Relationship. Feng Qiuyan's knife didn't give him time to think about it. The knife, that was as fast as a shock, had already slashed in front of him. Zhou Wen was distracted for a moment, because he was looking at the lost kingdom of the life and soul ring he had condensed. When he found it, the knife was already in front of him. Seeing that Zhou Wen didn't dodge, Feng Qiuyan also jumped and wanted to close the knife, but the knife was too fast, and it was about to be attached to Zhou Wen's clothes, so there was no room to close the knife at such a short distance. Wei Ge, who was standing at the door, was also shocked, thinking that Zhou Wen was about to get bloodied under the knife. But the next second, the two saw that Zhou Wen in front of Feng Qiuyan had disappeared out of thin air. Feng Qiuyan's knife slashed over, but nothing was touched. Feng Qiuyan couldn't help but be stunned. Zhou Wen really disappeared just now, not an illusion caused by too fast speed. No matter how fast the speed is, it will still leave a moving track. But he didn't see Zhou Wen's moving track, and he didn't know where Zhou Wen went. Feng Qiuyan put away the knife and looked around, but saw that Zhou Wen was standing less than 1 meter behind him. He had no idea how and when Zhou Wen got there. Coach, you have also condensed the soul to advance to the epic level? Feng Qiuyan said happily. In his opinion, Zhou Wen's promotion to the epic level with the soul of the soul seemed to be a matter of course, but he forgot that Zhou Wen was actually with him. The age is about the same. It is indeed a bit amazing that this age can condense the soul. Outside the practice room, Wei Gu had closed the door, stood with his back against the wall, closed his eyes, breathing heavily, like the panting sound of a beast. 17 years old. They should be only 17 years old. They have condensed the soul of life. Wei Gu kept replaying the scene of Zhou when condensing the soul of life in his mind, and he couldn't erase it. Wei Gu suddenly felt that he had worked so hard and spent so much thought before. What was the point? If he can condense the soul of life at the age of 17, no. Even now, he can condense the soul of life to advance to the epic level. Where is the need to do that? Even if he doesn't go begging or robbing, the school will take the initiative to ask him to stay in school. They can do it, and so can I. Wei Gu clenched his hands tightly and opened his eyes abruptly, his eyes full of brilliance. He suddenly came to his senses. In the past 2 years, he spent too much of his mind on managing his own relationships, but he forgot how he was admitted to Sunset College and what he did to become the student council president. Genius, I'm also a genius. Wei Gu thought that he had just been admitted to Sunset College as the city's #1. In just 1 year, he defeated many competitors with his passion and enthusiasm, and finally became the student union. Long period of time. But when he became the student council president, he was exposed to some layers that he couldn't touch before, and he knew some things that he didn't know before. The powerful influence of power and wealth on the world made him confused for a time, making him eager to approach power and wealth, and gradually forget his roots. But today, seeing Zhou Wen condensing his life soul to be promoted to epic, and seeing Feng Qiuyan also promoted to epic level, suddenly made him sober. Without a foundation, no matter how hard I try, it is impossible for me to enter the center of power and wealth. I don't have the background of Li Xian and An Jing, and I can only rely on myself. But what have I done in the past 2 years? To waste his most precious things in exchange for a little mercy from those who are high. Wei Ji's fists became tighter and his eyes became sharper. After a long time, Wei Ji's eyes gradually calmed down. He turned to take a deep look at Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan, who had started to practice against each other in the practice room again, and then turned and left calmly. Wei Gu is still as calm and unrestrained as before, but it seems to be a little different from before, and there seems to be something more in his eyes. Zhou Wen, Feng Qiuyan, next time I will push the door open and stand in front of you, but the me back then is definitely not the me I am now. Wei Gu walked towards the gate of the practice range and happened to see the vice principal coming in. Usually, I greeted with a polite salute, but I didn't stop there. After saying hello, I went straight out of the practice ground. Zhou Wen condensed the life and soul of the demon god Ji, and he was in a very good mood. After practicing with Feng Qiuyan for a morning, he had almost figured out the abilities of the Lost Kingdom. And the introduction of the Lost Kingdom in the game was much clearer than the killer Lost Nation. Initial body space power condenses, and has the ability to change the trajectory of space. To put it simply, the ability of the Lost Kingdom is the real teleportation. Zhou Wen can use the Lost Kingdom to teleport to any place within 10 meters. However, this teleportation ability of the Lost Kingdom can only be used once every 24 hours. But this is not the point. Zhou believes that with the growth of the Lost Kingdom, the teleport distance will become longer and the time interval used will become shorter. Zhou, who was originally very interested in escape skills, was very satisfied with the Lost Kingdom ability, but this was only a manifestation of the Lost Kingdom ability, and other abilities needed to be developed by Zhou himself. What makes Zhou a little puzzled is that the two-word annotation, track, after his speed attribute has disappeared, while the other three annotations are still there. It seems that it was because of the appearance of the Lost Kingdom that the trajectory suffix disappeared. Since the Age of Demons can condense the soul of life, then the other three vitality tactics should also be able to condense the soul of life. Zhou planned to spend some time, condense the remaining three kinds of vitality art into the soul of life. The Lost Kingdom has real teleportation ability. I wonder what kind of ability the remaining three life souls will have? Zhou thought about it and planned to start with the Ancient Emperor Sutra. Why should we start with the Ancient Emperor Sutra first? That's because Zhou can't think of any clues for the other two kinds of vitality tactics. The mystery of Daoju is difficult to understand. Apart from restoring vitality, Zhou has not found anything special so far. It is not that simple to understand the true meaning. The Little Prajna Sutra is related to the body and the six senses, and Zhou couldn't think of a good way to improve it for a while. Relatively speaking, the Ancient Emperor Sutra seems to be more direct. It has great blessings on power, and has the attributes of the fire element. Zhou felt that as long as he felt more about the power of the fire element, it should not be difficult to comprehend it. Zhou looked at his existing game dungeons. There are really not many dungeons of fire-type dimensional creatures, and there are so many on the Vulcan platform. However, Zhou has tried many techniques such as Firebird, and he has not realized anything, so Zhou intends to change the place. The Longmen Grottos don't have any particularly strong fire-type dimensional creatures. Laojun Mountain and the Ant's Nest are both places without fire, neither does Hulagwan, and Ziqing is even more expansive. The Zhuelu battlefield is mostly poisonous creatures, and there is no fire. There are really no fire creatures in the existing game. Dungeons. Zhou could only go to the idea of a new dungeon. He searched the dungeon information of Sunset Academy on the internet, hoping to find a dimensional field with fire creatures. If you really can't find it, Zhou plans to use the bird to make a knife. After all, it is also a fire element, so it should be useful. It shouldn't be difficult to tease it and let it burst into flames. However, the little bird's flame was a bit scary. It wasn't a last resort, and Zhou didn't plan to touch it. It's not hard to find a copy of a fire creature. Zhou found one soon, and he didn't need a special pass. Zhou got up immediately and planned to take a look. Find the small hand pattern first, and the next new copy. The place where Zhou is going is called the Magma River, which is also underground, but unlike the dungeons such as Ziqing, there is no city there. It is an underground magma river, and there are many fire-based dimensional creatures nearby. Because the value of the magma river is not high, most of the fire element dimensional creatures have the ability to survive in the magma. It is more difficult to hunt, and the profit is not high, except for some students and alien teachers who need fire element vitality skills. Most people rarely come to the magma river, so naturally, there is no one to supervise it. Zhou met a lot of students on the way, but they all went to other dungeons, and when they arrived near the magma river, they couldn't see anyone. From a distance, I feel a heat wave blowing on my body. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's physique is already very strong. If he is an ordinary person, he is already drenched in heat. If he stays in such a place for a long time and there is no water to replenish, I am afraid it will be very easy. Dehydration. The crimson magma flowed slowly from the underground cave, and the crimson light formed a sharp contrast with the nearby black rocks, illuminating the underground cave without feeling dark. Before Zhou Wen approached the magma river, he saw a man squatting beside the magma river. Looking at the clothes on his body, it should be the school uniform. Classical, what are you doing here? Zhou Wen took a closer look. Although he only saw the back, he still recognized who that person was. No way, the classical figure is too tall and majestic, and it is difficult to recognize it. Fishing. Gu turned his head to look at Zhou Wen, said only 2 words, then turned his head back and continued to stare at the magma river. Fishing here? What kind of fish are you catching? Zhou Wen walked to Gugu's side, looked down, and saw Gugu was pulling a rope as thick as a thumb. The rope was snow white and crystal clear, and it looked like it was woven from silk. The rope hung down into the magma below, but it wasn't burned by the magma. It didn't look like ordinary silk. There is a distance of 3 or 4 meters away from the magma, but the heat here is already very strong, but the classical is not a drop of sweat, staring blankly at the magma river. Goldfish. The classical spit out 2 words, as if his words were very valuable, for fear of saying too much and losing money. There are goldfish in this place? Zhou Wenkai didn't believe that there were any goldfish here. He only heard that there were fire crocodiles and magma worms here. If a crocodile is considered a fish, then there is indeed a fish here, but the fire-armored crocodile is black, with a lava-like fire pattern on its body, not gold. Yes. Classical answered in the affirmative. Then you fish. Slowly, I'll go to other places, to see if there are any fire-armored crocodiles. Zhou Wen was about to walk upstream along the magma river, to see if there were any small hand patterns nearby, but suddenly saw the rope in Gu Jing's hand violently shake up. The classical hands tightened the rope, his legs were like standing stakes. And they were nailed to the rock. The lava is pulling the rope and spinning. Zhou Wen was attracted by the situation on the classical side, and could not help but stop and watch. Click. I saw the rock under Gu's feet shattered, his legs sunk into the rock abruptly, and his entire calf disappeared. What a strong power, this guy should have a legendary peak, right? Zhou Wen has always been curious about the strength of the classical. He had defeated Gu Jing once before, but later he found out that Gu Jing's strength seemed to be more than when he was defeated, but because the two had no chance to fight, Zhou Wen didn't know what Gu Jing's real strength was. Looking at it now, it must be more than the point that was shown at the beginning. At that time, the classical should be merciful, at least in terms of strength, it should be almost 20 points. Classical is so powerful, but still can't hold the rope, because the force on the rope is too strong, and the classical legs are like plowing the ground, plowing the rock to open 2 ditches, and it is about to be pulled down the magma river. Zhou Wen hurried to the side of Gugu, grabbed the rope with both hands, and pulled it together with Gu Jing. Although his strength is not as high as the speed attribute, it is also 28 points. With a pull, the tendency of the rope to sag suddenly stopped. However, Zhou Wen tried to pull the rope up again, but he felt abnormally heavy, as if it was a weight. Level players are in a tug-of-war, but they can't even pull it. If I let go, you will let go, and if I pull you, you will pull. Gugu suddenly said. Okay. Zhou felt the power of the classical. When the classical was exerting his strength, he exerted his strength, and when the classical put down the rope, he also withdrew his strength. After about half an hour, Zhou felt that the strength on the rope was much weaker, and Gugu suddenly shouted, "Pull!" Zhou hurriedly tried his best to pull the rope with Gugu, only to see that the rope was pulled out of the magma, and at the other end of the rope, a goldfish with golden scales and tail like Shai jumped out of the magma, and its body was still burning with golden flames. Thump! After the goldfish jumped out of the water, it flicked its tail and fell back into the magma, almost dragging Zhou and Gu Jing into together. The two of them couldn't help but use their strength together, only to hear a bang, and the rope made of white silk broke. Classical pulled the remaining white silk rope up. And in the magma river, the shadow of the goldfish had disappeared, and the magma gradually returned to calm. What level of dimensional creature is the goldfish? Why is it so powerful? Zhou asked. With the strength of the two classical people, he actually failed to pull the goldfish up. At least it was a top-level epic creature, but if it was an epic creature, how could it not fight back and just leave? Epic level. Gugu closed the rope, got up and was about to leave. Just leave like this, don't you continue to fish? Zhou wondered. The rope is broken, and there is no bait. Although Gu Jingzi cherishes his words like gold, fortunately, he can make people understand what he wants to express. What bait do you need to catch this kind of goldfish? Zhou planned to wait until he downloaded the copy to see if he could catch this kind of goldfish. Ice silkworm. Gugu said and left. Zhou has never heard of an ice silkworm, but it sounds like it should be a dimensional creature. Is there any special use for you to fish this thing? Zhou asked. Again. Hey cat. The classical voice floated from a distance, making Zhou stunned for a while. Catch epic creatures. To feed the cat? Zhou really doesn't understand classical thinking. After the classical walk, Zhou walked up the magma river, but did not find the small hand pattern, but saw a fire-armored crocodile lying on the bank of the magma river. The fire-armored crocodile is nearly 4 meters long. The magma-like scales are covered with dark red magma patterns. Although it is only a legendary creature, it can spit out scorching flames, and its power is very powerful. It is considered a top legendary creature. Before Zhou approached, the fire-armored crocodile had already discovered his existence, and when he opened his mouth, a flame spewed out, like a flamethrower, spraying several meters away. With this level of flame, Zhou put on the armor transformed by the stone scorpion, did not dodge, ran the ancient imperial scriptures, and punched the flame. Bang! The flame was directly blown up, with a mass of magma in the center, and the magma was scattered and splashed in all directions. This level of flame could not hurt Zhou at all. The fire-armored crocodile spewed flames again, and Zhou was not killing it, so he kept spewing fire, and then burst the flames with the power of the ancient emperor scriptures, trying to perceive the mystery of the fire power in the ancient emperor scriptures. But Zhou soon discovered that apart from the heat, he really couldn't perceive any mystery in the flame. It was purely because the temperature was high enough. After playing for a while, Zhou didn't feel much, but the fire-armored crocodile was too tired to breathe out flames, turned around and fled into the magma river, swimming towards the distance. It may be that the intensity of the flame is not enough. Wait and see if you can encounter a magma worm. It is an epic fire-type creature. Its flame should be much stronger than that of a fire crocodile. Zhou Wen did not chase the fire either. A crocodile, killing a legendary creature is meaningless to Zhou Wen, and he is lazy to kill it. While walking, I looked for the small hand pattern, but unfortunately, I did not find the existence of the small hand pattern, and I came across a group of more than a dozen fire-armored crocodiles on the shore. The flame of one fire-armored crocodile is not strong enough, a dozen or so should be about the same, right? Zhou Wen thought so in his heart, and rushed into the group of fire-armored crocodiles. Li Weiyang is in a very bad mood now. Originally, he had invited a few little sisters from Weiyang Club to come out together. Who knew that one of the little sisters brought a boyfriend? It's okay to bring a boyfriend, but this person is a bit annoying. Originally, Li Weiyang planned to hunt down some mortal-level demonized soldiers, but this person insisted on coming to the magma river. These members of Weiyang society are basically mortal rank, and Li Weiyang himself was promoted to legend not long ago, and his attributes have not yet been improved. Bringing them to the magma river is meaningless at all. The lowest dimensional creature here is the fire-armored crocodile. A very strong creature in the legendary level, even Li Weiyang is difficult to fight against it, let alone those little sisters who have not been promoted to the legendary. But the man strongly recommended them to come to the river of magma, and with the help of the little sister, Li Weiyang and the others did not want to sweep her face, so they reluctantly followed to the river of magma. Fortunately, the dimensional creatures in the magma river will not be too far away from the magma river. Although they can't beat them, as long as they don't get close to the magma river, there will be no danger. Although there is no need to worry about safety issues, Li Weiyang originally organized everyone to hunt together, but now their little sisters can only watch the man fire a crocodile, except for the boy's girlfriend Xueli, who keeps praising her boyfriend. Besides, the other little sisters felt a little bored. Xing Tianluan killed a fire-armored crocodile, and luckily exploded a crystal of power. So he returned to a group of girls and sent the crystal to his girlfriend Xueli, and said, "Xue Li, this is a crystal of power is given to you." That's not good? I'm still mortal, isn't it too wasteful to use legendary crystal? Xueli said so, but her face was full of joy. Take it and use it. It's not difficult for me to kill legendary creatures. It's very easy to want the legendary crystals. I'm here to accompany you to play today, and the harvest is all yours. In Xueli's hands, she couldn't help but feel a little pain in her heart. It hasn't been a few months since Xing Tianluan was promoted to the legendary level. Killing legendary creatures is not as easy as he said. The reason why he brought Xueli and the others to the magma river instead of going to other places is because it is relatively safe here, and he has a snow snake companion pet in his hand, and the snow snake knife is the nemesis of fire creatures. It is easier to kill fire-armored crocodiles than ordinary legendary creatures. Li Weiyang thought it was very boring. She was not a beggar, and she didn't need others to give alms. Moreover, this could not achieve the purpose of training at all. If it wasn't for the sake of the little sisters, she would have turned around and went back. Xing Tianluan took them forward, but for some reason, there are usually quite a few fire crocodiles on the shore, but today it is difficult to see fire crocodiles on the shore. There was something in the magma river, but Xing Tianluan didn't have the ability to go down to the magma river to kill the fire-armored crocodile. It's weird, why are all the fire-armored crocodiles running into the river today? Tianluan took them for a few miles, but still didn't find the fire-armored crocodile on the shore, and said to himself a little embarrassed. Maybe, knowing that you were here to kill them, they all ran into the river in fright. Shueli said sympathetically. Tianluan laughed and said, then they are really smart. There seems to be something in front. A girl suddenly pointed to the front and said. Li Weiyang couldn't listen to it for a long time. He heard the words and looked forward. Sure enough, he saw a figure walking by the lava river. It could be vaguely seen that it was a person who seemed to be wearing the school uniform of their college. It should be a classmate from our college, let's go and take a look. Li Weiyang really felt a little bored. Seeing that there were classmates here, he suggested to go and take a look. Everyone said yes. Tianluan was a little unhappy. Originally, there was a little green in the red. If there was a boy in front, wouldn't it be a little more green, which would divide his glory? However, if they want to keep moving forward, they will definitely meet, so there is no objection. Li Weiyang took everyone to speed up and walked over, and soon saw that the person walking slowly by the river bank turned out to be Zhou Wen. Li Weiyang was slightly overjoyed, and shouted to Zhou Wen, what are you doing there alone? Zhou Wen had already heard their footsteps, but he was lazy to pay attention to others, so he didn't look back. Hearing Li Weiyang's cry, he stopped and turned around and said, what else can I do here? I said why I couldn't see the fire-armored crocodile on the shore, did you all kill it? Li Weiyang walked up to Zhou Wen and said. No, I haven't killed the fire-armored crocodile yet. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, he really didn't kill any of them. Tianluan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it, and said with a smile, I'll just say it, today's fire-armored crocodiles ran into the river for no apparent reason and couldn't come out. Zhou Wen, let's go together? Li Weiyang sent an invitation. I still have something to do, you go first. Zhou Wen still has to look for the little hand pattern, so it is not convenient to go with them. Li Weiyang has nothing to do with Zhou Wen. This guy and her younger brother Li Xian are completely two kinds of people. And I don't know how they became friends. Zhou Wen is very busy, let's not disturb him. Tianluan was overjoyed when he heard it. Although something happened to Zhou Wen recently, Tianluan didn't think he could grab the limelight in front of Zhou Wen. Since Zhou Wen didn't want to go with them, it would be better. Li Weiyang had to go first with Tianluan and the others, looked back and saw Zhou Wen walking slowly along the bank of the magma river alone, looking into the magma river from time to time, not knowing what he was looking for. This guy and Li Xian have been together for so long, and he is still so unreasonable. He is really a freak. Li Weiyang secretly said, but this is fine, if they are as glib as Li Xian, it will be very boring. The group continued to walk forward, and Tianluan deliberately accelerated the speed in order to stay away from Zhou Wen. First, I don't want Zhou Wen to steal his limelight, and second, I don't want to have anything to do with Zhou Wen. After all, Zhou Wen is Wang Mingyuan's disciple. Now, this name is disgraceful. All right. Not long after walking, Shirley pointed to the shore ahead and said, there is a fire crocodile there. Tianluan was overjoyed, thinking that it was time for him to perform again, but when he looked closely, there were more than a dozen fire-armored crocodiles lying on the shore, and he was suddenly shocked. His snow serpent knife had no problem dealing with a fire-armored crocodile. With so many fire-armored crocodiles, he really rushed up, fearing that he would only have to die. There are too many fire-armored crocodiles here. I'm afraid there is. No way to take care of you in a fight. Let's move to another place. Zheng Tianluan said. Li Weiyang naturally knew that he was invincible, but there was no need to dismantle him. As Zheng Tianluan said, he walked around from the side. After they went around, Li Weiyang remembered that Zhou Wen was still behind, so he wanted to go back and remind Zhou Wen not to let him step into the area of those fire-armored crocodiles. But when she looked back, she saw that Zhou Wen had walked into the area of the fire-armored crocodile. And the dozen or so fire-armored crocodile raised their heads instantly and looked in the direction of Zhou Wen. Ah, Zhou Wen alarmed those fire crocodiles, a girl exclaimed. Zheng Tianluan, go and help. Li Weiyang said, summoning his companion pet. He wanted to help, and called Zheng Tianluan at the same time. Zheng Tianluan was a little embarrassed. It was neither going nor going. He didn't think the three of them could deal with the group of fire crocodiles. I had to pretend I didn't hear it and stood there without moving. When Li Weiyang rushed out for more than 10 meters, he saw that the fire-armored crocodiles were moving, but they did not rush towards Zhou Wen. Instead, they all fled to the magma river as if they had seen a ghost. Just listening to the sound of plopping in the magma river, the fire-armored crocodiles jumped into the magma river one by one, and they are still swimming desperately to the other side of the magma river. Li Weiyang couldn't help but stop and looked at this scene in amazement. The fire-armored crocodile is notoriously fiery, not to mention seeing a human being. Even if he sees a dimensional creature stronger than it, he dares to go up and spray a lava fire. Li Weiyang has never seen a scene like this one. Zheng Tianluan and others were also stunned. Where Zhou Wen walked, those fire-armored crocodiles rushed to escape, as if they were terrified. Because there were too many fire-armored crocodiles and too crowded. One of the fire-armored crocodiles ran slower and failed to escape into the magma river before Zhou Wen came over and was stepped on by Zhou Wen's tail. The fire-armored crocodile suddenly seemed to be petrified, lying there motionless. His body was still shaking. Zhou Wen reached out and patted the fire-armored crocodile's head a few times, trying to provoke it to spit fire, but the fire-armored crocodile was so stubborn that he didn't move when he was lying there, not to mention the fire-breathing mouth is not open. It seems that these fire-armored crocodiles are the ones that escaped before. Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He fought with groups of fire-armored crocodiles before and let those fire-armored crocodiles breathe out fire for him to comprehend the ancient emperor scriptures. The crocodile was spraying out of fire, and he didn't realize anything. Later, the fire-armored crocodiles all ran away. I didn't expect that these fire-armored crocodiles were the ones he encountered before. Let's go. Zhou Wen let go of his feet depressedly. And the fire-armored crocodile quickly slumped toward the magma river like a pardon, and jumped in directly with a plop. Li Weiyang and others were stunned, and it was hard to believe that the fierce dimensional creature they knew, the fire-armored crocodile, was like a mouse that met a cat. After Zhou Wen passed through that area, he arrived at Li Weiyang's side and didn't say anything. He walked past them and continued to the upper reaches of the magma river. It's so handsome. I don't know if Zhou Wen has a girlfriend, said a girl with red eyes. Definitely not, I heard that he is a famous game otaku. Another girl said. What game otaku? It should be a god, haven't you seen it? Those legendary fire-armored crocodiles dare not even move in front of him. It's amazing. The previous girl retorted. It's a pity, if he is not Wang Mingyuan's disciple, he will definitely become a powerhouse. In the Federation in the future. Li Weiyang sighed in his heart. She knew very well how bad Wang Mingyuan's incident was. The strong backstage of the Luoyang Wang family was basically cold now, and it would be difficult to enter the power core of the Federation in the future. As a student of Wang Mingyuan, Zhou Wen had already been on the federal blacklist. If it wasn't for the Anjia to protect him, the Supervision Bureau would have already arrested him for interrogation. Zhou Wen ignored them and walked along the river bank on his own. Weiyang, let's go over and see what Zhou Wen is doing, a girl suggested. This is not good? Li Weiyang hesitated. Since Zhou Wen didn't kill those fire-armored crocodiles, obviously he didn't come for the fire-armored crocodiles. Li Weiyang was also a little curious about what Zhou Wen was doing here, but it seemed a little inappropriate to follow Zhou Wen's words. The magma river is so big, and it's not that only one person is allowed to hunt. Zhou Wen didn't say that he wants to reserve the game here, and he didn't drive us away before. It shouldn't matter, right? The previous girl said again. That's right, President, we'll walk slowly behind, and it won't get in his way. Another girl also said. Except for Xing Tianluan, other girls are very interested to follow up. Li Weiyang thought about it and said, well, let's move on. Although Xing Tianluan was a little unhappy, everyone was so active, and he didn't object to it, so he could only follow them forward. But this time they walked slower than Zhou Wen, but fell behind Zhou Wen. Originally, Zhou Wen wanted to wait for them to pass, and then slowly look for the little hand pattern, but Zhou Wen soon found that when he went, they also went, and when he stopped, they stopped. Zhou Wen simply ignored them and went along the lava river, walk slowly. The small hand pattern has never been found, and the nearby fire-armored crocodile was also afraid of Zhou Wen. When he saw him, he fled into the magma river, which made Zhou Wen feel very boring. After walking for a while, I suddenly saw a magma spring that was 2 or 3 meters high in the magma river, like a fountain. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw the magma spring. Before he came, he carefully studied the information of the magma river. The phenomenon of this magma spring should be that magma worms are ventilating in the river. A magma worm is an epic creature that lives in magma. But it does not have the ability to breathe in the magma. Every once in a while it will float up to breathe, just like a whale. Li Weiyang and the others who followed behind also saw the magma fountain and guessed that there should be magma worms there, but soon they saw that Zhou Wen actually walked towards the magma fountain. Zhou Wen, be careful, there are magma worms there. A girl reminded Zhou Wen. I know. Zhou Wen replied. The man had already walked to the bank and looked at the lava fountain in the center of the river. Isn't Zhou Wen here to hunt magma worms? The girl who spoke guessed. No, magma worms are epic-level creatures. Although Zhou Wen is very strong, the gap between legendary level and epic level is huge, and magma worms are in the magma river, occupying a convenient location. How to kill them? Another girl said. It should be just to see, let alone students, even those mentors will not easily provoke magma bugs. Xing Tianluan is telling the truth. Fighting magma early in a place like magma river, the odds of winning are too small. If you accidentally fall into the magma river, you will definitely die. Without perfect preparation, even epic powerhouses will not risk coming here to kill magma worms. While they were talking, they saw that Zhou Wen had summoned a big sword, and the shape of the big sword looked ferocious and terrifying, and they didn't know what companion pet it was. Look, Zhou Wen is about to start. He really came to kill magma worms, a girl said excitedly. While speaking, Zhou Wen had already slashed towards the magma fountain with a sword, and the sword light gave birth to a sword light, and the sword light spun, like a light wheel, slashed towards the magma fountain. Bang! A crack was cut out of the magma fountain. The next second, the magma was tumbling, and a section of the magma river dozens of meters long became turbulent. The position of the center line of the magma river suddenly rose, and the magma flowed out to both sides. I saw a behemoth lifted up from the lava river. The monster was covered in magma, but the body beyond the magma river was more than 10 meters long, and it looked like a huge magma snake. This magma worm is so big, but the exposed part is more than 10 meters. I don't know how long it will be. The strength must be very terrifying. Is Zhou Wen no problem? Said a girl worriedly. Li Weiyang is also worried that the larger the size of the magma worm, the stronger the strength. The average magma worm can reach 10 meters, and the strength is already considered the first class in the epic level. The exposed part of this magma worm is already more than 10 meters long. The strength must be terrifying, unimaginable. The growth of a magma worm is different from that of ordinary dimensional creatures. It is very weak when it is born. It is literally a worm, only as long as a finger. After the magma worm is born, it will absorb a certain trace substance in the magma, and let this substance attach to it, so that its body will gradually become larger, and this trace substance can not only become its armor, it can also provide it with powerful fire energy. Therefore, the larger the size of the magma worm, the more terrifying its strength, and the stronger the fire energy that can erupt. The size of this magma worm is probably about 30 meters, and it is definitely the overlord level existence among the magma worms. I am afraid that even the powerhouses in the epic level dare not despise the power of the fire element that it can erupt. Boom! I saw the huge magma worm, and opened its mouth to face Zhou Wen and spewed out a flame. The flame was red with gold, and it fell towards Zhou Wen like a rolling magma river. Several girls mentioned their throats and their hearts, but Jing Tianluan thought to himself, "Steal my limelight, you deserve to be burned to death by magma worms." Jing Tianluan doesn't like Zhou Wen, but the grievance between the two did not start today. During the previous unified examination, Jing Tianluan prepared cheating methods, but he didn't use it, but made Zhou Wen a wedding dress, although it was not Zhou Wen forcing him, but he didn't have a good impression of Zhou Wen because of this. At this time, seeing Zhou Wen provoked such a perverted magma worm, he hoped that Zhou Wen would be killed by the magma worm. Seeing that the terrifying flame was about to fall on Zhou Wen, the great sword in Zhou Wen's hand was raised above his head. The ancient emperor scriptures ran, injected vitality into the great sword, and slashed a sword against the sky-filled flame. The sword light burst out, directly meeting the terrifying flame. No, Zhou Wen wants to forcibly fight the flames of the magma worms? Li Weiyang was taken aback. After all, it was an epic creature. She originally thought that Zhou Wen would find a way to dodge, but she did not expect Zhou Wen to attack head-on. She didn't know that Zhou Wen had been promoted to the epic level, and felt that it was too reckless for Zhou Wen to confront the epic magma worm head-on with a legendary body. The other girls were also terrified when they saw that the sword light and the flame had already collided together. The next second, they saw a beautiful scene. The sword light like a halo cut the sky-filled flame into two halves, and it continued to cut towards the body of the magma worm. The sword light like a halo slashed on the body of the magma-like magma worm, like a chainsaw cutting steel. Sparks splashed and magma flew everywhere. The golden rock crystal-like body was cut with a sharp sword light, and the huge worm body was cut in half and fell into the magma river. Boom! The body of the magma worm fell into the magma river, causing a wave of magma several feet high. Li Weiyang and the others were already stunned. They only felt that Zhou Wen, standing on the riverside of the magma with a sword, was like a god. Too strong, killing magma worms with one sword. He doesn't look like a student at all. A girl stared at Zhou Wen with shining eyes and muttered to herself. He is indeed not a student, don't forget who his teacher is. Xing Tianluan replied coldly, watching the girls look at Zhou Wen like a nympho. Even his girlfriend Shueli was no exception. Tian Luan felt very unhappy in his heart. Li Weiyang heard Xing Tianluan's words, and his face immediately sank. Xing Tianluan, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Wen is Zhou Wen, and it has nothing to do with who his teacher is. That's right, Zhou Wen is so handsome, it must have nothing to do with those terrible people. The girls helped Zhou Wen speak. Zhou Wen cut open the magma worm's body with a sword, and saw a white silkworm-like bug fell out from the head of the body. Although Zhou Wen was in school, the teacher had been teaching them how cute silkworm babies were, but Zhou Wen never thought that silkworm babies were cute, but felt a little scary. So Zhou Wen didn't hesitate and slashed directly with a sword, killing the body of the magma worm under the sword. But before Zhou Wen's sword light fell, a magma column suddenly exploded in the magma river, and a golden figure jumped up from the waves. With golden scales and a tail like a ray of light, it looks extraordinarily enchanting. Goldfish? Zhou Wen immediately recognized what it was. It was the kind of goldfish caught by classical fishing, but he didn't know if it was the same one. The goldfish jumped up from the magma river, swallowed the magma worm in one gulp, and then fell into the magma, wagging its tail, and disappeared. I'm going, I even grabbed my prey. Zhou Wen's eyes widened, but he didn't expect that the magma worm he was about to kill was snatched by a goldfish. With a move in his heart, the poisonous white shadow behind him turned into arm wings and appeared behind him, took his body and flew over the magma river, and slashed towards the place where the goldfish fell with his sword. Bang! The magma was cut out with a deep scar more than 10 meters long, and the goldfish jumped up and landed in another part of the magma river. Zhou Wen chased and slashed, but the goldfish had changed positions. Zhou Wen chased the goldfish in the air and chopped out the sword light constantly, but the goldfish was really slippery. Zhou Wen chopped several sword lights, but he was not able to hit it, but instead it fled all the way upstream. Li Weiyang and a few others chased Zhou Wen upstream. But Zhou Wen's flight speed was much faster than them, and they were left behind in a short while, and Zhou Wen's figure soon disappeared. A few people saw that they couldn't catch up, so they had to stop. Also, a student of Sunset College, Zhou Wen is only a first-year student. Why is he so strong? A girl sighed. Yeah, it's really strong. It's stronger than President Wei Guo. It's like killing magma worms 20 or 30 meters with one sword. Another girl said with conviction. Xing Tianluan said coldly, I don't think it's anything special. Although it is really strong, it is still much worse than President Wei. President Wei has achieved today's results through his own efforts. Zhou Wen is just he has a good family background and has many powerful companion pets. Family background? What? Family background? I heard that Zhou Wen was admitted from a small city. What kind of family background does he have? Most of the students didn't know about Zhou Wen very well, and the girls looked at Jing Tianluan curiously. Jing Tianluan pouted and said, I'm afraid you still don't know. Zhou Wen was originally a single-parent family. His father remarried not long ago. Do you know who his stepmother is? Who is it? The girls were really curious. His stepmother is the mother of the warden Ouyang Lan, the first lady in Luoyang City. Jing Tianluan said. Ah, it turned out to be like this. Isn't he the younger brother of the governor? The girl covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. So, it's not a matter of saying what resources Zhou Wen wants. I heard that Ouyang Lan loves him very much. It's better than quiet. What do you want? Otherwise, where do you think all his powerful pets come from? A student, do you have any ability to obtain such a powerful companion? Pet? You have seen his sword just now, and it can kill such a powerful magma worm. There is no doubt that it is an epic best companion pet. You think, a legend, can a high-level student incubate such a companion pet? It must be Ouyang Lan who made an epic-level powerhouse sacrifice himself and transfer the companion pet to Zhou Wen. Jing Tianluan obviously knows something about Zhou Wen, but he doesn't know that in detail. Half is the news he heard, and half is his own guess. I didn't expect it to be like this. It turns out that Zhou Wen has such a strong background. It's no wonder that Wang Mingyuan's affairs did not involve him. The girls all had a sudden realization. Now you know, it's not Zhou Wenqiang, but his background. Jing Tianluan struck while the iron was hot and continued to discredit Zhou Wen. But a girl covered her cheeks and said, I feel so pitiful for Zhou Wen. As a stepson, his father joined such a big family. He must have suffered a lot of grievances. Only then can I be recognized by Njia and Ouyang Lan. Yeah, it's no wonder Zhou Wen is so withdrawn. It's because of this that we should give him more care. President, isn't your brother the president of the Xianwen Society? Has a good relationship with Zhou Wen? Why don't you discuss it with your younger brother? Our two societies should do more joint activities, and we should give Zhou Wen more care, otherwise he is so pitiful. Another girl also said. Yes, the children of the stepmother's family are all so good. He must have put in unimaginable efforts to achieve what he is now. It's really touching. President, we must love him more, please. We must associate with the Xianwen Society. No. It's a joint activity. Jing Tianluan opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the girls. He really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these girls. Zhou Wen chased the goldfish all the way to Chop, but the goldfish was very flexible, scurrying around in the magma. There were several times when Zhou Wen had lost its trace, but it jumped out of the water by itself, as if provocative. Zhou Wen felt a little strange. This goldfish should be a top-level epic, but it never fought back. It just swam around in the magma and didn't breathe flames like magma worms and fire crocodiles. Zhou Wen didn't believe it when he said that it didn't have the ability to breathe flames, because there was a terrifying golden flame burning on the sky, and the rocks would be melted directly when they touched the flames on his body. How could it not have the ability to attack with flames? When the goldfish was fishing classically before, the goldfish did not fight back, which already made Zhou Wen feel very strange, and now it is even more strange. Could it be that this is a dimensional creature that can't attack? Zhou Wen thought about it and felt wrong. This guy is not a vegetarian, but he swallowed the magma worm directly as food, and ate that ice silkworm. Thinking of the ice silkworm, Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the goldfish lost the ability to breathe flames because it ate the classical ice silkworm? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt right. Although classical is powerful, he has not yet been promoted to epic level. If he wants to catch epic goldfish, he must have some special preparations. Maybe that ice silkworm is the nemesis of goldfish. Lost the ability to control the power of fire. So, this goldfish is probably the one that was caught in classical fishing. Zhou Wen lost the trace of the goldfish again, but after a while, the goldfish jumped up from the magma. Not far away like a provocation, and in the wind jumping into the magma, he deliberately flicked his cloud-like tail, splashing the waves of the magma river. I originally wanted to use you to comprehend the mystery of the power of the fire element. Since you are courting death yourself, then you can't blame me. Zhou Wen thought about it and switched the origin chi art to the demon god Ji. The great demon god Fate appeared, and at the same time summoned out, in order to lose the soul of the kingdom, a strange ring appeared on Zhou Wen's finger. Zhou Wen stared at the magma river, and sure enough, after a while, the goldfish jumped out again. The half-ugly, half-beautiful grimace on the Lost Nation ring flashed a strange light in his eyes. Zhou Wen's figure suddenly disappeared. And almost at the same time, he appeared on the side of the goldfish, and Ba Jian's sword light pierced the goldfish almost at the same time. Body. Looking at the goldfish that was strung on the Beijian like a grilled fish, it was completely dead and could no longer be naughty. Zhou Wen directly dragged it to the shore. After ordinary dimensional creatures are beheaded, the corpses will decay faster than ordinary creatures, and Zhou Wen will not ask for corpses, but I heard that the ancients wanted to feed goldfish to cats, so he simply summoned a mutant stone scorpion and transported the body of the goldfish back. On the way back, I didn't see Li Weiyang and the others. They should have gone back. After leaving the dimensional realm, Zhou Wen contacted Gu Gu and asked him if he wanted the body of a goldfish. Yes. Classical speech is always so succinct. Before sending the body of the goldfish to Gu Gu, Zhou Wen first cut open the belly of the fish and found a companion egg inside, which surprised Zhou Wen. However, this goldfish seems to have no special ability other than being fast enough to swim in the magma. When the corpse was transported to the classical place, Zhou Wen asked a few questions. By the way, sure enough, Gu Gu told him that after the goldfish swallowed the ice silkworm, it would be unable to use its own flame power for a period of time. Gu Gu didn't lie to him. He really fed the cat with the body of a goldfish, and it was the litter that Zhou Wen had seen before. But after a few months, those kittens have grown quite big, and they will catch up with the big cat. The big cat took them to eat the classical sliced and diced fish, which looked quite happy and comfortable. The current classic seems to have become a 3-star chef. While being meticulous, he has extraordinary patience. Even the fierce appearance seems to have become less scary and a little more gentle. Zhou Wen turned around and prepared to leave. Gu suddenly said, "Goldfish, I owe you something, call me for something." Okay. Zhou Wen nodded and left the abandoned old campus. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to hatch the goldfish companion egg. This guy needs a lot of vitality. At first, Zhou Wen thought that it should not be difficult for him to hatch it, so he just used his vitality to supply the companion egg, but it was only in an instant. Nearly 30 points of vitality in Zhou Wen's body was drained, which shocked him, and quickly summoned the soul of the killer, so that he had an infinite supply of vitality, and the situation was stabilized. I saw the companion egg turned into a golden streamer and fell on Zhou Wen's arm, forming a goldfish tattoo with a twisted tail that seemed to be swimming. Zhou Wen summoned it, looking like the goldfish he had seen before, with a golden flame burning on his body, but as soon as it fell to the ground, it immediately burned the floor, and Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned it back. This goldfish can't fly, and can only survive in magma. I'm afraid it won't be easy to fight with it. Zhou Wen thought to himself, and looked at the information of the goldfish in the game. Almost jumped up. Luck goldfish, epic. Fate, luck, lucky +6. Soul of life, soul of yen yen. Strength, 34. Speed, 39. Physical. Fitness, 28. Vitality, 40. Talent skill, magma bubble. Associated state, none. After seeing the attributes of the lucky goldfish, Zhou Wen just wanted to look up to the sky and laugh. Finally, I have such a day, won't I? Let me spawn a little tiger? Didn't I spawn a better lucky fish than Xiao Xiao? The tiger is even better. The little tiger is just lucky +5, my +6 is better than Wang Lu's. Zhou Wen only felt relieved in his heart, and he was not able to brush the little tiger for so long. It still made him a little depressed, but now he is in a very happy mood. Originally, Zhou Wen planned to feel the flame of the goldfish, but now he put it aside, directly logged into the game, and then went to the bat cave. He wanted to try it out. With the luck of +6, how much can the explosion rate be improved? Summoning the luck goldfish, the goldfish with a golden flame suddenly appeared and fell to the ground. In a short time, the ground was melted into a magma pool with a diameter of more than 1 meter, and the goldfish was swimming in it. It swims in that direction, and the soul of the rock flame on its body will melt the soil and stone there into magma, but no matter how fast it is, there must be a process, so the movement speed of the luck goldfish is very slow. Unless it is in a place like the magma river, this guy can only fight in positional warfare and cannot pursue the enemy. It's time to show the real technology. Companion. Eggs, vitality technology crystals, poison crystals, and advanced attribute crystals, all come to my bowl. Zhou Wen summoned his sword and killed the hordes of poisonous bats. Gorgeous explosion, attribute crystals in one place, picking up companion eggs is soft, and there are so many vitality skills. Crystals that you don't want to pick them up. None of the pictures in Zhou Wen's illusion appeared. Not only did they not appear, but Zhou Wen felt that his explosion rate seemed to be lower. Usually brushing the bat cave, once brushing it down, how can it explode more than a dozen attribute crystals, and occasionally a companion egg? Or rare toxin crystal or something. But today he brushed the bat cave once, and a total of 3 attribute crystals exploded, and none of the attribute crystals exceeded 25. What broken luck value? Is it a lie? The lucky attribute is so useless? Zhou Wen really couldn't accept such a result, feeling that his IQ and personality were insulted. And he had begun to doubt his life. There is no need to say +6 luck, but luck has become worse. It seems that the role of luck attribute has been exaggerated by others. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't waste time hunting for little tigers. It's a dog. Zhou Wen was depressed, and took another look at the attributes of the lucky goldfish. Seeing this, Zhou Wenren was dumbfounded, and after reacting, he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood 3 feet in the sky. The other attributes of the luck goldfish have not changed, but behind the luck of fate, the annotations are different from when he looked at it before. When Zhou Wen read it, Before, it was true that luck plus 6 was right, but now luck is followed by a note of bad luck. Plus 8. It's fake, I must be dazzled. I saw luck plus 6 before, I can't see it wrong. Zhou rubbed his eyes and looked at it again, but it turned out to be luck plus 8. Damn it, is it because I want lucky pets too much and regard bad luck as luck? No, how could I be wrong? It was obviously lucky plus 6 before. No matter how dazzled I am, the words mold and luck are two words. It's so different, it's impossible to read it wrong. Zhou thought about it, exited the game copy, and went to see it again in his dormitory. At this sight, Zhou expression became strange, and the fate of the lucky goldfish turned into a lucky plus 6. Zhou seemed to have figured out something, went into the bat cave again, and summoned the luck goldfish, but what he saw was bad luck plus 7. Compared with before, the bad luck was not so high, but it was still very unlucky, not lucky at all. Value. Taking 2 steps with the luck goldfish, Zhou found that the bad luck had changed from plus 7 to plus 8. I'll go, this guy isn't just lucky. It may be bad luck in different places. Zhou took the goldfish around the bat cave and found that bad luck has been changing between 3 and 9. Only in a special position, the bad luck value is gone, and there is a lucky plus 1. Zhou stood on the stone that could only accommodate 2 feet, and was speechless for a while. Such a broken place added a little luck, and he couldn't move. If it was a little bit more, luck would immediately turn into bad luck. Zhou exited the bat cave and took the goldfish to other game copies to try it out. He soon discovered that the goldfish was far stranger than he thought. In the Longmen grottos, the goldfish is actually added with fortune in most places. Although it is not high, the fortune value fluctuates between 1 and 3, but this attribute itself surprised Zhou. And when it comes to Hulao Pass, it is also bad luck, basically jumping between 1 and 7. Zhou didn't go through Hulao Pass once, and I don't know if there is any place where luck can be added. Zhou tried several game dungeons and found that most of the game dungeons turned into bad luck. Only in the ancient Imperial City dungeon, the goldfish's fate will be mainly added to luck, and the increase is quite high, basically in the fluctuates between 4 and 10. Zhou tried the monster spawning under the blessing of high luck. It was really cool, don't want it, kill a few mobs, you can explode the attribute crystal. With a little effort, the companion egg and vitality skill crystal are not difficult. The ancient Imperial City is famous for its low explosion rate, but with the blessing of high luck, Zhou still exploded a lot of companion eggs and crystals. But in this ghost place, there are no dimensional creatures worth killing at all. Even if you can explode more companion eggs and attribute crystals, it is useless. There are no epic-level dimensional creatures here, and the strongest is just a legend. Brother Goldfish, are you kidding me? Even if the bat cave is too close to the underground sea, your old man doesn't like water. I can understand if you don't add luck, but why do you want to add luck to me in Longmen grottos? Can you add luck to me? Zhou words obviously had no effect on the goldfish. When he arrived at the Longmen grottos, the goldfish added wealth luck. Zhou didn't know what the wealth luck was for. Instead, he spent a while in the Longmen grottos, but he did not see an increase in the explosion rate, which was about the same as usual. Where can I find a place where the goldfish can work? Zhou had a headache, thinking that the luck goldfish is too crap, or a little tiger. I couldn't find a copy that could make the goldfish work for a while. Zhou Wen had to temporarily give up this function of the goldfish and found a place in the game to let the goldfish explain the power of the fire element continuously. Zhou Wen understood the fire element of the goldfish. Attempt to comprehend the profound meaning of the ancient imperial scriptures. The golden flame. On the goldfish's body is its soul, the soul of yin yin, which is a kind of fire of gold and stone, which can easily melt rocks and metals. Its vitality skill, magma bubble, is also similar to fire, spitting out a magma fire group, with a powerful explosion ability, similar to a powerful missile. However, Zhou Wen has come and gone, and he has not realized any real meaning from it. Strange, am I wrong? Although the ancient Emperor Sutra has the fire attribute attached, the real mystery is not fire. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhou Wen, come to our activity room quickly, something big has happened. Li Xian called, sounding very panicked. What happened? Zhou Wen asked quickly. I can't tell you on the phone, hurry up and come to the grove in the old campus, there are too many of them. I can't handle it. Come quickly. Li Xian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Is it Li Mabai who is here to make trouble again? But this is the academy, what can he do? Is anyone willing to kill people for him in the school? Listening to Li Xian, it seems that there are still a lot of people. Zhou Wen felt that the situation seemed a little serious. Hastily rushed over. Li Mabai had just come to look for him before, but now something has happened, and there is likely to be a connection between the two. Zhou Wen rushed to the place where Li Xian was in a hurry, but the sight of the sight almost didn't make him angry. I saw Li Xian and a few people from their Xianwen society were having a barbecue with a group of girls, and Li Xian was surrounded by many girls. Yeah, it's really a bit overwhelming. Zhou Wen, why did you come here? The meat is almost cooked, come here. Li Xian beckoned to Zhou Wen. Over there. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you say something big? This is the big thing you said? Zhou Wen walked to Li Xian's side, looked at the barbecue in Li Xian's hands, and said. I don't say that, can you come out? Today is a joint event between our Xianwen Society and Weiyang News Agency. These things are all provided by Weiyang News Agency. They have sincerely invited us. We can't refuse their kindness. Right? Li Xian got up and pointed at the girls next to him and introduced, my sister, Li Weiyang, you recognize, there is a tigress, don't pay attention to her. Are you courting death? Li Weiyang glared at him. My sister is a little bit fierce, but she's beautiful enough, so I put up with her for more than 10 years, otherwise I would have turned against her already. Li Xian pointed to the girl next to him and said, this is Zhang Miao Miao, the vice president of Weiyang Society. She told me just now that she wants to ask you to teach her swordsmanship, and she will teach others when you have time. Hello, Zhang Miao Miao, good at finance and management. The girl was so generous, she stood up and extended her hand. Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen reached out and shook her. We, Weiyang News Agency, welcome you at any time. I have to learn swordsmanship from you, but if you have financial and investment needs, you can come to me and make sure you will not be disappointed. Zhang Miao Miao held Zhou Wen's hand and did not let go. Continued. I don't have any spare money to invest either. Zhou Wen pulled his hand back. Li Xian shook his head and thought, this guy Zhou Wen is really a virgin, and I should give him the practice of my innate undefeated magic. Unexpectedly, Zhang Miao Miao didn't mind at all. And said with a smile, it's okay, when you have money in the future, you can come to me at Any time. Li Xian was stunned, thinking to himself, what is going on? When did these women have such a good temper? Then I introduced other members of Wei Yang's society to Zhou Wen, all female classmates, none of them were male, and they all expressed quite goodwill to Zhou Wen. Sister, what's the situation? To be honest, you Wei Yang news agency took the initiative to join us. Do you want to play Zhou Wen's idea? You don't want to poach from me, do you? Li Xian saw that all the girls were surrounded by Zhou Wen, asking the east and the west. Even Zhou Wen's steely straight man's temper didn't scare them away, so he could not help but secretly ask Li Wei Yang. It's none of my business. They said that Zhou Wen was too pitiful, that he suffered a lot of grievances at his stepmother's house, and followed such a teacher by mistake, so they wanted to give Zhou Wen some love and let him know that there is still warmth in the world. Li Wei Yang spread his hands and said, poor wronged? Li Xian felt that his brain was not enough, looked at Zhou Wen surrounded by all the girls, and said in his heart, he is pitiful and wronged. Ouyang Lan doesn't know how good he is, and the dimensional crystal is casual use. Give what you want, he doesn't want it. There is also Wang Mingyuan. Although Wang Mingyuan is really a super devil, but it is really good for his students, according to Zhou Wen. He can be promoted to epic, thanks to Wang Mingyuan's help. Of course, Li Xian wouldn't tell Li Wei Yang about this. Li Xian thought about it again. That's fine, otherwise, with Zhou Wen's temperament, which woman can stand it? It is estimated that she will be a bachelor for a lifetime, and now it's just right, someone is willing to take the initiative to accommodate him. Maybe it will be done. However, Li Xian obviously underestimated Zhou Wen's lethality. Zhou Wen was sitting there roasting meat, and there were many girls sitting next to him talking to him. But Zhou Wen just responded with constantly turning the iron stick in his hand, and roasting the meat on the charcoal fire, as if the interest in those barbecues is far greater than talking to girls. At the beginning, the girls didn't mind too much, thinking that the topic of Zhou Wen's interest might not have been mentioned, so they changed the topic to games and companion pets. They obviously came well prepared and talked about some of the more popular games at the moment, but Zhou Wen doesn't really like playing ordinary games. He has never played those games at all, and he has never heard of them, so he can only tell them directly that he has not played them. Through those games, there was no way for those girls who were very able to chat, and the scene seemed a little stiff, and those girls had to chat with each other. Your friend is really good. If he can find a girlfriend, my surname is yours. Li Wei Yang said to Li Xian with a smile when he saw the situation. Don't be funny, we are originally a surname. What does your surname mean to me? Li Xian shook his head and said, no way. Zhou Wen's personality is a little more introverted and a little straighter. In a peaceful era, it must be a dead house. I'm a little curious, how did you become friends with him? The two of you are too different in character. Li Wei Yang asked, curiously. Li Xian smiled and said, actually, making friends has nothing to do with personality. It's just like finding a girlfriend. As long as you suddenly see the right eye at a certain moment, then no matter what the other party's shortcomings, you just feel that you can become friends. So you make friends like this? No wonder you got scammed. Li Wei Yang rolled his eyes at him. The girls over there are no longer chatting with Zhou Wen, not because they don't want to talk, but because they can't talk at all. Zhou Wen is a topic terminator, and when any topic reaches him, it disappears like a black hole. No one talked to Zhou Wen anymore. Zhou Wen was very happy, and continued to roast the meat with the iron stick. thinking about how he should comprehend the ancient imperial scriptures next, while roasting the meat. There is indeed an additional fire element in the ancient Emperor Sutra. Why can't I understand the part related to the ancient Emperor Sutra from the flames? Is it because I don't have a deep enough understanding of the flames, or is it that the real power essence of the ancient Emperor Sutra is not the same? Isn't it fire power? Zhou Wen thought about roasting while roasting. In fact, Zhou Wen is a little too impatient. It is not a simple matter to understand the profound meaning of Yuan Qi art. Ordinary people begin to practice the origin Qi art from school, until they graduate from college, and then enter the society to study. Only those with good talent around the age of 30 can understand the true meaning of the origin Qi art. The children of everyone, like Feng Qiuyan, have been practicing Yuan Qi art since they were young. The family has invested a lot of manpower and material resources in them, and there are seniors who have already practiced this kind of Yuan Qi art to teach them their experience, usually in their 20s. Only after the age of 1 can understand the true meaning of Yuan Qi art. And like Feng Qiuyan, someone who can comprehend so quickly can be said to be a genius among geniuses, but Feng Qiuyan has practiced sword tactics since he was a child, which is also the result of accumulation. Zhou Wen used to practice bitter Zen, but bitter Zen was replaced by Mizian Sutra. He has been promoted to epic level within less than a year of practicing Lost Immortal Sutra, which can be said to be against the sky speed of promotion. He has never practiced the vitality tactics such as Ancient Emperor's Classic and Devil God's Chronicle at all, but only simulated it in the Lost Immortal Sutra. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Wen will need at least a few years to slowly become familiar with and comprehend it. It is possible to understand the truth. In the previous battle with Feng Qiuyan, it was a fluke to comprehend the true meaning of the Book of Demons. Part of it was talent and part of it was luck. If you want to comprehend the ancient Emperor Sutra again, how easy is it to do so?